The first place was undoubtedly the second prince, the second was Hwadeli, and the third was Dean Atchison. Among the military academy students applying to follow Alicia, apart from Sheila and Tamaki Kezia, these two boys had the highest cultivation level. Hebrew Adam and Hwadiu had also checked the backgrounds of these two boys, and only after confirming that there were no issues did they allow her to accept them. Chapter 249, in the city of Bailey, the size of Topaz Star is slightly smaller than that of the imperial capital star, and it is roughly the same size as Earth, as far as Alicia knows. From the sky, the planet appears to be divided into three parts. At both ends of the rotational axis, the surface is covered in green oceans, while the middle section consists of land, which occupies about 1/3 of the planet's surface area. Although Topaz Star is not small, it is just over 1,000 kilometers from the space station to the capital city, Bailey. With Alicia's speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour in her flying vehicle, it would only take a little over an hour to reach. After Alicia and Lixayamba exchanged messages to confirm her safety, she glanced at the dozens of missed calls on her holographic device. She hesitated for a moment before clicking on it to pull up some information related to the military. The others in the flying vehicle busied themselves with their own tasks, wasting no time. Thus, the hour passed quickly. As Alicia looked down at the long-awaited city from above, she recognized some familiar buildings. When she left years ago, it had been late at night and in a rush. She hadn't even looked back at the city. Now, she was returning once more. The Hwada family's house was located on the second ring road of Bailey City. Given the Hwada family's strength, even in the capital of Topaz Star, acquiring a plot of land on the first ring road to build a house would be an easy task. However, the Hwada family typically preferred to keep a lower profile, which is why they chose the second ring road instead. Additionally, the second ring road offered more space. Alicia gazed at the small estate before her, her expression unchanged as she reflected on this. Behind the tall walls stood 6 small courtyards neatly lined up, all seemingly of similar size. There were trees and flowers both in front and behind the courtyards, and the scenery and style were quite similar to that of the Hwada estate. Living there would surely be very comfortable, but the cost would definitely not be insignificant. The steward arranged by the Hwada family came out joyfully, accompanied by 2 servants. "Welcome, young lady. My name is Zheng Xiangxing, and I am the steward of this villa. I have followed the master's instructions to prepare the courtyard for you and your attendants." Zheng Xiangxing appeared to be in between middle-aged and elderly, but his cultivation level was only that of a third-level warrior. As Alicia listened to him speaking in the local Gus language with a Topaz Star accent, she guessed that he was either a local or had lived on Topaz Star for a long time. Zheng Xiangxing led Alicia to the courtyard in the center and said, "The master has instructed that this small courtyard belongs solely to you, young lady. No one else is permitted to enter without your permission. Please set the access restrictions." Alicia was not polite and took control of the courtyard's permissions through her holographic device. Although she would spend most of her time in the military, she would still have breaks and needed a private residence. Having a courtyard that belonged solely to her was ideal. Uncle Lin had already mentioned that she would be placed in a military camp outside Bailey City. "You Hwada family really know how to make an impression," Sheila said, admiring the beautiful courtyard belonging to Alicia. Alicia glanced at her. "Why aren't you leaving? They are already hosting a banquet waiting for you." "Oh, it's not far, just on the 4th ring road. It'll only take a few minutes to get there," Sheila replied, somewhat distracted. Noticing that Sheila seemed preoccupied, Alicia thought for a moment and then said seriously, "You know our peaceful days will likely come to an end soon. Don't dwell too much on your worries. Let go of what you need to and focus on your cultivation. No one can guarantee what our future will be in that war, so try to stay happy." Sheila nodded gently and then left with Tamaki Kezia. With the steward and servants present, Alicia didn't need to greet Panchalu and the Marquis right herself. They went off to settle in. As Alicia entered the courtyard arranged for her, her holographic device vibrated gently in her hand. She checked it and, as expected, it was another message from Hebrew Adam. Alicia did not answer, but Hebrew Adam was persistent and called again. Alicia sighed. This person was really patient considering that even the first prince had sent her a message to plead on his behalf. She sat down in the flower hall and opened the holographic projection. The holographic projection technology in this world was very advanced. As soon as she activated it, Hebrew Adam's image appeared next to her, as if he were right there with her. The things he saw through the holographic projection looked as if Hebrew Adam had witnessed them firsthand. "Manny, I've leveled up," Hebrew Adam said happily. The holographic projection couldn't simulate the aura of Hebrew Adam, so Alicia couldn't tell his cultivation level. Alicia was naturally happy for Hebrew Adam, but her smile remained faint. "So, you think your decision was the right one?" "No, I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to worry, so I kept it from you, but I didn't expect the person behind this to be so ruthless, willing to sacrifice so many masters," Hebrew Adam replied apologetically. Alicia was silent for a moment before asking, "Is the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on you a member of the Beery family?" Hebrew Adam was momentarily stunned and then asked, Although I don't have evidence yet, I do have some leads. How did you know? I feel like you're both very eager to take down the 7th Legion, Alicia said. After learning about the First Prince's and Hebrew Adam's attitudes toward the Beery family, Alicia began to suspect this. The 7th Legion of the Beery family held a strategically vital position. However, due to the Beery family's corruption and incompetence, the army was chaotic. The First Prince could not allow the 7th Legion, which occupied the most crucial strategic location, to have no combat effectiveness, just like in his previous life. Alicia estimated that the First Prince must take action against the 7th Legion, either relocating it from this star region or replacing its commander to reorganize the Legion. But after so long, the First Prince still couldn't infiltrate the 7th Legion. It was likely that, despite the Beery family's corruption, they were not fools, which is why the First Prince's actions were frequently hindered. Now that the time for interstellar war was drawing closer, the First Prince probably felt he could not afford to delay any longer. Meanwhile, Hebrew Adam had already proven himself capable of taking on significant responsibilities, which led to this risky move to draw the enemy out. Hebrew Adam wasn't surprised that Alicia saw through this. To force the Beery family into action, he and his brother had inevitably revealed some information about their plans. Are you so eager to take down the 7th Legion that you're willing to use yourself as bait to lure them out? And you didn't want me to know, so you chose to act while I was on my way back to Topaz Star? Alicia was most upset about this. Heaven knows how anxious she felt when she was flying through the vast universe and suddenly received a message from Mina Ollie, asking whether it was true that Hebrew Adam was on the brink of death after an assassination attempt. That day, Alicia profoundly realized how terrified she was at the thought of it being true. She discovered that she couldn't bear the possibility of losing Hebrew Adam. This was why she was so angry with Hebrew Adam for taking such a dangerous risk as bait, and after confirming that he was not in life-threatening danger, she had ignored his calls. Chapter 251, Public Opinion Polls. The stationed forces on Topaz Star generally only reach the level of Tier 4 warriors. Only the soldiers in the Mecha Battalion have higher training. However, those soldiers are also the hardest to control. In a place like this, no discipline works better than brute strength. You need to subdue them first if you want to accomplish anything after that, Lin Chengfeng explained, slowly summarizing the situation within the Topaz Star military. Alicia understood that Lin Chengfeng was teaching her how to handle her subordinates. Although she had already received training in such matters, she listened carefully, knowing that each person has unique insights, and this was also an act of sincere guidance from her elder. The past 6 months since graduating from the first military academy of Xuan could not gone to waste. Together with Huadeli, Alicia was placed by Huadiu in the Huada family's 3rd Corps, where they underwent an intensive officer fast-track program. This training bridged their academic knowledge with the practical realities of leading troops, an education only available in military families like the Huada. For those without such a background, much of this understanding must be gained through years of gradual experience in the ranks, which can take decades to truly master. The First Prince dared to entrust Lin Chengfeng with the role of military and political commander of a critical strategic star, not just because he was a loyalist but also because Lin himself came from a military family. Though still young, he had proven his capability. Alicia's timing could not have been better. The captain of the 3rd Company of the Mecha Battalion in the regiment stationed outside Bailey City was retiring due to age, leaving a vacancy that had been handed to her, effectively bypassing the expected promotion of the current vice captain. It was clear that as a young woman, not even an adult, who was placed directly into this position, especially with the vice captain as a potential rival, Alicia would face significant challenges and hostility. At a minimum, most of the camp's personnel would resist following her lead, and she would likely face a series of provocations. In truth, there was a simple solution. Lin Chengfeng could have easily reassigned the vice captain to another position, but he believed that if Alicia wanted to gain authority and establish her presence swiftly, using the vice captain as a target to set an example would be the most effective approach. Not only did Alicia possess the strength to surpass almost everyone on Topaz Star, but she also had extensive knowledge and the guidance of her elders. With confidence in her abilities, Alicia wasn't afraid of the challenges awaiting her. I've kept your return to Topaz Star under wraps so that no one outside knows about it. Those people won't know your background. So, at first, avoid using your true identity. Once you've gained their respect, then reveal who you are. It should be quite effective. Your status should serve you well here on Topaz Star, Lin Chengfeng concluded. Yes, people outside are already calling Manny our little princess of Topaz Star, Fang Yaxi said with a fond smile, genuinely feeling that Manny lived up to the title. I know my current reputation here is all thanks to your efforts to build it up, Uncle Lin, Alicia replied. As she was preparing to return to Topaz Star from the capital planet, Alicia had taken every opportunity to research Topaz Star's recent events, wanting to get a quick overview of its current state. That was when she noticed the numerous news stories about her on Topaz Star, painting her in an almost mythical light. News coverage about her had first begun after her stunning performance at the Youth Elite competition a year prior, which had shown the people of Topaz Star that their planet had produced a prodigy renowned across the entire Gumara Star region. Although it had since been revealed that this brilliant young woman was the eldest daughter of an elite family from the capital, to the people of Topaz Star, she had still grown up there. She had risen to fame by entering the first military academy of Xuangu straight from Topaz Star, and no one would dispute that she was a talent nurtured by their own planet. Gradually, news on Topaz Star began delving into Alicia's dramatic backstory. They speculated on how her royal connections likely brought Topaz Star preferential treatment and resources, improving life for the common people over the past few years. These reports gave detailed examples of Topaz Star's recent progress, and Alicia could see they were true. It made her suspect that these details were leaked by insiders. The greatest beneficiary of this publicity was undoubtedly Alicia herself. With such repeated coverage, nearly everyone on Topaz Star now saw her as a highly capable, grateful, and dutiful prodigy. Several agencies on Topaz Star conducted public opinion polls over the past year, showing that Alicia's approval rating among residents was over 91%. For politicians, such a high approval rating would be enviable. Any public official with such support would have no shortage of opportunities for promotion. King Adam and the Crown Prince, both deeply committed to the development of the Gus Empire, had popularity ratings around 71% for the king and about 75% for the Crown Prince, owing to his combination of good looks and competence. Compared to them, it was clear just how popular Alicia was on Topaz Star. Alicia suspected that someone was intentionally boosting her reputation to help her gain widespread recognition. A year ago, she hadn't yet informed anyone about her plan to return to Topaz Star. The Huada family wouldn't have reached all the way here to run a publicity campaign for her. Thus, she concluded that it must have been Lin Chengfeng behind it all. As this move also benefited him, the news reports explicitly stated that Alicia's adoptive father on Topaz Star was Lin Chengfeng, and people naturally attributed some of Alicia's success to his influence. As Alicia's popularity soared, Lin Chengfeng's approval ratings rose as well. In the latest public opinion poll, his support had climbed to 78%. 3 years ago, when Lin Chengfeng first took office, some slanderous news from his predecessor surfaced, and although it was quickly suppressed, it had affected his reputation to some degree. However, due to his background and the Crown Prince's open support, Lin Chengfeng maintained an approval rate of around 60% within the military, but the general public, less aware of these internal matters, only gave him about 20% support when he first took on the role of military and civil commander. This low rating had been a strong point of attack for his opposition on Topaz Star. If not for the Crown Prince's strong backing and the economic growth Lin Chengfeng had spurred on Topaz Star, his approval ratings wouldn't have risen gradually, and the opposition might have removed him from power by now. "I didn't do it for you, it was for myself. Since news about you broke on Topaz Star, the opposition voices against me have vanished," Lin Chengfeng said candidly, "but the one who benefited most is me," Alicia said with a smile. She suspected that Lin Chengfeng's large-scale efforts had the Crown Prince's support and guidance. After all, the Crown Prince needed Lin Chengfeng to firmly secure control over Topaz Star's military and civil authority. This approach, winning the people's genuine support, was the best way to unify the military and civilian population in the face of impending war. Chapter 252, Overcome with Emotions. After discussing the matters of the military camp, Lin Chengfeng asked, "Is it true that the second prince has reached the level of a seventh-tier warrior?" Hebrew Adam had only recently broken through, and not many people knew yet. The fact that Lin Chengfeng had this information so quickly suggested he had strong connections with the imperial capital. Alicia nodded. He was ambushed, and during a critical moment, he broke through. Fang Yaxi noticed a hint of gloom in Alicia's expression and assumed she was worried about the second prince's safety. She patted Alicia's hand reassuringly and said, "This was a blessing in disguise. Now that he's a seventh-tier warrior, it won't be so easy for anyone to assassinate him." Alicia nodded in agreement. "Any idea who those assassins were?" Lin Chengfeng asked, frowning. The audacity to attack the second prince suggested that the forces behind it were no small matter. Alicia hesitated, unsure how to explain that this assassination attempt had been orchestrated by Hebrew Adam himself as part of a multi-layered strategy. "Uncle Lin, how are things going with the 7th Corps?" Alicia asked, steering the conversation. "Not great," Lin Chengfeng replied. "The Corps has been dealing with internal unrest over the last couple of years and is now considered the weakest among the 15. 3 years ago, when Topaz Star's military officially separated from the 7th Corps, they couldn't act openly, but they've been causing plenty of trouble in the shadows. Most of the opposition forces on Topaz Star are aligned with the 7th Corps, and I've captured more than 20 assassins they've sent after me." Alicia was surprised to hear about the assassination attempts. No wonder the Crown Prince was so intent on removing the Beery family from power. At the agreed-upon time, as soon as Alicia logged into the War Realm, Hebrew Adam took her hand. This was the first time Hebrew Adam had shown such public affection toward Alicia, and it immediately drew the attention of those around them. Brittany Beery's obsession with the second prince was well known throughout the guild, but in every respect, Alicia was far superior to Brittany Beery. She was also the second prince's official partner, and for the past few years, Alicia had been the only one by his side. So, despite Brittany Beery's attempts to spread rumors implying that Alicia was an intruder in her relationship with the second prince, few people believed her. Aside from a handful of individuals with ulterior motives, most simply saw Brittany's behavior as shameless. Since graduating from military academy, Alicia and her fellow guild founders spent most of their time in the war realm training and no longer participated in team missions. They had almost become peripheral members of the guild. A few months prior, Hebrew Adam, Quadeli, and Alicia had even stepped down from their guild positions, leaving the roles of guild president and vice president to their juniors. With their current strength levels, once they came of age, they would move to the youth division, where the challenges in the dungeons would finally match their abilities. Both within Xuangu First Military Academy and among the players in the Imperial City's #1 guild in the War Realm, the 12 elite students from the 960th class were already spoken of as legends. Hebrew Adam held Alicia's hand tightly, as if afraid she might escape. Alicia, not wanting to struggle in front of so many onlookers, went along and walked quickly with him. With Quadeli and Dean Atchison absent from the hall, there was no one to stop Hebrew Adam from acting as he wished, and he led Alicia straight to his private lounge. Hebrew Adam's private lounge was a place Alicia had only visited a few times before with her friends, but she had never been there alone with him. Alicia always tried to follow the old Earth-era rules of decorum, avoiding situations where she'd be alone in a room with a boy. As they entered, she instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but he turned toward her, stepping closer. Alicia backed up on instinct. Before she knew it, she was pressed against the wall, and his hands were gently holding her face. Startled, she looked up, realizing what he was about to do. With her hands against Hebrew Adam's chest, she stammered, "I'm just so happy," he whispered softly, before leaning down and brushing his lips against hers. This was something he had imagined countless times but never dared to do. At first, Alicia was too shocked to react, unprepared and inexperienced. She froze. Eventually, it dawned on her that she should resist, and she pushed against his chest, her hands still trapped between them. He was caught off guard and pulled back slightly, breathing heavily, but then, he took her hands in his, held her tightly, and kissed her again with renewed intensity. The warmth of his embrace and the fervent kiss left Alicia's mind blank, her body weak. Just as she felt completely overwhelmed, a sharp, mechanical voice cut through the haze, ringing in her ear. "Warning, warning, player is underage. Inappropriate intimate behavior is prohibited." Although Alicia heard the warning loud and clear, she was still too dazed to process it fully. However, Hebrew Adam froze instantly, stopping all movement before sighing in frustration and holding her tightly, murmuring by her ear with labored breaths. Damn it! Alicia finally understood what had happened. As Hebrew Adam's kiss grew more intense and he began to lose control, the Skynet rules had intervened with a warning against inappropriate behavior. For boys, this rule was probably infuriatingly restrictive, but for girls, it was undoubtedly the safest protection. It also had the bonus effect of teasing, allowing them to be just out of reach. Honestly, it wasn't really a suitable moment for laughter, but Alicia couldn't help herself and began to laugh. Holding her close, Hebrew Adam could feel her body trembling with laughter. When he looked up, sure enough, she was smiling. Without asking, he knew that she was laughing at his predicament. Her reaction amused him, and the intensity of his desire eased slightly in the face of her playful response. "You little tease," Hebrew Adam muttered, half amused and half regretful. Alicia didn't reply. Nestled contentedly in his solid embrace, his strong arms made her feel soft and delicate in a way she found unexpectedly pleasant. She wanted to stay this way a bit longer and didn't try to pull away. She had come here today to answer his feelings. Though things had taken a surprisingly intense turn, everything felt right, even without words. Realizing her quiet affection, Hebrew Adam hugged her more tightly, and a sense of deep satisfaction washed over him like never before. If he had only speculated before, today's kiss and Alicia's reaction confirmed everything for him. Their relationship had officially been established, and he no longer had to worry about uncertainty. As he thought about this, feeling the soft body in his arms so yielding, Hebrew Adam's previously calmed desire began to surge again. He couldn't help but lean in to kiss the girl's rosy cheek. Sensing that the boy holding her was once again unable to resist kissing her, and since they had already kissed before, Alicia felt no urge to resist. Without realizing it, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, submitting to his intentions. But in the midst of their muddled emotions, the cold warning voice of the Skynet rang out once more. Chapter 253, The Garrison's 1st Battalion. Relying on the fact that the Skynet has stricter prohibitions, ensuring that nothing inappropriate can happen below the neck, Alicia, unable to push away Hebrew Adam, simply let him kiss her to his heart's content. After all, who suffers more, who is the one at a disadvantage? During those few hours, the cold and emotionless warning from Skynet rang out 4 or 5 times, and Hebrew Adam truly experienced what it meant to have pain and pleasure coexist. The next day, after Alicia exited the game pod, she found herself chuckling at the memory. She really wanted to send him a message asking how he felt about it, just to tease him a bit. However, after some thought, she realized that teasing him about such things could lead to problems unless they decided to no longer see each other as a couple. He would definitely find an excuse to get back at her. To be honest, even though they had been kissing in the game, in reality, she still felt as if her lips were swollen from it. Some things don't seem appealing until you've experienced them, but once she had, Alicia found it a bit unbelievable how she could so foolishly hug Hebrew Adam, lost in a dreamy haze, and kiss for hours without feeling bored, her mind and heart completely occupied by the boy holding her. No wonder some people say that being in love can lower your intelligence. Alicia felt there was some truth to that. She couldn't help but feel grateful that she and Hebrew Adam were currently separated by several stars, making it impossible for them to see each other every day like before. Otherwise, their IQs would be in serious jeopardy. As she realized it was almost time to log off, she felt an unprecedented reluctance to part from Hebrew Adam and readily agreed to see him again the following evening. Alicia couldn't help but think that this game, The War World, was undoubtedly a revolutionary development for humanity. This game not only allows people to train in their dreams but also enables 2 individuals separated by several stars to fall in love in those dreams. It is said that if a married couple with a marriage certificate uses a private room in War World, they can engage in certain indescribable, restricted activities. Alicia, having personally experienced a kiss, felt dizzy from it. If it weren't for the cold mechanical warning, she would have forgotten that this was a virtual network. It is evident that with the War World, lovers no longer have to endure longing and pain of being separated, unable to see or be close to each other for long periods. This significantly reduces the emotional turmoil caused by the cruel constraints of time and space. The best part is that meetings in the War World do not take up any time from regular work and training. As Alicia thought about this, she changed into the military uniform of Topaz Star. Under normal circumstances, new recruits must report to their assigned military camp and collect various supplies before they can wear their uniforms. However, given Alicia's status, there was no need for Lin Chengfeng to explain anything. Last evening, Officer George personally delivered her military uniform and other items. After 5 years, Officer George hadn't changed much. Although he was still referred to as an officer, his military rank had advanced 3 levels compared to 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Officer George held the rank of lieutenant. Now, he was a major. With his current rank, Officer George was considered relatively high-ranking in Topaz Star, at least far superior to Alicia. However, Officer George's attitude toward Alicia was completely different from 5 years ago. He no longer treated her as a senior but rather with the demeanor of an equal, speaking to her with a hint of respect. After all, he was an old acquaintance who had protected her in the past and was now serving as an officer under Lin Chengfeng. Alicia naturally treated Officer George well. They discussed the recent developments in Topaz Star and the possible future scenarios before amicably concluding their meeting. Today is the day Alicia has set to report to the military camp. After changing into her military uniform and handing the other uniforms to her officers, Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila also arrived. As a lieutenant, Alicia is allowed to bring 2 personal officers into the camp, who essentially act as her secretarial assistants. Generally, an officer's personal officers must be promoted from within the military, requiring long-term observation and assessment to ensure they have no ulterior motives before being placed at the officer's side. However, for someone like Alicia, who has strong family backing, her choice of officers had already been cultivated by her family, and they even had the option to select individuals who suited her preferences. The 2 6th-level warrior escorts accompanying Alicia are well-rounded talents, skilled in various areas, and were chosen from the talented individuals nurtured by the Huada family. While others changed into their uniforms, Alicia took the opportunity to look at the key news points regarding Topaz Star. Yesterday, many passers-by in the space station recognized her and were discussing who she was with great enthusiasm. Alicia thought that given her current popularity, there should have been news released last evening, and by this morning, it should have become a trending topic known across the planet. However, there was nothing. After searching the internet, Alicia found no news about her return to Topaz Star. She suspected that Lin Chengfeng had suppressed the information to prevent the commander of the stationed regiment from learning who the incoming lieutenant was too early. This aligned perfectly with Alicia's wishes, as she did not want everyone to know her whereabouts. So, Alicia set aside this matter and looked at the others, who were now dressed in their standardized military uniforms. Indeed, people look their best in well-fitted attire, and with everyone dressed uniformly, each person appeared spirited and imposing. Alicia's thoughts drifted involuntarily. Over the past 2 years, Adam had grown significantly in his military uniform. He truly looked so handsome that it was hard to look away. As soon as Sheila saw Alicia, she noticed that her complexion looked particularly rosy today. Now, seeing her with a bright expression, Sheila couldn't help but say, "Why do I feel like you're a bit mischievous when you smile today? Is that how you speak?" Alicia shot a sideways glance at Sheila to mask her discomfort. Sheila wouldn't have been at the first guild last night, would she? She must know that Alicia had spent a full 6 hours in Hebrew's personal lounge, which was why she was deliberately teasing her now. "I think you look like you're hiding something naughty," Sheila said seriously. "Can you share with me what you plan to do once you get to the camp?" "I can't," Alicia replied briskly. She was simply in a good mood from being in a relationship, but this girl was saying she was up to no good. She was definitely not observant and not on the same wavelength at all. Once they were all ready, the 7 of them took the flying car out of Bailey City. The Topaz Star-stationed regiment's camp was only a little over 100 kilometers away, situated on the edge of a forest. After leaving Bailey City, it only took about 10 minutes for the flying car to arrive. This base, which housed over 1,000 people, wasn't very large, but because strange beasts often ambushed from the forest, there was a light magnetic protective net around the camp. To enter, one had to go through identity verification and other procedures. Lin Chengfeng had told Alicia that he had a purpose for placing her here. The Topaz Star-stationed regiment was originally commanded by a direct subordinate of the former commander. The current commander was a side-branch descendant of the Beery family, while the former commander was an elite member of the Beery family who had been dismissed by the Crown Prince for making a grave mistake. However, even though the former commander was removed, this commander was still safely in his position, so the stationed regiment was almost entirely made up of Lin Chengfeng's opposing faction, who would never obey his military orders. They relied on the 7th Legion, so Lin Chengfeng didn't dare use military resources to pressure them. If he cut their supplies, they could easily make up for it through the 7th Legion. Lin Chengfeng had also tried other methods to influence them, but the 7th Legion seized the opportunity to target the Topaz Star military headquarters. He couldn't fight or scold them, and there was nothing he could use to suppress them. So the stationed regiment had essentially become a thorn in Lin Chengfeng's side. Over the past 3 years, he had sent 2 trusted aides to try to seize power and placate them, but both failed. One died and the other left. With his recent rise to power and needing to place his own people everywhere, Lin Chengfeng found himself without anyone suitable to use, and he couldn't come in person. He could only endure until Alicia's return. Given Alicia's identity and abilities, the commander of the stationed regiment wouldn't dare harm her. As for any underhanded tactics, as long as Alicia didn't show weakness, they definitely wouldn't risk acting openly against her. Alicia was aware that her task would be challenging, so she prepared herself for difficulties. She brought 2 aides along with Sheila, Tamaki Kasia, Panchelu, and Marcus Wright to the entrance of the regiment. The guards on duty initially approached with ill intent, but upon noticing the cultivation levels of the group and the military ranks on their uniforms, their expressions wavered. When they recognized the black-haired lieutenant leading the group, disbelief flashed in their eyes. Alicia raised an eyebrow, her pressure as a late-stage telekinetic overwhelming them, making the guards feel as if they could barely breathe and their legs weakened. "Do you want to stop me from entering?" Alicia asked calmly. "No, no, that's not it," one of the guards stammered. Trembling under Alicia's pressure, he verified their identities and confirmed that Alicia was indeed the girl they suspected. The other guard hurriedly opened the camp gate and respectfully said, "Lieutenant Huada, please go in." Once Alicia and her group entered, the 2 guards whispered to each other. "The commander ordered us to stop these people and make them wait at the gate for an hour and a half. If we let them in so quickly, how will he punish us?" Garda said, fear evident in his voice. "Do you dare? Do you know who this Lieutenant Huada is? Do you really want her to stand at the gate and not let her in?" Guard B replied, "I know, but there are no buts. The commander doesn't know that this young lady is here, otherwise, he wouldn't dare give such an order." "Then we should hurry and inform the commander. That way, we might be able to redeem ourselves." Alicia smirked slightly. Indeed, regardless of any conspiracy, her identity and strength were the greatest advantages. Just yesterday, Lin Chengfeng had told her to keep her identity hidden. He didn't consider that he had made her so famous in the news that everyone on Topaz Star knew about her. There were no other genius girls who matched her characteristics in this world, so anyone with a brain would quickly connect her identity. Since she couldn't hide her identity anymore, Alicia decided not to retract her pressure. As they encountered a patrol unit along the way, the members, after some hesitation, saluted her according to the rules. As Alicia and her group arrived at the camp's administrative office, they saw a late-stage 6th-level warrior approaching from the opposite direction with 2 others. In the stationed 1st Regiment, the highest-ranking individual was the regiment commander. The only warrior at the 6th level, Alicia herself was at the late stage of the 6th level, while her 2 aides, Officer Tong, was at the early stage, and Officer Ma, at the mid-stage of the 6th level. As the three of them released their pressure and entered the administrative office, the 6 clerks and the deputy commander, who was at the mid-stage of the 5th level, found it hard to breathe under the overwhelming force. Alicia watched as the deputy commander stammered, explaining that the commander had just gone out on a patrol and would be back shortly, asking her to wait a moment. Alicia smiled knowingly. I saw that. I thought the commander wanted to avoid me, leaving me hanging to show his authority. The deputy commander's smile nearly faltered. Goodness, this young lady was so straightforward. It was too much for them, the smaller figures, to bear. Whoever said this young lady was a delicate flower, high in rank but weak in overall strength, was mistaken. The aura she exuded was anything but gentle. She was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Everyone had assumed she had just graduated from military school and couldn't possibly have many merit points, but now the deputy commander no longer doubted the authenticity of her merit points. He was convinced she had earned them through her own abilities. If the commander intended to assert his authority, the deputy commander was eager to see how it would unfold. He immediately signaled for a clerk to send a message to the commander, urging him to return at once. Alicia casually found a seat and activated her holographic device. The 6 people accompanying her also settled into their seats. Although they didn't exude the same presence as Alicia, each of them maintained a composed demeanor. In contrast, the others in the room were increasingly sweating, half from the pressure and half from the attitude of Alicia and her group. The deputy commander waited for over 10 minutes without seeing the commander, so he discreetly sent a message. Time slowly passed, and soon half an hour had gone by without the commander returning. Alicia wasn't anxious. Did the commander really dare to avoid her? She had arrived at the military camp within the reporting deadline, so what if there were delays? Lieutenant, the military rules here on the fringe planets are different from those in the Central Star regions. This is a show of authority. Alicia smiled and replied, I've just decided that if the commander doesn't return within half an hour, I'll challenge him once. If he's still gone after an hour, I'll challenge him twice, and so on. In the Gus Empire and throughout the Gamma Star region, there were rules allowing subordinates to challenge their superiors. If a superior lost 5 consecutive matches, they had to be demoted. If this commander dared to leave her waiting, she would force him to step down. This young lady was indeed outspoken, unafraid to say anything, even in front of them, and no one could argue against her. The deputy commander was sweating profusely. If the commander didn't return soon, his position might be at risk. Before encountering this young lady, no one had even thought about challenges, but now that she mentioned it, the deputy commander felt a surge of panic. He could guarantee that their commander might not stand a chance against this not-yet-adult girl. After all, her mid-level 5th stage cultivation was already intimidating, but her strongest asset was her telekinesis. A late-stage 6th level telekinesis master was someone no one dared to trick easily in a competition. If this young lady truly began to challenge him repeatedly, their commander would be humiliated by someone who had just graduated from military school. It would surely turn him into a laughingstock throughout the entire military. Chapter 254, Crushing by Rank. The deputy commander realized their captain had made a very foolish decision today. If the newcomer had been an ordinary person, this tactic might have worked to make things difficult, leaving them frustrated and powerless. For most people arriving to take up a new position, if the captain wasn't there to introduce them personally, showing up at the Mesh Battalion's 3rd company claiming to be the new commander would indeed seem laughable. However, this newcomer was no ordinary person. This young lady not only had the strength but also a powerful backing, enough to turn the captain into a joke. Why would the captain try this tactic on her? In fact, this approach not only failed to embarrass her but gave her a legitimate reason to challenge the captain. In the army, though a lower rank can challenge a higher one, it's unheard of for someone to do so without cause, especially challenging repeatedly until the higher-ranked officer was demoted. It's something only a serious grudge would prompt, but this young lady had come in clearly ready to assert herself. She had already hinted that the captain was trying to make things difficult for her, and she'd made it clear that if he didn't show up soon, she'd issue a formal challenge. This gave her a legitimate stance, a just cause, for any action she might take. People wouldn't see her as arrogant. Instead, they'd likely laugh privately at the captain's failed attempt to assert his dominance, which had backfired spectacularly. As the deputy commander anxiously watched time tick by, he grew increasingly worried. He had warned the captain that this young lady was no pushover. Why hadn't he returned already? Just then, Alicia received a message. Noticing the barely concealed anxiety in the deputy's eyes despite his calm demeanor, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Then she said, Adjutant Tong, send a message to the Crown Prince, letting him know that I arrived at the base at 9:43 to report in, but the commander intentionally avoided me, and the deputy commander has done nothing. Let the Crown Prince serve as my witness in the future. I am not defying orders. It's certain people here misusing their positions and sowing division within the camp. Yes, Lieutenant, Adjutant Tong replied, opening his communicator and typing out the message, which he promptly sent. The deputy and his companions were stunned. My God, the confidence she has. casually asking the Crown Prince himself to be her witness. Not even the captain would dare go up against the Crown Prince. But where on earth is the captain? After Adjutant Tong sent the message, he received a reply almost immediately. With a small smile, he announced, "Lieutenant, His Highness the Second Prince, your fiancé, is with the Crown Prince. He asks me to relay this message. You don't need to bear any grievances. He'll back you up." Alicia glanced at Adjutant Tong, wondering if he had added that comment himself or if Hebrew Adam really had said it word for word. While Alicia didn't like to rely on Hebrew Adam's name, and although their engagement wasn't officially finalized, she had no intention of using her potential title as Second Princess to intimidate anyone. However, Adjutant Tong's words were a massive blow to the deputy commander and his group. As the imperial capital's prestigious Huada family heiress, Alicia certainly commanded respect, but they weren't directly under the Huada family's influence, and the Beery family shielded them well. When the captain learned that it was this young lady being sent here, he had remarked that the Huada family wasn't a threat. Her real backing was her cousin, the Crown Prince. The Beery family wouldn't dare openly oppose a prince, but with over a dozen star systems separating them from the imperial capital, the Crown Prince couldn't intervene significantly unless she were in physical danger. But what they hadn't expected was that this young lady was actually engaged to the Second Prince. Oh, no, why had they never heard this before? Weren't people saying that the Beery family's heiress was the one paired with the Second Prince? How did it turn out to be this young lady instead? Of course, now it made sense. She and the Second Prince had been classmates at the military academy, even partners in several exercises. Given that her credentials were even more impressive than those of the Beery family's daughter, it was no surprise if the Second Prince had been moved by her. This new revelation made her even less of someone they could afford to offend. A cousin might not monitor his younger cousin's affairs too closely, but a fiancé would likely not tolerate seeing his fiancée mistreated. The deputy and the others were practically desperate to rush out and drag the captain back. The problem was, they had all sent a flurry of urgent messages, yet the captain remained unreachable, neither responding nor appearing. What the deputy commander didn't know was that, the moment Alicia spotted the captain leaving from afar, Adjutant Tong had quietly suggested a strategy that Alicia and the others immediately approved. As soon as Alicia's group entered the building, Adjutant Tong used his communicator to block all outgoing signals from within the area, making it impossible for the deputy's messages to get through. Alicia didn't know exactly how Adjutant Tong managed it, but she made a mental note of his expertise in network and information security. Meanwhile, the captain, not receiving any of the deputy's messages, assumed that the young lady was just as he'd suspected, a famous figure but an empty showpiece with no real capabilities. Confident in his plan, he left the base, intending to make her wait an entire day, to humiliate her a bit and perhaps reprimand her afterward. Little did the captain know that Alicia had already announced her intention to challenge him if he delayed. And, even more unforeseen, she had notified the Crown Prince to witness the situation. An hour soon passed, and the captain still hadn't returned. Alicia and her companions remained calm and composed, but the deputy commander was growing increasingly anxious. Despite sending over a dozen messages, he had received no response. Although he found it hard to believe anyone could block communications in their own base, he began to sense that something was off. So he sent someone out to find the captain. After about 15 minutes, the person returned, casting a cautious look at Alicia and her group, with a hint of uncertainty in his expression. Quietly, he reported to the deputy commander. "The captain left the base over half an hour ago. I messaged him, and he replied right away. The captain said he hadn't received any of your messages. I gave him a rough idea of the situation, and he's on his way back now." The deputy glanced uneasily at Alicia's group. Someone here had managed to block their signals without a trace, right under their noses. It was alarming, and he couldn't tell who might be responsible. He studied each member, finding that none seemed ordinary. Any one of them could have been behind it. It took the captain another half hour to return, suggesting he had gone quite a distance from the base. He was a tall, muscular man, with a face that, while not exactly hostile, gave off an intimidating vibe. Flanked by 7 or 8 fifth-level warriors, he looked imposing. The problem was that the young woman standing across from him, although a full head shorter and finely featured, exuded an aura even more powerful than his own. Not only that, but her two adjutants had strength on par with his, effectively suppressing him. Though he had brought 8 fifth-level warriors as a show of force, Alicia's group of just 3 managed to completely overwhelm them in terms of presence. Confronted by this young telepath, whose background, connections, and power far exceeded his own, the captain found himself at a loss for words. Just as the deputy had feared, he now regretted his earlier actions. All he had done was give this young lady the perfect opportunity to publicly humiliate him. "Captain, I mentioned this earlier. You're an hour and a half late, so I'm challenging you 3 times. The young woman formally issued her challenge. At that moment, Lin Chengfeng received an internal update from the 1st Division of the base. While he couldn't completely neutralize certain staunch opposition figures, he had managed to place some of his own people within to gather intel. With a helpless smile, Lin Chengfeng commented. This kid really has some nerve. I asked her to handle the deputy leader of the 3rd Mecha Battalion, and she went straight to taking on the captain of the 1st Division. Adjutant George wisely refrained from mentioning that this was actually his idea. Just yesterday, under the guise of delivering supplies, he had met with the young lady and analyzed the captain's background and influence for her. Seeing her expression at the time, George knew she understood his intentions, and he had been quietly looking forward to today's events. Unexpectedly, the captain practically sealed his own fate, provoking the young lady into confronting him head-on. She's really grown a lot over the years. Look how sharp she is. This approach is actually the best one. If she only dealt with the deputy leader, there would still be others in the 1st Division willing to stir up trouble, relying on the captain's support. But if she can suppress the captain, the 3rd Battalion's deputy won't dare try anything further. This way, she'll be free to deal with the rest. George observed. Lin Chengfeng understood this logic, but considering how young man he was, he hadn't wanted her to clash directly with the captain and risk provoking the Beery family, which had deep ties to the 7th Corps. George, unaware of the Beery family's resentment toward Manny due to her connection with the 2nd Prince, thought that suppressing the captain would suffice. However, he didn't realize that the Beery family already harbored jealousy toward her. Learning that she had directly landed within the Beery family's area of control on Topaz Star, they might react intensely and potentially even plot to eliminate her. But since Alicia had already acted, it was too late to intervene. Lin Chengfeng decided he'd monitor the situation closely and consider whether he needed to contact the Crown Prince directly. At the 3rd Mecha Battalion, 1st Division, the deputy leader's adjutant hurried back inside. Captain, we're in serious trouble this time. What's going on? The deputy leader of the 3rd Battalion asked with a frown, an uneasy feeling forming in his mind. Today was the day the new company captain was scheduled to report in. The adjutant caught his breath and replied, Captain, I just got a message from a friend on the patrol team. They ran into our new captain about an hour ago. Guess who this new arrival really is? The adjutant wore a troubled expression, as though foreseeing significant issues ahead. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Stop with the theatrics. The deputy captain snapped, already guessing that anyone who could be parachuted into this position wasn't going to be easy to deal with. The new captain. It's that young lady from Topaz Star, replied the adjutant, his face full of worry. What? Are you sure it's that young lady? The deputy captain's reaction was immediate and intense. I'm sure. To confirm what my friend told me, I went over to the gate to check the registration logs myself. The young woman leading the group is named Huada Alicia, Lieutenant Huada. Isn't she the young lady from the Huada family that's all over the news? The deputy captain had no choice but to believe it. He muttered a curse under his breath. A noble family's daughter from the capital, and she chooses to come all the way out here to Topaz Star. Deputy captain, if she's really that young lady, then our previous plan won't work. We'd be causing ourselves serious trouble, the adjutant said anxiously. This had been his idea, but he knew that if something went wrong and this young lady was harmed due to their scheme, he wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. The deputy captain cursed a few more times, not to mention, we're completely outmatched. The two adjutants with her have higher levels than our own captain. Even if it's not us, I'm afraid the captain himself wouldn't stand a chance against her, added the adjutant. Scrap the plan, we'll assess the situation and act accordingly. The deputy captain replied. He might be following the captain's orders, but he wasn't reckless enough to provoke someone he couldn't handle. He then instructed the adjutant to keep gathering intel while he stood alone, visibly worried. This young lady had powerful backing. He knew he didn't have the means to bring her down, and if things went wrong, even the captain might find himself in serious trouble. The deputy captain's thoughts were confirmed when his adjutant returned, bringing news that validated his suspicions. The captain had intentionally delayed meeting the young lady to give her a hard time, but she openly called him out on it, claiming he was trying to make things difficult for her. She even involved the crown prince from the capital as a witness, asserting that, due to the captain's behavior, she was formally challenging him. Though the deputy captain had never met this young lady, he was well aware of her reputation. After all, Lin Chengfeng's rapid rise had largely been due to her influence, and everyone knew about her. Despite not yet being an adult, she was already a late-stage level 6 mental force user. Regardless of her youth or inexperience, the sheer advantage of a full level meant the captain stood a real chance of being defeated. If he won, that would be one thing, but if he lost, to be beaten by an underage girl would be utterly humiliating. Even without being present, the deputy captain could imagine the captain feeling trapped, with no way out of his predicament. I expect that young lady will arrive here soon, the deputy captain said, turning to his adjutant. Recall everyone to their posts and make sure they stay in line. Anything else can be dealt with later. He knew his limitations. Even with all his experience, as a mid-level level 5 warrior, he was no match for her. After arranging to duel the captain the next day, Alicia turned to the deputy captain and, with a polite smile, said, if you'd be so kind as to escort me to the 3rd company in the Mecha Battalion. There was nothing else the deputy captain could do. If the captain couldn't stop her, he certainly couldn't either. so he dutifully led the young lady to the third company. Originally, Alicia had called ahead to the third company, notifying them of her arrival that day to give them a chance to test her limits, setting the stage for her to turn the tables and establish her authority. However, she hadn't expected her identity to be recognized even before she entered the camp gates, nor that the captain would delay her, preventing her from reaching the company at her intended time. Before Alicia even reached the third company's camp, she could see, from a distance, that all the soldiers had been ordered to line up, standing in formation as they awaited the inspection by their new commander. It was clear the deputy company commander already knew who she was. As Alicia walked closer, she noticed a subtle stir ripple through the 200-strong formation as they got a clear look at her face. The soldiers' expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. The deputy company commander approached, first saluting the deputy captain, then saluting Alicia. Regardless of whether he fully knew her background, Alicia's rank was higher than his, so he was obligated to salute her first. "This is Lieutenant Huad Alicia. She will be your new company commander," the deputy captain stated simply. Chapter 255, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. Alicia slightly spread her legs and clasped her hands behind her back, releasing her aura as she surveyed the more than 100 people below her. Minutes passed, yet she remained silent. The soldiers and officers below did not dare to speak, as the presence of the new commander and her deputy was overwhelming, suppressing any disrespectful thoughts they might have had. "You may think that I am too young and inexperienced to be your new captain. Indeed, I am young. I am only 19 years old and still a minor. But tell me, is there anyone in this regiment with a higher cultivation level than mine? I may be 19, but I am not only a mid-level 5th-tier warrior. Just that alone puts me ahead of the majority of you. However, my greatest strength lies in my cultivation as a telekinetic. At 19, I am already a late 6th-tier telekinetic. Is there anyone among you who can surpass me? If you are unconvinced, then feel free to challenge me. Who among you wants to step up and give it a try?" Alicia declared proudly. Silence fell over the crowd. Alicia used her telekinetic ability to scan the soldiers, getting a rough idea of how many could be swayed among them. The deputy captain's face turned pale. Unlike the other two squads, there were only about 20 individuals among the more than 100 soldiers who came from other fringe planets. The rest were locals from Topaz Star. These soldiers had previously obeyed their officers because the individuals trying to seize power here had not been particularly capable, allowing the officers to easily take control. But this young lady was different. She already had a great reputation on Topaz Star, and almost everyone knew her. Therefore, any attempts to undermine her privately would likely backfire. The deputy captain had been with these soldiers long enough to recognize that after learning their new captain was this young lady, their expressions had changed slightly, showing much less resistance. One could say that the moment this young lady stood on the stage, half of the efforts they had made over the previous years were rendered useless. Initially, the deputy captain had hoped that this young lady, who had just graduated from military school, was still inexperienced, thinking he could exploit her lack of experience to his advantage. However, as she stood on the platform, first using her presence to assert dominance, making everyone accept her as a strong leader from the bottom of their hearts, and then promoting her own excellence, it became clear that no one could dispute her. Even the deputy captain had gained self-awareness. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to match this young lady. "Now, do you accept me?" Alicia continued arrogantly. No one responded, and the venue remained silent. However, Alicia did not feel awkward, as she could sense the emotional fluctuations among the people. Their sense of rejection had diminished slightly, but without anyone to take the lead, no one dared to speak up. Alicia raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. "It seems that you all do not accept me. From now on, my deputy and I will challenge each of you one by one until we have convinced you." At this, the emotional fluctuations intensified. Who among them could possibly defeat this young lady and her two deputies? Even the mid-level 5th-tier warrior who had come with the deputy captain would likely not be able to win. Climbing onto the platform would only be asking for punishment. Especially the deputy captain. He immediately realized that he was the perfect target to establish authority. "Deputy captain, since you are the first to express your dissent, why don't you start?" Alicia said with a smile. "Come up to the platform. It will be a good warm-up match for me. I haven't fought anyone in a long time." The deputy captain's face turned red. This young lady was so straightforward and aggressive, but the problem was, he found himself in a difficult situation. He was certain he couldn't defeat this young lady, but under these circumstances, losing would mean losing his authority. On the other hand, if he backed down and refused to fight, he would only make his situation worse. Alicia's plan today was to exert dominance through strength, so when the deputy captain stepped onto the martial arts platform, she unhesitatingly drew the long sword from her back. The soldiers and officers in the front rows beneath the platform felt a chill run through them. The murderous aura radiating from the young lady was frightening, and the deputy captain's presence was completely suppressed. Although the beginning of the match made everyone tense, the actual process was rather uneventful. The The deputy captain couldn't last even 10 moves under the young lady's sword before he collapsed, covered in blood, and was taken to the treatment room by one of her deputies. Alicia wiped the blood off her sword and then looked at the officers and soldiers present, asking again, "Do you accept me, or does anyone else want to challenge me?" Pointing her sword at the officers below. Before she could say anything, one officer suddenly saluted and shouted, reporting to the captain, "I accept." As he spoke, the soldiers behind him followed suit, shouting, "I accept, I accept." Alicia turned to the leading officer, her expression cheerful, and asked in the language of Topaz Star, "What is your name and position?" "You are from Topaz Star, right?" Reporting, "Officer, my name is Yang Xiuxun, and I am a squad leader." "I am from Huang Yuxing," the officer replied, saluting her. Alicia's smile became warmer. "I am also from Topaz Star." Her words undoubtedly won her some favor, and after she said this, the way many soldiers looked at her changed. Alicia then asked again, "Do you accept me?" This time, at least 70 or 80 people responded affirmatively. Although Alicia wanted to assert her dominance through strength, she did not intend to humiliate anyone. Thus, having achieved her goal of setting an example, she waved her hand for everyone to stand at ease. "Do you know why I returned to Topaz Star? I could have stayed on the Imperial Capital Star, where I would have had a better future," Alicia said, her expression serious. Everyone was not foolish. The young lady's appearance had been too sudden, and they hadn't had time to consider this issue. Now that she mentioned it, they began to understand, and their expressions grew serious as well. "It's because I know that Alicia will be the first planet to be reached by aliens, and this planet will face tremendous danger. I grew up on this planet, and I returned because I want to do my utmost to defend our homeland with all of you. I am not here to vie for power with certain individuals. Our time is limited, and I do not want to waste it on petty schemes and rivalries. Therefore, I need your absolute obedience so that I can provide you with the best training and help you become stronger as quickly as possible. Although I am young, I'm not untrained. I graduated from the first military academy of Xiuanku, and I was in the elite class. Do you know what that represents? I know that many of you rely on others, but you need to understand who I am. I am not only a direct descendant of the Huada family from the Imperial Capital Star, but I am also a level 6 mecha craftsman. Do you understand what that means? Do you really believe that the people you depend on can provide you with anything comparable to what I can offer, and lead you to defend our country as best as possible in that upcoming war?" After saying this, Alicia stood on the platform and fixed her gaze on the more than 100 people below for a full 10 minutes until the deputy captain who had gone to the treatment room returned. "It is now noon. Let's take a 1-hour break. In the afternoon, when you line up, you will make a choice. Those willing to follow me, step to the right. Those unwilling, step to the left and continue with your deputy captain. If you truly believe he can lead you to achieve glorious victories in the future wars," Alicia said, glancing at the deputy captain. The deputy captain's face turned red. He had completely lost face in that last match. He initially thought his cultivation level would allow him to hold out for a while, but he didn't even last through 10 moves. What could he possibly use to fight against such a strong adversary with both a powerful background and formidable strength? "Deputy Captain, do you know that soldiers like you, who have been forged in the military, often have much higher combat abilities than their cultivation levels suggest? If you were one of my direct subordinates, I could make you a level 6 warrior in 2 years, Alicia said with a smile. Half a year ago, Dr. Paul had finally released a new potion specifically designed to assist in advancement. There were actually many people in the military who could benefit from this type of potion, so even though it was extremely expensive and in short supply, it remained in high demand. However, who is Alicia? She didn't even need to take action herself. Once the date for her return to Topaz Star was set, Ibrahim had gotten 50 doses from his brother for her and even said to let him know if that wasn't enough. In the face of an imminent interstellar war, the deputy captain understood what it meant to be a level 6 warrior, and when Alicia dropped that bombshell, his expression immediately changed. After dismissing everyone, Alicia went to her exclusive office with her 2 deputies and 4 attendants. Deputy Ma had already come over earlier to clean the office and redecorate it. He had discovered some good items here that the previous occupants hadn't anticipated. They had underestimated the importance of the new arrival, wasting their credit coins. As soon as they entered the office and everyone was seated, Sheila couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Lieutenant, you were so cool just now. You had such a queenly aura that it left those people stunned. I've never seen a lieutenant like that before." Tamaki Kazuya chimed in, supporting his girlfriend's words. "We are new here, and it will take a long time to untangle the complex relationships between them, so why waste that time? Besides, arguing with those people only lowers my own status. I have power and influence, so why shouldn't I use it to assert myself? Even the regiment commander is helpless against me," Alicia said casually. "Lieutenant, that was a great move." Deputy Ma nodded in approval. "By combining both kindness and authority, you've managed to win over a large portion of the people. Once we start training, Those who refuse to follow and side with the deputy captain will soon regret it. That last sentence from the lieutenant even swayed the deputy captain. Deputy Tong said lightly, "It's not just soldiers. Even ambitious practitioners want to become stronger. The difference between a level 5 and a level 6 warrior isn't just about ability. It can add 40 or 50 years to one's lifespan. Moreover, with an interstellar war looming, the stronger you are, the more likely you are to survive." Alicia made a gesture to silence them, as she sensed the deputy captain approaching her office. When his request for an audience came from the doorway, a smile appeared on her lips. The deputy captain asked to speak with Alicia privately, so no one else knew what he said to her. By the afternoon, without even needing Alicia to say anything, the deputy captain led the entire company in saluting her, and everyone realized that he had gone to seek her allegiance at noon. With such quick results, Alicia no longer had the air of uncertainty she had in the morning. She said seriously, "If you truly wish to follow me, then be prepared to grit your teeth and endure the upcoming training. The reason my 4 companions and I have achieved such high accomplishments at such a young age is not just due to our exceptional cultivation potential. It is more importantly due to the training we have received. The intensity of our daily training in military school was several times stronger than what you have experienced before. Starting tomorrow, I will train you using the same rigorous methods." After saying these words, Alicia motioned for the deputy captain and the 3 platoon leaders, along with 9 squad leaders, to leave, preparing to renovate their training grounds. In Alicia's space device, there were complete sets of training equipment. This advanced training equipment was only available to a few powerful military legions. In this small place called Topaz Star, only Lin Chengfeng's elite guard had it, which was a gift from the Crown Prince to Lin Chengfeng. With their leader gone, Alicia ordered Deputy Ma to have the soldiers run laps. Despite being nominally a civilian officer and a special staff member of the military, Deputy Ma, with his status as a level 6 late-stage warrior, commanded respect as soon as he stepped onto the platform, and no one dared to disobey him. 2 hours later, as they looked at the completely transformed indoor and outdoor training grounds, not only the platoon leaders and squad leaders but even the deputy captain felt deeply moved. This set of training equipment was personally funded by our Lieutenant Huada and brought from the Imperial Army headquarters. It cost the lieutenant nearly 10 million credit coins. Only the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th armies have 1 or 2 sets. "Do you know how lucky you are to be following her? There are plenty of benefits ahead," said Sheila. The deputy captain and the others now understood a bit about their followers' identities and realized that this young lady was also an elite scion from a prestigious family on Imperial Capital Star. With such a prodigious talent voluntarily choosing to follow her, they surely believed that being with her would lead to a bright future. Thinking this way, they felt fortunate, knowing that with her identity and abilities, she wouldn't stay in this position for too long. As the first batch of subordinates to join the young lady after she entered the military, if they performed well in the future, they might become her elite guard. In the office of the regiment commander, he was fuming. In just half a day, they've all turned to that woman. All that effort was for nothing. The deputy commander wore a serious expression, but he felt little emotional fluctuation inside because he had already anticipated this outcome. It wasn't just a small deputy commander. Even the regiment commander would struggle to hold on much longer if he didn't take action. However, the regiment commander's daughter was married to a side branch of the Beery family, and he had a good relationship with the 7th Army. It would be difficult to persuade him to switch his allegiance to the young lady, but the young lady clearly had ulterior motives. The more the deputy commander thought about it, the more troubled he became, so he suggested, "Why don't you report to higher-ups and see if there's a way to suppress that young lady?" The regiment commander paused and let out a long sigh. "Do you think I don't want to? You don't understand their own situation." "Forget it. I'll ask. After all, we will have to inform them about the young lady's arrival sooner or later." The regiment commander sent out the information, and half an hour later, he received a response. However, after reading the message, his already gloomy face darkened further with anger. "What did they say?" The deputy commander felt an uneasy sensation. "They want us to eliminate that young lady." Chapter 256. Ordered to kill her. Hearing that the 7th Army wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the young lady, the deputy commander wasn't surprised by their decision. The 7th Army had always been intolerant of opposition. If Lin Chengfeng hadn't aligned himself with the Crown Prince and relied on his powerful protection, he would have lost his life long ago. However, us? They're not sending their own people? The deputy commander asked anxiously. "They're ordering us to handle it ourselves," the commander said, his face clouded with frustration. "No way, Commander. There's no way we can do it ourselves. That's just sending us to our deaths." The deputy commander exclaimed in shock, firmly opposing the idea. Since Lin Chengfeng had taken power and solidified his position, they'd lost almost all their local support on Topaz Star. If the 7th Army wouldn't send anyone, they'd have to rely solely on their own resources for any action. But with the limited forces they had, even a desperate fight wouldn't guarantee they could harm the young lady, let alone kill her without leaving a trace. They'd allied with the 7th Army to gain more benefits, not to throw their lives away. So, What should we do? The commander asked, rubbing his temples in frustration. The sudden arrival of this young lady was challenging his authority on his own turf. He was a commander, yet he couldn't do anything about a mere lieutenant. How could he tolerate such a powerful adversary here? But he had yet to find a way to get rid of her, and by 7 a.m. tomorrow, he'd have to face her in a challenge. If he lost, his position would soon be in jeopardy. The young lady challenged the 3rd Company's deputy commander today. Is she really that formidable? Defeating him in under 10 moves? Could he have been cooperating with her to put on a show? The commander asked darkly. I saw it with my own eyes. Her swordsmanship is exceptional. The deputy commander didn't even have a chance to retaliate. The deputy commander replied. He left out the fact that she had set an example of the deputy commander the moment she arrived. Without even exchanging words with him, there was no chance he was cooperating with her. Besides, her skill level was so high that she didn't need anyone's cooperation to make her point. The commander understood the deputy's implication but was still furious. The guy didn't last even a day after getting beaten. He immediately pledged loyalty to her. With the young lady's generous display of power and influence, it was only a matter of time before the deputy commander would have been left powerless. Even without defecting, she was, after all, the official company commander. Her soldiers were obligated to follow her orders. The challenge tomorrow might be an opportunity. Commander, do you have any ideas? The deputy commander suggested. The commander looked up at him, and the deputy lowered his voice. Commander, don't you have that type of poison? Could it be administered discreetly? We don't need to kill her, just slow her down. If the poison took effect, the commander could then accidentally kill the young lady in the fight. Although military rules prohibited fatal injuries in such matches, accidents could happen in the heat of combat. A slight loss of control could lead to a misstep. Even if he faced consequences for the accident, the 7th Army's backing would protect him. With their support, Lin Chengfeng would be forced to cooperate publicly. At most, the commander would be put under temporary detention or lose some salary, likely without even a demotion. Since the young lady was challenging a superior officer, disciplinary action in these cases was typically light. However, there was also a possibility that Lin Chengfeng or officials from the capital could intervene, resulting in the commander being stripped of his rank for intentional murder and even imprisoned. The most troublesome part, however, would likely be dealing with retaliation from the Huada family afterward. They weren't sure how much value the Huada family placed on this young lady, who had only recently returned to them, making it difficult to gauge their reaction. If the Huada family sought revenge, could the Beery family shield the commander? And then there was the 2nd prince. What might he do if his fiancée was harmed? The deputy commander suddenly realized he hadn't yet told the commander that this young lady was actually the 2nd prince's fiancée. After a moment's thought, he decided to keep that information to himself. At least for now, he worried that if he revealed this detail, the commander might lose any remaining resolve to act against her. If the commander refused to confront her, it would only complicate matters further. Commander, think this through carefully, and discuss it with the 7th Army. If things succeed, can they protect you from any backlash from the capital? The deputy commander suggested before leaving, hoping his words would guide the commander's decision. The commander glanced at his deputy, who had always played the role of his advisor, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. As a rule, stationed soldiers were required to live in the barracks except during leave, to ensure participation in daily training. In this world's military barracks, the separation between male and female quarters was quite strict, and any misconduct involving relationships was severely punished. Consequently, men's and women's barracks were generally in separate buildings. As a lieutenant, Alicia was assigned a private suite, whereas Sheila only had a single room. Though the difference in accommodations was notable, both were content to have a safe, private space, enough for them to access their gaming pods at night. They weren't picky. While Alicia and Sheila were housed in the same building, Alicia's room was on the 7th floor, and Sheila's on the 3rd, clearly an attempt to separate them. Military rules were strict, and Alicia couldn't keep her 2 lieutenant guards constantly by her side. Vice Lieutenants Tong and Ma, as well as Damaki Kezia, were assigned to other buildings within the male soldiers' quarters, deliberately dispersing the group so they couldn't quickly assist each other in case of danger. Fortunately, the person of utmost importance, Alicia, was highly trained and also a psychic. As long as she remained cautious, no one in the 1st Regiment could harm her. Otherwise, her safety in this generally unfriendly environment would be a major concern. This building housed only female soldiers and officers, and the number of women was low, with most appearing to be administrative personnel. According to Vice Lieutenant Tong's findings, the highest-ranked female soldier here was only at the late stage of level 4. Not only would they be unable to confront Alicia, but even Sheila would be out of their reach. When Alicia and her group headed upstairs, they encountered a few female soldiers, all of whom looked at them coldly, without a hint of friendliness. Whatever their superiors had told them had clearly shaped their attitudes. Alicia and Sheila had no intention of trying to make friends with Alicia's higher rank and Sheila's rank as a sergeant. These women were required to salute them upon encountering them, perhaps because the logistics department already knew Alicia's true identity. No further tricks were attempted. When Vice Lieutenant Ma checked Alicia and Sheila's rooms, he found nothing unusual inside, unlike the suspicious items previously discovered in the office. That night, Ibrahim only had a brief conversation with Alicia. The poor young man had just confirmed his relationship with his love the previous day and was eagerly looking forward to sweet nightly chats. However, he had a mission tonight. He couldn't even sleep, let alone enter the war realm, so he reluctantly sneaked in a quick video call to Alicia. Alicia felt a little disappointed too, but for those like them, with pressing responsibilities, they had long learned not to let personal feelings interfere with their routines. In fact, given the uncertain safety of her current environment, Alicia didn't dare enter her gaming pod at all. Even when sleeping, she remained on high alert, careful not to fall into a deep sleep. Fortunately, she and her team had been trained for such conditions, so in the short term, this wouldn't impact her health too significantly, although prolonged vigilance would undoubtedly take a toll. Alicia estimated that if anyone had plans against her, they wouldn't act on their first night there, when her team was most vigilant. Sure enough, her prediction was correct, and the night passed without incident. Early the next morning, upon arriving at the camp, Alicia observed the soldiers of the 3rd Company. Each one looked energetic and enthusiastic, likely motivated by seeing the new training facilities yesterday and realizing that following her could truly lead them somewhere promising. Alicia didn't mention training that morning, as she was preparing to challenge the regiment commander and couldn't yet focus on scheduling the sessions. Instead, she instructed the vice commander to lead the soldiers on an hour-long run, then to gather them to watch the match once the challenge began. "Miss, please be careful," advised Vice Lieutenant Tong. "The commander won't tolerate you establishing yourself within the regiment, and the Beery family will surely seize any chance to take your life." Alicia nodded. She knew well that, with her return to Topaz Star, the Beery family's first response would likely be to want her dead. When she was on Imperial Star, it was obvious from the attitude of the Beery family members that they believed Alicia was the reason the second prince had a change of heart. In their minds, if Alicia hadn't appeared, the second prince would have undoubtedly fallen for Brittany Beery. According to the Beery family's thinking, without Alicia in the way, Brittany Beery would surely be able to win over the second prince. "The Beery family is struggling to protect themselves lately," Alicia said. "The 7th Army likely doesn't have the resources to come after me for now because Ibrahim rejected Brittany Beery, and since the Beery family sensed that the first and second princes were planning to undermine the 7th Army and take control, they attempted to eliminate the second prince to disrupt the alliance between the two princes. Their plan backfired, however, and they ended up in serious trouble, inadvertently providing the princes with incriminating evidence against them. Now, the Beery family likely hates Alicia even more, thinking that if not for her, the second prince would not be targeting them, forcing them into a desperate situation. Yesterday, while Alicia and Ibrahim spent time together in close company, though it was agonizing for the prince, Alicia still managed to ask everything she needed to know, gaining a basic understanding of the assassination attempt against him. Alicia suspected that Ibrahim had deliberately chosen her return route to Topaz Star to leave her vulnerability as bait, luring the Beery family to make a move against him. His plan was likely to use this incident as a reason to confront the 7th Army, effectively hitting two birds with one stone, restraining the 7th Army while also giving Alicia the chance to firmly establish herself in the 1st Regiment. "Miss, your abilities far surpass the regiment commander's. He has little chance of winning," advised Vice Lieutenant Tong. "There's a good chance they might pressure him to use underhanded tactics during the duel, so be cautious of any tricks he may attempt. Do you have any guesses about what methods they might use to try to sabotage me?" Alicia asked the group. "An ambush with firearms?" Panchelu suggested immediately. Since firearms are forbidden in the duel, an ambush with firearms would indeed be the easiest way to pull off an attack. "We definitely need to guard against that possibility. Being struck by firearms at close range could be fatal." "Miss, please be cautious about this." Vice Lieutenant Ma nodded. "In a public setting, the regiment commander would have to be desperate to attempt such a thing against our lieutenant," added Vice Lieutenant Tong. "That would constitute premeditated murder, and a military court would likely sentence him to death. He's more likely to resort to subtle schemes, tampering with the arena." Tamaki Casey mused. "Since this is their home ground and we're new here, it would be easy for them to set up traps in the arena." "What sort of traps could they use?" wondered Sheila. "Hidden mechanisms," Panchelu quickly replied. Alicia shot him an approving glance. He had a sharp mind. "Poisonous substances," Sheila added, as the idea occurred to her. Both Vice Lieutenants Ma and Tong nodded, clearly having considered that possibility as well. "That's the hardest one to defend against," Tamaki Casey remarked, furrowing his brow. "This world has so many toxins that even high-level pharmacologists can't always detect them. Does anyone here have more experience in that area?" Alicia, however, was unconcerned. Ibn Adam had borrowed plenty of antidotes from Dr. Paul for her, including many that could neutralize a wide range of toxins. 10 minutes early, Alicia and her team arrived at the arena. By then, the primary and vice commanders of the Mecha Battalion were already present. These two had been on assignment yesterday and absent from the camp, only just returning from their trip. Chapter 257, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey. To outsiders, it looked as if Alicia was overpowering the commander, who seemed to struggle with dodging her attacks, leading everyone to believe the commander was at a disadvantage. In reality, the situation on the field wasn't as simple as it seemed. The commander's level was only at the early stages of level 6, 2 minor levels below Alicia's, giving her a definite advantage in rank. However, the commander had over a century of experience and a solid foundation, with a combat capability that couldn't be easily matched by someone like Alicia, whose skills were fast-tracked. Though the commander was indeed being held back from attacking by Alicia, she wasn't able to defeat him quickly, creating a stalemate. After half an hour of this back and forth, the commander's defense held strong, and Alicia still couldn't break through it. Since she was the one pressing the attack, her mental energy was being consumed much faster than the commander's stamina. At this rate, things weren't looking favorable for her. Just as Alicia was preparing to increase her attacks to decisively defeat the commander, his fighting style suddenly changed. His initially defensive approach turned into a reckless offense, with one bold slash after another, displaying a fierce determination to take both of them down if necessary. Alicia's instincts warned her that something was off. She had chosen to use a long whip today for 2 reasons. First, she didn't want to draw blood while she could defeat her superior. Seriously injuring him would look bad. Second, she wanted to avoid close-quarters combat, fearing he might have tampered with his weapon. Now, seeing the commander's all-out assault, Alicia knew something wasn't right. She became especially cautious, determined not to let him land a blow. To the spectators below, the situation on the field suddenly reversed. It now appeared that the commander was on the offensive, launching fierce attacks while the young lady dodged and weaved, her situation looking perilous. Both Vice Officer Ma and Vice Officer Tong had noticed something off about the commander early on, and they were on high alert, ready to intervene at a moment's notice if things took a turn for the worse. For them, the safety of the young lady was their top priority. As long as she was unharmed, they could always make up for any losses later. However, Tamaki Kezia and Sheila, along with the other two, didn't pick up on this. They were quite familiar with Alicia's combat style and could tell that, despite how dangerous her situation seemed, each of her evasions was effortless, and she still had plenty of energy left. She wasn't merely coping under pressure, so they didn't feel overly anxious. Only the members of the Mecha Battalion's 3rd Company showed signs of tension, while those from the Garrison Battalion, who were leaning towards the commander, wore looks of satisfaction. The vice commander was particularly fixated on the commander's blade, wishing fervently for the next strike to draw blood from the young lady. As a mid to high-level telekinesis user, Alicia had exceptionally sharp perception. Although the commander's attacks were fierce, she could sense their direction as soon as he launched them, allowing her to evade effortlessly. It was as if she had a premonition, which made the evasion seem easy. Just like before, when everyone thought Alicia was in control, the tables had turned, and now it seemed the commander had the advantage. In reality, he found himself in a difficult position. This back and forth was exhausting the commander physically, so Alicia decided not to strike back, opting instead to drag out the battle and wear down his stamina. Gradually, many spectators began to see through the pattern, and they exchanged glances in disbelief. This back and forth of attacks and dodges had created an equilibrium, leading them to suspect that they could watch for another half hour without a clear outcome. The audience was almost desperate for a real fight, hoping for genuine weapons to clash. While this was tense, it simply wasn't thrilling enough. Unnoticed by anyone, Alicia's evasions were actually part of a plan. She used the opportunity of dodging to gradually retreat without leaving a trace, eventually finding herself at the edge of the arena. When the commander lunged forward again, bringing his large blade down toward Alicia's shoulder, she suddenly stopped retreating. Instead, she executed a swift sideways spin, maneuvering to the commander's right side, and wrapped her long whip around his thick waist. The commander hurriedly swung his large blade to cut the whip, but Alicia gave a strong flick, sending the commander's hefty body flying forward by 5 or 6 meters. The whip slipped free from his waist, and the commander fell directly off the arena. While everyone had been watching the commander attack fiercely, with Alicia forced to dodge, the outcome shifted in an instant. The unexpected turn left the entire arena in stunned silence. Most of the forces in the Garrison Battalion were aligned with the commander, so they couldn't cheer for Alicia's victory. Although the members of the Mecha Battalion's 3rd Company now supported her, they dared not openly cheer for her, as doing so would be a direct slap in the commander's face. After all, the commander was their immediate superior, and while Alicia was unafraid of him, the commander could easily assert his authority over them. The commander wasn't injured, although he had fallen off the arena. He landed on his feet and maintained his composure, so he didn't look disheveled at all. Alicia saluted the commander, who wore a complex expression, and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Then she saluted the two commanders of the Mecha Battalion, said her goodbyes, and straightforwardly led her team from the 3rd Company away, not taking the opportunity to further humiliate the commander or mention the two remaining challenges. Alicia felt that she had made a name for herself in the garrison battalion, achieving the goal she had been striving for. She didn't want to come across as overly assertive or disrespectful, as that could backfire on her. The members of the 3rd Company remained silent on their way back from the arena, but once they returned to their camp, they couldn't help but start quietly discussing amongst themselves, their gazes toward Alicia filled with admiration. Unlike the lengthy speeches she had given the day before, Alicia kept it short and to the point. She had said what needed to be said and temporarily gained their respect. She then directly announced the start of the training session. Alicia first divided the original members of the 3rd Company into 4 groups based on their cultivation levels. The warriors above level 5 trained under Damarki Kezia. There were only 15 soldiers and officers at this level, making the 3rd Company the one with the fewest level 5 warriors in the Mecha Battalion, while the 1st and 2nd Companies together had over 40 level 5 warriors. The soldiers at the late stage of level 4 trained under Sheila. There were a significant number in this group, totaling 23, and they would be the first batch of key trainees for Alicia. The remaining soldiers were at the mid and early stages of level 4, totaling 80 in number. Alicia divided these 80 soldiers into 2 teams, led by Panchialu and Marcus Wright, respectively. Alicia said to the vice company commander, "You've been stuck at the mid-level for a long time, haven't you? You should train with 2nd Lieutenant Kezia first to see what your limits are. Once we have the data, I will formulate a targeted training plan for you." Not only did Alicia efficiently help him resolve his previous issues, but she also defeated the commander of Topaz Star Army, who ranked among the top 10 in strength. The vice company commander was now completely convinced by her abilities. Having witnessed the extraordinary talent of Alicia, the vice company commander didn't dare to underestimate Tamaki Kezia, who was just coming of age and already had the same level of cultivation and rank as him. Therefore, he was willing to train alongside this young man without any complaints. After everyone from the 3rd Company went off to train, only Alicia and her 2 aides remained. Officer Tong made a gesture indicating that they needed to have a private discussion. The 3 of them returned to Alicia's office and activated the soundproofing device to talk. "Miss, did that commander smear something on his big knife?" Officer Ma said fiercely. He had been wanting to ask this for a long time but had held back due to the situation. Despite not being able to do anything openly, he had plenty of ways to discreetly deal with that commander if he dared to act recklessly in front of them. "It looked that way at the time, but my instincts felt something was off," Alicia said as she carefully recalled the situation. "That commander's offensive was one where he was willing to get hurt just to injure me. In such a reckless situation, he should have been very anxious, mixed with a bit of fear or agitation. Given my background, he wouldn't dare to ambush me without any burden. However, I didn't sense any of those negative emotions from him. Instead, it felt like he was putting on a show. It seemed that what he did wasn't to hurt me but to perform for certain people. So I believe his big knife wasn't smeared with anything." Alicia analyzed her feelings from that moment. Officer Tong nodded. The vice commander's expression was very strange. When that commander was fiercely attacking you, he seemed very excited, as if he couldn't wait for the commander to eliminate you. After the commander failed, the vice commander looked completely disappointed, his cold gaze fixed on the commander, as if he had developed suspicions about him. "That definitely doesn't seem like the expression of a subordinate." Alicia's expression grew serious. She carefully recalled her conversation with the vice commander yesterday and seemed to have a realization. The vice commander may be the most loyal lapdog of the 7th Army. Officer Tong agreed. Interestingly, that commander seemed to be the one at a disadvantage. Given his cultivation level, you shouldn't have been able to defeat him so quickly. It was his reckless fighting style, with numerous flaws, that allowed you to seize the opportunity. Did you notice that after his defeat, although his expression was dark, he showed no anger, hatred, or frustration? That's not a normal reaction. Alicia nodded. "I noticed that too. This is also one of the reasons why I suspect that the commander didn't smear anything on the road. From now on, we need to pay more attention to those 2 commanders. If what we suspect is true, things will be much easier to handle." Officer Ma said thoughtfully. "What do you think about the 2 commanders from the Mecha Battalion?" Officer Tong brought up the other 2 individuals. "I feel like those 2 are just fringe figures. They don't seem to be particularly close to the 2 commanders. Yesterday, they made a point to stay away, probably because they didn't want to get involved in the competition for the commander of the 3rd Battalion, which they likely couldn't control in the past. Moreover, the vice commander yesterday brought us directly to the 3rd Battalion without mentioning anything to the 2 battalion commanders," Alicia said, not having had much time to observe the 2, but simply voicing her doubts. "They've been closely watching you. When they saw you defeat the commander." A glimmer of light flashed in the vice commander's eyes. Officer Tong shared his observations. "So, these 2 battalion commanders don't belong to the commander's faction, and the 1st Battalion isn't united," Officer Ma analyzed. They might not belong to the 7th Army's faction, but that doesn't mean they're aligned with Uncle Lin either. Uncle Lin has a weak grip on the 1st Battalion, and the position of the 1st Battalion commander is not low, Alicia explained. Officer Tong nodded and said, those two commanders should be more complex than we see on the surface. However, there's still too little evidence right now. These are just our guesses based on our brief encounter. It's enough for you to be aware of it, but don't rush to conclusions. We need to observe and probe carefully before making a final decision. Alicia had deeply experienced the extraordinary talent that her uncle provided and, often advised by officers Tong and Ma on how to conduct herself, she understood this well and expressed her awareness. Once we train those soldiers from the 3rd Battalion and get some results, we should be able to figure out a few things, Officer Ma said. In the next few days, you two should focus on gathering the physical data of these soldiers. This way, we can identify those who are most likely to break through immediately and make a strong impression on the 1st Battalion, Alicia instructed. Each battalion is not located in the same place, but the soldiers' dormitories are in one area. After 10 years of service, everyone is already quite familiar with each other. That evening, the soldiers from the other two companies of the Mecha Battalion returned to their dormitories at the usual time and noticed that no one from the 3rd company had come back. The soldiers from the other two companies couldn't help but gossip about the match between the new commander of the 3rd company and the battalion commander that day. After an hour, the soldiers realized that the 3rd company soldiers still hadn't returned, prompting more speculation among them. The new commander is so capable. Those people in the 3rd company were discussing how to make things difficult for him the other day. They probably plotted against him and ended up getting punished instead, said one soldier who enjoyed reveling in others' misfortune. By now, everyone in the 1st Battalion knew that the newly appointed commander of the Mecha Battalion's 3rd company belonged to Topaz Star. The young lady, living up to her reputation as a genius, had actually defeated the battalion commander, who was originally the highest ranking in the 1st Battalion. Now, who would dare to underestimate her? Not necessarily. They might still be training and haven't been able to come back yet. Didn't you hear those people from the 3rd company saying that the young lady brought back a set of training equipment from the Imperial Capital Star? I heard it cost 10 million credit coins, and she paid for it herself. What a bargain for the 3rd company, remarked another soldier, envious and jealous. Not only that, our young lady graduated from the Xuangu Military Academy. She definitely knows some special training methods. Just wait and see, the cultivation levels of those in the 3rd company will surely skyrocket. It was obvious this soldier was a local from Topaz Star and had a good impression of Alicia. Your young lady? She's the daughter of a noble family from the Imperial Capital Star. Not just any young lady from Topaz Star. She is our young lady. The people of Topaz Star recognize her as such. After she left Topaz Star, she didn't forget her roots and did so much for us. We're all very grateful to her. No matter what her background is, in our hearts, she is our young lady. Right, the young lady has greatly improved our family's lives. She never forgets her roots, and we just really like her. Most of the soldiers from Topaz Star felt this way to varying degrees. The soldiers from other planets, after hearing enough about how good this young lady was to Topaz Star people, couldn't help but feel admiration and jealousy toward Topaz Star people's fortune, which in turn improved their impression of Alicia. No one would truly dislike someone who is grateful and remembers those who helped them, especially if that person is a beautiful and highly capable young woman. That night, the soldiers of the 3rd company returned a full 3 hours later than usual. They looked quite unwell, struggling to walk and supporting each other as they made their way back. Chapter 258, Training and Cultivation. Wow, what did you guys in the 3rd company do? Why does everyone look so terrible? Someone outside asked in astonishment. When the soldiers heard that the members of the 3rd company had finally returned and looked very miserable, the soldiers from the 1st and 2nd companies, who loved to watch the fun, rushed out of their dormitories to see what was happening. The onlookers were surprised to see that the soldiers from the 3rd company were supporting each other as they returned, their steps weak and shaky, almost unable to walk. The other soldiers watching couldn't help but wonder what the 3rd company had been doing. Had they done something or had something been done to them? Everyone looked as if they had been severely beaten. However, as they stepped into the light and took a closer look, they noticed that although the soldiers appeared exhausted and disheveled, there were no visible injuries on their faces or hands. Unlike someone who had been abused. Brothers, what did you do? Why are you all so worn out? Someone asked first. Did you go through some intense physical training? Came another voice, barely hiding its glee. Did your new commander give you a tough time? Asked someone sympathetically. Wow, that's pretty harsh, said another, who seemed sympathetic but was actually reveling in their misfortune. No, we trained hard and ended up like this, replied a squad leader from the 3rd company. This squad leader was the highest ranking soldier in the 3rd company, so he wasn't too exhausted to speak. What kind of training lasts this late to allow you back? According to the rules, our training shouldn't be this strenuous. Your new commander isn't trying to make things difficult for you, is he? Someone asked with malice. That's not too much. Another squad leader couldn't help but refute. Our lady said that the training tasks she had at the Xuangu 1st Military Academy were even more intense than this. Our usual training volume isn't enough, so it's not easy to advance in our cultivation. You don't know. The 4 graduates from the Xuangu 1st Military Academy that the lady brought with her have been leading us through these drills from start to finish. When we were dismissed just now, they didn't even break a sweat, while we're exhausted like dogs, the first squad leader said, clearly annoyed by the malicious remarks. Is it that the training methods used by the lady and her team are different from our previous ones? Asked someone who was simply curious and a bit in awe, clearly a local from Topaz Star. We're using different training equipment, so the training methods must be different too. According to our leader, what we're doing now is just basic training to gather comprehensive data about our bodies. In a couple of days, the lady and her team will tailor a training regimen for each of us based on our data. That's when the real exhaustion will kick in. The idea of customized training methods represented significant advantages, and even the locals from the remote planet understood this. As a result, the soldiers from the 1st and 2nd companies looked at the members of the 3rd company with various expressions of envy and jealousy. Even though the soldiers from the 3rd company were all worn out, seeing those envious gazes invigorated them. They felt a mix of satisfaction and bitterness. If they weren't so tired, they would definitely celebrate their accomplishments. However, thinking about the training scheduled for tomorrow, the soldiers from the 3rd company didn't dare to linger. As soon as they entered the barracks, they climbed into bed to rest, knowing that if they could just hang in there would be plenty of time for boasting later. Before long, the barracks of the 3rd company fell silent, no longer filled with the sounds of chatter and laughter. Seeing this scene, some soldiers from the other companies returned with a sense of disappointment. Early the next morning, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd companies woke up at their usual time. However, since they had gone to bed late the previous night, each of them felt a bit lazy and sluggish. As they left their dormitory and prepared to head to their respective companies' training grounds, they unexpectedly encountered the soldiers from the 3rd company, who were jogging in formation toward them. Leading the group was a black-haired girl, not yet 20 years old, with an elegant and extraordinary appearance. Everyone was familiar with this girl. Upon seeing her, they immediately recognized her as the lady of the house. Just looking at her, no one would have expected her to be so exceptional. Behind the lady, the soldiers of the 3rd company were divided into 4 squads, each led by a teenage boy. The boys and girls leading the 1st and 2nd squads were already 5th-level warriors, while the other 2 squads consisted of soldiers in the late 4th level. As the lady led her team past the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd companies, they could clearly sense that the lady and the 4 leading boys and girls were breathing steadily, while every soldier in the 3rd company was panting heavily. The contrast was very obvious. Watching the retreating figures of the 3rd company, someone remarked, "The Xuangu 1st Military Academy truly deserves to be the top military academy of Argus Empire. Not only is the lady outstanding, but even these 4 recent graduates would be top-tier talents anywhere. The soldiers from the 3rd company have already been out for 2 hours." Someone else added, "They had been running for over an hour." No wonder the soldiers from the 3rd company looked so exhausted. However, the difference was striking. They had already started training so early, while the 1st and 2nd companies were still ambling along. Suddenly, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd companies felt that they were being too lax and hurried to pick up the pace. "Look at what you all look like." The captain of the 1st company arrived early today and, upon seeing his soldiers, angrily began to scold them. The soldiers from the 3rd company have each been running with gravity rings on their arms and legs, already circling the base twice, while you've only just arrived. The soldiers of the 1st company felt very wronged, but they couldn't say anything. This time wasn't set by them, it had always been a regulation. If the captain had an issue, he should be venting his anger on the battalion commander or the regiment commander instead. "Starting tomorrow, your training time will be moved up by 2 hours. The captain of the 1st company ordered in the end. Although they wanted to protest, thinking back to how they felt when they saw the 3rd company's retreating figures, the soldiers of the 1st company swallowed their objections. They couldn't afford to fall too far behind. They were afraid of being left behind. The same speech and decision also happened in the 2nd company. On the 3rd day, the 2 battalion commanders of the Mesh Battalion, along with their adjutants, heard reports from their adjutants about the activities of the 3 companies over the past 2 days. The battalion commander said with satisfaction, "This lady really is capable. She's managed to boost the morale of our Mesh Battalion in no time." "Very good. Luckily, we were smart enough to hold off and not go against her as the regiment commander suggested." The deputy battalion commander nodded in agreement. "Since the lady has made such a significant investment in equipment and potions, let's wait and see how the training goes. If it's really effective, we'll join in. We are her superiors, and we haven't made things difficult for her, so she shouldn't refuse us." "That's a good idea," the battalion commander agreed wholeheartedly. If Alicia had heard their conversation, she would have certainly wanted to ask them about their lack of shame. "How are things with the regiment commander?" The battalion commander asked his adjutant. After losing the match, the regiment commander has been staying in his office without making any moves. But the deputy commander has been stirring things up a bit, trying to incite others by saying that the lady is being too oppressive. The battalion commander's adjutant said, with her impressive background and high cultivation, that lady doesn't care about their petty tactics. On the surface, the regiment commander and his people probably wouldn't dare to target her, but behind the scenes, it's hard to say. They can't just hand over the 1st Brigade without a fight. The deputy battalion commander replied. Since the lady joined the Mesh battalion, not only the soldiers of the 3rd Company, but also those from the 1st and 2nd Companies no longer spent their evenings chatting casually as they used to. Every night, it was the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Companies who returned to the barracks exhausted first, followed a while later by the soldiers of the 3rd Company, who still leaned on each other as they came back. Now, all 3 companies trained for the same amount of time, but the soldiers of the 3rd Company appeared more fatigued every day. They were so tired that they had no energy left to talk. When soldiers from the other 2 companies tried to ask them about their training, they simply waved their hands and weakly said to talk later. In recent days, the entire Mesh battalion camp had been very quiet at night, yet, every morning, even before dawn, the camp began to come alive with activity. Days turned into 1, 2, 3, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The soldiers from the other 2 companies had initially looked forward to the lady causing some excitement, but they soon realized that aside from training day in and day out, there was nothing else happening, which left them somewhat disappointed. Although this lady is young, she truly has a steady demeanor. She hasn't left the company even once these past few days. If she doesn't make a move, we can't find an opportunity. It's said that she has some new potions developed by Dr. Paul, and she's been giving them to the 4th level soldiers. We all know that Dr. Paul's potions are not ordinary. This lady is quite generous with them. Commander, we can't let her keep winning people over like this. We need to come up with a plan, the deputy commander finally said, unable to hold back any longer. Although they did not have the ability to train their soldiers in this way, it didn't mean they couldn't see the potential consequences of continuing this type of training. If it were their own men, they would naturally be pleased to see their subordinates make progress. However, those soldiers had already fallen under the lady's influence. If the soldiers of the 3rd Company truly advanced significantly through this training, the lady's ability to win hearts would extend beyond just the 3rd Company of the Mesh battalion. At that point, the entire 1st Brigade would face issues, and their own troubles would become significant. Since the day the regiment commander lost the match to that lady, he had remained sullen, saying nothing and doing nothing. The deputy commander even began to suspect that the commander had been so affected by the defeat that he had become cowardly or had changed completely, showing none of his former ruthlessness. Hearing the deputy commander analyze that if things continued this way, it would be troublesome if that lady truly achieved any accomplishments, the commander finally lifted his head to look at the deputy commander and impatiently said, "Then think of a good plan. Worrying here is useless. It is said that the training schedule set by the lady is 10 days of training followed by 1 day of rest. Unlike our previous schedule of 5 days of training followed by 1 day of rest. If you do the math, tomorrow is the rest day for the 3rd Company. I wonder if the lady will return to Bailey City. From what I know, the Huada family has a villa on the 2nd Ring Road in Bailey City, and the lady stayed there when she first returned to Topaz Star, the deputy commander said suggestively. The commander, somewhat interested, replied, "Let's see how it goes tomorrow. Have someone gather more relevant information." Of course, Alicia would return to Bailey City. Even if she didn't want to, someone would urge her to go back because it was unsafe in the military camp. Both Adjutant Ma and Adjutant Tong decided that she should stay quietly in bed at night and not enter the holographic gaming pod. When Hebrew Adam learned about this matter, he fully agreed with the 2 adjutants' opinions. He only came to communicate via flight message mode each night. Although this mode gave a sense of closeness, as if the person was right there, it was still just a projection of light and shadow. The 2 of them could not be as intimate as they were in the battlefield. In the past few days, Alicia hadn't heard Hebrew Adam express any regrets. She thought she would be satisfied just being able to see him every day. Who knew that yesterday, Hebrew Adam suddenly told her that she must return to Bailey City to rest tomorrow and that she must enter the war world at night. Only then did Alicia realize he was waiting for her. After 10 consecutive days of special training, the soldiers of the 3rd Company had started to feel the benefits of the new training methods. Although they were exhausted every day, their progress was quite evident, and they could estimate how much further they would advance if they continued. Before this, the soldiers of the 3rd Company had no choice but to obey the lady due to various reasons, and they still had some thoughts in their hearts. However, just 10 days later, the entire 3rd Company was unanimously convinced and grateful. They felt so fortunate that the lady had directly parachuted into their company. Even the deputy company commander was no exception, since his cultivation had stagnated for decades. He understood better than anyone how much this training combined with the medication could help him improve. He was extremely grateful to have made the wise decision to ally himself with this lady. As Alicia prepared to return to Bailey City, Adjutant Ma, the one with the highest cultivation level, would definitely accompany her, as his primary responsibility was to protect her. Meanwhile, Adjutant Tong stayed back at the military camp because someone had to supervise the expensive training equipment. Adjutant Tong was highly skilled in handling affairs, saving Alicia a lot of trouble. Tamaki Kezia and Sheila, of course, were heading back to the Kezia family. Mr. Kezia hadn't left yet, so Tamaki Kezia naturally wanted to go back and see his father. However, before the hidden dangers were eliminated, it was actually unsafe for them to go out alone. Therefore, Alicia requested that they accompany her. As for Panchalu and Marcus Wright, they were very determined to stay behind and train. Coming from the bustling imperial capital Star, they were not particularly interested in Bailey City, even though they were commoners. Moreover, these two boys trained extremely hard. They were very afraid of falling too far behind Tamaki Kezia and Sheila. Since the leading youths were working so diligently, the 80 soldiers they led also trained with great dedication. The flying car that Huada's ancestor gave to Alicia was so expensive for a reason, one of which was its ability to change appearance. So, on the morning of the rest day, when Alicia's flying car flew out of the base, those who had been watching her exclaimed, "Our lady is truly simple and unadorned. She is willing to spend so much money on training equipment for us, yet she drives the most ordinary flying car on Topaz Star. Are you sure she's just driving the most ordinary flying car?" The deputy commander asked, somewhat incredulously. "Absolutely." The person on the other end of the communication affirmed confidently. "Commander, this is a fantastic opportunity." After ending the communication, the deputy commander excitedly asked. The commander thought for a moment before replying, "You can't use anything from inside the camp. If you have connections in the black market, you can use them. I'll cover any amount of credits needed." Although the deputy commander was a bit disappointed, using military personnel would have a higher success rate, he knew that such an approach would easily lead back to them. The commander's method would definitely not implicate them. After thinking it over, he nodded. "I'll contact them first. I can't confirm anything yet." The commander nodded in agreement. Chapter 259. Locked in. Naturally, Alicia was not powerful enough to monitor the commander and deputy commander's plans, so she was unaware of their schemes. However, even without guessing, she could deduce that the commander and deputy commander would not simply give up. They would certainly find a way to get rid of her, and might even follow the orders of the Beery family, attempting to have her eliminated. At this point, Alicia had firmly established her position in the military camp. Moreover, even the commander could not defeat her, so both Deputy Tong and Deputy Ma speculated that these people were likely reluctant to openly scheme against Alicia due to the influence of Commander Lin and the capital planet. They would most likely wait for an opportunity when Alicia returned to the city to eliminate the big bad boss of the base's 1st Regiment. Alicia decided to give them that opportunity. Perhaps the situation was not yet clear, as nothing had happened on the way, and Alicia safely arrived at the family's mansion in Bailey City. Sitting in the living room, Alicia finally felt herself relax. It was only then that she realized how tense she had been for the past 11 days in the military camp, constantly on edge. After eating and drinking, feeling uncomfortable with the wasted time, Alicia entered her jade pendant space for a solid round of cultivation before coming out. She then lay down in the custom game pod for the War Realm and did 2 hours of deep sleep before entering the War Realm at the scheduled time. Hebrew Adam had already logged in before her. As soon as Alicia entered, she saw the handsome blonde man with a mature aura standing in the guild hall. However, the handsome guy was not alone. He was accompanied by a beautiful young girl, who was looking at him with a pleading expression, appearing pitiful. It seemed that today Hebrew Adam wasn't having the best luck. Brittany Beery had logged in and was clinging to him again. Since Hebrew Adam was no longer the guild leader and Brittany Beery was an elite student from the 1st Military Academy of Xuangu, he had to show some respect as a senior, but more importantly, to avoid alarming anyone, Hebrew Adam endured and didn't kick Brittany Beery out of the guild, although his expression was clearly cold and impatient as he ignored her. Alicia smiled and watched Hebrew Adam with a frosty face. His attitude toward Brittany Beery one of clear indifference. Alicia remembered when she first met him, Hebrew Adam was exactly like this. At that time, she found his cold expression extremely annoying, but now, she thought his serious demeanor made him look particularly cool and handsome. As soon as Hebrew Adam saw Alicia, his cold expression softened instantly, and his eyes even filled with joy. He immediately shook off Brittany Beery and walked quickly towards Alicia, taking her hand and heading toward his lounge. "What are you doing? Hands off. What's with all the touching?" "Let go of my cousin." An angry shout came from behind them. Both of them knew immediately who it was without needing to turn around. Alicia looked back and, sure enough, Dean Acheson was walking over with an unhappy expression, seemingly intending to separate them. In the past, when Alicia had not yet decided her feelings, Hebrew Adam had no official position and had to endure. Now that their relationship was clear, Hebrew Adam would certainly not allow Dean Acheson to be an obstacle between him and Alicia. After all, he only had 10 days to be close to Alicia. There was no way he was going to let Dean Acheson ruin that. Alicia is my fiancée. If I can't hold her hand, who can? Hebrew Adam said firmly. Dean Acheson was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. When did you two get engaged? Why didn't I know about it? At that time, my father and older brother personally asked the ancestor of the Huada family for her hand. They made an agreement that if Alicia accepted me, she would be my fiancée, and now she is my legitimate fiancée, Hebrew Adam said loudly, wanting everyone in the guild hall to know that Alicia was the girl he liked, and everyone else was irrelevant. Dean Acheson was stunned into silence for a moment. I have important matters to discuss with your cousin. We'll talk later, Hebrew Adam said naturally as he pulled the young woman away. Dean Acheson snapped out of his shock and watched the two of them walk away, hesitating to speak. What could he say? He wasn't blind. When the second prince said that, and seeing his cousin smiling lightly without saying anything, it was clear she didn't oppose what the second prince said, so it must be true. In the past, Dean had been determined to stay in between them for two reasons. First, he didn't like the fact that his cousin, who was still underage, had caught the attention of the second prince. Second, he could tell that his cousin hadn't made up her mind yet, and he didn't want the second prince to influence her decision. But now, seeing them holding hands so intimately, Dean knew he couldn't act like before and interfere with Hebrew Adam, making his cousin uncomfortable. To be honest, Dean Acheson didn't think Hebrew Adam was good enough for his cousin. However, among the young talents today, Hebrew Adam was about the only one who could make a match with her, though just barely. In truth, Alicia didn't know how the ancestor had answered King Adam and the first prince, but in such a situation, she couldn't embarrass Hebrew Adam, so she just went along with it. There were many people in the guild hall today, and Alicia believed that soon the noble families from the capital planet would know that she was Hebrew Adam's fiancée. She couldn't help but want to mock Hebrew Adam for being such a schemer. However, once they entered Hebrew Adam's private lounge, she didn't have time to complain about him. The moment they entered, he pressed her against the wall and kissed her passionately without giving her a chance to speak. Alicia felt uncomfortable because Hebrew Adam's force was too much, and she struggled a bit, but instead of easing up, he gave her an even tighter embrace and kissed her more intensely. In the heat of his passion, she couldn't help but feel affected, but knowing the restrictions in place in this room, where certain things couldn't happen below the neck, Alicia didn't resist the feeling. Hebrew Adam was kissed so passionately that he felt a burning heat all over his body, almost unbearable, but he didn't want to let go of the girl in his arms, indulging in a form of self-torture. However, the time he could indulge in self-torture didn't last long. Less than an hour into their intimate moment, they were interrupted by Huadeli and Dean Acheson, who relentlessly pursued them and made it impossible to continue. Hebrew Adam had no choice but to open the door to his room, allowing the others to come in. Alicia had sent a message in the evening saying that she would be available to enter the war world tonight. Therefore, out of the 12 people, except for Gao Haitao and Mina Oli, everyone else went online. Although Huadeli was well aware of his sister's recent situation through the messages, it couldn't compare to seeing her in person. When he came in to see her, if not for Hebrew Adam's forceful presence, he probably wouldn't even be able to sit next to her. The futures of the others had already been mostly determined about half a year ago, and now they were in the phase of struggling to develop. Only Alicia, along with her companions Damaki, Kezia and Sheila, had officially started just a few days ago, so everyone's focus was on these three. Huadeli looked as though he hadn't seen his sister in a long time, but in reality, Alicia had only left the Third Army about 20 days ago, and it had only been a month since she last saw Huadeli. Although Huadeli was a second lieutenant, the situation in the Third Army and the Seventh Army was different. The Third Army was the third largest legion in the Central Star region, while the Seventh Army in the Fringe Star regions didn't have much to compare with. In the Third Army's Mesh Battalion, the lowest rank of soldiers had a cultivation level of at least level 5, and for Huadeli, being a level 5 mid-tier warrior and having made it to platoon leader was quite impressive. If he weren't from the direct line of the Huada family, with his own abilities and so many merit points, he probably would have only been able to manage a squad leader position. Of course, compared to the 7th Army, Huadeli's position in the 3rd Army was low, and his experience wasn't as deep, but no one dared to make things difficult for him, and instead, doors were opened for him at every turn. This was quite different from Alicia's experience, where she had to fight her way through every obstacle, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, and then killing the monkeys to warn the chickens, always having to create conditions even when they weren't available. Dean Acheson also joined Acheson's 11th Army. His situation was similar to Huadeli's. He was in the Mesh Battalion, holding a position that wasn't too big but still notable. However, everyone knew that he was a key talent being cultivated by the Acheson family. Mina Oli, on the other hand, went to the Oli family's sphere of influence. Although the 1st Army, where the Oli family was based, was the strongest, it was divided among 3 major families. Therefore, even though Mina Oli was a very outstanding telekinetic, She only held the position of a small squad leader in the Mesh battalion, and she often faced obstacles from other factions. While her situation in the military wasn't as difficult as Alicia's, it wasn't easy either. As for the other members of the elite class, Gao Haitao returned to the Second Army, which was under his family's jurisdiction. The political situation in the Second Army was similar to the First Army, where power was divided among several large families. As a result, Gao Haitao couldn't even become a platoon leader and was still an ordinary soldier. The cousins Su-43 and Abulatiasamu joined Hebrew Adam after graduation. They hadn't yet officially joined one of the three armies controlled by the royal family and were currently undergoing secret training somewhere unknown. The remaining members each had their own path. Ninja King Ren Yuayu allied with Huadeli, Tina Venamoin sided with Dean Atchison, and Tamaki Kezia and Sheila joined Alicia. Everyone had found their place except for Alicia, Tamaki Kezia, and Sheila. The rest of the elite class members were able to enter the war world for training almost every other night. Once a person enters society, it's impossible to remain as innocent as in school. Even the sharp-tongued Sheila had changed. She was no longer as confrontational with Alicia for fun and had become more like a reliable confidant. When she saw Hebrew Adam openly sitting beside Alicia, holding her hand without letting go, Sheila pretended not to notice, though there was an unmistakable look of surprise in her eyes. Alicia could easily guess what was on Sheila's mind. She likely thought that the thicker her big leg, Hebrew Adam, was, the better. The group chatted casually, most of them feeling that after entering the military, they had more personal time than they did in military school. Now, they no longer had to balance cultural lessons with urgent cultivation, which made their lives a little easier. Alicia also felt the same way. She no longer had to lead the morning runs herself. She could let the vice captain, who had fully submitted to her, lead the team. During the day, Alicia trained with everyone, but at night, she focused on her own cultivation. As a result, she now spent more time training than she did in school. After all, everyone was determined to get stronger. After chatting for an hour, they all went back to their training. Although Hebrew Adam had frequently lost control while kissing Alicia before, he was the one who most wanted her to become stronger as quickly as possible. So, he didn't waste time and dragged her into sparring sessions. Now that he was a level 7 warrior, he could teach her even more. After meeting her friends in the evening, she was bullied by her affectionate boyfriend and then kissed until she felt dizzy before they parted ways. When Alicia woke up in the morning, she noticed that her feelings of longing had faded quite a bit, and in a good mood, she made plans to have a meal with Mentor Fang. In the afternoon, she and Deputy Ma drove a flying car to Kezia's villa to pick up Sheila and Tamaki Kezia, preparing to return to the military camp. Returning to the city might not be so peaceful, so be prepared for battle at any time, Deputy Ma warned. Alicia, Tamaki Kezia, and Sheila were all mentally prepared, so they didn't panic. Alicia opened her holographic device and set the detection screens around the flying car to shadow mode, so the four of them could observe the surroundings at all times. About 3 minutes after their flying car left Bailey City, Alicia's holographic device suddenly flashed a red warning light. The other three immediately tensed up, but there was still nothing unusual in the shadow mode. But it wasn't just Alicia's holographic device flashing a red warning light. The flying car itself also emitted a sharp alarm. Tamaki Kezia and Sheila stared intently at the shadow images surrounding the flying car, but still couldn't find anything unusual. However, Alicia had already received the information transmitted by the holographic device's automatic alarm system. She kept a serious expression as her fingers quickly tapped on the device and issued several commands. "Manny, what exactly is going on?" Sheila asked anxiously. Seeing Alicia's expression change with the alarm, Sheila immediately knew something big had happened. However, she had no knowledge of the crisis and was starting to feel a bit panicked. "Our ship has been locked onto. Someone is trying to attack us with a light bomb," Alicia answered after a 2-second delay, her expression relaxing afterward. After successfully sending the commands, Alicia let out a sigh of relief. In situations like this, it's all about speed, and the people targeting them were so slow. They definitely weren't military personnel. After locking onto them for so long, they still hadn't fired. "What should we do?" Sheila asked, knowing what a light bomb was and unable to hide her panic. A light bomb was a very terrifying weapon. Despite its small size, about the size of a fist, anything directly hit by it would turn into gas. After exploding, anything within 10 meters would be instantly burned to a crisp due to the high temperature, and living beings within 50 meters would suffer severe burns. They were currently flying in the air, and their flying car was locked onto. No matter where they fled, they couldn't escape. It was like being a live target. Unlike on the ground, they couldn't abandon the car and flee before the missile struck. "Don't worry, just look at how calm our captain is," Tamaki Kezia said, holding her hand to reassure her. Tamaki Kezia was not without concern, but he knew that Alicia and Deputy Ma would not just sit idly by and wait for their fate. Deputy Ma's expression remained unchanged throughout. He calmly sat there, watching Alicia operate the system. It was clear that he knew Alicia had a trump card, and they would be fine. Before Sheila could respond, the sharp alarms sounded again in the flying car. This time, everyone could clearly see in the shadow images that on the left side of the flying car, a red cannonball was rapidly approaching. It was about to hit their vehicle. Chapter 260. After the attack, the area covered by the light shadow detection system of the flying vehicle was about 3 kilometers around it, but the light bomb, from the moment it appeared to the instant it was about to hit the vehicle, took no more than a blink of an eye. Unknowingly, Sheila held her breath, anxiously waiting for Alicia's counterattack. As expected, at the critical moment, the flying vehicle suddenly shot out a defensive light net, blocking the fist-sized bomb. Once the crowd had a clear view, the red bomb had already turned and was flying back in the direction it came from. It happened so quickly that it was almost as if it took no time at all. In the blink of an eye, the missile disappeared into the light shadow, and then, from the vehicle's window, they saw a brilliant light flare up at the northwest corner of the flying vehicle, followed by a loud explosion. "Wow, this vehicle's defense is amazing," Sheila exclaimed in surprise. Alicia glanced at Sheila and smiled. "Didn't you say my ancestor is generous?" The defense on this flying vehicle can block not only light bombs, but even ethereal bombs. Light bombs are designed for smaller aircraft, while ethereal bombs can turn a small flying ship capable of transporting 1,000 people into ashes. However, ethereal bombs are strictly controlled by the military. No one would dare to take one from the army for personal use unless they were suicidal. Deputy Ma wasn't worried because he knew just how strong this vehicle's defenses were. He remained calm and composed. Sheila thought to herself that from now on, she should stay more composed and not panic over every little thing. Still curious, Sheila asked, "How exactly did you manage to alter the data of the light bomb and make it return on its original path so quickly?" Alicia smiled and replied, "As soon as the flying vehicle was locked onto its defense system locked onto the light bomb's navigation system, it then started to automatically alter the trajectory data of the bomb's blast. The moment the bomb touched the defense net, its path changed to return to where it came from." Deputy Ma tapped on his light brain. Checking the situation at the explosion site of the light bomb, he said, "Miss, although you slightly altered the trajectory of the light bomb, only 2 of them survived. What do you plan to do about this next?" Alicia looked at the data on the light brain and shook her head. "We don't have enough personnel, so there's no need to worry about it. Let's just head back to the military camp. Lieutenant, we need to find out who the mastermind behind this is. If we leave now, the evidence might be destroyed." Tamaki Kezia said, sounding a bit anxious. "I sent out a distress signal as soon as it started. Uncle Lin's people should be on their way. I've already sent the footage and related information to Uncle Lin, and he'll handle it from here. This incident could create some opportunities for him, so don't worry. Uncle Lin will investigate thoroughly. Let Commander Lin handle it. Topaz Star is under his command." Deputy Ma agreed. "We're new here, and we haven't even built up our own personnel yet. It would be hard for us to investigate anything." Just then, Alicia received a message. She glanced at it and said, "Uncle Lin says the police have already been dispatched. They'll be here in 2 minutes. He wants me to leave first and pretend that I haven't been attacked by the light bomb, so no one will know about the special capabilities of my flying vehicle." As she spoke, Alicia had the flying vehicle take off from the scene. Watching the vehicle speed off, Sheila couldn't help but comment, "This flying vehicle can go so fast. Why was it always so slow before?" That was being low-key, okay? On the outside, it's disguised as an ordinary flying vehicle, so the speed needs to match that of a normal vehicle too. "Flying this fast, are you trying to make sure nobody notices?" Alicia replied, adjusting the speed of the vehicle. By the time they had left the scene, they were already over 10 kilometers away. The people who had rushed to the explosion site would not suspect their vehicle. Alicia then switched the flying vehicle back to its normal mode. Tamaki Kezia looked at Alicia's various maneuvers with bright eyes and asked in surprise, "Lieutenant, although this flying vehicle is the latest model on the market, some of its features weren't part of the original design. For example, the defense program that automatically alters the enemy's trajectory to prevent lock-on. Ordinary flying vehicles don't have that." Alicia looked at Tamaki Kezia in surprise and said, "You really know a lot about this stuff. You do know that my cousin is the director of the National Security Bureau, right? It's no trouble at all for him to modify my flying vehicle." It wasn't that they had forgotten about it. Tamaki Kezia and Sheila thought in unison. The National Security Bureau has immense power, especially over newly developed weapons and defense equipment. These are first registered by the Bureau before being allocated to the military. Since Alicia is also a military officer, modifying her vehicle is allowed by the state. So, they both knew they were relying on a powerful connection, yet they still acted surprised. Light bombs are government-controlled weapons. Each military branch is allocated a set number, and their use is recorded. We could trace the mastermind through that. Deputy Ma said. "Uncle Lin probably knows more about this than we do," Alicia replied. "But I suspect the mastermind has already considered this, so they probably didn't use military channels and likely won't leave too many traces. If they didn't use military channels, then they almost certainly used dark market forces. Uncle Lin has been looking for an opportunity to clean up the dark market, which is why I left this matter in his hands. If Uncle Lin's people are capable, they should be able to deal a heavy blow to the dark market's infiltrators, which will make us safer. Alicia and Deputy Ma exchanged a look, both understanding the other's thoughts. The Beery family now knows Alicia has left Imperial Capital Star, and they probably won't let this opportunity to make her disappear slip by. Although the 1st Regiment is still within the Beery family's influence, the problem is that no one in the entire regiment has a cultivation level higher than Alicia's. It would be difficult to set her up, so it's likely that the Beery family will send assassins instead. However, because Topaz Star is currently very strict about checking incoming populations, it's not easy for those assassins to infiltrate with fake identities. Thus, Alicia and Deputy Ma are worried that the Beery family might use Topaz Star's dark market forces to attempt an assassination, catching them off guard. The dark market forces under Topaz Star began infiltrating when Lin Qingfeng took office, so Lin Qingfeng doesn't have much understanding of the dark market. It is unclear whether the Beery family secretly controls Topaz Star's dark market, whether there are any experts above level 6, or if there are any deadly weapons. Everything is uncertain. For Lin Qingfeng, Topaz Star's dark market is a hidden and unknown threat. If today's incident can be used to sweep through the infiltrators in the dark market, the safety of people like Alicia will greatly improve. Sheila and Tamaki Kezia didn't know much about the dark market. This was actually the first time they'd heard about it, so they just listened without speaking. Seeing Alicia's expression when she spoke about Topaz Star, both Tamaki Kezia and Sheila had a feeling. Alicia seemed completely at ease here, as though this place belonged to her. Unlike when she was on Imperial Capital Star, where she was always a bit cautious and reserved. No wonder she always wanted to return to Topaz Star. Alicia's flying vehicle returned to the military camp just before nightfall. It was right when the soldiers were dispersing to return to their dormitories. She and Sheila encountered many female soldiers outside the dormitory building. Aside from the day she reported in, when she met a few female soldiers outside the dormitory, Alicia usually came back very late from training and hadn't had the chance to meet anyone else since. It was just getting dark today, the exact time when each company disperses, so the usually quiet female soldiers' dormitory building became bustling with activity. Because Alicia held the highest rank, every female soldier who saw her would immediately stand at attention and salute. Alicia noticed that the female soldiers she encountered today did not show the same hostility and indifference that the few soldiers she met on her first day had. Their attitude towards her was clearly one of respect and awe. Alicia guessed that when she defeated the highest-ranking officer in the 1st Regiment, the previous top expert, she had shown an extraordinary level of combat power, which made these soldiers afraid of her and reluctant to act out in front of her. Now, it seemed that in the hearts of the 1st Regiment soldiers, regardless of where Alicia came from or how she had been suddenly assigned here with no qualifications but holding such a high position, once they learned she was the strongest soldier in the regiment, they accepted her without question. A young, underage, monstrous girl like her, others had no thoughts about her other than respect and fear. Alicia returned the standard military salute to each soldier who greeted her. As she had too many things to do and no time to socialize with them, her expression was calm and distant. Sheila, likely understanding Alicia's mindset, also wore an indifferent face towards these soldiers. Her proud and aloof demeanor made others even more intimidated. As they walked through the area, no female soldier dared to approach them to initiate a conversation. When Alicia reached her dormitory door, she first glanced at the smart lock on her door, a sarcastic smile curling at the corner of her lips. During her absence, someone had tried to enter her dorm. However, not only had the intruder failed to break her code, but they were also hit by a poisoned needle shot out from the lock for unauthorized entry. Alicia was certain of this because her smart lock had sent her 2 notifications about someone attempting to unlock it and had even captured the intruder's facial image. One of the images captured was of the intruder's face, which was directly facing the smart lock's keyhole when the specially designed poisoned needle was ejected. Judging by the image, it was a female soldier. Alicia followed the trajectory of the poisoned needle on the floor, but found nothing. Once she confirmed that the intruder had indeed been hit, she couldn't help but smile. This poison was extremely potent. The moment the female soldier was struck, she would have to lie down. Although the toxin wasn't lethal, thanks to the common antidotes most people carried, it would still cause the intruder a great deal of horror. Moreover, this toxin was notoriously difficult to neutralize. Without an antidote, it would take months for the female soldier to recover using conventional methods. With her face likely rotting for 2 to 3 months, Alicia believed that this lesson would make the soldier feel as though she were living a torturous existence for those months. What others didn't know was that while the lock appeared to be a typical password lock, It was actually a genetic lock. Unless someone forcibly broke or melted the lock, only the person whose genes were registered could open it. Thus, anyone other than the authorized person trying to unlock the door with a password would be met with a poisoned needle. This genetic lock was a special creation that even the National Security Bureau did not have access to. It was privately commissioned by the royal family and had never been used in public. If it weren't for the fact that Hebrew Adam had given her 2 of these locks privately, Alicia wouldn't even have known such a lock existed. Alicia quickly tapped on the smart lock, appearing to enter a password, but in reality, she was verifying her genetic information. To outsiders, it seemed as though after she entered a long string of digits, the lock automatically opened, though Alicia and her group acted as if nothing had happened and quietly returned to their respective dorms. Each of them knew the situation well. Many eyes were watching her flying car, and it was likely that some would be surprised and frustrated that she had emerged unscathed. When Alicia had just arrived at Topaz Star, the Beery family had just been involved in the assassination attempt on Hebrew Adam. They were now in deep trouble and unlikely to spare any effort to assassinate her anytime soon. So, with just a little thought, it was easy to guess who the mastermind behind this incident was. Seeing their group return safely, someone was definitely going to be uneasy. As Alicia entered her room, a cold smile appeared on her lips. The female soldier who tried to tamper with her lock was likely sent by these people, probably to plant something in her room. Since they were so determined, she might as well play along with them, Alicia thought. Commander, the young lady's flying car has returned to the military camp, and she is unharmed. Those people somehow failed and ended up blowing themselves up. Now, the evidence has fallen into the hands of the police, the deputy commander reported, with a mix of disappointment and nervous anxiety. The police in Bailey City were under the control of Lin Chingfeng, and no one knew what he could uncover with the evidence now in his hands. 3 years ago, after the young lady and the second prince were assassinated and had bounties placed on their heads, the National Security Bureau conducted a massive crackdown on the black markets and underground organizations across the Gus Empire. The dark organizations in the empire were severely weakened, with only a few surviving in the border planets where the crackdown was less intense. Since that major operation, the empire had strictly enforced weapon controls, with severe penalties for violations. The weapons these people possessed had almost no channels for procurement anymore. The light bomb they used was likely just old stock from before. The commander had spent nearly all of his savings to hire these people for the mission, but to his surprise, not only was the target not killed, but the attackers were all wiped out, and worse, their remains had ended up in the hands of the police. The deputy commander couldn't even imagine the disastrous consequences that might follow. You didn't do anything stupid and leave any evidence, did you? The commander frowned and asked. In truth, the commander was not as surprised by the outcome as the deputy commander. He knew better than anyone the importance of this young lady in the Huada family and the first prince's eyes. They would never allow her to take such risks, and would do everything in their power to ensure her safety. Especially since the eldest son of the Huada family is the director of the National Security Bureau, this young lady must have countless valuable things. Thinking that a light bomb could kill her is just a dream. I hid my identity, but there was an issue with the flying signal. According to the usual methods of the black market, they would erase the transaction records after completing the deal, but since the transaction isn't finished yet, I'm not sure if they'll manage to trace it, the deputy commander said, somewhat regretfully. Why did he have to be greedy for credit and handle things himself? It would have been better if he had just let the commander take care of it, as he did in the past. That way, he wouldn't be so worried now. Chapter 261. Various reactions. Alicia handed the matter of her assassination attempt over to Lin Chingfeng and, after returning to the military camp, resumed training her soldiers without paying it much attention. However, by the next day, somehow, this incident had spread and reached her family, leading to a series of flying messages checking on her. Hebrew Adam was furious, though he knew that with Alicia's skills, escaping would be no problem. However, concern made him anxious. When he first heard about it, he was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. Having had a close call, Hebrew Adam finally understood the fear Alicia must have felt when she first heard about his assassination attempt. He carefully examined Alicia, and only then did his heart settle. However, his gaze did not soften. On the contrary, it became colder than ever as he swore to her, I will make sure the Beery family is kicked out as soon as possible. There was no need to investigate. Both of them knew who was behind this. Honestly, Alicia thought the Beery family really wanted to get themselves killed. How could they dare to provoke both the royal family and the Huada family at the same time? Meanwhile, while Hebrew Adam was making his threats, the head of the Beery family, the commander of the 7th Army, was livid, nearly beating his son to death. Are you trying to get our entire family killed? You know that the capital is investigating us, and yet you still sent someone to target that young lady. Do you want us to die even faster? The head of the Beery family shouted angrily. Navarro Beery curled his large frame into a ball, enduring his father's furious scolding and the lashings of the long whip. Of course, This was his biological father. So although the whip landed harshly on Navarro Beery's body, it only caused him pain. There were no visible marks, and the skin was unharmed. I didn't directly send anyone to act. I merely hinted to those two people to take action. We didn't get involved directly. No matter how big of a mess they caused, it's none of our business. Why is Further so angry? Navarro Beery protested, feeling wronged. Navarro Beery, who had a good relationship with his cousin Brittany Beery, always trusted her words. He believed, just as his cousin had said, that if it weren't for Alicia's interference, the second prince, who grew up with his cousin, would definitely have married her. If the second prince had been with Brittany Beery, he would never have allied with the first prince to target the Beery family. In the past, Queen Ember and the second prince had always been close to the Beery family. For this reason, Navarro Beery had been harboring hatred toward Alicia for the past year. However, the Huada family had provided such strong protection for this young lady that the people could never find an opportunity to act. It was only when Navarro Beery heard that the young lady had returned to Topaz Star and wanted to seize power from the commander of the 1st Regiment stationed at the 7th Army's Topaz Star base, which was under their control, that he became infuriated. His anger led him to impulsively decide to eliminate her. However, Navarro Beery hadn't forgotten about the big trouble his family was currently in. He was cautious and did not send his own people to do this. Instead, he had his family's deputy regiment commander, who was already stationed there, incite the regiment commander to take action. Since that regiment commander was not a member of the Beery family, if the young lady encountered trouble, even if the National Security Bureau investigated, they wouldn't point back to the Beery family. You fool, under the current circumstances, they don't even need evidence. As soon as something happens, it will naturally be suspected that it's our doing. Your actions will only provoke their anger even more. Think about it. Before, it was only the royal family looking for opportunities to deal with us. Now, the Huada family is also coming after us more aggressively. You idiot. Not only have you made things worse for yourself, but you're dragging the whole Beery family down with you. The head of the Beery family became angrier as he spoke. In his rage, the strength in his hand unconsciously increased, causing the whip to strike Navarro Beery's skin, leaving red marks that made him scream in pain. Master, please stop hitting him. We should quickly think of a way to get through this crisis, advised a direct descendant of the Beery family. Although they were also angry at Navarro Beery and the others for not using their brains, the saying one for all for one applied. Once the deed was done, killing him wouldn't help. The most important thing now was to come up with a solution. Alicia naturally didn't know about the chaos at the 7th Army headquarters. She had just hung up with Hebrew Adam less than 20 minutes ago when she received a new transmission from Lin Chengfeng. Lin Chengfeng, with a somewhat conflicted expression, asked, Manny, when did you get engaged to the second prince? How come you never mentioned it? Although Lin Chengfeng had stopped being Alicia's legal guardian a few years ago when her identity was revealed to the Huada family, he had known her since childhood and had always considered her like a daughter, caring for her as a father would. In his heart, he still saw Alicia as his daughter. To have his daughter taken by some boy without his knowledge was somewhat frustrating for him. We haven't officially gotten engaged, or I would have definitely told you and Mentor Fang. Actually, I haven't even told my father and mother, Alicia replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Admitting to her peers that she had accepted Hebrew Adam didn't make Alicia feel particularly shy, but admitting it in front of her elders was another story. But how did Uncle Lin know about it? Why did he suddenly contact her like this? The second prince just transmitted to me and personally inquired about your attack. He referred to himself as your fiancé. Lin Chengfeng cleared up Alicia's confusion. Although Lin Chengfeng occasionally communicated with the first prince due to urgent matters and Alicia's connection to him, he had never had any contact with the second prince. He wasn't very clear about the second prince's pursuit of Alicia either, so when he received the sudden transmission from the second prince, claiming to be Alicia's fiancé and wanting to ask about her recent attack, Lin Chengfeng was quite surprised. Fortunately, Lin Chengfeng recognized from the image that the person on the other end of the transmission was Hebrew Adam, the second prince of the Gus Empire. Otherwise, he might have mistaken him for a fraud. The second prince, who was rumored to be very proud and aloof, was unexpectedly polite to him. Lin Chengfeng immediately knew that this was all because of Manny. The investigation is going smoothly. I'm planning to follow up on those leads and clean up the black market thoroughly. Everything is fine. That's all, Lin Chengfeng said. Upon hearing this, Alicia felt reassured. Lin Chengfeng was always busy, so after saying those words, he ended the transmission. It seemed that Uncle Lin's message was purely triggered by Hebrew Adam referring to her as his fiancée, which had stirred up his fatherly feelings. What Hebrew Adam said to Lin Chengfeng, Alicia didn't intend to inquire further about. She knew that both of these men were acting for her benefit, and whatever results came from it, they would surely tell her. The legendary young lady of Topaz Star suddenly dropped into the Mesh Corps, and as a newly appointed company commander, she altered the entire training schedule of the Mesh Division. Such a big move would certainly be noticed by the other two battalions over time. As a result, the situation of the Mesh Corps, 3rd Company gradually became known throughout the regiment, and everyone in the station was paying attention to the training progress of the Mesh Corps, 3rd Company. Since Alicia had signed a confidentiality agreement with the soldiers who were taking the special medications, others knew a little about it but weren't clear on the conditions and effects of these medications. Thus, their focus was mainly on the new training equipment. The old saying from the Earth era, "Hard work pays off," still holds true in the interstellar era. On the 15th day of Alicia's serving as the commander of the Mesh Corps, 3rd Company, 2 soldiers at the peak of the 4th level broke through in less than an hour, advancing to the early stages of the 5th level. Watching the 2 newly promoted Star Warriors tearfully excited, Alicia also felt very happy inside. These 2 soldiers had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level for nearly 10 years, almost losing hope. They thought they'd live their entire lives in this state, but little did they know, a breakthrough day had finally come. Sheila proudly said to the other soldiers who were envious, jealous, and resentful of the 2 successful ones, "Many of you have already reached a critical point in your cultivation. It's just that your potential was limited by yourselves, combined with the poor training methods before, which is why you couldn't break through. As long as you follow our training plan and take the medication, a breakthrough is inevitable." With the successful examples right in front of them, the group led by Sheila naturally trained even harder, like they had been injected with adrenaline, pushing themselves more than ever before. Meanwhile, the group led by Tamaki Kezia also saw one of their warriors advance from the early stages of level 5 to the mid-stage. Since the promotion was within the same level and the warrior was still relatively young, it didn't draw much attention. However, as the saying goes, one's own family knows their own matters. This company commander, though consistently practicing for years, had felt his cultivation stagnate almost completely. Therefore, for him, this breakthrough was like receiving a new hope. Seeing that, after implementing the new training method, 3 people had broken through in a short period of time, the deputy company commander was even more confident. He had actually been at the critical point for even longer, over 30 years. With just a few weeks of special training and the aid of the medication, his cultivation, which had previously stagnated, started to show signs of loosening up, and he could feel himself approaching the edge of a breakthrough. The soldiers from the 1st and 2nd Companies, who initially sympathized with the 3rd Company, watching them get tortured every day, had now started to envy and resent them. There were signs of a shift in the atmosphere within the Mesh Corps. While the soldiers in the 3rd Company were enduring grueling devil training, yet still loved training like it was their first love, the longer-awaited 10-day break had arrived. In the previous break, some soldiers from the 3rd Company had left the camp to visit the city, but this time, no one planned to rest. By the evening of the day, only Alicia and her adjutant, Ma, returned to Bailey City. The others, including Sheila and Tamaki Kezia, were so immersed in their training that they couldn't pull themselves away. The reason Alicia loved to rest so much, and always went back to Bailey City during her breaks, was not something she spoke about. However, with the teasing look in Sheila and Tamaki's eyes and the knowing glance from Adjutant Tong, Alicia felt a bit shy. Even Panchalu and the Marquis Wright knew the reason. Both of them were students from the Xuanbu 1st Military Academy and members of the War Realm 1st Guild. Although they hadn't entered the War Realm last time during their break, their classmates, knowing that the 2 of them were now following Alicia, immediately chatted and shared everything that had happened in the guild hall that day. When Alicia logged into the game last time, Ibu Adam boldly announced in the War Realm 1st Guild hall that Alicia was his fiancée. Within 2 days, every student at Xuanbu 1st Military Academy knew about it. Soon after, the high society and noble families on Imperial Capital Star heard the news as well. The Crown Prince and Second Prince were already prominent figures in the Gus Empire, and their romantic matters had always been a topic of great interest to the public. For the past decade or so, many noble young women from various families had been trying every means possible to make the Crown Prince fall in love with one of them. After many failures, the Second Prince had grown into a strong contender. Young and noble women were now eagerly preparing to make their move, only to suddenly hear that the Second Prince had a fiancée. This news was even more discouraging than hearing that the Crown Prince, who had no interest in women and was focused solely on strengthening the empire, was unattainable. According to Mina Oli, she had very reliable sources of information. A few days ago, someone had directly asked King Adam and Queen Amber about this matter. Both of them confirmed it, even saying that the engagement banquet would be held when the 2 children returned from their long vacation. Mina Oli said that for the noble families on Imperial Capital Star, Alicia's status as the Second Prince's fiancée was already officially confirmed. Your brother was so furious, but unfortunately, he couldn't beat the Second Prince. Later, he came up with a plan and, together with Dean Atchison, went to cause trouble for the Second Prince. But who would have known, when they came back, he had actually broken through, Mina Oli said. Both amused and exasperated, Alicia was naturally thrilled. Brother has advanced to level 6. That was a year earlier than in the novel. Yes, but you have to know that now that the king and queen have said it, you can't avoid the engagement banquet at the end of the year. Mina Oli shifted the topic back to the matter at hand. With such persistence, Alicia suspected that this message from Mean Ollie was actually instructed by Hwadeli. He was too embarrassed to discuss these matters with his sister, so he had tasked his fiancée instead. Alicia felt indifferent toward the upper-class tradition of engagement parties. Engagements, in her opinion, didn't hold much practical significance, especially for a prince. The engagement banquet would definitely be extravagant, and if, for some reason, she and Hebrew Adam broke up after the engagement, wouldn't that grand banquet become a joke? Perhaps Hwadeli, having just advanced in rank and needing to consolidate his cultivation, hadn't been available to meet her. Another obstruction. Dean Acheson was away on a mission and hadn't had time to log in for the past half-month. Mean Ollie had logged in, but she couldn't dare to stop the prince. Thus, Hebrew Adam held Alicia in his arms for a long time before finally reluctantly sitting down to talk. He told Alicia that he had informed his king and queen about their relationship. Father and mother both hope that when you return to Imperial Capital Star at the end of the year for your long vacation, we can hold our engagement banquet. Alicia expressed her views on engagement parties, and Hebrew Adam immediately grabbed her arm, his breath heavy, looking upset as he said, "You still want to break up with me? Who can predict the future? You might fall for someone else next year," Alicia replied, as she really didn't believe in anything lasting forever. Hebrew Adam grew anxious. "I won't." Alicia covered his mouth, stopping him from speaking the vows he was about to make. She hated hearing such sweet words, finding vows made in moments of excitement unrealistic. In her past life, whether reading novels or watching movies, whenever there were scenes of vows or sweet promises, she would get goosebumps all over and couldn't tolerate them. On matters like this, vows are the most powerless. "I'll only judge by your actions. In the current situation, holding an engagement banquet is too extravagant and wasteful. If we're still together in the future, we should just get married directly." "No need for an engagement," Alicia said, unknowingly digging herself into a hole. Chapter 262, The Two Battalion Commanders. Hebrew Adam wanted to express his feelings to Alicia, but he didn't expect that she wasn't someone who enjoyed sweet words. He wasn't sure whether he should be happy that he didn't have to say such things or frustrated because she didn't believe that he was devoted to her. Anyway, after glancing at Alicia, who said she only cared about his actions and not his words, Hebrew Adam thought there was nothing more for him to say. When the time was right, he would show her through his actions. However, Hebrew Adam couldn't help but wonder, as he thought absent-mindedly, could it be that Manny remains so calm because she doesn't feel very strongly for him? This might explain why she hadn't developed any reluctance to part from him. As for him, he couldn't wait to keep her by his side and not let her go to the distant frontier planets. To see her, he'd have to travel across several star systems to align himself with her on the same front line sooner and eliminate the threat from the Beery family. He privately altered the gradual invasion plan that had been set with his elder brother and opted for a more aggressive approach, deliberately provoking an assassination attempt. "What's wrong? Are you thinking about something unpleasant?" Alicia asked. Though she might be a bit slow when it came to emotions, she was very sensitive to other people's feelings. As soon as Hebrew Adam's mood shifted, she sensed it. She thought it was because she had refused the engagement, which made him upset. "The assassination attempt," Hebrew Adam replied calmly. Commander Lin made quite the gain this time and simultaneously resolved a major hidden threat. Alicia nodded in agreement. It was shocking to discover how many assassins had been hiding in the black market of a border star, and their strength was no small matter. Fortunately, this incident allowed many of them to be cleared out. Even if some slipped through the cracks, there weren't many left. Otherwise, in the event of an interstellar war, if these people were controlled and used by aliens, it would have been disastrous for the people of Topaz Star. Speaking of the assassination attempts they both encountered, Hebrew Adam's assassination had been part of his own scheme. Although he had put himself in great danger due to his impulsiveness, it also left behind many critical pieces of evidence. As for Alicia, her swift and unexpected counterattack left many key clues, which greatly disrupted the dark market. Lin Chengfeng's team had also obtained critical evidence from the black market. This evidence could prove that the former and current commanders of the 7th Army had secretly colluded with the black market on the border stars within the 7th Army's jurisdiction, committing numerous serious crimes. As a result, not only had the Beery family's 2 attempts failed, but they had also suffered massive losses, truly experiencing a stroke of bad luck. "My older brother has nearly gathered all the evidence as well. If things go smoothly, you should be able to see the news reports soon," Hebrew Adam said coldly. "It seems the Beery family is about to fall," Alicia thought. Since her rebirth, thanks to the powerful and influential first prince, who was also a reborn person, and herself, a time-traveling figure subtly influencing things, the overall national strength of the Gus Empire in this world was vastly different from the one described in the novel. In the novel, the Beery family was a staunch supporter of the second prince, and the second prince in the novel relied heavily on the Beery family to stir up trouble and opposed the male protagonist, Hwadeli. In the novel, the Beery family was still thriving up until the last update, but according to the author's foreshadowing, they were bound to fall into the hands of the male protagonist. Their fate was certainly going to be grim. In the current world, however, the second prince had first been reshaped by the first prince and then cut off by Alicia. Not only had the second prince's son-in-law status been removed, but the Beery family was about to be uprooted by the two princes working together, even though it was happening a good 10 years earlier than in the novel. Thinking about it, their situation really was unfortunate. Alicia even felt a fleeting moment of fake sympathy for the Beery family, but what could she do? The Beery family members just loved to court death. If they hadn't been so reckless, the two princes might not have discovered their unforgivable actions and would have just aimed to seize power. Instead, they were going to be completely eradicated. Alicia was, of course, fully supportive of Hebrew Adam taking full control of the 7th Army. Even though Hebrew Adam was still young and not yet capable of handling such a massive responsibility, King Adam and the first prince had plenty of talented people under their command. It would be no problem for Hebrew Adam to choose some capable adjutants to assist him. Once the 7th Army fell into the hands of Hebrew Adam, when the young Kai Star people arrived, the 7th Army would be able to provide timely assistance to Topaz Star, ensuring that the forces of Topaz Star wouldn't end up like in the novel, fighting alone until their complete annihilation. Alicia's break this time was purely to visit Hebrew Adam in the War Realm, so she returned to the base the next afternoon. This time, Alicia and her adjutant, Ma, still took the ordinary hovercar, but they didn't encounter any accidents along the way and smoothly returned to the camp. As soon as the 4 soldiers on duty saw Alicia and Adjutant Ma, they immediately greeted them with great respect and ushered them inside. "It seems like I'm quite popular now. I almost forgot that I'm still a beautiful girl," Alicia joked narcissistically. Adjutant Ma gave her a look as if she was thinking too much before saying, "These 4 are soldiers from the other 2 companies in the Mecha Battalion." So, what Adjutant Ma meant was that they weren't being respectful because she was a beautiful girl, but because of the resources she held. Alicia glanced back at Adjutant Ma. He really was a low-emotion, straight-laced guy. No wonder he was still single at over 100 years old. Adjutant Tong was about the same age as him, yet his grandson was already attending a prestigious university. It was just afternoon when they returned to the camp, and Alicia didn't feel like heading back to her dorm yet, so she went to the company office instead. To her surprise, as soon as she entered the office, Adjutant Tong brought some good news. This morning, just as training began, the commander of the Mecha Battalion's 3rd Company had leveled up, advancing from mid-level 5 to late stage 5. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal as it was just a promotion within the same level. A few days ago, someone from the 3rd Company had advanced from early stage 5 to mid-level 5, and it hadn't caused much of a stir among the soldiers. But the issue was that this person's cultivation had stagnated for over 40 years, and everyone had thought that he would never be able to level up again. Yet, this newly appointed company commander had only been there for less than a month, and the vice commander had broken through a 40-year-long bottleneck. When Alicia first took office, after she intimidated everyone by using the kill the monkey to warn the chicken tactic, she promised the vice commander that she would help him advance to level 6 within 3 years in order to win people's hearts. This promise was quietly spread by someone with ulterior motives within the Mecha Battalion early in the morning, and in less than 2 days, the entire 1st Battalion of the base knew about it. At first, not to mention the other soldiers who thought the young lady was too arrogant and had gone overboard with her boasting. Even the people from the 3rd Company secretly doubted that she was just bluffing. However, just over 20 days later, those who had spoken ill of her felt a little embarrassed because it seemed that the young lady wasn't just bluffing, she actually had the ability to back up her words. "I didn't suppress this matter. In fact, I subtly encouraged it. I'm sure by now the entire military camp knows about it," Adjutant Tong said. Alicia and Adjutant Ma both looked at him with great appreciation. Someone like her, a living advertisement, had to be made widely known. Otherwise, how would people understand the real strength of their team, which had been parachuted in? As for how the other 2 battalions feel, we can't tell yet, but the Mecha Battalion soldiers definitely won't sit still. Not long after the news spread this morning, the 2 battalion commanders, the regular and deputy commanders, came over specifically to check out our training equipment. From what they said, it looks like they will probably come to talk to you tomorrow, Adjutant Tong said. Alicia nodded. She had already prepared herself for this when she saw that both battalion commanders were stuck at the late stage level 5. According to the information Adjutant George had given her, these 2 battalion commanders were centrists, or rather fence-sitters. They tended to lean toward whichever side was stronger, but they would only lean, never fully commit to one side. They wouldn't choose a side to fully back. This was because the Mecha Battalion commander's family was a powerful force on Topaz Star, and even the regiment commander wouldn't dare to openly clash with the regular commander, considering that the latter was an outsider. Adjutant Tong and Alicia both felt that people like this, who have backing but don't engage in any illicit activities, are competent in their roles as battalion commanders but are slippery and hard to control. In fact, these types of people are the hardest to deal with. Therefore, from the start, Alicia planned to use the 2 battalion commanders' cultivation levels to keep them in check. For the other 2 battalions in the 1st Regiment, She could take her time, but it was crucial to gain control of the Mecha Battalion as quickly as possible. One of the main reasons Alicia came to Topaz Star was to cultivate as many level 6 Starry Sky Mecha Warriors as possible. The soldiers in the camps under Lin Qingfeng's command, who had already been at the mid to late stage of level 5, had already made considerable progress, with many having advanced to level 6. According to statistics, Topaz Star now had over 20 level 6 warriors, but there were no soldiers above level 7. In other words, the highest ranking cultivators in the army now were Alicia and Adjutant Ma. 2 years ago, Dr. Paul developed a relatively cheap energy boosting potion. While its effects weren't ideal, when combined with targeted training, it could still help those whose cultivation had stagnated for a long time to make progress once some movement occurred. Another more expensive potion could be taken to ensure further advancement, though this method was a bit costly. The entire empire was so vast that no matter how many potions were produced, demand would always outstrip supply. Although the Crown Prince had tried to provide as much as possible to Topaz Star, it was still far from enough, and he couldn't be too partial to one area. The potions Alicia had on hand were bought by her after careful planning over the past year. Additionally, before coming to Topaz Star, Huadu, Elder Huada, and Huadeki had urgently helped her acquire them. In fact, the Crown Prince, her cousin, had secretly provided Alicia with a fair amount. However, the one who contributed the most was Hebrew Adam. Alicia didn't know exactly how Hebrew Adam managed to get so many potions, but it was clear that this was his way of showing his feelings for her. She looked at how much effort Hebrew Adam had put into preparing various supplies for her return to Topaz Star, running around and thinking of everything, making sure nothing was overlooked. Hebrew Adam, who was not particularly considerate by nature, had done so much for her in private. It could be said that he had given her everything he could. Regardless of his status, it was clear that he was putting his heart into this. At the time, Alicia hadn't said much to him, only quietly accepting everything. However, Hebrew Adam didn't quite understand her silent acceptance and, before their departure, became quietly upset that she hadn't openly agreed to his requests. Hebrew Adam didn't realize that, although she hadn't said it aloud, with her personality, her quiet acceptance meant she had accepted him from the heart. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have accepted everything so calmly. People only act polite to those who are not involved with them, who would be overly grateful to their own boyfriend. Later on, Alicia noticed Hebrew Adam's behavior, and it was obvious that someone had pointed this out to him. It seems your method is quite effective, Mississippi. Though it was costly, the results are the best. The reason these people had progressed so quickly was that Miss Ruo had used her money to make it happen. Whether it was the training equipment or the energy-boosting potions, everything had come from her own pockets. Alicia smiled but didn't say anything. Now that her financial situation was very prosperous, making a small sacrifice during a national crisis didn't matter. After all, if the country fell, there would be no life left to enjoy wealth. Besides, Adjutant Tong and the others only saw what she had spent, but they didn't realize how much the Huada family and the Crown Prince had reimbursed her for her generosity. In fact, her spending had turned out to be only half of what she originally anticipated. What they didn't know was that Alicia also had an expensive special potion on hand. 10 of these potions cost more than all the training equipment combined, but she hadn't paid for them. Hebrew Adam, through some unknown method, had gotten them from Dr. Paul. However, the price was justified by the effectiveness. It was said that the effects of this potion were extremely noticeable, and naturally, Alicia intended to reserve them for her own people. Adjutant Tong and Adjutant Ma had been by Alicia's side for almost a year. Alicia realized that Adjutant Tong's potential was indeed limited. With the help of training and potions, his cultivation had reached the early stage of level 6, but that was his limit. However, Adjutant Ma was different. Although his progress in cultivation had been slow despite his hard work, he was still making progress. Unlike Adjutant Tong, who had completely stagnated, as long as Adjutant Ma could reach the late stage of level 6, with the aid of special potions, there was a high chance he would be able to break through to level 7. By then, there would be another powerful level 7 mecha warrior on the battlefield. When Alicia had told Lin Qingfeng that she had a few rare special potions, he had probably heard of them. However, Lin Qingfeng hadn't met the conditions to use the potions, as they were only available to those supported by the Empire. Now that he knew he could use them once he reached the late stage of level 6, Alicia was sure that he would push himself to the limit in his cultivation. Sure enough, when Alicia had dinner with Mentor Fang last time, she had heard that since Alicia's return to Topaz Star, Uncle Lin had been pushing himself harder in his cultivation. Mentor Fang, who didn't know the reason, teased that Uncle Lin had probably seen Alicia's rapid advancement and feared falling too far behind. So he was working tirelessly to catch up, just like he did when he was younger. Seeing Mentor Fang laugh so happily, Alicia smiled along with her. Mentor Fang had accompanied Uncle Lin during their younger years, and they had suffered quite a bit during the 2 years they spent on the Edge Star after being exiled from the capital. Fortunately, Uncle Lin was both capable and devoted, and he quickly established himself in the Topaz Star military. Since then, Mentor Fang could be considered a happy and contented woman. Now, Alicia and Lin Qingfeng had tacitly agreed not to share heavy matters with Mentor Fang, and only hoped that she could live a carefree life. Adjutant Tong had said that the commander and deputy commander of the Mecha Regiment might come to see her tomorrow. What surprised her was how eager they were to meet her. After discussing tomorrow's plans with Adjutant Tong, and adjusting the training intensity for several soldiers who had made noticeable progress, Alicia suddenly felt someone entering the 3rd Regiment's camp. Alicia glanced over and said to the 2 adjutants, "They've arrived." Chapter 263, A Change Occurs. These two have always been so detached. Why are they suddenly so eager? Deputy Tong looked a bit surprised. Having misjudged their personalities, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Alicia only smiled without answering. Eagerness was good. If they weren't impatient, she would be the one feeling pressed. The captain and vice captain each brought a deputy along. Alicia gave them a formal salute. "Greetings, captains." To be honest, since her arrival, she had only met the 2 captains twice, and aside from greetings, they had never actually spoken properly. "Miss Alicia, I'd like to discuss something with you." The senior captain, after a few polite remarks, got straight to the point. Wasn't this captain supposed to be slick and evasive? Why was he being so direct? Alicia exchanged a quick look with her deputies, who both gave her slight nods. By addressing her as Miss Alicia, the captain's choice of words was significant. In the military, Alicia was technically his direct subordinate, so addressing her as captain or lieutenant would signal that he was speaking to her as a superior officer. However, by calling her Miss Alicia, he made a very different statement. For any other noblewoman, being called Miss in a military setting might carry a hint of condescension, but Alicia's case was different. To most locals on Topaz Star, she had a highly respected image, and for them, Miss Alicia was a term of endearment and honor. Since this captain was a native of Topaz Star, calling her Miss Alicia signified he acknowledged her esteemed status and hinted at his willingness to defer to her authority. Before Alicia was accepted into Xuangu's first military academy, 2-Star had always been a poor, marginal planet. The improvements it has now, making it one of the better developed edge planets, are largely due to her influence. Topaz Star, in truth, doesn't have much to offer Miss Alicia in return. While others might not know much about her past life on Topaz Star, it's easy for local families here to find out. She lived on this planet for over 10 years, with many neighbors and classmates around her. Back then, Miss Alicia was just an ordinary citizen on Topaz Star, leading a life that was neither remarkable nor difficult. Later, after the misfortune of becoming an orphan, she was taken in as the adopted daughter of Commander Lin, who was only a captain at the time. She was never subjected to mistreatment. Her life was simple, but even so, she has proven to be deeply grateful. Some may say that Topaz Star's resources are due to the Crown Prince's support and that they should be thanking him. It's true the Crown Prince provided the resources, but if it weren't for Miss Alicia's enduring gratitude toward Topaz Star and her appreciation for Commander Lin's protection, would the Crown Prince have ever noticed this remote, barren planet? Would he have invested resources not only to support Commander Lin but also to develop Topaz Star? So when he heard that Miss Alicia had returned to Topaz Star, his first thought was that she must feel indebted to the planet that nurtured her. Although he long believed that people with such pure intentions were rare in this world, her actions since her arrival have only reinforced his belief. What else would it be? Alicia replied seriously, "What does Topaz Star have that would make me compete or scheme for it? Could you tell me what your ultimate goal is?" The senior captain asked earnestly. "I want to help Uncle Lin bring all opposing forces under his control so that, when the interstellar war breaks out, the military and civilians of Topaz Star can act as one. But I have an even more important goal, to train as many Star Warriors as possible and, in the year before the war, form a special operations team of 20 to 30 mecha fighters at level 6 or above, which I will personally lead." This is Alicia's ultimate goal. Aside from Lin Qingfeng, only her 2 deputies, Tamaki Kezia and Sheila, know about it. Alicia had a good sense of what the senior captain was thinking and decided to tell him the truth. The captain's expression didn't change much, suggesting he might have already had some suspicions. He stayed silent for a while, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Alicia knew he was assessing the risks, but she wasn't in any rush. As long as he was a native of Topaz Star, unless he harbored deep-seated resentment against the people here, he would eventually prioritize the planet's safety. After a while, the senior captain spoke again. "If we pledge our loyalty to you, what will it cost us?" "Your loyalty and an IOU," Alicia replied with a smile. The captain was a bit baffled. He understood the need for loyalty, but an IOU? When he finally understood what the IOU was about, his expression grew complicated. Being so far from the central star zone, edge planets were often too poor to afford enhancement drugs. Even as a member of a local family, he had little exposure to them. Unexpectedly, 2 or 3 years ago, the Empire's famous Dr. Paul developed an amazing energy-boosting drug. No wonder, in the past couple of years, the soldiers loyal to Commander Lin had significantly more level 5 and level 6 fighters than before. If Miss Alicia hadn't mentioned it, he might have missed this opportunity. Even after a few more years, the captain deeply regretted his previous neutrality. He had stayed out of the conflict between the factions because he saw Commander Lin as an outsider, but now, he realized that avoiding the issue had cost him dearly. He had indeed missed a great opportunity. Now, Miss Alicia has said that if they pledge their loyalty, she can offer them these enhancement drugs at the most favorable prices. Soldiers from poor families can even pay in installments to settle their debts. However, the regular energy-enhancing drugs alone cost 500 credits per vial, while the critical upgrade drug is priced at 50,000 credits per vial. Even for the local aristocratic families, this cost is difficult to manage. According to Miss Alicia, these drugs are priced 2 to 3 times higher on the open market, and demand far exceeds supply. Without connections, it's nearly impossible to obtain them. What more could the senior captain say? Knowing he had already missed one opportunity, he could not afford to miss a second. Alicia and the Mecha Battalion commander, Paul. Now that he's one of ours, he finally gets a name, spoke for a long time, over 2 hours, before coming out. The 4 men walked silently out of the 3rd Company and returned to the Mecha Battalion office. The deputy commander, Gong Jifeng, will grant him a name as well, quickly activated the signal jamming screen on his communicator and impatiently asked, "What did you and Miss Alicia talk about for so long?" "That young lady ending up here on Topaz Star. It's truly a stroke of luck for us," Paul said, sighing with admiration. "Is she really here for the development of Topaz Star?" Gong Jifeng asked, still somewhat skeptical. Paul nodded and briefly summarized his conversation with Alicia. After he finished, not only was Gong Jifeng moved, but even their 2 adjutants were visibly affected. "Captain, this is an incredible opportunity. Missing out on Commander Lin wouldn't have been a big deal, but Miss Alicia is absolutely the right choice," Paul's adjutant said, clearly excited. "Commander Lin may have talent, but half of his success comes from Miss Alicia's support." Gong Jifeng's adjutant agreed. "She's truly the main player here." "So, I told Miss Alicia that after we pledge loyalty, the training for the entire Mecha Battalion will be organized by her, and that even we will follow her orders from now on," Paul said with a resigned smile. "Perfect. Tomorrow we can finally try out that training equipment," Gong Jifeng said eagerly, almost as if he wanted to rush over immediately, showing just how long he had been eyeing it. "You two should aim to reach level 6 as quickly as possible. Miss Alicia is in need of capable people right now. If you manage to be among the first to reach that level, your future standing beside her won't be low," Paul's adjutant advised. The others nodded in agreement. No one thought about the fact that Alicia was still just a young girl, with a military rank and position technically lower than theirs. It was clear to everyone that Miss Alicia's future was boundless, and any current limitations were only temporary. They only felt lucky to be by her side at the start of her journey. Of course, some keen observers took note that the Mecha Battalion's 2 commanding officers had gone to speak with Miss Alicia. Soon after, these same observers saw that Alicia had reorganized all the soldiers of the 3 companies in the Mecha Battalion, redistributing them by skill level for training. This move didn't come as a surprise to them. Still, those observers quietly hoped that the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd companies might resist Miss Alicia's authority and cause a stir. Yet, after watching for more than 10 days, they realized that the entire Mecha Battalion had become deeply engrossed in their training, to the point where few soldiers even emerged during rest days. The observers found no opportunity to instigate any conflicts. As expected, the 2 regiment leaders of the stationed battalion immediately learned of the 2 Mecha Battalion commanders meeting with Miss Alicia. Being the highest-ranking officers in the battalion, they had their sources everywhere. Upon hearing this news, or more accurately, from the moment they learned that the vice-captain of the 3rd Company in the Mecha Battalion had been promoted, they had anticipated that such changes might happen. Although they were regiment commanders, they had no power to stop the 2 battalion commanders from promoting a company commander to become the chief instructor, as long as no soldiers in the Mecha Battalion raised a collective protest. This was within the military regulations. If someone from the 1st or 2nd Company gets promoted, the Mecha Battalion will completely fall under Miss Alicia's control, the deputy regiment commander said with worry. This might not even be the worst outcome. If, under Miss Alicia's leadership, more soldiers in the Mecha Battalion kept breaking through their limits, the soldiers in the other 2 battalions might be motivated as well. At that point, the 2 regiment commanders feared they would be sidelined. The regiment commander also feared this worst-case scenario and was troubled. "Do you have any way to stop this?" The deputy regiment commander was speechless. Miss Alicia had a powerful background, a high cultivation level, and skilled experts around her. In the military camp, They couldn't interfere. Moreover, the earlier attempt to have Miss Alicia assassinated had failed. She was unharmed, while the dark market assassins they had hired were nearly all destroyed. Half of the people involved in the dark market were either killed or imprisoned. While both were worried about the consequences of their previous dealings with the dark market being exposed, neither had the energy to stir up trouble. As the saying goes, what you fear most will come, and in less than 10 days of training, 4 soldiers from the 3 companies in the Mecha Battalion had advanced from the late stage of level 4 to level 5. The atmosphere in the Mecha Battalion grew even more intense. Whether it was day or night, soldiers could be seen diligently training in the 3rd Company's training grounds. Because there were too many soldiers and the training equipment was limited, Alicia had divided them into 3 groups for training. Now that Alicia had returned to the female dormitory building, she was sure to be met with adoring looks and sincere salutes from the female soldiers. Hebrew Adam was more aware of the changes in Alicia's situation than she was herself. He had secretly arranged for 2 bodyguards around her, whose main task was to discreetly monitor and filter out any potential threats or individuals who might harbor hostility toward Alicia. As a result, he knew that in the past half-month, the number of people in the 1st Regiment with ill intentions toward Miss Alicia had greatly diminished, especially in the Mecha Battalion. Aside from the few who were still undercover, the vast majority now had a favorable opinion of Alicia. This not only made her much safer but also allowed her plans to proceed smoothly. The change that pleased Hebrew Adam the most was that after Alicia had successfully consolidated control over the Mecha Battalion, her safety within the military camp had been greatly enhanced. Now, unless there was something particularly urgent, she could enter the combat zone at will and no longer had to wait for her 10-day rest period before daring to enter. Although Hebrew Adam himself was very busy, they were still able to meet every 3 or 4 days in the war zone. Even though, aside from kissing, no other intimate gestures were allowed, and they had to endure the sweet torment of restrained affection, Hebrew Adam was more than willing to accept it. Moreover, in order to advance their cultivation as quickly as possible, they refrained from being too affectionate. Most of their time in the war zone was spent on sparring practice, which gave Hebrew Adam a strange sense of satisfaction. It made him feel as though they were still partners in training, constantly together as they had been before. Chapter 264, Human Bomb. When the 2 regimental commanders of the 1st Regiment at the base first learned of Alicia's arrival, even though they knew her identity, they still didn't take her seriously. After all, this was their territory. Even when the commander was forced to acknowledge her identity after being pressured by the Crown Prince, and had no choice but to accept her challenge, the commander still viewed the situation as a matter of losing face, rather than any serious threat. In the duel, he lost to Alicia, but he only felt humiliated, and publicly, it was difficult to take any action against her. This led to the later incident involving the flashbang attack, where, unable to act openly, they resorted to underhanded methods. After all, they had the support of the 7th Army, as well as connections in the black market, and the fact that the young lady was in their territory seemed like an opportunity to deal with her. However, unexpectedly, after just one attempt, they found themselves in a predicament. Somehow, the black market had failed, and Alicia was unharmed. Instead, the people from the black market ended up being captured by Lin Chingfeng's direct subordinates. This caused the entire Topaz Star to fall into an atmosphere of strict investigation and crackdown, forcing the 2 commanders to lie low for the time being. However, this young lady was quite the figure. She knew how to use her identity to win people's loyalty. The 2 commanders never expected that within less than a month of her arrival, she had already gained control of the entire Mecha Battalion. It was unclear whether this was part of her scheme or if she genuinely had the ability, since she had taken over as the chief instructor of the Mecha Battalion. Every so often there had been reports of breakthroughs within the battalion, sparking a ripple effect that made the soldiers from the other 2 regiments stir with desire. In fact, soldiers from the other 2 regiments had also made breakthroughs recently, but the number was lower. This also served to prove Alicia's influence, though not to the exaggerated extent that had been claimed. The 2 commanders even made indirect remarks at a regiment meeting, suggesting that some people had inflated their achievements, taking credit for the hard work of others and boasting about results that weren't entirely their own. Having controlled the 1st Regiment for so long, the 2 commanders might not have had as much influence in the Mecha Battalion, but their authority in the other 2 regiments was still high. At the meeting, the 2 commanders used data to support their claims, and afterward, they privately spoke with the battalion commanders of all 3 regiments. They discussed Alicia, spoke ill of her, and leaked the inside information they knew. The commanders of the other 2 regiments were more or less convinced by the 2 regimental commanders' tall tales. Their minds became less restless, and they returned to their original plan of waiting and observing for the time being. As for Colonel Upal of the Mecha Battalion, he simply smiled and said nothing. The 2 regimental commanders were extremely frustrated, but for the time being, they had no way to deal with Upal, so they had to set him aside. Once they dealt with this young lady, Captain Upal would have no choice but to come back to them. After suppressing the eagerness of the other 2 regiments to make a move, They relaxed their tense nerves, knowing that the situation wouldn't change for the moment. However, both commanders felt a growing sense of urgency and secretly decided that once the black market and assassination incidents settled down, they would team up with the Beery family to deal with the young lady as soon as possible. If they waited too long, not only would the Mecha Battalion, which had already completely allied with the young lady, fall further into her control, but the other two regiments might also be swayed to defect. At that point, they would become nothing more than figurehead commanders. The two commanders had a clear plan in mind. They originally intended to bide their time and wait for the right moment. However, they never expected things to change so quickly. This young lady was incredibly capable. Within just 3 months of her arrival, she had pushed them to the brink of a very dangerous situation. After the two commanders made up their minds, they had acted cautiously like turtles withdrawing into their shells. They had stayed low for over 2 months, and now, a month had passed since the major crackdown on the black market. All the turmoil had settled down. The two commanders had been waiting for something to happen, but as nothing did, their nerves began to relax, and their thoughts started to stir. They couldn't help but feel the urge to stir things up. One day, seeing the young lady's influence continue to grow, they could no longer sit idly by. They decided to meet and discuss the situation. In the end, they agreed that the vice commander would take a couple of days off, leave the base, and try to make contact with their people in the black market, while the regimental commander would use a special signal to contact the person in charge of the Beery family. They planned to work on both fronts to stir up trouble to avoid leaking their plans and having others connect the dots later. The two commanders even found excuses to send their own adjutants away and kept them in the dark about what they were planning. The vice commander rested for a night, and the next day at noon, he returned to the camp with a grim expression. He found the regimental commander, who was also in a bad mood, and the two top brass gathered again. "I couldn't find our people, and the other contact methods have no signal. They're probably in great danger," the vice commander said, suppressing his frustration. "After the last light grenade attack, I was afraid they left traces when they showed up, so I didn't contact them. I don't know why they've been exposed. The situation with the Beery family is also off. The special contact number has no signal. When I called the 7th Corps, the person who answered the line was someone I didn't recognize," the regimental commander also said, clearly frustrated. The two sat in silence for a long while, feeling helpless and at a loss for a young woman to bring them to such a point. The regimental commander couldn't stand it anymore. He gritted his teeth. "We can't let that young lady continue winning people over like this. The morale in the 1st and 2nd battalions is starting to waver again in at most half a month. Or if someone in the Mecha battalion breaks through again, we won't be able to hold them back." The vice commander sighed. "What can we do? We're just out of luck. Everything has piled up at once, and we can't use any of our tricks." The regimental commander sat down behind the desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the tabletop, but his gaze revealed the intense struggle going on in his mind. They had been partners for years, and even though their minds didn't always align, they knew each other very well. The regimental commander's expression now was one that suggested he was about to make a ruthless decision. Use the military's covert network to carry out a suicidal attack and kill her. The regimental commander slammed his fist heavily on the table and said fiercely, "Won't this leave traces? If something goes wrong, it could cause a huge mess, and none of us will be able to escape." The vice commander hesitated. These covert agents were planted by the Beery family. Sacrificing them like this could make the Beery family blame them. Furthermore, the 7th Corps was already facing many troubles, and if the young lady were to have an accident at the 1st Division's base in this manner, it would likely implicate the 7th Corps. With her cultivation level, unless we use this method, we can't get close to her. If we can't get close, how can we kill her? Not only is she highly skilled herself, but her subordinates are also strong. Only someone with a low cultivation, seemingly harmless, could approach her and deliver a fatal blow. The regimental commander understood the vice commander's concerns. However, the 1st Division was the foundation of his power. Without control over the troops, the Beery family wouldn't consider him important. So, for him, the most important thing right now was to maintain his military power before considering anything else. The regimental commander knew that he and the vice commander didn't always share the same stance on certain matters. Watching the vice commander hesitate, it was clear that the latter was leaning toward the benefits of the 7th Corps. The regimental commander didn't want to say anything more. He issued 2 secret orders, and before the vice commander could stop him, he fell silent. Deep down, the vice commander knew that if they went ahead with his plan, the young lady would not escape. Once she was killed, everything would be easier. In the urgency of some time passed until 3 p.m. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from the Mecha battalion. One regimental commander was excited, while the other was a bit uneasy, but both moved swiftly toward the Mecha battalion. At the same time, soldiers from the 1st and 2nd battalions, which were closer to the Mecha battalion, rushed over. When they arrived, They saw a large crater in the training field of the Mecha Battalion, with the bottom charred. But what was most surprising was the young girl sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the crater. Although the young girl appeared somewhat disheveled, it was obvious she was still alive, and her aura was surging violently. This state seemed like she was either advancing in rank or losing control, since they were all martial artists and the young lady was a telekinesis practitioner. No one could determine her exact condition. "Our company commander is healing. Don't disturb her," Officer Tong lied with a straight face. Officer Ma and Officer Tong, using the excuse that the young lady was healing, boldly blocked anyone who tried to approach. Even the two regimental commanders were not spared. They were firmly stopped with no respect given. "What happened? Why was there an explosion here? What illegal items are you using?" the regimental commander asked gruffly, his face dark and his teeth clenched. "Damn it. They sacrificed so much, and yet the young lady was unharmed." Officer Ma glanced at the regimental commander, and with an air of authority, he suppressed them. The regimental commanders' faces immediately changed. Only then did Officer Ma speak up. "Something happened here just now." Later, regimental commanders, "You'll have to give us an explanation for the young lady." As Officer Ma spoke, he activated his holographic communicator, and a three-dimensional projection appeared before everyone. In the projection, at first, the young lady was standing at the edge of the field, watching the soldiers train. Suddenly, two soldiers approached her. These two soldiers were clearly from the Mecha Battalion, and the young lady knew them. They easily walked up to her and started a conversation. The young lady probably thought standing there would disrupt the others' training, so she made a gesture and led the two soldiers to a quieter, more open area to continue their discussion. During this time, it was obvious from the expressions of the two soldiers that they were filled with admiration for the young lady. However, after they stopped, the two soldiers stood with their backs to the camera, so no one could see what they said or did. As the young lady spoke to them in the more open area, she suddenly changed expression. Her hand quickly pressed against her chest, and she rapidly retreated. The two soldiers, without hesitation, lunged at her. In an instant, their bodies exploded without warning, and the screen went black. Those who understood what they were seeing were shocked, cold sweat forming on their backs. Those who knew the two soldiers, who had been close with them, were trembling with fear. How could there be such special weapons in their military camp? They had lived and slept alongside these two special weapons for 3 years. "This is X-Hells explosive, commonly known as a suicide bomb." Officer Tong's voice was cold and emotionless. Many people had heard of such cruel and bloody bombs but had never seen one in person. They never expected to encounter one even in a small place like theirs. It is said that some prominent families train secret agents from a young age, embedding a substance into their blood. Normally, the substance is undetectable, and even with equipment, it can't be identified. However, when the time comes, after the person takes a special drug and uses a certain method to trigger it, the substance acts like a bomb, causing the person to explode. The blast is powerful enough to kill anyone within 5 meters. This special weapon is typically used against high-ranking individuals, those who are especially hard to target, considering the young lady's status and her cultivation. She clearly meets these conditions, so it's not surprising that such a weapon was used against her. But who could it be who dared to use such a deadly method against the young lady? Many people's eyes subtly turned toward the two regimental commanders, making their faces grow even darker. No one was a fool. The two regimental commanders were the ones who most wanted the young lady dead. The others had no particular enmity against her and didn't have access to such weapons. "You must give us an explanation." "I have already sent this footage to Major Huada, the head of the National Security Bureau, as well as to His Highness the Crown Prince. They have authorized me to pass on any crisis involving the young lady immediately," Officer Ma said solemnly. "If you don't hand over the mastermind right now, I can assure you that within 3 days, people from the National Security Bureau will be here," Officer Tong added, his expression equally serious. "Who doesn't know the reputation of the National Security Bureau? Once they intervene, unless you have not committed any wrongdoings or possess extraordinary power, you will eventually be caught. We will investigate and give you an explanation," the regimental commander said, reluctantly playing the part. The faces of the regimental commander and the deputy commander were very grim. The human bombs were not planted by them, and even if the National Security Bureau investigated, they wouldn't trace it back to them. They had initially assumed that if the young lady were to die, the Beery family would definitely protect them, the two great contributors, and clear all traces. But all their assumptions were based on the premise that the young lady had died. The problem was, she hadn't died. Now, they were very likely to become scapegoats, abandoned by the Beery family and forced to take the blame. Damn it. With such close proximity, a human bomb like that, even a level 7 warrior wouldn't have escaped. How in the world did this young lady survive? The regimental commander's heart seemed to be on fire, burning with intense pain, and he couldn't help but ask the question. Deputy Commander Tong sneered at the regimental commander. "Do you really think our young lady is just anyone? Of course, she has defenses you don't know about. Don't talk about 2 bombers. Even if there were 4, the most she would have suffered is serious injury. Taking her life isn't that easy. Those idiots who tried once and failed and are still too stupid to give up, never imagined that their schemes not only failed to harm our young lady, but actually helped her break through her cultivation bottleneck. She successfully advanced to become a level 7 psychic, Officer Ma said with a cold smile. Upon hearing Officer Ma, everyone looked down into the crater at the young lady. They noticed that her previously turbulent energy had now calmed down, but her pressure was even more powerful. If it weren't for the bomber's shocking poses, they would have noticed that the young lady had successfully leveled up. Our young lady had been stuck at a cultivation bottleneck for over half a year. She was searching for an opportunity to break through, and who would have thought that today, someone would do her a favor while trying to harm her? Sheila added coolly from the side. Chapter 265, Vomiting Blood and Falling Unconscious. The flawless assassination plan had failed once again, and this time, the consequences would be dire, far worse than anything they could withstand. The two commanders were already in a state of frantic panic, desperately trying to think of a way to escape this crisis, but no feasible solution came to mind. Then, they overheard someone mention that, due to the recent suicide bomb attack, the young lady had not only survived but had managed to use the incident to her advantage, breaking through her bottleneck and advancing to a level 7 psychic. It was like a knife had stabbed straight into their hearts. The next moment, everyone saw the commander spit out a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground. Fortunately, his aide was quick to catch him and, without hesitation, carried the commander, who appeared to have gone into a state of internal disarray, away from the scene. Otherwise, it would have been an embarrassing spectacle for him. The vice commander, though pale and visibly shaken, managed to maintain his composure. Standing there with a pretense of indifference, his remarkable calmness was, in itself, something to be admired. Indeed, the vice commander's resilience was stronger than the commander's, but his real source of calm lay in the fact that he hadn't been the one who issued the assassination order. So, if the suicide bombing incident were investigated, he wouldn't be held as the main culprit. At worst, he might be accused of failing to report what he knew. His punishment wouldn't be too severe, and the wrath of the Huada family and the second prince would likely fall elsewhere. Meanwhile, down in the crater, Alicia, who had been faking unconsciousness, could barely resist the urge to open her eyes and give Sheila a thumbs up. Her sharp, cutting remark had clearly struck a nerve, sending the commander into such a rage that he literally vomited blood. She'd outdone herself with that one. It was oddly satisfying, worth the performance Alicia had put on for the crowd. Since there were no psychics above level 5 in the regiment, no one realized that Alicia had already advanced to the early stage of level 7 psychic 5 days earlier. However, her timing for advancing wasn't ideal. She had unintentionally leveled up while practicing meditation techniques in her jade pendant space, so there was no disturbance, and no one noticed. Alicia felt that her publicly visible level was already enough to maintain control over the regiment at the base, so she decided to quietly keep her advancement a secret. She planned to use it as an element of surprise or reveal it at the most opportune moment when needed. Honestly, it was fortunate that Alicia had advanced to a level 7 psychic, otherwise, today would have been truly dangerous. Her current psychic strength had more than tripled, which allowed her to quickly notice something off about the two soldiers approaching her. Their aura and body temperature were unusual and didn't resemble normal people. Alicia had a sharp memory, and she had seen these two soldiers earlier that morning. At that time, their aura and body temperature were normal. She immediately realized something was wrong with them. As the director of the National Security Bureau, Huadeki had provided his cousin, Alicia, with extensive safety training, sharing everything he knew to help her identify and respond to assassination attempts, hoping she could protect herself. Alicia was particularly interested in the various assassination tactics he taught her, as it was her area of weakness, so she devoted time and effort to studying them. Among those tactics was detailed information on human bombs. So, as soon as Alicia noticed something off about those two soldiers, she guessed the situation. With her reflexes and speed, once Alicia identified them as human bombs, she had ample time to escape before they detonated, but with so many soldiers training nearby, she couldn't simply dodge and let others take the hit. These people were now her troops, after all. Plus, with her defensive equipment, she would only suffer serious injuries at worst. So, Alicia took a risk, using her psychic power to immediately control the two soldiers, leading them to an empty area on the training grounds before triggering their actions. Luckily, her sonic strength was sufficient, and she successfully drew the two human bombs away. A level 7 psychic is a high-level Shin, while a level 6 psychic is mid-level. The difference isn't just a matter of class but a massive gap in power. Moreover, Alicia had access to the best meditation techniques. Within just 3 days of leveling up, she had already mastered her newfound strength and speed. So when those two soldiers tried to drag her down with them, she'd already moved 3 meters away from the explosion's epicenter. As the two human bombs detonated, Alicia activated the protective shield on her clothing and used her psychic energy to form a protective barrier around herself. Under double-layer protection, Alicia should have emerged completely unscathed, spotless even, But then, a thought of Hebrew Adam's breakthrough after an assassination attempt flashed through her mind. In that moment, as the explosion was ending, Alicia dismissed her defenses, allowing herself to show subtle signs of the explosion's impact. She then settled herself in the blast crater, recovering her depleted energy source, preparing to stage a dramatic breakthrough from adversity moment for those watching. Unexpectedly, Deputy Officer Ma had noticed she was already a level 7 psychic and understood her intentions without needing a hint, quickly stepping in to provoke those responsible. But the real show stealer was Sheila's cutting wit, which pushed a level 6 warrior to the point of spitting blood and fainting on the spot. The commander had completely lost his composure. Seeing his extreme reaction, anyone present with even half a brain could tell who was behind the human bombs. A 19-year-old level 7 psychic, an unprecedented feat with her talent. Who in the regiment would dare challenge her authority again? Despite taking huge risks and sacrifices to bring her down, their scheme not only failed but backfired, helping Alicia break through her bottleneck. No wonder the commander was so enraged he suffered a backlash and fainted in sheer frustration. After the commander was carried off, the mecha camp soldiers, the thick-skinned deputy commander, and members from the 1st and 2nd battalions all turned their gazes toward Alicia, now seated in the center of the crater. Their eyes shone with awe. If Alicia had truly been meditating, she would have been deeply focused, but she was just putting on a show. With so many people watching her, even her relatively thin-skinned self couldn't keep up the act indefinitely, so she opened her eyes. "Lieutenant, have you successfully leveled up?" Sheila proved to be the perfect wingwoman today. "Yes," Alicia replied calmly. She stood, brushed some debris off her clothes, and, adopting a poised manner, lightly leapt out of the crater. She couldn't resist quietly activating her clothing's self-cleaning function. It was a human bomb, after all, and who knew what might have settled on her. As Alicia emerged, the captains of the 1st and 2nd battalions immediately stepped forward to congratulate her. "Congratulations, Miss Alicia, on your successful advancement to high-level psychic." Their attitudes were very respectful. They'd come to terms with the fact that she was indeed a powerful force. As late-stage warriors, they no longer dared to oppose her. After all, if their commander, with all his backing, couldn't prevail against Alicia, then with the commander's impending fall, she or someone in her inner circle was sure to take his place. Building a good rapport with her would only benefit them. "Thank you, sirs," Alicia saluted, recognizing that she was technically their subordinate. She'd grown quite accustomed to being called Miss Alicia and responded to the two captains with a composed demeanor, not overly friendly, but not cold either. Her goal was to eventually win over these two battalions, but the timing wasn't right. In their eyes, she had just survived a human bomb attack and had leveled up in the heat of the moment, so she'd need to stabilize her abilities. Watching as the captains bid her farewell and led their units away, Alicia had to admit they had handled the situation tactfully. She instructed the mecha camp to continue their training under the guidance of Captains Yu Paul and Gong Jifeng, while she, along with her senior and junior aides, returned to her office. "Deputy Tong, if the people from the 1st and 2nd battalions come to negotiate again, make sure to talk things through with them. Even if an agreement is reached, the terms shouldn't be as favorable as those for the mecha company. Follow the second plan instead. These two battalion captains aren't as straightforward as they appear. Though we can't find any evidence of them colluding with outside forces, we should still stay vigilant," Alicia said. Alicia's mood wasn't too bad. While the human bomb incident had left her somewhat unsettled, it hadn't shaken her psychologically. In fact, being able to use this opportunity to suppress the two commanders without sparking resistance from the 1st and 2nd battalions was an excellent outcome. "No need to rush. We're in the perfect position to let them wait," Deputy Tong replied calmly. Having spent the most time on base and being in charge of intelligence gathering, he was particularly aware of the 1st and 2nd battalions' previous tendency to watch from the sidelines. He knew even better than others how they'd behaved. None of them, not even Miss Alicia, were altruists. Just because the 1st and 2nd battalions suddenly showed interest didn't mean they'd be eagerly welcomed with open arms. It wasn't like Alicia's side would immediately start upgrading their training grounds and supplying them with resources for training. At the very least, we should delay any decision until the new commander is appointed. "Let them cool off a bit and come to us, looking to cooperate," Sheila suggested. "That's a great idea," Alicia agreed. Their resources weren't limitless, and Alicia wasn't inclined to waste them on people who weren't truly loyal. Since her promotion to level 7, she'd gained a heightened sensitivity to others' emotions and intentions. Whether someone was sincere or simply putting on a facade, Alicia could tell immediately. Just then, a video call from Lin Chengfeng came through. "Uncle Lin," Alicia greeted. "I just watched that footage. That was far too close. In the future, avoid taking risks if you can help it." "You fulfilled your duty." "Yes, but you're incredibly valuable to our empire," Lin Chengfeng said. "I only did it because I was confident," Alicia replied. "There are various types of human bombs, each with different levels of power. Today, you were lucky to encounter a mid-grade model. If it had been a special-grade bomb, your protective gear wouldn't have made any difference," Lin Chengfeng cautioned. "I understand. I won't take such risks again," Alicia said, admitting her fault. Of course, she wasn't about to reveal her backup survival plan. You don't need to worry about this situation anymore. Those people won't be able to make trouble for much longer, but to avoid any desperate retaliation, keep a low profile for now, Lin Qingfeng advised. Alicia didn't ask, and Lin Qingfeng didn't explain further. They both understood who was behind this, and were simply waiting for instructions from the Crown Prince's side. After ending the call, Alicia began to reflect. Lieutenant Huada. Deputy Ma's voice cut in sharply, enunciating every word. Startled, Alicia looked up to see Deputy Ma's expression, which practically screamed, "We need to talk." Those unfamiliar with her or without psychic abilities might not have noticed, but her close allies had seen her deliberately lure those two human bombs onto open ground. They knew she had identified them as human bombs well in advance. For a commanding officer, protecting the lives of her soldiers as best as possible is a primary responsibility. However, for those who served closely with Alicia, her willingness to risk her own safety for others' sake was seen as recklessly dangerous. To her family and those who cared about her, this kind of self-sacrificial behavior was deeply troubling. After Deputy Ma's thorough scolding, Alicia had to endure Deputy Tong's disapproving look, as well as Sheila's exasperated "Are you out of your mind?" expression. Even Tamaki Kezia, usually mild-mannered, gave her a look that said she really shouldn't have done it. Alicia suddenly felt like a terrible sinner, bearing everyone's disappointment. Then, someone must have reported to Hebrew Adam, because his call came through next. Seeing his girlfriend safe and sound on the other end of the screen, Adam's intense worry finally eased a little. Alicia put on her best repentant expression, eyes wide and contrite, promising, "I know I was wrong. From now on, I'll be extra careful and won't let anyone come within 5 meters of me." She hoped to calm the prince down. Adam, seeing her looking so sweet and obedient, still felt deeply uneasy. Knowing she was in enemy territory, he wished he could fly to her side and protect her himself. When his informant reported that Alicia had faced a human bomb attack, Adam had been terrified. It had been years since he'd felt that level of fear. At age 8, he'd witnessed someone die in a human bomb explosion. The memory haunted him with nightmares for 5 days, and he couldn't bear to imagine Alicia suffering something like that. Just when Alicia thought she'd finally settled things with Adam, another call came in, this time from Huadeki, who had seen the video of her ordeal and understood the full extent of her risk. Then Lixayamba called. She had been unable to reach her daughter earlier and had been frantic with worry. Only after contacting Sheila and confirming that Alicia was safe did she calm down a little. After one reproachful call after another, Alicia's smile started to feel strained. When her comms finally quieted down, she looked teary-eyed at Deputy Ma and sighed. "Why did you have to tell them everything?" Both Deputy Ma and Deputy Dong rolled their eyes, which was the first time Alicia had seen them so openly exasperated with her. "You want to play hero, but we don't want you to be a hero," Sheila scolded. "You think it's amazing, don't you? Ignoring your own safety feels like a real achievement, huh?" Sheila had been frightened out of her mind just minutes earlier, only to learn that Alicia, with her grand ideals, had actually chosen not to escape when she had the chance. Knowing the full story, Sheila felt an intense urge to shake some sense into her friend. Chapter 266, The Downfall of the Beery Family. The mesh unit was filled with excitement over Alicia's recent advancement, and no one paid much attention to the reactions of the two commanders, nor did anyone discuss the origins of the human bombs. Sure enough, 3 days later, early in the morning, the Empire News Channel, controlled by the Gus Empire, aired a significant news report. The mastermind behind the attempted assassination of the second prince over 3 months ago had been apprehended by the National Security Bureau. Since high-ranking military officials were involved, the case would be tried in a military court. The broadcast then showed photos of over a dozen suspects, along with their brief profiles. The public was eager to see which fool had dared to threaten the future hope of the empire and was ready to curse them thoroughly. To everyone's shock, the main culprit was not only a member of the Gust Empire but was someone known to many. Fei-Iden Bukbiri, male, 273 years old, initial stage level 7 fighter, commander of the Empire's 7th Army, rank colonel. The public was stunned, an army commander as the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the second prince. The assassination attempt on the second prince 3 months ago had caused a massive uproar, leaving the entire Gus Empire both aware and outraged. Since the exposure of the young Kai people's issue, the second prince and Miss Hua, both exceptional talents, had become, under the guidance of certain interested parties, beacons of hope for the people of the Gus Empire. In uncertain times, people instinctively search for a spiritual pillar to lean on. Though people in this interstellar era have some belief in the existence of a god of worlds, they don't typically see it as something to worship, believing instead in human capability and self-reliance. However, the looming threat of intelligent extraterrestrial life, intending to invade their world and seize their resources and living space, had stirred underlying fear and anxiety in the hearts of ordinary citizens, despite the government's soothing words. At a time like this, the people yearned for the existence of a true world deity, one who could ensure their safety and protect the military's efforts to defeat the alien invaders. As a result, when the people of the Gus Empire noticed that over the past decade, an overwhelming number of young talents had emerged from the entire Gumra star system, and that the Gus Empire had produced two unprecedented geniuses, the people naturally felt that this must be the work of the world god lending them support. Although the star system they relied on for survival was about to face a terrifying invasion by extraterrestrial forces, the people believed that their world god had not abandoned them and had brought hope to their side. In short, under the guidance of certain interested parties, the people of the Gus Empire deeply believed that the second prince, Hebrew Adam, and Miss Huadamani were the hopes for defeating the aliens and saving their world. At a time like this, when someone attempted to assassinate their future hope, the people of the Gus Empire could not help but feel furious. Regardless of the motives behind the assassination, they viewed the perpetrators as anti-human and even suspected that they were puppets of the Yunkai people. This led to an outcry online for a thorough investigation. It was reported that the second prince was severely injured in the assassination and needed 2 days of treatment before the outcome could be determined. During those 2 days, the hearts of the people were in suspense. Fortunately, their hopes were not dashed. 2 days later, the royal family announced that the second prince, due to his misfortune, had advanced to the level of a 7th-level martial artist, which greatly relieved the people. However, their anger only grew stronger. The current king of the Gus Empire, King Adam, had limited talent and was only a mid-level 6th-level martial artist himself. His governing ability was also mediocre. However, he had 2 exceptional sons. The first prince had reached the early stages of level 8 martial arts before turning 40, a genius that hadn't been seen in hundreds of years. But in the hearts of the people of the Gus Empire, the first prince's most impressive ability was not his combat strength, but his governing skills. Most of the people believed that since King Adam and the first prince had started governing the country, the national strength of the Gus Empire had increased 2 to 3 times in just a few years. Various resources to deal with future crises were being prepared in an orderly manner, and no other country in the Gumra star system was as well prepared as the Gus Empire. At a time like this, having such outstanding leaders was indeed a blessing for the people of the Gus Empire. Now, the second prince had already advanced to a level 7 martial artist at the age of 20. Based on his previous speed of advancement, it was expected that he would reach level 8 within 2 years. A few years later, when the anti-interstellar invasion war broke out, the Gus Empire would not have to worry about lacking a master strategist to lead the entire army. At that time, with the first prince commanding the rear, the second prince leading the entire army, and Miss Huadamani, a level 8 telepath, providing support, the possibility of winning the war would be very high. This was the mindset that had gradually developed among the people of the Gus Empire over the past year. The idea that someone might want to destroy their hope was enough to make everyone furious. The more the people focused on the second prince's promotion, the more they despised those who wanted to assassinate him. Since the royal family had 2 geniuses, the first prince and the second prince, the people trusted the empire's ability to manage affairs. Since it was the second prince who was targeted for assassination, they believed that the National Security Bureau would not just sweep it under the rug, and that eventually, they would give everyone an explanation. So when the results of the investigation came out, no one was surprised. However, the investigation result was a huge shock. Before the results were announced, the people of the Gus Empire generally believed that the assassination plot was orchestrated by people from other countries. Although they were angry, they hadn't lost control, but now they learned that it was actually someone from their own country, and a military commander at that. The news sent shockwaves across the internet. Fayyad Bakbiri, the commander of the Gus Empire's army, instead of working to strengthen the nation and prepare for the future war against invaders, had plotted to assassinate the second prince for personal gain. It was intolerable. In an instant, the people imagined several possible motives for murder driven by lust for power, their anger rising. As they cursed, they began digging into the man's background. When they discovered that Fayyad Bakbiri was the head of one of the capital's largest families, their anger grew even more. Then rumors spread that the Biri family had wanted to arrange a marriage between the second prince and their family to seize power, but since the second prince was already paired with Miss Huadamani, a union with the Biri family seemed impossible. This led to speculations that the Biri family had resorted to the desperate measure of assassinating the second prince to achieve their goals. Looking at the rumors circulating online, Miss Huadamani quietly complained to Hebrew Adam, "Cousin, what are you and the first cousin doing? Not only are you making us targets, but you're also making our personal matters public for everyone to see." Hebrew Adam had no objection to the fact that the whole world knew that Alicia was his girlfriend. Originally, Hebrew Adam was a bit concerned that Alicia's rising fame might put her in danger. But now that she had become a level 7 telepath, there were very few people who could harm her. He felt slightly reassured. After all, In the Gus Empire, with the fall of the Beery family, there were no longer any forces openly opposing them. In fact, in the current situation, if the Beery family hadn't gone too far, the first prince would never have moved against them. In Topaz Star, the commander of the 1st Regiment stationed at the headquarters, watched the video of several people being tried at the military tribunal. As he listened to the National Security Bureau present one incriminating piece of evidence after another, he felt as if the sky was about to fall. A few days ago, after the failed assassination attempt using a human bomb, the commanding general had been deeply shaken, and it showed. Although he had been treated in time and didn't suffer major after effects, he appeared completely drained. In the past few days, the commanding general had been trying every possible way to contact the Beery family for help, but no one could be reached, and his condition only worsened. He had especially hoped that Lin Chingfeng would personally send an investigation team to look into the human bomb incident, but when nothing happened, it only made him more anxious. The general didn't believe that such a major event would be ignored by the people behind Miss Huada. He assumed it would be normal for an investigation team to come, and the more silence there was, the more uneasy he felt because the silence suggested that the situation might be worse than he realized, and that something unknown was happening out of his sight, ready to explode later. As expected, he wasn't wrong. Things were waiting for them here. The capital city had already dealt with the Beery family, and what could the small fish like them do to escape? So, for now, they were set aside and would be dealt with once there was time. The 2 regiment commanders knew a little bit about the internal affairs and were aware of who was behind the assassination attempt on the 2nd prince. Therefore, when the royal family, disregarding all propriety, sent the head of the Beery family to the military tribunal, they knew this matter wouldn't end easily. The National Security Bureau's actions were truly impressive. The evidence they provided was overwhelming. One particular piece of evidence, especially, made the public, especially those from the fringe stars, become even more enraged. It turned out that the 7th Army had been colluding with the black market in the fringe star zones for a long time, engaging in many heinous and unspeakable deeds. Many ordinary people might never encounter the circle of aristocratic families in their lifetime, so they wouldn't feel much impact from their arrogance and dominance. But the black market is different. Hidden among the common people, the black market engages in human trafficking, child abduction, gambling, theft, robbery, and assassination, all of which have harmed many people. Therefore, the public's view of the black market is very negative. What enraged people the most was that Faidan Buckbeary and his family had actually directed people from the black market to assassinate Huada Mani, who had joined the military after returning to her home planet, Topaz Star. Who is Huada Mani? Very few people in the Gus Empire wouldn't know her. It was only through this news that the public learned that this young lady had, after graduating from the military academy, returned to her home world in the fringe star zone to join the military. The reason was that this planet would become the first battlefield when the intergalactic anti-invasion war broke out, and she wanted to defend her homeland. Upon hearing this, the people of the Gus Empire were deeply moved. Such a grateful and righteous young woman. Yet these parasites wanted to harm her, and as a result, the entire country erupted in a call for the Beery family to be severely punished. Things progressed quickly. The Beery family fell from power, and the 7th Army changed commanders. The new commander was an old royal prince, Albert Adam. Albert Adam was actually King Adam's uncle and Hebrew Adam's great-uncle. This veteran general was a level 7 martial artist and had previously served as the commander of the 2nd Army. However, more than 10 years ago, he retired due to age, and the position of army commander was passed to another younger level 7 martial artist from the royal family. Now, Prince Albert Adam had come out of retirement to take command. It was clear that he was making way for the 2nd prince, Hebrew Adam, to eventually take control of the 7th Army's power. While the 2nd prince was already a level 7 martial artist, and as a graduate of the 1st Military Academy of the Xiuangu Empire, he was qualified to serve as the commander of an army. He was still very young. No matter how smart or capable he was, his lack of experience and youth were weaknesses. If he were directly appointed as the commander of the 7th Army, no one would feel comfortable with such a big responsibility on his shoulders. However, if he were made deputy commander, no one would object. No one would object to Albert Adam becoming the commander of the 7th Army. After all, he was willing to support the younger generation of his family. What could others do? Everyone believed that while the 2nd prince was still too young and lacked experience to temporarily take on the role of 7th Army commander, it wasn't that they thought he would never be able to do so. Although the fall of the Beery family caused a huge stir online, as the situation progressed, especially after the appointments of the new commander and deputy commander of the 7th Army, things gradually quieted down. In reality, everyone was extremely busy. Each person didn't want to waste time training, as they wanted to increase their chances of survival in the future. During this time, because there were so many news reports online, only the people of Topaz Star paid attention to the local news about their planet. They noticed that the commanders of the stationed 1st Battalion were arrested by the National Security Bureau. When people saw the charges against these two individuals, they learned they were allies of the Beery family and lost interest, as there had been so many arrests of this kind recently. After the news broke that the young lady had returned, the people of Topaz Star left messages on the local network, hoping to meet her. When it came to the upcoming interstellar anti-invasion war, the people of Topaz Star were the most fearful and helpless. After all, their planet would be the first battlefield, and most of the people there had no means to immigrate. Other planets couldn't truly understand how important it was for the people of Topaz Star when they heard that the young lady had returned to fight the invaders with them. It gave them a sense of hope and courage. The Empire had not abandoned them, and the young lady had not abandoned them either. They were not weak and helpless. However, the people couldn't find the young lady. While some people claimed to have seen her at the Topaz Star space station over 3 months ago, no one dared to confirm it since they hadn't seen her in person. "Come out and show your face, it will calm the public," Lin Chengfeng called Alicia. Alicia did not object. Seeing the increasing calls on the internet, she had already been thinking about it. If it weren't for the fact that the former commander and deputy commander of the stationed 1st Battalion had been arrested by the National Security Bureau, and Alicia had been elected as the new commander of the 1st Battalion, she would have already posted something online to suppress those who were dissatisfied with her. She had been demonstrating both kindness and authority over the past few days. It should be noted that the first prince had told Alicia that she and Hebrew Adam were the targets placed in the open by the Gus Empire. As long as her safety was ensured, she should be as high profile as possible. Alicia had originally planned to post a selfie on the internet, but who would have known that Lin Chengfeng thought it wasn't enough of a statement and directly arranged for her to be interviewed by reporters. Chapter 267, The Smile is Very Fake. Because the military camp does not allow exposure to the public, Alicia discussed it with her two adjutants and decided that, on the next rest day, she would return to the Huada family villa in Bailey City for an interview. After all, anyone with some skill and a mind to inquire could easily find the Huada family villa in the second ring of Bailey City. It couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to fear making it public. As for Alicia's decision to give a news interview, she wasn't very interested herself, but her little companion was very excited about it. When Alicia mentioned that she would be accompanied by Tamaki Kezia for the interview, Sheila immediately excitedly agreed. Sheila was no fool. She absolutely wouldn't just be a mere background for such an opportunity. She understood that it was not merely being a sidekick in the usual sense, but an opportunity to have her Tamaki appear in front of the Topaz Star people, thus adding to their qualifications for the future. However, before Alicia could even attend the interview, the most famous gossip news website in the Gus Empire suddenly aired an impromptu interview. The interviewee was Prince Hebrew Adam, the second prince. From the video, it could be seen that Prince Hebrew Adam was cornered by reporters in a public setting and had to stop to answer their questions. Although the prince's handsome face remained serious, his tone when answering questions was calm and polite. "Your Highness, the second prince, it is said that you and Miss Huada Mani were not only classmates at the military academy but also a couple. Is that true?" Suddenly asked a female reporter. To be honest, although there had been a lot of speculation on Starnet regarding the relationship between the second prince and the eldest daughter of the Huada family, neither of the parties had ever publicly confirmed it. Therefore, when the female reporter asked this question, everyone stopped and quietly waited for the second prince's response. When Hebrew Adam suddenly heard someone ask if he and Huada Mani were a couple, he immediately thought of a girl far away on Topaz Star and realized that he would soon be very close to her. His eyes softened involuntarily. So, everyone saw the second prince's icy expression melt when he heard Huada Mani's name, and he flashed a smile with a slight dimple. "Well, we were first a couple, and later became engaged." The people of the Empire, who had been admiring Prince Hebrew Adam's cool and aloof demeanor, were unexpectedly fed a huge mouthful of dog food, nearly choking on it. The second prince's words were quite meaningful. It seemed he was afraid people wouldn't know that he liked Miss Huada, and might mistakenly think he was only engaged to her due to a political marriage. In fact, the public believed the second prince was overthinking it. Everyone could clearly see how much he liked Miss Huada. A girl like her would be easy to fall for. Not to mention, just the second prince's smile earlier was enough to show how much he truly liked Miss Huada. Many people from Topaz Star were also fed dog food, and Sheila was greatly surprised. "I've known the second prince for over 10 years, and I didn't know he could smile like that. It's so silly. He even has a little dimple on his face." Tamaki Kezia tiredly pulled his girlfriend's hand, reminding her to be more cautious. This girl always said she was determined to cultivate herself and stay calm, and would stop saying shocking things. But whenever something exciting happened, she always forgot her resolution and couldn't help but say something surprising. Sheila turned to look at her boyfriend, noticing that Lieutenant Ma and Lieutenant Tong were both going about their business as usual, without reacting. She hadn't said anything wrong, right? No matter what, though, it's best not to mock someone's boyfriend in front of them. Tamaki Kezia felt powerless. The only thing to be thankful for was that Alicia was always very tolerant of Sheila, never getting truly upset with her. When Sheila said something wrong, Alicia would just give her a light reprimand and let it go. I've never seen that before. He looks so cute when he smiles like that. Next time I see him, I'm going to ask him to smile like that for me, Alicia said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Prince Hebrew Adam on the video. She never expected that Hebrew Adam would have such a silly, cute side. Seeing his somewhat goofy smile, Alicia felt her heart pounding. If they were alone, she thought she wouldn't be able to resist and would definitely lean in to kiss his little dimple. Tamaki Kezia weakly dropped his hand. All right. No wonder Sheila thought there was nothing wrong with her words. It turned out Alicia had the same reaction. Tamaki Kezia realized he had overreacted earlier. He momentarily forgot that the way these two girls thought was quite different from theirs, and that's why they often shared a very similar sense of humor. So, despite often seeing the two of them argue and bicker, their relationship was actually stronger than anyone else's. Mina Ollie was Sheila's cousin and Alicia's future sister-in-law, but these two had bypassed Mina Ollie and bonded with each other, showing just how well they clicked. Hebrew should be heading to Morning Star, where the headquarters of the 7th Army is located, soon, Tamaki Kezia said, trying to change the subject. Hebrew Adam controlling the 7th Army was nothing short of perfect for them, not to mention, after the two brigade commanders of the stationed 1st Brigade were captured, Lin Chengfeng sent an official military appointment letter, appointing Alicia as the acting brigade commander. The 1st Brigade, originally dominated by opposing factions, had hardly anyone objecting to the appointment of a young acting commander. The influence of the former brigade commanders crumbled in less than 10 days. This was because Alicia had stated that as long as they abandoned their previous allegiances and followed their duties, sincerely taking responsibility as soldiers, she would not hold their past mistakes against them. This all happened because everyone knew that the Supreme Commander of Topaz Star was this young lady's adoptive father, and the new 7th Army would belong to the second prince. Who on Topaz Star could go against this young lady? I think he's already arrived, Alicia said. In fact, Hebrew Adam had arrived on Morning Star 3 hours ago. But when it came to his schedule, Alicia only gave a rough estimate. Morning Star is only half a day's flight away from here, Sheila teased. Blinking her eyes, Alicia glanced at Sheila and smiled. No matter how close, it still can't compare to you two. The three girls from their elite class had all fallen into the arms of the boys in their class. However, only Sheila could spend day and night with Tamaki Kezia. Even though Hwadeli and Mina Ollie, an engaged couple for 10 years, were together, they still lived across several star systems, and if they wanted to meet regularly, they'd have to go to the battlefield. When it came to her and Tamaki Kezia, if Tamaki Kezia wasn't around, Sheila might not feel embarrassed to chat with Alicia, but with him present, Sheila didn't have the courage to be too bold. She awkwardly changed the subject. Well, there's also Prince Albert Adam. Before Sheila could finish her sentence, her wrist communicator suddenly flashed, signaling an incoming message. Sheila was interrupted, and when she saw the message, her expression immediately darkened, her eyes showing anger. Tamaki Kezia looked at Sheila with some concern but didn't speak. Alicia raised an eyebrow. What was going on with Sheila? Was her family harassing her again? Sheila hesitated for a long time, and in the end, she didn't answer the call. She sighed and looked up to see Alicia raising an eyebrow at her inquiringly. Sheila gave Alicia a bitter smile and said, "The younger brother of my family head, my second uncle, was involved in the second prince assassination case and has been dismissed from his position. He's been calling me these past few days, asking me to plead on his behalf." Alicia frowned. What did he do in this case? He says he was unknowingly trapped into revealing some information. He claims he didn't know what the Beery family was planning and wasn't involved in it, Sheila said with disgust. I don't believe his lies. I think he knew something, but because the Beery family didn't trust him enough, they didn't let him be involved. Otherwise, he would have jumped at the opportunity. He's the one who suggested that I marry into the Beery family. Now that something has gone wrong, he comes begging me. He still thinks I'm the same helpless little girl from back in the family, one who wouldn't dare speak up when bullied. And he thinks he can command me however he wants. Tamaki Kezia looked at Sheila with some concern, but Sheila didn't seem too upset. Instead, there was only a hint of sarcasm in her expression. They have no idea what kind of training I went through at Xuanbu First Military Academy. They think I still see them as the same people from my past. They even called my father to give me orders, completely disregarding the fact that I left home. They're dreaming if they think I'll listen to them. Alicia narrowed her eyes. I feel like you're hinting at someone with that remark. Are you implying that because someone constantly torments you, you've become so tough you're no longer afraid of being beaten down? Sheila suddenly broke into a smile, and the sadness in her eyes disappeared as if it had never been there. So, you do have some self-awareness. You don't even know how irritating you were at the beginning. I've never met a more arrogant commoner than you. It seems you don't have any self-awareness. You don't even realize how sharp-tongued you were at the beginning. I've never met a more sarcastic young lady from a noble family than you. Tamaki Kezia watched the two girls start bickering again and once again felt that these two were quite similar in nature. With just a couple of teasing remarks from Alicia, Sheila's sadness and disappointment were quickly chased away. Though Sheila's words sounded like a joke, Tamaki Kezia knew it was the truth. It was because of the influence of friends like them, especially Alicia, that Sheila's mindset gradually changed. She slowly learned not to be affected by her family, especially during the crisis just before graduation, when Alicia became Sheila's most steadfast supporter, helping her avoid confusion and despair, allowing Sheila to make choices according to her own heart. So for both of them, they were very fortunate to have met Alicia. If your second uncle wasn't arrested, that means his involvement in the case wasn't deep. If you want to maintain his dignity, I can help you. It shouldn't be too difficult, Alicia said seriously. This case was being primarily investigated by the National Security Bureau, whose director was her cousin. The Crown Prince was her cousin as well, and the second prince was her boyfriend. Maintaining such dignity would be easy. Sheila had always been upset with her family, and if Alicia could really help her second uncle find a way out, her family would surely start paying more attention to her. No, if they find out I have that kind of value to them, they'll only demand more. I don't want to get entangled with them. My current life is good, and I'm very satisfied. Sheila wisely refused. Alicia actually felt the same way. Relationships based on benefits are just a false illusion. They break as soon as touched. It's better not to have them at all from the start. Alicia's interview wasn't as exciting as Hebrew Adams. At the appointed time, Alicia, Sheila, and Tamaki Kezia returned to Bailey City. When the time was almost up, Alicia saw the butler leading two women and one man into the room, and one of the women was someone Alicia recognized. Alicia's brows suddenly furrowed. She took out an incense burner from her space ring, lit a particular incense, and placed it on the table next to her. Sheila and Tamaki Kezia both tensed up, but they didn't speak. Before the guests entered, they returned to their usual demeanor. The butler led in one man and two women. The young woman walking in the front only had early level third-tier cultivation, indicating that her potential for cultivation was quite poor. The two people following her on the left and right weren't much better. The man on the left was older but was also at mid-third tier cultivation, while the woman on the right was also at mid-third tier. These three people posed no threat to them, and Sheila and Tamaki Kezia secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, they didn't lower their guard because Alicia was very polite in standing up to greet the guests. Sister Erin. Alicia smiled brightly. I didn't expect it to be you. Just yesterday, I was thinking that you studied journalism, and now, here you are. It's such a coincidence that we meet again. We really have some fate. Ah. A familiar face, Sheila chimed in, trying to liven up the atmosphere. However, in her heart, Sheila was secretly wondering. This girl is smiling so gently, it feels fake and makes people uneasy. Could it be that this familiar face is suspicious? Indeed, it was quite a coincidence that the person coming to interview Alicia was someone she had known before. I've been neighbors with Sister Erin for over 10 years. Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia have always been so kind to me. I really loved Aunt Xia's pastries, but ever since I went to Xuangu First Military Academy, I haven't had them again, Alicia said nostalgically, her tone carrying an indescribable sadness. In truth, she didn't even know what those pastries tasted like because she had never eaten them. The original owner was the one who loved them. The only reason she remembered them was because the shape and color of the pastries resembled the red date cakes she loved back in the Earth era. The tone of this sentence sounded much more sincere, and her smile didn't seem so fake anymore. Sheila thought, is it because she's remembering something tasty, or is it because she's sure this reporter is trustworthy? When Xiran heard Alicia greet her first and mention her mother's pastries, the worry she had been holding in her heart immediately dissipated. Alicia, you still remember so clearly. If you still like them, my mother would be very happy to make them for you. Xiran smiled, no longer worried as she had been before arriving. When Xiran was about 16 or 17, and Alicia was about 4 or 5, Xiran's father was seriously injured, but at that time, they couldn't afford the expensive treatment. It was Alicia's mother. Well, now she should be called Alicia's adoptive mother, Teresa Du, who cured her father with medicine and saved their family. Her mother was someone who valued gratitude deeply. Since they couldn't repay Teresa Du for saving her life, they would often make small treats, like pastries, that little girls liked, and give them to Alicia. Since Alicia ate them often back then, she couldn't forget them. Even now, Chapter 268, The Fishing Plan. Xiran and Alicia used to be neighbors. Since she found out that the two girls from her neighbor's house had been accepted into the Xuangu First Military Academy, she had been paying attention to them. Xiran took pride in these two girls in her heart, thinking that it didn't matter if they were commoners. They, as commoners, could also get into Xuangu First Military Academy. She also had a subtle sense of pride, and she often bragged about her neighbor's little sisters to her colleagues. Who would have thought that later, one of the girls would explode into a huge scandal? Xian was dumbfounded when she saw the news. She couldn't believe that someone close to her had such a dramatic background. However, after confirming that the story was true, over time, the image of that shy and cute little sister gradually disappeared from Xian's memory. In her place was the proud and noble image of a daughter from a prestigious family. But because Xian had often boasted about her talented neighbor's daughter before, when Alicia's true identity was revealed, all her colleagues in the same department found out that she and the now famous young lady of Topaz Star, Huadamani, used to be neighbors. Xian also received a lot of attention and was promoted to a prime-time anchor for a second-tier program. When everyone found out that their news site, Fexon News Network, was the largest news website on Topaz Star and had been assigned to interview the young lady, many top anchors were eager to get the opportunity. It was clear that interviewing this legendary young lady would boost their program's viewership to record-breaking numbers. Xian, who was just a mildly popular anchor, had never dared to dream that this opportunity would fall into her lap. Her parents, Xia's father and Xia's mother, had specifically told her that their family had already received a lot of favors from the young lady, and they shouldn't use their past relationship for anything that might cause trouble for her. Xian had planned to just listen and stay silent, but somehow, this opportunity fell on her. Needless to say, the other anchors, who considered themselves highly qualified, made quite a fuss. But when they learned that this small, less-known anchor was actually the former neighbor of the young lady, their reaction was quite something. This small anchor was actually the young lady's neighbor, and they understood why the higher-ups had chosen a small anchor for the interview. Although they were still somewhat dissatisfied, they no longer spoke disrespectfully. Suddenly being struck by this unexpected windfall, Xian felt both excited and nervous. Others might think that because she and the young lady were once neighbors, their relationship must have been very close. But in reality, Xian had spent most of her time studying and working away from home. So how could she have been very close to the neighbor's little sister? However, Xian couldn't say this, because this rare opportunity had fallen to her precisely because she knew the young lady. Don't worry, that child is a good person. Even now, every once in a while, she still remembers to send things to us neighbors and arranges better accommodations for us. She's not the type to change after achieving success. Just talk to her properly, but if your news network plans to use her for some kind of sensational story that harms her, you can't stop it. Just tell her directly, and don't let anyone make things difficult for her. Xian's father, who had a lot of experience, spoke these words, and they helped calm Xian's nerves. Anyway, according to her father, they were firmly on the young lady's side, and Xian naturally felt the same. Once she had made up her mind, she no longer felt anxious. After all, she did know the young lady. Although she wasn't very familiar with her, her parents had a very good relationship with the young lady's family. Although she had mentally prepared herself, when Xian and her two companions entered the seemingly low-key but actually very refined Huada courtyard, she couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw the kind of scene that was rarely seen in the commoner world. Xian was afraid the young lady might not remember her or might dislike having people from her humble past appear before her. Some people, after becoming successful, don't like seeing those who knew them when they were struggling. But when they entered the living room, the young lady, dressed in white casual clothes, smiled and stood up to greet them. Xian's tense nerves relaxed. Although the young lady had changed a lot in appearance, she immediately recognized Xian, called her without hesitation, and asked them to sit down and talk. Xian quickly glanced around the living room, which was decorated in an elegant, classical style. It was indeed a noble yet understated luxurious atmosphere. On the table near the host, there was an antique bronze incense burner, gently releasing strands of white smoke. The living room didn't have the usual smell of smoke, but instead, there was a refreshing, pleasant fragrance that made one feel comfortable. Xian recognized that this incense was very popular among the upper-class nobles. The fragrance in the incense burner was very precious and beneficial to the human body. She had only seen it once before, and at that time, the fragrance wasn't as pleasant as this one. I didn't expect it to be you, Xian, coming to interview me. This really surprises me, Alicia said with a smile. Alicia had the appearance of a neighborly girl, with no trace of aloofness or arrogance in her eyes. When she smiled, she looked just like the girl from back then. Xian was touched that Alicia not only remembered her, but also didn't mind bringing up the time when she was in a difficult situation. Given my background, I shouldn't be the one to have this opportunity. But because they knew I knew you, they let me come, Xian admitted candidly. I've been back in Topaz Star for a few months, but I've been busy training the troops. I didn't want to trouble anyone, so I haven't come back to visit. I hope everyone is doing well? Alicia smiled as she spoke. Xian's straightforward attitude was something Alicia liked. This made their conversation flow easily and relaxed. Everyone's doing well. When they found out I was coming to see you today, they asked me to bring you gifts. Xian said everyone was indeed doing well because, after Alicia was taken back by the Huada family, they sent people to Topaz Star and arranged for the 6 families who had helped her in the past to be well taken care of. Now, These families were living in a small villa area for the wealthy, with their quality of work and life having greatly improved. Alicia naturally knew about this. However, Hwadi's actions weren't purely out of gratitude. He also wanted to move them away from their previous location to a more secure area. This would prevent anyone from trying to harm Alicia or target those connected to her if they couldn't find her. Their original neighborhood was a working-class area where there were too many people coming and going, making it difficult to guard against ill-intentioned individuals. When Alicia heard what Xiran said, she politely replied, "My father and mother are very grateful to you. They would be even happier to repay you. What saddens them the most is that I've been alone and ignored by everyone." Alicia's words made Xiran even happier. Soon, the two successfully completed the interview. Given Alicia's special identity, the fake Sun News network didn't dare to make any controversial articles. Most of the discussions were focused on the ongoing alien invasion, as well as future counterattack plans. Alicia naturally took the opportunity to say a few words to rally the people, assuring them that the Empire would surely do everything possible to protect their homeland. What they needed to do now was to focus on training and improving their skills. In the end, she couldn't avoid the topic of her relationship with the second prince, which Xiran, too, was quite curious about. Xiran had watched the interview with the second prince that day and felt that the second prince truly liked their young Mississippi. In response to Xiran's question, Alicia smiled faintly, but her gaze suddenly shifted to another female companion who had come with Xiran. Xiran immediately sensed something was wrong, but before she could turn her head to check, she felt the aura of her companion beside her suddenly intensify. Before Xiran could react, she saw the woman suddenly leap toward Alicia. The posture and speed were not those of an ordinary human, and the momentum she unleashed was even stronger than Alicia's by at least double. Xiran, being only a level 3 warrior, could not help Alicia. Upon witnessing this scene, she did not scream in fear but began retreating while loudly shouting, "Help! Somebody! Come!" Before she could shout more than twice, the girl beside Alicia had already captured Xiran, dragging her out of the hall. The male colleague was treated the same, dragged out by the young man beside Alicia. Xiran was both shocked and frantic. The woman attacking Alicia was a high-level warrior, and although she had come in as a colleague, she was now something completely different. However, Xiran was not dragged out of the hall immediately. She saw Alicia's quick reaction as she easily dodged the woman's direct attack. At the same time, silver light flashed from Alicia's hand, and 5 throwing knives shot toward the woman, forcing her to dodge. But the woman was also very fast, avoiding the throwing knives and lunging again. What Xiran didn't see was that, at that moment, 2 mid-level 7th tier warriors appeared on either side of the woman, blocking her path. Alicia then took the opportunity to leave the hall. Once outside, Alicia frowned when she saw the 2 people who had been captured. But for safety's sake, Alicia took a careful look at Xiran and said to the person holding her, "Sheila, Sister Xiran is fine, but we can't just let her go back like this. It would be too unsafe. After the situation is resolved, we'll send someone to escort her back." "I understand," Sheila said as she released the person she was holding. Xiran, a commoner woman, had never experienced such a thrilling and terrifying scene. She had just been aggressively captured and, after being released, was left feeling disoriented and trembling, unsure of what to do as she looked to Alicia for help. "Sister Xiran, don't be afraid. These people are from the National Security Bureau. Just cooperate with them, and it will be fine." "Sheila, make sure Sister Xiran is looked after and doesn't suffer any harm," Alicia reassured her with a smile. Alicia knew that there was no issue with Xiran, but she wasn't sure whether Xiran was entirely innocent in this matter, so the investigation by the National Security Bureau was necessary. "Understood, young miss," Sheila responded, her demeanor showing that she had received an order. "Young miss, you should leave now, in case they have other plans for an attack. You'll be safer away from here," the deputy officer, Ma, suggested honestly. It sounded like he was implying that Alicia was the source of the problem. Alicia shot him a glare, and under the protection of her guards, she headed straight back to the military camp. It took Sheila 2 full hours to return, slumping down beside Alicia. "What happened to my neighbor, Sister Xiran?" Alicia asked. "She's fine, and her male colleague is fine too. I've made sure they don't leak anything about this incident, and they've been sent back with the interview material. But your neighbor's sister was really frightened. The National Security Bureau's people were very rough, not caring about gentle treatment. On your behalf, I reassured her a bit, telling her that if it weren't for her connection to you, she wouldn't know what kind of trouble she might have been dragged into. She seemed to feel much better after that," Sheila explained. Alicia absent-mindedly thanked her. Xiran had clearly been shocked today, but it was a relief that she wasn't implicated in any way. Sheila was right. The National Security Bureau had been more lenient with her and her colleagues, all because of their connection to Alicia. "Honestly, those people usually treat you with utmost care, but when it's time to use you as bait, they don't hesitate. You're tough on yourself, knowing the danger yet still going ahead," Sheila remarked with a sigh. "This force is most likely targeting me. To be honest, if I don't act while they're unprepared, I'll just be waiting for someone else to take their position and assassinate me later," Alicia said helplessly. She and Hebrew Adam are both obvious targets, because she is a girl and usually keeps a low profile, and because the Huada family has strong internal cohesion, she has been targeted for assassination less frequently. Hebrew Adam, however, is truly in danger. Not only does he have to face external threats, but he also has to deal with dangers within his own family. Although the royal power in this interstellar era is somewhat restricted, it is still the highest form of rule in the Empire and is inherited. As a result, many ambitious figures in Adam's clan are secretly plotting behind the scenes. The severe conflict between the second prince and the first prince in the novel is the result of their manipulation. Now that the two princes have united, some people want to destroy the second prince. The situation today may seem not very dangerous, but in reality, if anything goes wrong, everyone in the entire villa may not survive. This is because the assassin is also a human bomb with the cultivation of a late-stage 7th-level warrior. Besides retreating into the Jade Pendant space, Alicia had no other way to survive. This time, the National Security Bureau's plan went awry. They didn't expect the assassin to sneak in among the news staff. These 3 staff members had been checked in advance, and only after confirming they posed no threat were they allowed to enter. Fortunately, Alicia's current perception ability is extremely sharp. As soon as she sensed something was off, she immediately lit the incense. This incense was brought to her by someone from the National Security Bureau. It is said that when a human bomb smells this fragrance, it causes a sense of confusion in the brain, and the controlled nerves slow down, making it harder to ignite the explosive device within the body. When Alicia noticed that the assassin didn't immediately attempt to attack her, she deliberately acted nonchalant, chatting with her neighbor's sister to delay time, and then proceeded with the interview, all to make sure the assassin inhaled more of the scent. Sure enough, the assassin did not forget her mission and launched an attack on Alicia. Ideally, if the assassin couldn't kill Alicia quickly, they should have chosen to perish together with her. However, the assassin never detonated, and in the end, he was knocked out by 2 elite National Security Bureau agents, sedated, and taken away. That assassin could not only disguise himself as someone else, but also conceal his cultivation level, making it seem like he was only at the 3rd level. This is terrifying. How can anyone guard against this? How did you discover him? Sheila said, increasingly frightened. When I scanned them with my mental power, I sensed something off about the woman. I didn't notice any specific issues, but I just felt something was wrong. For safety's sake, I lit the incense. Fortunately, I was alert, Alicia explained. Chapter 269, Aftermath of the Assassination. This isn't the work of the Gus Empire. These individuals are no longer purely human. They have been transformed into a hybrid of Yunkai star beings. They can disguise themselves as regular humans, only revealing their true nature when they attack. How did you detect this in advance? Huadeki asked, his subordinate having reported to him that Alicia had lit the incense, specifically designed to counter the human bomb puppets. I used my telekinesis to scan them and sensed that the woman's aura was unstable, her gaze was off, and it just didn't feel right. So I lit the incense. However, the device that tests for puppet-like beings didn't work, Alicia explained. Huadeki looked troubled. Most people are not telekinesis users, so Alicia's method wouldn't have worked on them. Fortunately, they had captured a live specimen, so they should be able to find a way to detect it. Luckily, Lin Chengfeng's control over Topaz Star has been tight, or we would have never discovered this alien. Huadeki said, has such a creature never appeared before? Alicia asked. Never. But in recent years, it's not just the Gus Empire. Other countries in the Gumra Star domain have seen some previously unknown modified creatures, each causing great damage. This time, thanks to your incident, we were able to detect and respond quickly, preventing any severe consequences, Huadeki said with a somber tone. Alicia fell silent. No need for further explanation. Everyone could guess that this was the handiwork of the Yunkai Star people. Despite the setbacks from the Crown Prince, the Yunkai people remained active. Since there was no mention of such events in the novel, and Alicia didn't have any prophet abilities, all she could do was be vigilant. In the novel, the puppet beings caused significant harm to humanity. But in the real world, because the Crown Prince had united the world as a prophet, nearly all of the puppet beings had been wiped out, causing minimal damage. Alicia thought to herself that perhaps the Yunkai Star people had decided to create a new type of modified human with better concealment abilities, as the puppets were too easily discovered. Thankfully, we got them before they caused any damage. Once they fall into our hands, they're no longer a secret. But Alicia. Huadeki's expression turned extremely serious. The 2 level 7 bodyguards we've sent must stay by your side. So far, you're the only one who's encountered this kind of attack. They are most likely targeting you. Huadeki must have learned something, or he wouldn't have instructed Lin Chengfeng to have Alicia conduct the baiting interview and send assistance so quickly. Alicia nodded. I also suspect that a modified human with such strong power shouldn't be easy to make. If they could create such beings, they wouldn't need to wait for aliens. They could use these modified humans to destroy many people. The Crown Prince had repeatedly warned Alicia that the Yunkai Star people were particularly concerned about human telekinesis users, as high-level telekinesis users were their natural enemies. He advised her to be extremely cautious. Alicia was the most likely telekinesis user among all to be promoted to level 8, so the Yunkai Star people would not allow her to grow stronger. They were doing everything they could to eliminate her. Stay in the military camp and don't go out casually. This way, the people around you will be familiar faces, and any unusual behavior will be easy to detect. Even if they want to, they won't directly come to the camp to carry out an assassination. Hwadeki said, in the next 2 years, they will likely intensify their destructive actions. Under Hwadeki's suggestion, the fact that Alicia was a level 7 telekinesis user had not been made public. This was also why the Yunkai Star people sent a level 7 late-stage warrior instead of detonating a human bomb immediately. They hoped to use brute force to deal with her. If they knew she had already reached level 7, they would likely have detonated the bomb right away. Their main goal was to kill Alicia. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. I almost put you both at risk, Alicia said to Sheila. No danger. No merit points. You took the risk yourself, so why would we be afraid of death? Sheila replied calmly. Alicia had warned them of the potential dangers during the baiting mission. They had volunteered and were prepared for any dangers. What was there to say when danger arrived? In fact, it was indeed very dangerous. But they survived, and both of them earned a significant number of merit points, enough for them to be promoted by 1 rank. Alicia was satisfied. They were soldiers, and accepting missions was part of their duty. They couldn't refuse just because of the risk. But there was a difference between being forced and being aware of the risks. Almost brushing past death didn't have much of an effect on Alicia, perhaps because she was confident that she had a backup plan for escape. She didn't realize that her attitude made everyone see her as a fearless soldier, which made them admire her even more. Alicia was now the commander of the group, and her daily duties were not easy. Vice Commander Tong, who took on most of her work, had no time left for training. Fortunately, not long after, the original Mecha Battalion commander, Hu Paul, broke through and became a level 6 early-stage warrior. Alicia immediately promoted him to the position of deputy commander. The former vice commander, Gong Jifeng, was promoted to the commander of the Mecha Battalion. His cultivation was also at a breakthrough point and could reach level 6 at any time. The original deputy commander of the 3rd Mecha Company, Du Zai-jun, was made vice commander, and the company commander of the 3rd Mecha Company was appointed as Tamaki Kazuya, with the deputy company commander being the original squad leader. The commander of the 2nd Company was taken away along with the former commander and deputy commander during their downfall. Alicia appointed the original deputy company commander as the new company commander, with Sheila as the deputy commander. Sheila was now a mid-level level 5 warrior, and her strength was comparable to that of the company commander. Although Alicia had openly promoted her, no one had any objections. Everyone knew that being close to the young lady meant they were not ordinary people, so no one viewed them through the lens of ordinary individuals. Although Alicia was just the acting commander, due to her strong background, remarkable cultivation, and effective training methods, the entire base was unified as one. Everyone seized the rare opportunity to train tirelessly, pushing themselves to improve. As for Xiran, who had escaped from the terrifying incident, though she had been greatly frightened, her spirit was now invigorated. This was a world she had never encountered before, and it allowed her to see some things that were completely different. Xiran worked in the news media industry, so she was more well-informed than others. After returning, she did some research and learned about the operating style of the Gus Empire's National Security Bureau. She realized that if the target of the assassination had not been Alicia, the 2 people who had been with the assassin would likely have been thrown in prison for some time, even if they were not directly involved, until everything was thoroughly investigated. In other words, it wouldn't have been like their situation where, with Alicia's guarantee, they were released after a quick check. From this, Xiran understood that the world of geniuses may seem glorious to outsiders, but behind the scenes, they are constantly on the edge of danger. Seeing how calm Alicia was, it was clear that she had been through countless battles. No wonder after Alicia returned to Topaz Star, she never went back to visit her former neighbors. It seemed that her change in status was not the only reason. She likely feared bringing danger to those around her. From the interview, Xiran could sense that Alicia truly came back to defend Topaz Star. If she had stayed in the Imperial capital, these dangers wouldn't have directly come to her. The little girl from back then had truly grown into a heroic figure. Xiran, filled with gratitude, compiled the interview footage and released it. Once it was broadcast, the effect and response were overwhelmingly positive, and it was eventually broadcasted by the entire news network of the Gus Empire. Dong, the officer in charge of such matters, told Alicia that the interview had received an excellent response, and the unrest among the citizens of Topaz Star had started to calm down. The people were now spending more time on cultivation after their work hours, perhaps due to the strict control on Topaz Star, or because Alicia had stayed in the military camp without leaving. She hadn't encountered any further incidents. Everyone was immersed in cultivation, and the entire planet had settled down. Even social news had decreased significantly. Time passed quickly during the cultivation period, and before anyone realized, half a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. Compared to Alicia's peaceful cultivation life, things on Hebrew Adam's side were tumultuous, full of waves and turbulence. Hebrew Adam took a full 6 months to finally gain full control over the 7th Army. During this time, he dismissed 1/10 of the soldiers, highlighting the extent of the corruption within the 7th Army. If it weren't for Prince Albert Adam, an experienced general, being stationed there, and if Hebrew Adam wasn't a prince, it would have taken him even longer, perhaps even double the time, to resolve the situation. However, this also meant Hebrew Adam wasted 6 months. In the time ahead, he would need to conduct intense, grueling training on his soldiers in order to catch up with the plan. Thus, although Alicia and Hebrew Adam were in love, they were stationed on 2 neighboring planets and couldn't even find time to meet. If it weren't for the war world, where they could meet every 2 or 3 days, they might have even forgotten what each other looked like. 1 year after Alicia's arrival on Topaz Star, the 1st Battalion had added 5 level 6 early stage warriors and 23 level 5 early stage warriors. Such impressive soldier-making abilities made Alicia's reputation in the Topaz Star military rise in another way, causing other battalions to feel extreme envy and jealousy. The soldiers lamented why the young lady wasn't assigned to their battalion, completely forgetting how they had gossiped and taken pleasure in the misfortune when they first heard she was assigned to the 1st Battalion. What they didn't know was that Alicia had custom-designed level 6 starry mecha for Paul and the other 5 level 6 warriors, or else there might have been a rebellion. Alicia herself was a level 7 mecha master and had the powerful backing of the Mecha Manufacturing Guild from the Imperial Capital Star. She collected comprehensive data on Paul and the other 4, including their physical data, skill data, and more, and sent it to the Mecha Manufacturing Guild in the Imperial Capital Star. Soon after, Paul and the others received their custom starry mechas. Not only did they receive specially designed mechas, but they were also provided with after-sales service. Alicia personally fine-tuned the mechas for them to better suit their habits, allowing them to unleash their full potential. The newly promoted level 6 early stage and level 5 early stage soldiers, under Alicia's leadership, quietly went out into space for mecha training. Alicia had a small spaceship and the privilege to freely enter and exit Topaz Star. She was able to bring people in and out of the planet without alerting anyone or passing through the space station, doing so discreetly. It was only in space that Paul and the others were able to fully unleash their skills and truly experience the power of their custom mechas. The mechas enabled them to perform at a level comparable to level 6 mid-stage warriors, far surpassing ordinary mechas by more than double in strength. However, they had only paid for the cost of standard mechas. Without the backing of a powerful figure, they would never have received such treatment. With these mechas, they would have a significant advantage in future interstellar wars, and Paul and the others were well aware of this. Even though they had become important figures in the Topaz Star military and the General Military District wanted to recruit them, they were still willing to follow Alicia as battalion leaders. While Alicia didn't get many opportunities to act, they knew her strength far surpassed theirs, and they found her abilities to be unfathomable. The 2 highest-ranking individuals in Topaz Star military were in the 1st Battalion, which meant that following such a leader was their best chance of survival in the upcoming interstellar war. Recently, Paul and the others had begun to suspect that Alicia was likely already a level 7 mid-stage psychic. They had noticed that Alicia's cultivation level had always been in sync with the 2nd Prince's progress. The 2nd Prince had already reached the level 7 mid-stage about 2 or 3 months ago. Therefore, Paul and the others suspected that Alicia had also leveled up recently, considering that her warrior rank had already reached the level 6 early stage. Although the young lady's promotion speed was truly astonishing, she was a prodigy, and they couldn't view her through the lens of ordinary people. Moreover, this was the hope of them all, and of the entire Topaz Star people. The stronger the young lady became, the greater their hope. Although Alicia never openly admitted it, she didn't deny it either, as she had indeed reached the level 7 mid-stage as a psychic. However, due to the opinions of the Crown Prince and Wadeki, she no longer revealed her psychic level publicly. Tamaki Kezia and Sheila were also at the critical point of breaking through to level 6, just 1 step away. They both reached this level 2 or 3 months earlier than planned. When Alicia first arrived at the 1st Battalion, she had promised to help Duzai-jun, the original deputy commander of the 3rd Company, be promoted to a level 6 warrior within 3 years to win his loyalty. He had unexpectedly reached the critical point much sooner than anticipated, more than a year earlier, which showed how effective the potions were for him. In addition, 2 level 5 late-stage warriors from the 1st and 2nd companies were also at their critical points, with a high possibility of advancing to level 6 at any time. The number of people at the critical point of level 4 late-stage was even greater because the unit had many level 5 warriors now. They had become quite experienced at stimulating the combat potential of individuals. Watching the thriving scene in the 1st Battalion, Alicia estimated that she wouldn't need to wait another year. Give her another 6 months, and she would be able to form a special operations team without needing to pull people from elsewhere. She could just recruit from within the 1st Battalion. From her year of training experience, Alicia clearly felt that soldiers from more backward regions were more sensitive to enhancement potions. When paired with training suited to their own limits, their cultivation levels skyrocketed quickly. Initially, Alicia thought that before the arrival of the young Kai aliens, the most she would face would be occasional attacks from their puppet soldiers sent to assassinate her. However, she could still train her special operations team in peace. But one day, just as Alicia was preparing to take her team into space for training, she received an urgent message from Lin Qingfeng telling her to bring her team to the 6th Battalion to rescue people. Chapter 270 Urgent Request for Help. The 6th Battalion stationed at the edge of the high sea forest suddenly lost contact. Only a special distress signal is sent at regular intervals. Satellite scans show that the area is completely blank, Lin Qingfeng said with a grim expression. The 6th Battalion has 2 level 6 warriors, yet they couldn't even send a single signal. This is the reason I asked you to come. You must be extremely cautious and make sure to leave enough people at the base to guard the camp. Although Topaz Star's satellite system isn't as advanced as the Central Star domains, the blank area must have been deliberately blocked. The ability to block a large-scale satellite signal and prevent even level 6 warriors from sending out distress signals made Alicia suspect that this was most likely the work of the young Kai aliens. Lin Qingfeng seemed to share this same suspicion. Alicia had already conducted drills for emergency situations, so without hesitation, she selected 5 newly promoted level 6 warriors, Yu Paul, Gong Jifeng, Chen Gengyue, Cao Xian, and Zhao Lixiu, to go with her. These warriors needed practical combat experience after their promotions, while Alicia focused on training and combat preparation. The daily tasks at the base were mostly handled by Deputy Commander Tong. Therefore, Deputy Commander Tong, who had practically become the acting battalion commander, needed to stay behind to ensure the safety of the base. The highly skilled level 6 late-stage expert, Deputy Commander Ma, was also left behind. However, in order to help Tamaki Kazuya and Sheila break through as soon as possible, Alicia also brought them along. Alicia's team moved quickly. Lin Qingfeng had just sent the message, and within 5 minutes, Alicia had gathered her team and set off. The 6th Battalion was not close to the 1st Battalion. There were more than 2,000 kilometers between them. If they used the small flying ship available to the 1st Battalion, it would take at least half an hour to reach the destination. Alicia took out her personal flying vehicle and set it to its first level state. Not only did the vehicle look sleek and impressive, but its speed was also incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sight of the 1st Battalion. In just 10 minutes, they arrived, covering the 2,000 kilometers. Tamaki Kazuya and Sheila, who had seen their fair share of the world, remained calm. However, the other 5, less experienced, were wide-eyed and amazed. They didn't have time to be amazed, though, because as soon as the flying vehicle entered a 12,000-meter radius around the 6th Battalion's station, they lost all contact with the outside world. Yet, when they looked at the sky outside, nothing seemed to have changed. Thankfully, the advanced scanning system on the flying vehicle was still functional. As they flew closer to the 6th Battalion's station, they saw a dense swarm of insect beasts. Heavenly Father, these are definitely not native creatures of Topaz Star, Cao Xian said in shock. These are locust beasts native to the planet times, but the ones from times are only half the size of these. Tamaki Kazuya, the academic expert here, explained. Alicia and Sheila were, of course, aware of this. They had studied it at the military academy. Besides Alicia and Hebrew Adam, the elite class had also trained on the planet that Tamaki Kazuya mentioned. The locust beasts from times have very tough exoskeletons, and their forelegs are their primary weapon. Tamaki Kazuya added, in Alicia's eyes, this was a monster that resembled a locust in appearance, but it was larger than an elephant, with a single long leg stretching over 10 meters. The camp of the 6th Battalion was completely overrun by these swarms of locust beasts. All the buildings had vanished, clearly destroyed by the locust beasts. When Alicia and the others arrived in their flying vehicle, the locust beasts ahead of them unexpectedly took flight and attacked the vehicle. The 6 long legs of the locust beasts appeared very sturdy, especially the front bear, which glowed with a cold, metallic shine. If they were to be directly struck, Alicia thought the sharp tips of the locust beast's legs might pierce through her vehicle. Alicia pressed a button, and the flying vehicle launched 3 level 1 missiles, which directly hit the 3 locust beasts attacking the vehicle. The 3 locust beasts were hit, but they did not explode as they had expected. Instead, they simply fell from the air, still alive, and surprisingly managed to retreat back into the swarm at a relatively quick pace. Everyone inside the vehicle felt a heavy mood. They all knew the power of these level 1 missiles, which were enough to kill most level 6 exotic beasts. Yet on the locust beasts, they had only caused minor injuries. After taking down 3 locust beasts, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The swarm of locust beasts immediately swarmed toward the vehicle. Alicia immediately ordered the vehicle to ascend rapidly into the sky. However, despite reaching a height of just over 100 meters, the locust beasts were unable to follow. Locust beasts from times can't withstand a level 1 missile attack. It's usually fatal. So these locust beasts here must have been modified. However, the locust beasts from times can fly up to 500 to 600 meters, while the ones here seem to be limited to only 40 to 50 meters in altitude. Tamaki Kazuya said. Although the missiles earlier didn't kill the locust beasts, the defense data they collected from the locusts left everyone feeling quite troubled. The missiles equipped at the military camp couldn't even kill these locust beasts. So it wasn't a matter of the level 5 meshs being ineffective. Faced with thousands of locust beasts, how many could a few dozen level 5 mesh warriors really kill? No wonder the 6th Battalion fell so quickly. No one escaped. We'll need to wear meshs to go down. With our own strength, we can't kill these insect beasts. Tamaki Kazuya was the first to react. Damn it. When did Topaz Star get such terrifying creatures? They couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. Didn't anyone in the 6th Battalion notice any signs? Paul muttered angrily. Alicia didn't say anything. She exchanged a glance with Tamaki Kazuya and Sheila. They both suspected that this was yet another incident related to the desolate forest. The 8 of them suited up in meshs and left the flying vehicle. Alicia was the last to exit and immediately stowed the vehicle, after which they all flew directly to the 6th Battalion's camp. The entire camp had turned into the ruin. The locust beasts seemed to be searching for something among the rubble and had no intention of leaving. Alicia saw the emergency shelter located about 10 meters underground, where about 500 or 600 people were hiding. There are still a few hundred people alive in the shelter. We need to get them out first, Alicia said. The dark red meshes shot like meteors toward the largest locust beast in the 6th Battalion's camp. The locust beast noticed Alicia's mesh. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it flapped its wings and charged at Alicia, moving faster than her mesh. Just as the mesh and the locust beast were about to collide, Alicia's left hand suddenly produced a lightsaber, sweeping it toward the locust beast. A bit slower, Paul watched as the locust beast was struck directly by Alicia's lightsaber. The beast was cut in half, and yellow blood splattered out. The 2 halves of the locust beast fell to the ground, motionless. The other 7 let out a breath of relief and drew their own lightsabers. One of the common weapons for advanced meshs was the lightsaber, which could be adjusted in length. Alicia adjusted hers to 8 meters long. The long lightsaber swept across, and the 2 closest locust beasts were immediately cut in half. To an outsider, the killing seemed effortless, but Alicia glanced at the energy consumption. The energy box of a level 7 mesh could only support her in killing a little more than 50 locust beasts at most. The energy consumption of the other meshs would be even faster, and the locust beasts' shells were stronger than the data collected by the flying vehicle earlier. According to the mesh's scanning data, there were no fewer than 8,000 of these locust beasts. Clear the locust beasts near the military camp first, Alicia ordered. The 8 meshs went into action without regard for energy consumption. Though the others weren't as powerful as Alicia, who had an 8-meter-long lightsaber, they still managed to kill 2 or 3 locust beasts with each swing of their 5-meter lightsabers. In most cases, one swing was enough to kill a locust beast. Although Tamaki Kazuya and Sheila's cultivation levels were slightly lower, their mesh's performance and combat abilities were nearly on par with the others. Paul and the others took it for granted, as these 2 were renowned prodigies in their battalion. The 8 meshs slaughtered their way through the locust beast swarm. At first, the locust beasts tried to swarm and trap them, but Alicia reacted quickly, and the meshs ascended to escape the encirclement. However, Cao Xian, Zhao Lixiu, and Gong Jifeng were trapped. Alicia immediately launched 4 level 2 missiles, which accurately hit the locust beast's eyes, blowing off half of their heads. Level 2 missiles cannot kill them directly. You must target their eyes, Alicia said. All the meshs in their group were equipped with level 2 missiles. Seeing the result of Alicia's missile launch, the others immediately followed suit, launching a barrage of missiles to break the encirclement and save their 3 trapped teammates. In just a short while, the 3 meshs had been heavily damaged. The locust beast's sharp legs had left marks on the mesh armor. Gong Jifeng's mesh had a large hole in its right arm, exposing the mechanical skeleton inside, but luckily, it didn't affect the combat capability of the mesh. After the missile bombardment, each of their meshs had launched 4 or 5 missiles, but they had only killed a dozen or so locust beasts. Each mesh was equipped with only 20 missiles, and the team didn't dare to continue firing. They switched to using their lightsabers to attack the locust beasts instead. This time, the team had gained experience and, naturally, they didn't get trapped by the locust beasts again. Gradually, the ground around the battalion's camp was covered with the corpses of locust beasts. An hour later, the team noticed that the locust beasts stopped charging toward them. "Captain, these locust beasts seem to be retreating," Sheila shouted. "Captain, The locust beasts are pulling back. They seem to be retreating in an organized manner, Tamaki Kezia said. Alicia had noticed these movements even earlier. She also discovered the leader of the locust beasts. Alicia wanted to deal with the leader, but it seemed very intelligent and had strong stealth abilities. After detecting its presence, Alicia used her telekinesis to tightly lock onto the leader and flew her mesh over toward it. However, the locust beasts seemed to sense something and quickly hid into the swarm. The other locust beasts immediately surrounded the spot, blocking Alicia's mesh from approaching. The leader then broke free from Alicia's telekinetic lock and disappeared into the swarm. Alicia then used her telekinesis to scan the area, but all she saw were identical locust beasts. The special locust beast was gone. The locust beast swarm then began to retreat. In less than 5 minutes, the swarm had completely retreated. Within a few thousand meters, only the corpses of the locust beasts remained. No live ones were left. Once it was confirmed that the locust beasts had fully retreated, Alicia piloted her mesh to a section of the ruined buildings, using her lightsaber to clear the debris. Although the locust beasts had retreated, communications were still not restored. Alicia used a special signal to contact the people in the shelter. About 4 to 5 minutes later, as the debris in the cleared area revealed a small hole, a level 6 warrior from the military jumped out. Alicia instructed the others to remain in their mesh suits while she herself jumped out. As soon as the level 6 warrior saw Alicia, he excitedly approached and saluted her. "Captain Hua, I'm Gao Ting, Deputy Battalion Commander of Battalion 6. We're very grateful for your rescue." Alicia returned the salute, and since the other person had already recognized her, there was no need for introductions. She directly asked what had happened to Battalion 6 and how severe the damage was. Half an hour before these strange insect beasts appeared, we received a distress signal from a mercenary group in the high sea forest. Our battalion commander led a team of over a dozen people to the high sea forest to rescue them. Half an hour later, these terrifying insect beasts suddenly appeared around our camp, and none of the alarm systems were triggered. We were caught completely off guard. The insects kept advancing in layers, and all the buildings were destroyed in less than a minute. Battalion Commander Gao's voice faltered slightly as he continued, "We didn't even have a chance to get into our meshs, and the weapons we had couldn't deal with them directly. These creatures are terrifying. They use their claws to impale the soldiers, and within moments, they devour them. At that moment, I had no choice but to order a retreat and get everyone into the shelter. But inside the shelter, none of our communications worked, and we could only barely send out a special distress signal. Battalion 6 originally had more than 1,200 soldiers, but now only about 300 remained. The casualties were horrific, and it was no wonder that even a tough man like Battalion Commander Gao had tears welling up in his eyes as he spoke. Alicia glanced at the remaining soldiers. They all looked at Gao with grateful eyes, but she felt her heart ache. Many of these soldiers were severely wounded, yet because there were only 1 or 2 medical devices in the emergency shelter, they had no choice but to endure. These men were no longer fit for combat, and the priority should be to find a place to treat their injuries. Alicia's expression grew serious as she said to Gao, "I'll go rescue your battalion commander. You take your people and retreat to the nearest city. Have the mayor prepare for battle. These locust beasts are likely to attack the city." The situation was urgent, and communications were blocked. Gaoping City, like Battalion 6's base, could be surrounded just as suddenly. The million-plus citizens inside the city, Alicia didn't need to say more. Everyone could imagine how severe the consequences would be. The deputy battalion commander was decisive and immediately led the remaining soldiers toward the nearest Gaoping City by flying vehicle. Although the camp of Battalion 6 had been destroyed, in general, most of the important supplies were stored in the space devices of the battalion commanders. Gao had a small flying ship. Though it was cramped, it was still enough to fit all the survivors. Since communications were down and the positioning system was unavailable, Alicia and the team relied on the directions provided by Gao. They were accustomed to using the positioning system, but since the mesh systems had a limited range, it took them over 10 minutes to find a suspicious site. The area was in disarray. Fragments of meshes, torn human clothing, and scattered bloodstains all indicated what had happened there. Chapter 271, The Locust Beast Horde. Alicia and her team arrived at the location given by Deputy Regiment Commander Gao of the 6th Regiment, only to find broken trees and a scene of devastation. There were the bodies of locust beasts, fragments of human meshes, and pieces of clothing. However, aside from some suspected human blood stains, there were no human bodies at the site, not even a small piece of human tissue. Both the mesh life detection scans and Alicia's telepathic scan showed that there was no life remaining in the area. Looking at the scene, everyone could roughly deduce what had happened. The mercenary group had likely encountered some danger and sent a distress signal. When the 6th Regiment's commander came to the rescue, they must have been attacked by the locust beast horde. Then, for some unknown reason, the communication was blocked, and neither the rescue team nor the mercenary group was able to send another distress signal before they were all wiped out. As humans, seeing such a horrific tragedy, Alicia and her team felt an even deeper weight on their hearts. Wasn't the 6th Regiment's commander a level 6 mecha master? Even if he couldn't save them, he should have been able to escape, Sheila said, filled with suspicion. Alicia also had her doubts. She quickly identified fragments of a level 6 mesh among the debris on the ground. Even if these locust beasts could pierce through the outer shell of a level 6 mesh, they shouldn't have the ability to tear it into such small fragments. There must be another reason behind this. Alicia looked toward the high sea forest. The forest wasn't very large, and it wasn't like the wilderness forest, which had become a forbidden zone. But as Alicia focused on this forest, she felt an intense sense of danger. Her intuition told her they needed to leave immediately. There was something here that she couldn't handle. The ability to silently summon such a large swarm of locust beasts was most likely the work of the young Kai aliens. Alicia was never one to act recklessly, since she felt there was a danger she couldn't deal with. The atmosphere here reminded her too much of the wilderness forest. Alicia planned to report the situation directly to the Crown Prince and let him decide how to handle it. Among the military forces on Topaz Star, Alicia was the most skilled, and under the Crown Prince's command, there were countless talented individuals with 5 or 6 level 8 mecha masters. If they could handle the massive crisis in the wilderness forest, dealing with the much smaller high sea forest would be no problem at all. They had come to rescue people, but since no one was left, they naturally wouldn't continue to investigate. Alicia instructed everyone to collect some samples quickly and leave the area. The others likely sensed the urgency in Alicia's voice, but they assumed she was worried about the locust beasts possibly attacking the city, so they didn't ask any further questions. After Damaki Kezia deployed a small robot to collect the blood samples from the ground, everyone turned and headed towards Goping City. Then, midway, they spotted the main locust beast army. Sure enough, the locust beasts were headed toward the city. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they would make it in time to warn the city. It had been more than 30 minutes since the battle with the locust beasts, and the swarm had only covered half the distance to the city. Perhaps because of their large size, the locust beasts weren't very fast and couldn't match the speed of a regular flying vehicle. While Alicia and her team were relieved, they also increased their speed. There are more than 16,500 locust beasts in total, Alicia reported to her team. Alicia's mesh was more advanced than the others. After flying over the swarm, her mesh's scanning data appeared. Such a large number of locust beasts shouldn't be able to hide in high sea forest. It's strange that the 6th Regiment was completely unaware beforehand. This is very suspicious. It's likely man-made, said Paul. No need to say it. We all know it's man-made. These locust beasts couldn't have the ability to block communications, said Zhao Lixiu. Although Paul and Zhao Lixiu often disagreed verbally, when Zhao was in danger earlier, Paul had gone all out to save him. And when Paul was in trouble, Zhao had also helped. If it weren't for the two of them being so rough in appearance, Alicia might have suspected there was something more between them. Alicia used a special channel to briefly report the urgent situation to Lin Chengfeng, asking him to send reinforcements to Goping City. 3 minutes later, as they saw the city's outline, Alicia noticed that their communications had been restored. She quickly sent the locust beast data she had collected to both Lin Chengfeng and Officer Tong. Lin Chengfeng received the first-hand data but forwarded an unfriendly message to Alicia. Regiments 11, 15, 20, 24, 26, 31, and 35 have all been attacked by locust beasts. We are unable to send reinforcements. Do everything you can to eliminate the locust beasts and protect Goping City. Alicia fell silent. The entire Topaz Star was under attack, yet the military had been completely unaware beforehand. This was an utter failure on their part. Alicia informed her team of the message, and everyone fell silent for a while. We need to solve this as quickly as possible. No one can guarantee that the 1st Regiment isn't facing problems, Paul suddenly said. The 1st Regiment was located behind Bailey City, where Paul's family lived, so he was especially anxious. We, 8 people, have limited firepower. Let's first go to Goping City and help set up defenses, Alicia said. Killing locust beasts one by one wasn't having much effect. Their mecha's energy and their physical stamina were limited, and even at their best, they could only eliminate 1 or 2,000 before running out of resources. Each city's defense forces, with their defense shields and laser cannons, especially the laser cannons, could definitely deal with the locust beasts. With more people and more firepower, everyone would need to work together to solve the locust beast swarm. Alicia and her team put away their mechas at the city's entrance. The city defense soldiers came to intercept them. Alicia showed her ID to the 2 soldiers. "Ah, you really are the young lady," the young soldier said in a low voice, clearly surprised after recognizing Alicia's face. He had suspected it earlier but hadn't dared to believe it. The other soldier, though also impressed, dutifully checked Alicia and her team's IDs before saluting her. "City Defense Army, times, salutes Captain Huada. We are here on Commander Lin's orders to assist Regiment 6. Have they arrived?" Alicia returned the salute and asked. "The people from Regiment 6 arrived about 10 minutes ago and are now at the City Defense Army headquarters. The lieutenant has instructed me to take you to them as soon as you arrive." The soldier, who introduced himself, inadvertently referred to Alicia as young lady as well. As the highest commander of Topaz Star, Lin Changfeng had already sent out a warning signal to the planet's high-level authorities. Before Alicia's arrival, the city defense army had already raised the defense shields, and the laser cannons on the city walls were prepared and ready. When Alicia and her team arrived, they were immediately welcomed by the city defense army and Deputy Commander Gao of Regiment 6, as if they were greeting saviors. Regiment 6 had already reported the attack to the city defense army before Alicia's team arrived, knowing that these people had been rescued by Alicia's squad. When Deputy Commander Gao saw only 8 of Alicia's team members entering, he looked at her with a sorrowful expression. Alicia sighed and said, "When we got there, we didn't see anyone. All we found were the remains of mechas." As she spoke, she displayed the images of the scene. Some people from Regiment 6 started crying. "That's our commander's mecha." The 6th level mecha master and the mecha had both been torn apart, which showed just how tough these locust beasts were to deal with. Alicia sighed again. "Now is not the time for mourning. We have even greater difficulties to face." She then showed the images of the locust beasts they had taken during their flight. The entire City Defense Army Command Center immediately became tense. Although the City Defense Army had already heard from Regiment 6 about the locust beast swarm, they had been nervous but didn't have a clear idea of the threat. Seeing the specific images and videos now, they realized that Regiment 6 had been understating the situation, and from the footage, they could tell the locust beasts were in vast numbers. "We flew over the swarm earlier and scanned them. There should be more than 10,000 of them," Alicia reported. She sent the locust beast data to the company commander of the City Defense Army. The commander, a mid-level 5th-tier martial artist, looked grim after reviewing the data and said, "Although our laser cannons can handle them, we only have 10 laser cannons, and each one can support no more than 200 to 300 shots. Even if every shot hits, we'll only be able to kill 2,000 or 3,000 of them. The rest will have to be dealt with by our soldiers. The 5th level mecha with a lightsaber can kill the locust beasts. Gather all the 5th level mecha masters in the city and bring them here. I will lead them out to fight," Alicia said. The company commander of the City Defense Army didn't even need to consult Deputy Commander Gao of Regiment 6 and immediately obeyed the order. It was clear he trusted Alicia more. Although the City Defense Army in Goping City was originally under the jurisdiction of Regiment 6, and they bypassed Regiment 6's authority, Deputy Commander Gao felt some dissatisfaction. However, thinking that they had been saved by these people, and knowing that Alicia held the highest rank among all the soldiers present, being a 7th-level telekinetic master, he suppressed his dissatisfaction. Who else could command more authority than her? At that moment, the harsh sound of alarms suddenly filled the City Defense Army headquarters. The video feed clearly showed the dense swarm of locust beasts approaching the city. The company commander hurriedly contacted the mayor's communication system to report the situation. Less than 3 seconds later, Alicia heard the sharp sound of alarms echoing throughout the entire city. The mayor reacted quickly, and it seemed like the City Defense Army and the mayor had a good working relationship, Alicia thought. Alicia took a look around. Among the soldiers from Regiment 6 and the City Defense Army, there were only 26 5th-level warriors, and only Deputy Commander Gao was a 6th-level early-stage mecha master. The strength was truly lacking. You can mobilize the civilians and the police department to see if there are any 5th-level mecha masters. If there are, have them come here immediately, Alicia said helplessly. She had originally expected to organize an attack team of nearly 100 people, but now, there were barely 30 people. The number was far too small. After some hesitation, the City Defense Army issued Alicia's order. Alicia had thought it would be better than nothing, and that any extra people would help. To her surprise, less than 10 minutes after the order was given, 11 5th-level warriors from the police department, along with 3 civilians, arrived. When they reached the City Defense Army headquarters, they went directly to Alicia and saluted her. Upon seeing the people Alicia had brought with her, admiration flashed in their eyes. It was clear that they had come because of Alicia. Alicia actually found this reassuring. After all, she was the one leading the team. Although Alicia had only brought 7 people for support, all 7 were elites. At this point, the locust beasts were already attacking the energy shield outside the city. Although the laser cannons were continuously firing at the locust beasts, there were so many of them, and the energy shield outside the city was densely covered with locust beasts. "Commander, this is bad. These locust beasts can actually absorb the energy from the shield," shouted the engineer in charge of the shield. Everyone's expression immediately turned serious. This was undoubtedly the worst possible news. At the current rate of consumption, how much longer will the shield's energy last? Alicia asked. "At most 2 hours. We're not sure what changes will happen after these locust beasts absorb the energy," the engineer replied quickly. "All 5th-level warriors, follow me," Alicia said, and she led the way out of the City Defense Army headquarters. The others immediately followed her. "You Paul and Deputy Commander Gao, you two form one group. Zhao Lixiu and Gong Jiefeng, you form another group. Kao Xian and Chen Gengyue, form the third group. Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila, you follow me. Each group will have 12 people. Try to clear the locust beasts from the city's energy shield," Alicia said firmly. Alicia had everyone equip their meshes. She looked around and thought that, apart from the ones she had brought with her, everyone else's meshes were somewhat inadequate. Especially the meshes of the 3 civilians. Though they were 5th level meshes, they weren't combat types. Their missiles were only level 1, and the lightsabers were the lowest tier. They were even weaker than the military's 4th level meshes. If they went out like this, they might as well be delivering themselves as prey, but this couldn't be blamed on them, as the Empire had regulations stating that civilians could not possess many weapons for their meshes. Alicia sighed. Had the 3 civilians dismount and replace their meshes with standard 5th level combat meshes, the 3 5th level warriors were greatly encouraged. Indeed, the rumors were true. Because of the need to strengthen the forces of Topaz Star, the young lady was very generous, often spending her own money for the cause. Alicia knew that some areas of Topaz Star were quite poor, and many soldiers, even if they reached a certain rank, could not afford their own meshes. So, this time when she returned, Alicia brought quite a few of these meshes with her. These were the works of her and her senior brother Rick Amber's apprentices. The materials weren't of the best quality, so the price wasn't high. A few years ago, Alicia, anticipating that such a situation might occur after returning to Topaz Star, had deliberately purchased these meshes at a low price. Now, they were indeed proving to be useful. They each led their teams and spread out in all 4 directions of the city. Alicia headed straight toward the direction from which the locust beasts had come. Where the largest number of locust beasts were located, Alicia saw the laser cannons outside the city firing non-stop, trying to stop the locust beasts from reaching the energy shield. Although the laser cannons could directly kill locust beasts by hitting their vital spots, the fatal points of the locust beasts were their lower abdomen and eyes. The locust beasts flew low, almost scraping the ground, so the laser cannons couldn't hit their largest vulnerable area, the lower abdomen. The only option was to aim at their eyes. However, although the locust beasts were large in size, their eyes weren't very big. Moreover, the locust beasts flew all over the place in the air, making it difficult for the soldiers to aim accurately. Even if they locked onto a target and fired, unless they hit a vital spot, the locust beasts would only sustain light injuries. Still being able to continue attacking, faced with the overwhelming number of locust beasts, the inability to cause large-scale damage made the laser cannons seem weak and ineffective. Chapter 272. Breaking through the siege, Alicia led her team straight out of the city. She extended her lightsaber to its maximum length of 20 meters. With a single sweeping motion, she could kill 2 or 3 locust beasts. At the same time, she launched missiles, one to the left and one to the right, quickly clearing a path. Meanwhile, Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila could only extend their lightsabers to a maximum of 8 meters. While they couldn't match Alicia's level, they were still able to wield their lightsabers while simultaneously firing missiles, achieving double kills with ease. After all, both of them were mid-level level 4 telekineticists, so multitasking and locking onto the vital points of the locust beasts was within their ability. The 9 level 5 mesh warriors dared only to wield 5-meter-long lightsabers, following closely behind the 3 of them, killing 1 locust beast at a time. In dangerous moments, they would fire missiles to block the beasts. While they couldn't hit the vital points to kill the locust beasts, they were able to delay their attack. Tamaki, you and Sheila split into 2 groups, one left, one right. Lead the others to clear the locust beasts absorbing energy on the defense shield. Be careful and look out for your teammates. Don't go off alone, and make sure not to attack the shield. I'll stay on the outer perimeter, killing the locust beasts, Alicia commanded. The others followed the orders without hesitation. With no one else in the way, Alicia could fully unleash her power to kill. The locust beasts were so densely packed that with every swing of her lightsaber, she could kill 4 or 5 of them. While it was satisfying, it also consumed a great deal of her telekinetic energy, so she didn't dare to fully unleash her power. Alicia switched the missile system on her mesh to the laser cannon system. Missiles required ammo and telekinetic energy to lock on, but lasers could be fired as long as there was energy. At such close range, hitting the locust beasts with lasers would severely injure them, if not kill them, rendering them useless in combat. However, the advantage came with a disadvantage. A single laser shot cost 10 times as much as a missile. Although others' meshes were equipped with the same system, they were reserved for life or death situations. Missiles were limited in number, with only 10 on each mesh. But as mesh warriors, it was common to carry extra supplies. Furthermore, when Alicia had led them out for this rescue mission, in case of an emergency, as the squad leader, she generously provided each of them with 1,000 rounds of cannon ammo. Therefore, everyone that Alicia brought with her had enough missiles to use. Even the members of the small team who followed her were each given 500 missiles. In order to kill more locust beasts quickly, Alicia used her telekinesis to slightly aim, ensuring that almost every shot from her laser cannon hit a locust beast. As a result, a gap would quickly open up around her. She moved around the outer perimeter of the shield, killing locust beasts left and right, Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila, along with the 11 mesh warriors, found their pressure greatly reduced and were able to focus on eliminating the locust beasts that were clinging to the shield to absorb energy. As the temporary leader of the combat team, Alicia immediately communicated this effective tactic to the other 3 teams. The leaders of the 3 teams, all of whom Alicia had brought with her, quickly changed their tactics upon hearing her instructions. The level 6 mesh warriors stayed on the outer perimeter to kill the locust beasts, while the level 5 mesh warriors focused on dealing with the locust beasts on the shield. With the added support of the city's laser cannons, the dense swarm of locust beasts on the shield began to thin out, and the number of dead locust beasts on the ground continued to rise. After receiving the alarm, the citizens of Goping City hid in their rooms, too afraid to go outside, only watching the battle through their holographic screens. At first, when they saw the swarms of these insect beasts attacking the city's shield, they were frightened. Everyone could imagine what would happen to them if the shield were breached. In their panic, the people began asking each other about these creatures, but no one knew what they were. It quickly became clear that these creatures had never been seen on Topaz Star before. Due to the locust beasts' attack, external communications were sporadic, but some skilled individuals managed to connect to the global network and shared information about the creatures. The public learned that these insect beasts were called locust beasts. However, although the general public had low cultivation levels, they could still see that these locust beasts were different from those in the records. They were obviously mutated. The appearance of these locust beasts on Topaz Star, with their large size and powerful attacks, put immense pressure on the citizens. They muttered anxiously, "Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? It's been half an hour." The closest bases, the 5th and 6th divisions, should have been able to get here by now. At this time, only the military and the men knew that, aside from the young lady who had arrived earlier to assist them, no more reinforcements were coming. Watching the battle outside the shield, the citizens had to be grateful that the 6th Division had requested help earlier. Given the uncertain situation, the Commander-in-Chief had sent the most powerful person, the young lady, to their aid. Otherwise, if they had waited longer, the young lady and her team definitely wouldn't have come here. They would have gone to the 2nd or 3rd Division, which were closer to them, and those areas were now also under attack by locust beasts. With only the remaining less than half of the 5th Division's level 5 mesh warriors, the 6th Division wouldn't have been able to hold Goping City. "I thought this young lady was just a pawn raised by Lin Chengfeng to increase his own bargaining power, but I didn't expect she actually has real ability," said a proud young man in the mayor's office. Many people in the hall stared straight at the screens, but their expressions were somewhat twisted, because the person was of high status. They didn't dare to make fun of him. But if it weren't for that, they would have definitely scoffed at him and asked where he got the audacity to speak so casually about the young lady, when he, a mere level 5 warrior, dared to comment on her like that. What does he have that compares to the young lady? Even if his family is the wealthiest in Goping City, it doesn't compare to the wealth of the imperial capital, right? Not to mention, the young lady is personally leading the troops outside, fighting valiantly. Meanwhile, he's a level 5 mesh warrior, hiding here, barking orders, when he's not even worthy to clean her toenails. And yet he still dares to talk like that. They had access to the screens that showed the whole city, so everyone could see just how strong the young lady's combat skills were. And it wasn't just her, she had brought 7 others who were also extremely strong. Regardless, this young lady deserves all the praise. She could have stayed in the luxurious life of the imperial capital, but she chose to come back to this small place. If it weren't for her training these people, Goping City would have had no hope. Now, at least we have a little bit of hope, the mayor of Goping City said. The mayor often flattered this young man, hoping his family would invest more in Goping City, but he couldn't dishonestly agree with his words. He couldn't criticize the young lady. She graduated from the elite class of the Xuangu Military Academy. How could an ordinary person compare to her? Even the 2 young men following her, though they've only just come of age, are already at the late level 5 level, just a little weaker than our vice commander of the 6th Division. Without their support, this city probably wouldn't have survived much longer, said the commander of the City Defense Army without hesitation. What a joke. How dare he speak so disrespectfully of the young lady? He almost wanted to punch him in the face. Alicia, unaware that people were commenting on her while she was fighting for her life against the locust beasts, continued her battle. As Alicia continued to fight, she suddenly noticed that the locust beasts, which had initially surrounded her and were aggressively attacking, began to retreat after a large number of them were killed. Empty spaces appeared around her, and as she charged forward, killing a few more, the locust beasts continued to pull back. Although the locust beasts were avoiding her, their movements were slow, making it easy for her to catch up and kill them. However, when she charged forward again towards the swarm, she suddenly became alert. It seemed as though the locust beasts were trying to lure her deeper into their ranks. Damn, these locust beasts are surprisingly intelligent, but their attack pattern doesn't seem to reflect that. Nevertheless, charging into battle alone was a big risk. Realizing the danger, Alicia immediately pulled back, focusing on clearing out the locust beasts around her allies instead. It seemed the locust beasts realized they couldn't draw her into the swarm, so they suddenly surged toward her. Thousands of them quickly surrounded her, closing in as if they were willing to do anything to trap and kill her, while Alicia could fly upwards to escape the encirclement. This large group of locust beasts would likely push toward Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila. Although Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila were fine, the other 9 mecha warriors might not be able to escape in time. Alicia decided to take the blow herself. From the perspective of the City Defense Army's platoon leader, it seemed as though thousands of locust beasts had organized themselves and surrounded the young lady, quickly overwhelming her. The platoon leader's expression grew tense as he nearly pressed his face to the screen, with everyone else also anxiously holding their breath. Even the young man appeared nervous. Anyone with experience could guess that the young lady was the strongest fighter on Topaz Star. If she couldn't hold her ground and something happened to her, it would be even harder for the others to resist the locust beasts' siege. Fortunately, just 2 or 3 seconds later, the glow of a lightsaber appeared within the encirclement of locust beasts. Everyone could see the young lady's mecha spinning rapidly, with lightsabers in both hands, spinning like propellers wherever the blades passed. Everything was shredded. She quickly cleared the overwhelming locust beasts around her. Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila, seeing the dangerous situation Alicia was in, immediately rushed to her aid without waiting for orders. However, the locust beasts were too numerous, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close enough to her. As they were growing desperate, Alicia unleashed a powerful move to break free. Even in the midst of danger, Sheila was stunned. Is that the Xuanwu 38 chain slashes? I didn't know it could be used like this. The commander's physical strength and psychic energy are both strong enough to sustain her continuous attacks, which is why her strikes have such great destructive power. Be careful. Tamaki, Kezia warned. Alicia had used her ultimate technique to resolve the deadly crisis. However, the Xuanwu 38 chain slashes consumed a lot of both physical strength and psychic energy. Once the immediate danger had passed, she stopped and resumed her previous fighting style to continue killing the locust beasts. As she fought, Alicia slowly moved closer, positioning herself with Sheila and Tamaki, Kezia to form a triangular attack formation. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded and unable to move by the locust beasts. The 3 of them unleashed both their lightsabers and missiles, but even so, there was still a constant feeling that they could be overwhelmed by the swarm of locust beasts at any moment. The other 9 mecha warriors, let alone going to support the 3 of them, were struggling to protect themselves. Fortunately, they had quickly followed Alicia's instructions earlier, grouping together to resist the swarm of locust beasts, just barely holding their ground. With the city's laser cannons nearly depleted and no longer providing suppression, the locust beasts became even more aggressive, forcing the mecha warriors outside into a desperate situation, fighting alone. This constant sense of impending doom, where it seemed like they could be wiped out at any moment, wasn't something only Alicia's team was facing. The other 3 teams were encountering it as well. In fact, because some people got separated and didn't have Alicia's strength to break out, they were overrun and couldn't return. Watching the battle unfold, the citizens of Goping City were filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. The people watching from inside Goping City held their breath, anxiously watching the mecha warriors caught in desperate battles, praying for them to hold on. At this point, the more observant citizens began to notice through the Skynet that many other cities had also been attacked by locust beasts. This realization caused a wave of panic among some foresighted citizens. The fact that other cities were under attack meant they might not receive reinforcements in time. In fact, the locust beasts had been besieging them for over an hour, and the fact that reinforcements hadn't arrived yet was telling. Now, the 40-odd mecha warriors fighting outside were the strongest forces that the 6th Garrison Regiment could muster. If they failed, it would mean the end for Goping City. This grim perspective quickly spread throughout the citizens of Goping City. As they watched the 40 mecha warriors outside, their anxiety turned into deep concern. The 6th Garrison Regiment has over 1,000 soldiers, so why are there only 40 mecha warriors? Why didn't they send more people out to deal with the locust beasts? Some people complained online. When the locust beasts first attacked, didn't the City Defense Army issue a call to assemble level 5 warriors? The mecha warriors outside are all above level 5, and it's probably only these higher level mecha warriors who can kill the locust beasts. That's true. All the mecha warriors outside are level 5, but each team leader is a level 6 mecha master. That dark red mecha probably isn't just level 6. Is it not level 6, but level 7? Everyone knows Topaz Star only has one level 7 mecha master. Are you saying that the one piloting the dark red mecha is our young lady? Impossible. The young lady is at Garrison Regiment 1, thousands of kilometers away. How could she possibly be here? Most people still didn't believe that the one piloting the dark red mecha was the legendary young lady, but because of this speculation, more and more eyes turned toward the dark red mecha. The dark red mecha was surrounded by the thickest swarm of locust beasts. but the lightsaber in its hand, nearly 3 times longer than the mecha itself, spun like a wheel of light, crushing all the locust beasts that came near. At the same time, the dark red mecha was also firing laser cannons, each shot hitting the locust beasts' vital points with pinpoint accuracy. Even those who weren't particularly observant could tell that the combat power of this dark red mecha was several times stronger than any of the other 40 mechas. At this moment, a video suddenly appeared on Goping City's Skynet. People clicked to watch it and saw that the dark red mecha, which had just been overwhelmed by the locust beasts, didn't disappear like the other mechas. Instead, it broke out in a jaw-dropping display of power. What an amazing mecha master. I've never seen anything so impressive. If it's not the young lady, who else on Topaz Star has this kind of ability? After watching the video, the citizens who hadn't seen the scene for themselves immediately changed their minds, just like what was said in the video. If this wasn't the young lady, who else on Topaz Star could possibly have this kind of capability? Chapter 273, Level 1 Alert. The people of Goping City began to suspect that the dark red mecha was being piloted by the legendary young lady, so they paid close attention, switching between different camera angles to observe the battle of the dark red mecha. When the view shifted to below the locust beast swarm, the people could see locust beasts continually falling to the ground. Right beneath the dark red mecha, a thick pile of locust beast corpses had accumulated, nearly twice as thick as the piles around other mecha warriors. That dark red mecha pilot is definitely above level 6, and is likely a psychic, or else they wouldn't be able to sustain such operations. Oh my god, the young lady is even stronger than the legends say. So, it really could be the young lady herself. It absolutely is her. Thanks to this video, the people began to feel a sense of relief. The young lady was so powerful, and she had promised to protect Topaz Star. Now that she was here, they believed she wouldn't let anything happen to them. As far as I know, there are only 2 level 6 mecha masters in the 6th regiment, and there are 8 fighting outside right now. That means the young lady brought several level 6 mecha masters with her. Why didn't she bring more people? She only brought so few, and Bailey City hasn't been attacked. Bailey City not being attacked doesn't mean it's safe. There need to be people left behind to guard. The young lady has already brought their strongest forces. What more do you want? This was the toughest battle young lady Alicia had fought. Without guards or support, her teammates were too weak to help her. She also had to keep an eye on their situation and protect them at all times. The 9 mecha warriors Alicia had chosen were all relatively weak, including 3 civilian mecha warriors. Outsiders didn't know, but those 3 civilian mecha warriors knew they had been saved several times. During the Locust Beast siege, there were several moments when they were pinned down and unable to move. Their mechas in danger of being pierced by the Locust Beast's long legs. At those critical moments, the Locust Beasts around their mechas would suddenly fall for no apparent reason, allowing them to escape their predicament. At first, the 3 civilian mecha warriors were a bit confused, but after another incident, they began to realize that it wasn't just a coincidence. It was a psychic controlling the situation, protecting them, and rescuing them from danger. It was the young lady who was looking out for them. The 3 civilian mecha warriors immediately became energized. Due to their lack of combat skills and fear of danger, they had been hesitating, holding back and not fully committing to the fight. But the problem was that, regardless of whether they defended or not, there were simply too many locust beasts, and they couldn't even protect themselves. Now that they knew the young lady was protecting them, they threw caution to the wind and began to fight with full force. Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila understood Alicia's control abilities better than anyone. The 2 of them had already begun fighting with all their might. As long as Alicia was nearby, they weren't worried about encountering danger. If Alicia couldn't protect them, then they wouldn't have any hope of escaping either. This battle had been going on for over 3 hours, and the mecha warriors who had been out killing locust beasts were gradually becoming exhausted. Faced with the seemingly endless swarm, they forced themselves to keep going. Though a sense of despair was creeping in, they were now facing the twin challenges of exhaustion and running out of ammunition. But retreat was not an option. If they didn't kill the locust beasts, retreating would cost the lives of tens of thousands of civilians. So, everyone gritted their teeth and continued to hold on. At that moment, a voice full of energy suddenly rang out through the public channel. Everyone, keep going. There were originally over 16,000 locust beasts in the swarm, but now there are only a little over 6,000 left. As long as we hold on a bit longer, we'll be able to annihilate them. They had already killed more than 10,000 locust beasts. Since they had already killed over 10,000, how difficult could the remaining 6,000 be? Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. The people in Goping City weren't foolish. Even though the Sky Network signal was intermittent, the amount of time that had passed was enough for them to realize that other places on Topaz Star were experiencing the same locust beast attacks. It had been so long, and still, there were only those 40 or so mecha warriors fighting outside, with no reinforcements arriving to support them. Everyone's hearts were tightly wounded. For more than 3 hours, no one had moved, and they had been closely watching the battle outside. They all knew that if those 40 mecha warriors failed, their doomsday would be upon them. Fortunately, the more than 40 mecha warriors, though seemingly on the brink of collapse amidst the locust beast swarm, managed to hold on, especially on the side with the heaviest concentration of locust beasts. The dark red mecha worked like a meat grinder, killing countless locust beasts. The people of Goping City felt it was a tough battle, but as the mecha warriors fought relentlessly, the thickness of the locust beast swarm gradually began to thin. In the end, after another round of counterattacks from the mecha warriors, the remaining 3,000 or 4,000 locust beasts finally fled. The 40-odd mecha warriors held on until the locust beasts disappeared without a trace, and only then did they return to the city. By this time, the city's shield had weakened significantly and was almost about to break. Fortunately, the locust beast swarm had been defeated. Otherwise, once the shield was breached, no matter how capable the 40 mecha warriors were, they wouldn't be able to stop the locust beasts from flooding into the city. The citizens of Goping City, having seen the locust beasts retreat, finally let go of the tension they had been carrying, and cheers of victory erupted throughout the city. Some quick-thinking and agile citizens had already started heading toward the city defense forces. They had seen the dark red mecha enter the city and were eager to find out if the pilot was the legendary young lady. After exiting the mecha, Alicia felt a splitting headache and her legs were a bit weak. The others were in even worse condition. After leaving their mechas, they collapsed on the ground and couldn't move. The intense battle had taken a huge toll on their stamina. By the end, everyone had been holding on by sheer willpower. Now that the tension had eased, they could barely stand. At that moment, 2 female soldiers came over to help Alicia into a flying car. Aside from Sheila, who was also assisted by female soldiers, the others were supported by male soldiers. Alicia didn't hesitate and smiled at the 2 female soldiers. "Take us to a quiet place where we can rest. We all need to recover. The captain asked us to take you to the city defense forces rest area," the 2 female soldiers said, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they looked at Alicia. The captain of the city defense forces had been considerate, and after arriving at the headquarters, Alicia and Sheila took over the captain's rest area without hesitation. After taking a restorative potion and meditating for half an hour, Alicia regained about a third of her strength and then went back outside. Now was not the time to rest properly. They still didn't know what the situation outside was like. Although Goping City's defense battle ended in victory, everyone's mood was far from good because, except for the group led by Alicia, which had no casualties, the other 3 groups had lost members. Of the 48 people who went out, only 40 returned. Among the 8 casualties, 6 were from the 6th Regiment. Even the deputy commander of the 6th Regiment, Gao, was crying, really crying. In this locust beast wave, the 6th Regiment lost nearly half of its soldiers, and even the regiment's battle strength was decimated. It could be said to be an extremely tragic outcome. After Alicia left the rest area, the mayor of Goping City came to meet her, expressing the gratitude of the city's citizens for her and her team's help. If Alicia hadn't led her team to assist, Goping City wouldn't have been able to hold its ground during this disaster. So, the mayor's gratitude was sincere. However, Alicia couldn't hear those words of gratitude because she had received bad news. Lin Qingfeng had ordered her to return immediately because a locust beast swarm had appeared around Bailey City. The troops stationed at the Topaz Star military headquarters had already been dispatched to various places for support and couldn't be withdrawn in time. Bailey City is also surrounded, Alicia said to the mayor of Goping City, who looked awkward due to being ignored. She wasn't being intentionally rude. The mayor of Goping City understood that the situation was urgent, but the problem was that Alicia had come to their aid, and now she was facing danger herself. What should they do? As the saying goes, misfortune never comes alone. Alicia rubbed her forehead, and her light brain flashed with a red emergency distress signal. Before she could open it, Paul loudly shouted, "Captain, Bailey City is surrounded. We need to go back immediately." Alicia looked at the emergency distress signal and saw that it had been sent by Vice Officer Tong through a special communication channel. This meant that the signal from the 1st Regiment had been blocked, and they couldn't communicate directly via flying signals. Alicia had no choice but to send her orders one word at a time via a special signal, feeling incredibly relieved that, when communication was still working earlier, she had sent the locust beast information to Vice Officer Tong so they knew how to deal with the locust beasts. As soon as Alicia sent her signal, Vice Officer Tong's reply came through, received. Obeying orders, Alicia and her team members naturally didn't have time to rest. All 8 of them stood up and walked out. The City Defense Regiment's captain, the mayor of Goping City, and Deputy Commander Gao of the 6th Regiment also rushed over after hearing the news. The battle had just ended, but the battlefield needed to be cleaned up, and defenses had to be set up in case the locust beast swarm returned. The 6th Regiment had lost so many soldiers, and with only a few hundred city defense troops, their manpower was extremely limited. They were in no position to assist the 1st Regiment. Alicia didn't insist on it. They were all broken soldiers, and sending them would be of no use. She exchanged a few polite words with them before getting into a flying vehicle and leaving. At the same time, unbeknownst to Alicia, the Crown Prince of the Imperial Capital received a Level 1 emergency alert. Colonel Adam, Cosmic creatures have appeared in the universe times region, with an estimated number of over 1,000. They are heading towards the Gamma star domain times region and are expected to arrive in one day. Adam didn't need to look to know that the region his officer mentioned, the Gamma star domain times region, was centered around Topaz star. What are the characteristics of these cosmic creatures? Adam asked calmly. They are huge in size and feed on planetary life. The officer replied. This was very bad news. 5 hours ago, a locust beast wave had suddenly erupted around the border stars of the 7th Army. Without any warning, many people had been killed or injured, and the army had suffered significant losses. After carefully reviewing the information, Adam dialed Hebrew Adam's communication. You must immediately organize space warriors to fight in space. I've ordered the 6th Army to support you, but they won't arrive for at least 2 days. You will need to hold out for 1 day on your own. We have several planets that have been hit with unprecedented beast waves and are fighting them off, Hebrew Adam replied, his face extremely serious. What is the situation now? Although there have been significant casualties, there shouldn't be any major problems. Humans are starting to counterattack, and we should be able to resolve it in another hour or two. From the video, Adam could see that his younger brother had clearly been through a tough battle, with signs of exhaustion that he couldn't hide. Adam sent the information to Hebrew Adam, and after reviewing it, Hebrew Adam's fatigue completely disappeared, replaced by a stern expression. If the data about these cosmic creatures is accurate, with the current strength of our 7th Army, we won't be able to eliminate them, Hebrew Adam said, his mood heavy. Creatures that can move freely in the universe are not something ordinary humans can resist. According to the data, even a 6th-level Mecha Master would struggle to hold them off. If you can't hold them off, Topaz Star will be the first to be destroyed, Adam said solemnly. It wasn't that he was heartless, but the situation was too dire. The reinforcements he had sent wouldn't arrive in time. Only the 7th Army could hold their ground, and if they failed, the consequences would be even worse. The entire human population of Topaz Star could be wiped out. Hebrew Adam realized this too. He took a deep breath and said resolutely, we will complete the mission. Although the communication was blocked, the commander of the 1st Regiment, along with the elites, had gone to the 6th Regiment's location to provide rescue. However, earlier, Alicia had already sent the Locust Beast data and their weaknesses to Officer Tong, and the city defense troops in Bailey City were already prepared with relevant information. Therefore, when they were surrounded by the Locust Beasts, the city defense troops remained calm and effectively set up defenses. Moreover, the 1st Regiment was no longer the same as it was before. After the arrival of the young lady, the 1st Regiment now had more than 200, nearly 300, 5th-level mecha warriors. So, even though the young lady took most of the 6th-level mecha warriors with her, the remaining strength was still enough to deal with the current crisis in Bailey City. The 5th-level mecha warriors of the 1st Regiment still used standard mechas, but with the presence of the young lady's 7th-level mecha, she had subtly adjusted all their 5th-level mechas, making them much stronger than the regular models. Alicia and her team rushed back to Bailey City, where the situation was that the city defense troops had activated their protective shield and were using laser guns to shoot at the Locust Beasts, while the 1st Regiment's mecha combat team was attacking the Locust Beasts from the outer perimeter. When Alicia arrived at Bailey City, she met up with Officer Tong and Officer Ma. They found that the situation in Bailey City was much better than in Goping City. The 1st Regiment had many more 5th-level mecha warriors, and with nearly 300 mechas sweeping through, the Locust Beasts fell from the sky like raindrops. Many civilians in Goping City noticed the young lady's sudden departure and immediately wondered if something had happened in the 1st Regiment or Bailey City. Perhaps they, too, had been surrounded by Locust Beasts. They quickly checked the Skynet. Although there were no clear photos, satellite images taken from the air showed hundreds of mecha warriors from the 1st Regiment exterminating Locust Beasts at the outskirts of Bailey City's Locust Beast swarm. There's no comparison without contrast. The 6th Regiment in Goping City could only field around 40 mecha warriors, while the 1st Regiment had hundreds. The gap was astonishing. Moreover, every mecha warrior in the 1st Regiment was incredibly powerful, as evidenced by the Locust Beasts being steadily wiped out, as if they were being devoured by the mecha warriors, with the numbers continuously diminishing. The citizens of Goping City didn't yet know that the 6th Regiment had suffered significant casualties, losing more than half of their 5th-level warriors due to the Locust Beast ambush. They just wondered how the strength disparity between the two regiments could be so vast. Even among the 5th-level mecha warriors, the 1st Regiment's fighters were so much more powerful. Chapter 274, Emergency Assembly. Alicia and her team had only recovered about 30% of their physical strength. Seeing that there was no imminent crisis in Bailey City, she decided to let them continue recuperating in the vehicle. She planned to only mobilize them if the situation became critical. Alicia had a nagging feeling that today's events wouldn't end so easily, so she focused on recovery. Strength was the ultimate guarantee of survival. For the mesh fighters of the 1st Battalion, the return of their commander felt like a morale boost. Their confidence soared, and they fought with even greater ferocity. The swarm of locust beasts attacking Bailey City was smaller than the one that had besieged Goping City. With over 200 mesh fighters in the 1st Battalion, they completely wiped out the swarm in less than 2 hours, down to the very last beast. This locust beast wave isn't an isolated event. Even Morningstar has experienced a similar outbreak. The 2nd Prince tried to contact you earlier, but you were in combat at the time. He also reached out to me, Deputy Adjutant Tong reported. Alicia was aware of this. After resolving the crisis in Goping City, she had sent back a brief message assuring them of her safety. At that time, she knew that Hebrew Adam was also engaged in combat. Things here are under control now. You stay behind and oversee the aftermath. I'll take the rest back to headquarters, Alicia instructed. She wasn't overly worried about Morningstar. As the headquarters of the 7th Army, it housed not only several 6th-level mesh fighters but also a number of 7th-level ones. Currently, Hebrew Adam's martial arts level was at mid-7th, and his psychic power was at late 5th. His combined combat strength surpassed hers, so Alicia didn't fret too much. As soon as Alicia and her detachment from the 1st Battalion returned to the camp, she received an urgent message from Lin Chengfeng. Immediately bring the listed personnel to headquarters right now. Without delay. The repeated emphasis on urgency in Lin's message caught Alicia's attention. She quickly realized that something major was happening. Looking at the accompanying list sent by Deputy Adjutant George, she saw the names of 5 individuals: Deputy Adjutant Ma, Gong Jifeng, Chen Gengyue, Zhao Lixiu, and Cao Xian. All 5 shared one common trait. They were 6th-level mesh fighters. Recognizing the seriousness of the emergency summons, Alicia didn't dare delay. She left all ongoing matters in the hands of Deputy Commander Yu Paul and immediately gathered the 5 listed individuals to head for headquarters. The Topaz Star Military District headquarters is located about 500 to 600 kilometers from Bailey City, in the opposite direction of the 1st Battalion's base. As the central military base of Topaz Star, the headquarters is even larger and more developed than Bailey City. Alicia had been here many times before, and given her current reputation, her arrival at the headquarters gate was met with immediate recognition. The gate guards saluted her and welcomed her warmly. One of the soldiers drove an open-topped hover car to escort them inside. After a quick 4 to 5 minute ride, they stopped in front of a large building. Captain Huada, the meeting is on the 38th floor, the soldier informed them. Alicia thanked him and led her team into the transporter bay. Elevators in this world operated with such smooth precision that no motion could be felt. In just 4 or 5 seconds, they arrived at the 38th floor. Since the 1st Battalion was relatively close to the headquarters, Alicia and her team arrived earlier than most. A guide led them into the meeting room of the base headquarters, which was still empty except for 4 military officers, all 6th-level warriors. When Alicia entered, the most senior officer, a mid-6th-level warrior, stood up and extended his hand. Commander Huada, hello. I'm Smith, Deputy Commander of Battalion 0002. By military designations, Alicia's 1st Battalion was officially referred to as Battalion 0001, making Battalion 0002 the closest neighboring unit. It was no surprise that Smith had arrived early as well. Although Alicia had not met Deputy Commander Smith before, neighboring battalions were considered brother battalions, which explained his friendly approach. Alicia shook his hand politely. Deputy Commander Smith, nice to meet you. I'm Zifeng Kai, Deputy Commander of Battalion 1155, another 6th-level warrior. This one in the early stage, introduced himself and extended his hand as well. This officer also came from a battalion near the 1st, but his demeanor was more arrogant. Judging by his appearance and aura, he seemed to come from a well-connected family. Alicia, being far from naive, was aware that while some people on Topaz Star admired her, others harbored resentment or prejudice for various reasons. This individual seemed to lean toward the latter, maintaining a composed and serious demeanor. She returned his handshake briefly but distantly. The other 2 6th-level warriors were officers from battalions 0003 and 1154, both also deputy commanders. Like the others, they were from nearby units and had arrived early. These 2 officers didn't show any overt hostility toward Alicia, but their scrutinizing gazes were unmistakable. Alicia pretended not to notice. After exchanging polite greetings with the senior officers, she joined her subordinates and sat down. Since an emergency summons had been issued, no one dared delay. People began arriving one after another. Although Topaz Star wasn't very large, even the furthest military base could reach the headquarters within an hour and a half using high-speed travel. Within 10 minutes of Alicia's arrival, the meeting room was bustling with several hundred people. Clearly, many had been notified in advance and had already started making their way over. The attendees shared 2 key characteristics. They were all at least 6th-level warriors, and each battalion typically sent 1 or 2 representatives. Alicia, however, was the exception, having brought 5 subordinates along. Another noticeable detail was the scarcity of female officers in the room. Alicia, a young woman barely past adolescence, stood out even more among the crowd. Without introductions, most people could easily guess who she was, and many couldn't resist glancing her way for confirmation. Having just experienced the locust beast swarm, most attendees still showed signs of fatigue. However, after resting for over an hour, Alicia and her team no longer appeared as weary, though they weren't entirely refreshed either. About 30 minutes after Alicia's arrival, Lin Chengfeng entered the room accompanied by Deputy George and 4 captain-level officers. Lin Chengfeng's expression was unusually grave, which immediately told Alicia that something critical was unfolding. Due to the extreme urgency and seriousness of the situation, "I'll keep this brief," Lin Chengfeng began. "An hour ago, I received an emergency order personally from Colonel Xia Hyadam of the Imperial Capital Star. The Empire's probes have detected a swarm of cosmic creatures heading toward the Gumra Star region. Based on data gathered during the Empire's initial scouting attempts, this swarm appears to feed on planetary lifeforms. The Imperial Military Command has issued orders to immediately form a Deep Space Combat Division. This division will gather on Desert Star 1, located north of Topaz Star, to intercept these cosmic creatures before they reach any inhabited planets." Despite the nearly 1,000 attendees in the room, the atmosphere was deathly silent as everyone absorbed the details while reviewing the provided data on these cosmic creatures. Just 10 minutes ago, the Imperial Capital Star updated the information that swarm of cosmic creatures will reach Desert Star 1 in a day. Major General Hebrew Adam, the Deputy Commander of the 7th Army, has instructed us to take immediate action. The 7th Army's Deep Space Combat Corps will pass by Topaz Star in 5 hours, and our Deep Space Combat Unit must merge with them and head to Desert Star 1 together. The following is the roster for the Deep Space Combat Unit. Alicia glanced at the list and saw that 7 members from Base Unit 1 had been selected. Captain Zhu Yingxing and Captain Alicia, Lin Chengfeng called out. Alicia immediately stood up at attention. "Present. You two, step forward." Zhu Yingxing, seated right beside Captain Lin, stood up and walked to the front, taking his place before the large screen. Alicia joined him, standing shoulder to shoulder. In response to Major Hebrew Adams' request, the Topaz Star military will send over 700 deep space mesh pilots to form a deep space combat unit. The unit will be led by former Deputy Chief Commander Captain Zhu Yingxing, and Captain Alicia will serve as the Deputy Commander, Lin Chengfeng announced. His gaze swept across the room, as if to gauge whether anyone objected. Although Zhu Yingxing was only a mid-level 6th grade warrior, several others in the room had similar capabilities. However, as the Deputy Chief Commander of Topaz Star, his rank and authority surpassed anyone except Lin Chengfeng, the Chief Commander. No one could question his appointment. Alicia's appointment, however, was another matter. She was undeniably young and inexperienced. Yet, when the room noted her qualifications, mid-level 7th grade telekinetic, 7th grade mesh engineer, and late 5th grade warrior, any opposition quickly faded. Youth and inexperience could be overlooked when her skills were so extraordinary. Among those present, no one could rival the power of a mid-level 7th grade telekinetic. Lin Chengfeng, likely due to time constraints or strategic considerations, hadn't discussed this decision with Alicia beforehand. However, being unexpectedly thrust into this position didn't faze her. In the original timeline described in the story, there had been no cosmic creature invasion before the arrival of the Yunkai people. This was no small matter according to data from the Imperial Capital Star. If this cosmic creature swarm couldn't be intercepted, the people of Topaz Star wouldn't need to worry about the Yunkai invasion. This catastrophe alone could lead to their complete annihilation. Such a major event was never mentioned in the novel, which means it didn't happen in that timeline. Otherwise, the Crown Prince couldn't have been completely unprepared. Based on his usual methods, if he could predict this event, Desert Star 1 on Topaz Star would have already been fortified. It's even possible that the sudden locust beast outbreaks on Topaz Star and Morning Star weren't within the Crown Prince's predictions. If they were, he would have issued some kind of warning. Alicia was worried because these changes were extremely unfavorable to humanity. She suspected that the overall development of the Gumra starfield, especially the rapid progress of the Gus Empire, which far outpaced that in the novel, had unsettled the Yunkai spies. Take Topaz Star as an example. In the novel, when the Yunkai people invaded the Gus Empire, Lin Chengfeng was appointed as the chief commander in a time of crisis. At that time, his abilities were only at the early 6th level, and the Topaz Star Deep Space Combat Group under his leadership had barely over 100 6th level mesh warriors. Now, with 2 years remaining until the Yunkai invasion, Topaz Star could already field more than 700 6th level mesh warriors. Who knows how much this number will multiply in 2 years. It's important to remember that the Yunkai people have spies embedded in the Gumra starfield, so they would undoubtedly be aware of these developments. The Crown Prince had repeatedly used Alicia and Hebrew Adam as bait to flush out these spies, successfully catching quite a few of them. But judging from current events, the spies' forces hadn't been significantly weakened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to orchestrate the locust beast outbreaks or the current cosmic creature invasion. Initially, Alicia thought her appointment as the deputy commander of Topaz Star's Deep Space Combat Unit would spark dissatisfaction among some people. However, observing the room's silence and lack of opposition, it seemed her concerns were unnecessary. Seeing no objections, Lin Chengfeng continued, Topaz Star's Deep Space Combat Unit will fall under the direct command of the Deep Space Combat Corps. The Corps commander will be Major Hebrew Adam. From then on, all your actions will follow his orders. Alicia noticed that after Lin Chengfeng said this, many people glanced in her direction. Clearly, even among high-ranking military personnel, rumors and gossip still sparked curiosity. She stood there composedly, but a wave of excitement rose in her heart at an inopportune moment. Would she finally get to see him this time? In reality, it had been over a year since the two of them last met. After Lin Chengfeng finished speaking, he handed over command to Zhu Yingxing and Alicia before hurrying off. The large-scale locust beast outbreak on Topaz Star left Lin Chengfeng with countless matters to address. He couldn't spare more attention for the Deep Space Combat Unit. As the commander, Zhu Yingxing, assisted by Alicia, assembled all the mesh warriors of the Deep Space Combat Unit to introduce everyone to each other. Zhu Yingxing already knew something about most of the members. Since this was a specialized unit, it wasn't divided into traditional squads or platoons. Instead, they were organized into 20-person teams, and each team selected its captain and vice-captain. Zhu Yingxing and Alicia each led a 10-member guard team. In this context, the guard team was essentially a rescue team. As commander and deputy commander of Topaz Star's Deep Space Combat Unit, Zhu Yingxing and Alicia weren't expected to engage in direct combat initially. Their role was to oversee the entire operation. If a particular team on the battlefield faltered and faced the risk of annihilation, the commander or deputy commander would lead their guard team to provide reinforcements. Typically, the commander would remain in position while the deputy commander went into action. The 5 people Alicia had brought from Outpost Group 1 were assigned to her guard team. To this, she added 5 more members, including Smith, the commander of Outpost Group 2. The remaining 4 had slightly lower ranks, each being at the early 6th level. Reviewing their profiles, Alicia noticed they shared a common trait. They were all natives of Topaz Star. She understood her reputation among the locals, and this arrangement struck her as a deliberate and kind gesture. In contrast, Zhu Yingxing's guard team was composed primarily of his direct subordinates. Zhu Yingxing was a trusted subordinate of Lin Chengfeng. Alicia had even met Uncle Zhu back when she was still a pitiful young girl under Lin Chengfeng's protection. It could be said that Zhu Yingxing's current high rank and advanced abilities were largely due to being one of Lin Chengfeng's most trusted aides. Having once shielded Alicia during her most vulnerable days, this explains why Lin Chengfeng left so quickly earlier, showing no concern about whether the abruptly paired commander and deputy commander would clash. Zhu Yingxing not only had no intention of suppressing Alicia but also actively consulted her on every matter. He showed her full respect, never treating her dismissively due to her young age. Although Alicia had anticipated that Zhu Yingxing wouldn't make things difficult for her, his considerate attitude still exceeded her expectations, making the collaboration a pleasant surprise. As temporary partners facing unknown dangers, their ability to work together smoothly would allow them to focus entirely on the upcoming battle. Each special operations team quickly selected its captain and vice-captain. While Alicia wasn't familiar with most of the individuals, she had their profiles at hand. The principle for choosing team leaders was simple. The person with the highest rank in the team would take the role. Once the teams were organized, with their duties assigned and supplies distributed, the time for departure arrived. The Topaz Star Deep Space Combat Unit boarded a starship, leaving the planet behind and heading to the designated location to rendezvous with the main force. Chapter 275, Cosmic Creatures. The cosmic warship of Topaz Star, located on the edge of the star system, was surprisingly an advanced model, almost identical in configuration to those of second-tier planets. It was clear that this was all due to the First Prince's efforts. In the past few years, the military equipment of Topaz Star had been completely overhauled. No one needed to be a prophet to deduce that Topaz Star would inevitably be the first place the Yunkai aliens would arrive at. Given the location of the Yunkai star system, to prevent civilian casualties, the military had to block the Yunkai forces in space, and therefore, all anti-invasion wars were primarily focused on space combat. As far as Alicia knew, in recent years, the Gus Empire's military budget had allocated even more funds to the starspace equipment of Topaz Star than for second-tier planets. Unfortunately, the training of starspace mesh combatants wasn't something that could be easily achieved. A qualitative leap required decades of development, and the fact that such a significant change had occurred in just 7 or 8 years was already the result of the Empire using all of its available methods, because they would likely face a fierce battle again in less than a day. Once the Topaz Star Starspace Combat Regiment boarded the cosmic warship, apart from the leader, Zhu Yingxing, and Alicia, the rest of the members went to their rooms to rest. Alicia thought that not long from now, she would be meeting up with the fleet led by Hebrew Adam, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited. She really wanted to meet him in person. However, reality was different. Both of them were soldiers on an urgent mission, and they were absolutely not allowed to act privately. Especially since Hebrew Adam was the commander of the Starspace Combat Regiment. Every action of his had to be closely monitored. The Topaz Star cosmic warship flew for about an hour and a half through space before it met up on time with the 7th Starspace Combat Regiment, led by Hebrew Adam. At the pre-designated meeting point, the communication screen on the warship flickered, and Hebrew Adam appeared on it, dressed in his neat military uniform, his gaze firm and resolute. Although Alicia had seen Hebrew Adam many times in videos, he was always in civilian clothes with a soft gaze. This was the first time she realized that, dressed in military uniform and with a stern expression, Hebrew Adam was breathtakingly handsome. Of course, Hebrew Adam saw Alicia on the screen as well. His gaze lingered on her face for 2 seconds before he turned to Zhu Yingxing and said in a calm voice, "I am Hebrew Adam, commander of the 7th Army Starspace Combat Regiment." Zhu Yingxing immediately saluted and reported loudly, "Report, Commander. I am Zhu Yingxing, the commander of the Topaz Star Starspace Combat Regiment." Seeing this, there were others on Hebrew Adam's side as well, and Alicia followed the proper procedure, saluting and reporting, "Report, Commander. I am Alicia, the vice commander of the Topaz Star Starspace Combat Regiment." According to the formal protocol, it should have been, "Report, Commander. I am Huadamani, the vice commander of the Topaz Star Starspace Combat Regiment." However, the problem was that, whether it was people from Alicia's side or Hebrew Adam's side, the vast majority knew that she and Hebrew Adam were engaged. At this moment, everyone was curious about the two of them, and in this context, Alicia felt that introducing herself by name would be too pretentious. Hebrew Adam's response to Alicia's self-introduction was no different from his response to Zhu Yingxing. His instructions were normal, telling them to follow the 7th Army Fleet and to take all orders from the commander. After giving the orders, Hebrew Adam ended the communication. Alicia didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. The reason why they were suddenly formed into a Starspace Combat Regiment was because an unknown species of cosmic creatures had suddenly invaded the Gus Empire. The Gus Empire had very little knowledge about these cosmic creatures. Apart from knowing roughly the number and size of the creatures, they knew almost nothing else. They didn't know whether their weapons would be effective against these creatures or cause fatal damage. They also didn't know what kind of attacks the creatures might use, whether they could defend against them, or if it would lead to heavy casualties among the mesh combatants. Under this heavy concern, as the commander of the Starspace Combat Regiment, Hebrew Adam couldn't afford to think about unrelated matters. However, after the warship had been traveling for about half an hour, Alicia received a private message from Hebrew Adam. Neither of them had the mood to discuss personal matters. Hebrew Adam's private message to Alicia was to assign her a task. He asked her to use her psychic abilities to observe the incoming cosmic creatures as soon as the battle began, and report any discoveries to him immediately. This was a mission, not a request, and Alicia solemnly accepted the order. Still, Alicia took the time to ask Hebrew Adam about the battle plan. They exchanged opinions for a while, but eventually, Hebrew Adam had to end the communication. Before hanging up, Hebrew Adam couldn't help but say with a serious expression, "Manny, make sure you protect yourself as much as possible." Alicia and Hebrew Adam locked eyes, and she could see the unspoken words in his gaze. As the commander of this operation, Hebrew Adam should have told her to do her best. However, as her lover, he wanted her to protect herself and avoid any harm. This contradictory, complex mindset was something he couldn't say out loud, nor should he at this moment. But his concern was overwhelming. Alicia couldn't help but feel the same way. There were 1,000 words on the tip of her tongue, but all she could say was, "You too." After the Topaz Star Starspace Combat Regiment met up with the 7th Army's Starspace Combat Regiment, they continued their journey for another 5 hours before finally reaching the number 1 desolate star. The commander of the Starspace Combat Regiment was Hebrew Adam, and the vice commander was an experienced general, a level 7 early stage warrior. Thus, the Starspace Combat Regiment had 3 level 7 mesh combatants in total. The 7th Army had several times more level 6 mesh combatants than Topaz Star, totaling over 3,400. Hebrew Adam had already assigned the formation, so as soon as they arrived, more than a dozen warships spread out in a wing-shaped formation, with the warship carrying Hebrew Adam leading the way. At this point, according to the latest data, the cosmic creatures were still 5 hours away from encountering them, which was a full 4 hours later than previously estimated. This gave the Starspace Combat Regiment enough time to adjust and prepare. 4 hours later, all 12 warships of the Starspace Combat Regiment received signals from their life detection instruments. From the screens, it was clear that the newly named super beast by the Gus Empire resembled the devilfish from Earth's oceans. In the dark, lightless space, their blackish color made them even more terrifying. However, the size of the super beasts was far greater than that of devilfish, with each one measuring 200 to 300 meters long, truly gigantic. This was a type of cosmic creature humanity had never seen before, and everyone was nervously awaiting the moment of close combat. 30 minutes before the confrontation, Hebrew Adam had given the order for all warships to prepare. At his command, they would fire powerful laser beams. In the tense waiting, the super beasts entered the range of the powerful laser beams. The main warship of the Starspace Combat Regiment fired the first powerful laser beams. 12 laser beams, each with a diameter of 1 meter, swept through the super beast swarm for 30 seconds before suddenly disappearing. There was no sound in space because there is no air, and these powerful laser beams, which could instantly turn planetary creatures to ash, seemed to have no effect on the super beasts. When the beams swept across the front rank of the super beasts, it was as if they were merely ordinary light beams. The super beasts remained in formation, unaffected. Everyone's hearts tightened. This was one of the strongest weapons in their fleet. Laser weapons were also standard equipment for level 6 starspace meshes. If the powerful laser beams couldn't inflict damage on the super beasts, the mesh combatants would have no way to deal with them. Time passed second by second, and soon a minute had gone by, with the super beasts still charging toward them. As the people were on the verge of despair, they suddenly noticed that the formation of the super beasts was slightly off. The super beasts in the back pushed through the ones in the front, causing them to scatter to the sides and make way for the ones behind. Alicia suddenly understood. Although the powerful laser beams hadn't killed the super beasts, they had still caused some damage. So, even though the life detection instruments showed the super beasts were still alive and appeared unharmed on the surface, in reality, they had lost their ability to move due to the severe injuries. In space, there is no gravity. Even if the super beasts were dead, they wouldn't fall. Without the ability to move, they would simply float in place. As a result, they blocked the way of the unharmed super beasts behind them, and were treated as obstacles that were pushed aside. As Alicia realized this, thinking about whether to send a private message to Hebrew Adam, she suddenly heard his calm command, "All warships, fire." With that order, the 12 warships immediately fired one laser beam after another. The beams cut through the dark space and accurately struck the super beasts. Once the powerful laser beams stopped, Hebrew Adam immediately ordered all warships retreat to 30,000 meters. All the warships quickly moved back, creating distance between themselves and the super beasts. Then they heard Hebrew Adam's order, fire. A new round of laser beam attacks began. However, it was clear that the super beasts were intelligent creatures. After the second round of strong laser beam fire, when Hebrew Adam ordered all the warships to retreat another 30,000 meters, the super beast swarm, which had originally been in a straight line, began to shift. They quickly expanded and spread out to the sides. Soon, the super beast swarm grew longer than the warship formation, and then it charged toward the warships. The super beasts had spread out, but they only had 12 warships on their side, so the warships' laser beams could no longer sweep across all the super beasts and stop their attack, as they had done before. Although the front of the super beast swarm was suppressed, the beasts on the sides had already charged in, and the warships didn't have time to create the distance they had before. Deploy the mesh combatants immediately to clear the super beasts that weren't hit by the laser beams, Hebrew Adam commanded. With his order, the mesh combatants, who had been lined up and ready, quickly ejected from the warships. In space, the starspace meshes could take on their largest form, though they were only about 10 meters tall. Compared to the 200 to 300 meter long super beasts, they were quite small. Fortunately, without the obstruction of air, the laser swords could extend up to 40 meters. The meshes, in groups of 10, nimbly sliced through the super beasts, rendering them immobile. This super beast shell is extremely tough. If it were another weapon, it would likely be unable to break through its shell, Zhu Yingxing said, looking at the data sent back from the mesh combatants' attacks. He spoke to Alicia. Alicia was very concerned as she watched the battlefield outside. What kind of attack methods did the super beasts have? She used her telekinesis to observe the combat scene, and suddenly noticed that 2 meshes from the Topaz Starspace Combat Regiment had completely disappeared. The speed was so fast that Alicia didn't have time to see clearly. This situation either meant they had been shielded, or the meshes had been destroyed along with their pilots. Alicia immediately focused her telekinesis. In the pitch-black space, her telekinesis faced almost no resistance. She had a wide range of telekinetic ability, so her attention wasn't fully concentrated. She carefully looked at the spots where the 2 meshes had disappeared and noticed many small fragments floating in space. Captain, Teams 11 and 12 suddenly lost contact. The team leader of the 3rd Squad of the Topaz Starspace Combat Regiment urgently reported over the public channel. What's going on? Zhu Yingxing had seen his team members disappear on the life detection instrument. After hearing the 3rd Squad leader's urgent report, he quickly asked, "I don't know. They suddenly disappeared without sending any signals, and there was no indication of anything unusual before that." The 3rd Squad leader replied, "Captain Huida, more than 20 mesh combatants have mysteriously disappeared on the battlefield. Have you found any cause?" Hebrew Adam asked on the public channel. Alicia was about to respond when she suddenly saw something like gas being emitted from the super beast's mouth, heading toward 2 members of Team 11. In a critical moment, Alicia immediately created a protective shield with her telekinesis, surrounding them and then teleporting them 2,000 meters away. Even though Alicia's telekinetic actions could be completed in an instant, that gas still brushed against her telekinetic shield. Alicia only felt an extreme coldness in the gas. Just a slight touch drained about 10% of her mental energy. If she hadn't quickly withdrawn her telekinesis, she wasn't sure what would have happened. Alicia immediately reported to Hebrew Adam over the public channel. The super beasts emit a gas from their mouths, and anything it touches is enveloped in a temperature close to absolute zero. Hearing this, Hebrew Adam didn't ask for proof. He immediately announced the urgent situation to the entire regiment, telling everyone to avoid the super beast's head. Since Alicia spoke on the public channel, even if Hebrew Adam hadn't made an official announcement, all members of the Starspace Combat Regiment had already heard it. Before he even gave the order, everyone had already moved away from the super beast's head. Hebrew Adam switched to the command channel and asked Alicia, "The mesh that disappeared without a trace, was that the super beast's attack? 2 of our teams disappeared. I found debris at their disappearance points," Alicia explained. "In our 13th squad, some members were attacked. I used my telekinesis to shield them and teleport them away, but the gas swept over us, and my mental energy was depleted by 10% in an instant. Because of this, Alicia was unable to use her telekinesis to control the battlefield and save anyone. Keep observing the super beast's attacks. Report immediately if you discover anything new," Hebrew Adam instructed. "Yes, Commander," Alicia responded. Although Alicia couldn't control the battlefield and save anyone, if it hadn't been for her discovering the silent, instantaneous lethal attack of the super beasts with her telekinesis, the Starspace Combat Regiment wouldn't have known how many people could have been lost or how they could detect it. In the completely dark environment of space, the gas emitted by the super beast was undetectable by all human monitoring instruments. Chapter 276, Space Battle. After understanding the attack methods of the super beasts, the Mesh warriors naturally avoided direct frontal assaults and instead attacked from the sides or rear. The super beast's massive size made it difficult to inflict significant damage on them. However, this also made it challenging for the beasts to turn around and counterattack, significantly reducing human casualties. The gas expelled from the super beasts' mouths instantly spreads to a radius of 500 meters, covering an area of approximately 1,000 square meters. Alicia quickly provided more accurate data. Due to the near absolute zero temperature of space, the instruments on the warships could not detect the gas emitted by the super beasts, nor could it be seen on video. The intelligence team on the Hebrew Adam side analyzed the situation and concluded that this was a type of gas unknown to humanity. Since super beasts were appearing before humans for the first time, it was only natural for them to have no understanding of why this gas could instantly freeze objects from the inside out to near absolute zero. Alicia used her psychic abilities to observe, but even she lacked the ability to identify the gas's composition. Moreover, retrieving a sample for research was impossible under current conditions. At such low temperatures, even meshs were reduced to fragments. What could they possibly use to store the gas? Following Alicia's warnings, although sacrifices were inevitable, the number of mesh warriors suddenly disappearing significantly decreased. Alicia continued observing the battlefield. Mesh warriors led the primary assault, while the space warships provided support. The battle raged fiercely, and the number of immobilized super beasts steadily increased. Alicia glanced at the life detection monitor. Although these super beasts had lost their mobility, their lives were not endangered. Their life force indicators were only dimmed by half. She felt something was amiss. If this was all it took to neutralize them, the super beasts seemed too easy to deal with. But could creatures capable of surviving in space really be that simple? Would those injured and immobilized super beasts remain completely incapacitated until their death? With doubts lingering in her mind, Alicia paid special attention to this matter. She soon discovered that the previously dim life force indicators on the monitor were gradually brightening again. Since there were many life signals on the life detection monitor, it was almost impossible to notice this phenomenon without closely observing it. To avoid making a mistake, Alicia used her psychic powers to continuously monitor the injured and immobilized super beasts, which were floating motionlessly in space. After about half an hour, the dim life signals of those super beasts gradually returned to their original brightness. Then, Alicia saw the previously immobile super beasts beginning to move again. Although their movements were slow, they were undeniably moving. Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief, this is Huad Alicia. I have discovered something significant, Alicia immediately reported through the public channel. This is the Commander-in-Chief. Please go ahead, replied Hebrew Adam promptly. I have discovered that the injured and immobilized super beasts regain their mobility after about half an hour, Alicia reported. You mean the super beasts can quickly self-recover after being injured? Hebrew Adam asked for confirmation. Yes, I am certain. I observed this with the life detection monitor and my psychic powers. There is no doubt super beasts can self-recover from injuries within half an hour, Alicia firmly reiterated. She understood that Hebrew Adam's repeated questioning was not out of disbelief but to ensure clarity and to help others understand and trust her findings. Alicia's ability to detect even the super beast's subtle, undetectable attacks had already earned the respect of the entire Starfield Remote Combat Unit's mesh warriors. Hearing her report over the public channel, no one doubted her claim. For these warriors, the fact that injured and immobilized super beasts could recover and move again after only half an hour was undeniably a frustrating revelation. Everyone, listen up, make sure to kill the super beasts, Hebrew Adam commanded. Following the order, the mesh warriors had to adjust their combat strategy. They now needed to ensure the super beasts were completely killed, leaving no chance for them to recover. However, killing such a massive creature proved to be extremely challenging. After attacking fiercely, the mesh warriors realized that while their lightsabers could injure the super beasts, they did not seem to inflict significant damage. Even after dozens of strikes, the super beasts were still alive. No wonder the previously injured and immobilized super beasts recovered in about half an hour. When they used laser cannons, the super beasts seemed even less affected, almost as if they were unharmed. The damage caused by the laser cannons was even less than that inflicted by the lightsabers. It took over 3,000 mesh warriors, grouped into teams of 10, a full half hour of relentless cutting and slashing to finally kill a single super beast. This method was not only highly inefficient but also consumed an unsustainable amount of energy. Captain Hua, you must quickly find the super beast's fatal weakness. Hebrew Adam urged over the public channel. Understood. Alicia immediately accepted the order. In truth, Alicia had already begun analyzing the Mesh Warriors' combat efforts even before Hebrew Adam's instructions. She issued commands to the Mesh Warriors from Topaz Star, asking them to attack every part of the super beasts' bodies in various ways. Finally, Alicia discovered that the most critical weakness of the super beasts was their head. By continuously targeting the very center of the head with laser cannon fire, the super beasts would quickly lose their vital signs. The second method involved attacking the central spine on the beast's back, which was more fragile than other areas. By converting their lightsabers into light wheels and repeatedly cutting through this spinal column, it only took about 10 cycles to slice the super beasts in half, rendering them lifeless. Although the area within 500 meters of the super beasts' heads was a no-go zone, too dangerous for anyone to approach, using laser cannons to bombard the head eliminated the need to get close. Mesh warriors could hit the target accurately from within a range of 2,000 meters. Alicia shared her findings over the public channel, and someone quickly followed her instructions. It took over 20 minutes before there was a response regarding her strategy. While using laser cannons to kill the super beasts worked, it required firing over 20 shots per beast. This energy consumption was unsustainable, and the meshs couldn't handle it. Each mesh carried enough energy to fire a maximum of 100 laser shots. It was impossible to kill all the super beasts this way. In fact, they might not even manage to kill half of them. The other method seemed more feasible. The mesh warriors used light wheels several times larger than the meshs themselves to continuously slice at the super beasts until they were worn down and killed. However, trying to grind down such massive creatures consumed an enormous amount of energy and progressed very slowly. It took 10 mesh warriors working in shifts over 10 minutes to take down a single super beast. With the vast expanse of space offering numerous directions to escape, the super beast swarm began to scatter when their path forward was blocked by the attacks. The 12 warships of the Starfield Remote Combat Unit continuously fired laser beams at the super beasts, but with far fewer ships than beasts, they were unable to prevent the beasts from spreading out. All the mesh warriors who were aware of this situation were deeply anxious. Given the capabilities of the super beasts, even a single one reaching a life-bearing planet would result in unimaginable devastation. The entire planet could turn into a frozen wasteland, devoid of life. For now, the only strategy was to delay the super beasts, slowing their advance as much as possible. Hebrew Adam deployed nearly every available crew member from the 12 warships, ordering all mesh warriors to do whatever it took to prevent the super beasts from breaching the defensive line and heading toward the life-bearing planets. Everyone, hold the line. In 4 hours, reinforcements from the secondary stars will arrive, he announced. For the mesh warriors who had been battling for 3 to 4 hours, this was an incredibly motivating message. Under Hebrew Adam's orders, every mesh warrior capable of deploying left their warships, leaving only the commanders aboard. Alicia was no exception. While Zhu Yingxing stayed behind to oversee operations, Alicia led her 10 personal guards into battle against the super beasts. In the zero-gravity environment of space, meshs relied entirely on their thrusters for movement. Thus, mastering the use of thrusters was essential for smooth maneuvering. Psychic mesh warriors had a natural advantage in this regard. To prevent the super beasts from continuing their flight forward, the mesh warriors didn't have time to kill them one by one. Instead, they focused on wounding the beasts and rendering them immobile. Though this approach was only a temporary fix and consumed significant energy, their primary goal was to hold the defensive line and wait for reinforcements to arrive. With the assistance of her psychic abilities, Alicia's laser cannon shots were far more precise. She decided to retract her light wheels and fire laser cannons simultaneously from both arms. While others needed over 20 shots to kill a super beast, she only required 7 or 8. From a distant perspective in space, The laser beams pierced through the darkness, slicing the black void. However, their glow seemed powerless and fleeting, incapable of illuminating the oppressive darkness of space. The super beasts flew faster than human meshes, so the scattered beasts were intercepted by the 12 warships, which had also spread out. The mesh warriors had no choice but to disperse as well, intercepting as many super beasts as they could. Alicia, leading her 10-person guard team, gradually drifted farther away from Topaz Star's warship. In the darkness and chaos, despite the presence of public and team communication channels, everyone had to rely on their own teammates. On the battlefield, all mesh warriors were doing everything in their power to block the advancing super beasts. But human stamina was limited, and so was the energy supply of the meshes. After 3 hours, Hebrew Adam began receiving reports from various teams that their mesh energy levels were nearly depleted. Due to the vast range of the super beasts' dispersal, both the warships and meshes were critically low on energy. As the commander, Hebrew Adam could only watch helplessly as some super beast signals moved beyond the range of the life detection monitor. Fortunately, at that moment, Hebrew Adam finally received word that reinforcements were on their way. The reinforcements were from the 3rd Army's Starfield Remote Combat Unit, and they were an hour away from reaching the 7th Army's position. After some thought, Hebrew Adam provided the 3rd Army with specific coordinates, instructing them to begin intercepting the super beasts from that location. Despite 8 to 9 hours of relentless fighting, they had only managed to eliminate about 1/3 of the super beasts. Had the reinforcements not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The 3rd Army's Starfield Remote Combat Unit consisted of nearly 10,000 members, enough to annihilate all the remaining super beasts. The exhausted mesh warriors, upon hearing Hebrew Adam announce over the public channel that reinforcements had arrived, breathed a collective sigh of relief. They immediately began searching for the nearest warship and flew toward it to dock and recover. In the chaotic space battlefield, the warships has moved further away, and the mesh warriors were constantly shifting positions during combat. This meant that many mesh warriors found themselves too far from their own warships, with no way to return to them. Neither their physical stamina nor their mesh's remaining energy was sufficient to support everyone making it back to their assigned warships. Alicia, leading her personal guard team, directed them toward the second closest warship. Why she didn't aim for the nearest one, her guards didn't ask, and Alicia didn't explain. However, upon boarding the warship, everyone discovered, quite coincidentally, that it was the flagship of the 7th Army's Starfield Remote Combat Unit, commanded by the general himself. The knowing looks exchanged among her guards made Alicia's cheeks flush. The warship's main hall was already crowded with hundreds of people resting, each appearing utterly exhausted. Alicia and her 10 guards, having joined the battle later, had only fought for 5 to 6 hours. As a result, they were in better shape than most. Those visibly drained mesh warriors were likely the ones who had been fighting non-stop from the beginning. Fortunately, this world had spatial storage devices, and those who could become level 6 mesh warriors were never poor. Each carried portable rest mats equipped with protective shields, allowing them to rest without external disturbances. The warship's staff were registering the mesh warriors who had boarded, noting which warships they originally came from. When they saw Alicia, a strange look flickered in their eyes. Alicia, of course, understood why they were looking at her that way but chose to ignore it. Being subjected to such meaningful glances often had thickened her skin, otherwise, life would be unbearable. After she and her guards finished registering and entered the hall, 2 or 3 mesh warriors in Topaz Star uniforms approached them, saluted Alicia, and said, "Thank you, miss, for saving my life." The middle-aged mesh warrior who had spoken was filled with gratitude. Alicia understood immediately. At the beginning of the battle, when she was still able to maintain control over the situation, she had saved more than 10 people. This man was likely one of them. "This is my duty. I'm your squad leader now, so there's no need for formalities. Go and rest," Alicia replied, brushing off their gratitude. She didn't feel it was necessary. The middle-aged man's face was etched with exhaustion. It was evident that he had forced himself to muster the energy to thank Alicia. "Our people are over there," he said, leading Alicia toward a corner of the hall. In that corner, there were over a dozen mesh warriors, all wearing Topaz Star uniforms. When they saw Alicia approaching with her team, their faces lit up with delight, and they stood to greet her. Alicia didn't say much. She simply instructed everyone to sit down and rest. The group from Topaz Star made sure she and the other 3 female mesh warriors from Topaz Star were seated in the middle, shielding them from external distractions. One of the female mesh warriors also expressed her gratitude to Alicia, as she too had been saved by her during the battle. Alicia stood out among them, appearing particularly young, yet everyone had witnessed her performance in the recent battle. Without her, many of them might not have survived. Now, with her presence, the Topaz Star team felt a deep sense of reassurance. Alicia and Zhu Yingxing conducted a roll call over the team channel. Apart from the dozen who had tragically fallen in battle, everyone else had successfully boarded the warship. Chapter 277, A Brief Encounter. Although everyone had boarded the nearest warship randomly, each unit was still able to account for its personnel. Additionally, with the help of the life detectors, it was confirmed that no mesh warriors were left behind in space due to unconsciousness or other reasons. With that assurance, the 12 warships began their return journey. At this time, news arrived from their rear. The reinforcements from the Third Army had successfully intercepted the herd of Ultra Beasts heading toward Topaz Star. While the 7th Army's Stellar Remote Battle Corps hadn't managed to eliminate all the Ultra Beasts, they had taken down about a third of them. With the data on the Ultra Beasts provided by the 7th Army and the superior numbers of the 3rd Army reinforcements, it was now only a matter of time before the Ultra Beasts were completely eradicated. The 7th Army's Stellar Remote Battle Corps, having exhausted its arsenal, no longer needed to coordinate a pincer attack with the 3rd Army. To avoid direct collision with the ongoing battle, the warships adjusted their route, taking a longer detour. This added 2 to 3 hours to their journey back to Topaz Star. Despite the several hundred people in the warship's hull, the atmosphere was eerily silent, as most had fallen asleep. Although Alicia was exhausted, she couldn't fall asleep, her mind preoccupied. When they hadn't seen each other, the longing was manageable, but now, knowing he was on the same warship, her yearning surged uncontrollably, like a dam breaking. At that moment, her communicator vibrated softly. Alicia glanced at it, and a sweet, faint smile spread across her face. It was a message from Hebrew Adam. It included a specific location and an authorization for movement. The message consisted of only 2 words. "Come quickly." Alicia sent a quick message to Deputy Officer Ma, informing him she had something to attend to and to contact her if needed. She assumed Deputy Officer Ma was already asleep, but to her surprise, as soon as she sent the message, he sat up and looked at her with a half smile, then subtly raised 2 fingers in a knowing gesture. Deputy Officer Ma followed Alicia to Topaz Star, and his main responsibility was to protect her, so it was natural for him to inquire about her whereabouts. Although Alicia felt a little embarrassed, she nodded in acknowledgement. After receiving her confirmation, Deputy Officer Ma didn't say anything else and simply lay back down to sleep. The young lady's cultivation level was now higher than his, and she was on someone else's turf, so there was no real cause for concern. Besides, if the couple wanted to meet, he certainly couldn't follow them. Alicia tried to slip away discreetly toward the front of the warship. Fortunately, most people had already gone to rest, so only a few who had noticed her were aware of her movements. In the past, due to the Beery family's efforts to downplay things, not everyone in the 7th Army knew Alicia, but after today's battle, with her displayed abilities and special identity, no one in the army could fail to recognize her. As Alicia made her way through the corridors, she encountered a hatch. Using her authorization information, the hatch automatically opened. Along the way, she inevitably ran into soldiers from the 7th Army. Upon seeing her, instead of questioning why she was moving through the interior of the warship, they gave her looks that said, "We know what you're here for, so we won't ask," and saluted her with respect. Captain Hua, Alicia could only suppress her awkwardness and try not to let her face flush. She responded to the salutes with a serious expression. Being too famous was difficult. Everything she did became a spectacle. When Alicia finally arrived at the designated location, a young, handsome major in a crisp black military uniform was already waiting there, seemingly for quite some time. Alicia and Hebrew Adam hadn't seen each other in person since graduation, which was already over 2 years ago. Though she had seen the changes in him online and in videos, it wasn't until they met face to face that Alicia realized he had completely grown into a mature young man, no longer possessing the youthful immaturity he once had. When he looked up at her, his deep, unwavering gaze made Alicia feel her heart rate accelerate uncontrollably. With a serious expression on his handsome face, Hebrew Adam walked toward her and couldn't wait to pull her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Alicia, however, didn't act as recklessly as Hebrew Adam. Feeling both anxious and shy while pushing him away with one hand, she whispered, "The surveillance." Although the corridor was empty, there were surveillance cameras everywhere. She just wanted to see him, but she didn't want to make a public display of affection in front of everyone in the 7th Army. She didn't need to bet to know that someone on the other side of the cameras was likely watching them with great interest. Although this was the interstellar era, the general public's views on relationships between men and women were quite similar to those in her past life on Earth. The common belief was that men and women should engage in proper, respectable relationships, and there was strong resistance to promiscuous behavior. People who engaged in such actions were seen as having poor character. Hebrew Adam, too, was caught up in the excitement and momentarily forgot about the cameras. As soon as Alicia pushed him, he immediately let go of her and instead tightly held her hand, leading her to a door. He pressed a button, and the hatch immediately opened. Hebrew Adam led Alicia into the room. The hatch had barely closed halfway when he couldn't resist pressing her against the wall. Eager to kiss her, Alicia barely had time to glance around the room, which seemed to be a lounge, before Hebrew Adam leaned down and urgently kissed her. This was their first kiss in reality, and the sensation of the young man's hot, moist lips on hers was overwhelming. Surrounding her with his strong presence, she could feel his firm chest beneath her hands, his rapid heartbeat, and everything felt different from what she had experienced online. After a while, Hebrew Adam reluctantly released the young woman from his embrace, his breath hot and heavy beside her ear. "I missed you so much," he whispered softly. "I miss the days when we trained together day and night." "So do I," Alicia whispered back, her voice hoarse. She nestled into Hebrew Adam's embrace, resting her forehead against his face. An unprecedented sense of closeness enveloped them both. Hebrew Adam's breathing was unsteady. He made an effort to calm down, and after a while, he started to feel a little better. However, when he looked up and saw the girl's flushed cheeks and moist, cherry-like lips, his breathing became erratic again. Hebrew Adam took a deep breath, reluctantly holding Alicia's soft, delicate body tightly for a moment before clearing his throat and saying, "This is my resting room. You can sleep here. If there's anything important, I'll call you in advance." His voice was low and hoarse, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but kiss her earlobe gently. He then took a few deep breaths, gathering his resolve, and with iron will, he said, "I have to return to the command center." "All right, I understand. Don't worry," Alicia replied, though she, too, was reluctant to part so quickly, but the bigger picture mattered. The fact that they were able to meet like this was already a great blessing. As the commander of the 7th Army Starry Sky Assault Regiment, Hebrew Adam couldn't afford any distractions until the super beasts were completely eradicated. So, when he called her over, he originally just intended to steal a quick kiss to ease his longing. Who knew that desires were insatiable? He couldn't push his patience any further at that moment and had to leave in a hurry. Back in the command center, Hebrew Adam noticed that everyone was glancing at him, some doing so intentionally, and others perhaps more subtly, especially Su-43 and Abulatia Samu. Their gazes were filled with a teasing hint. It was probably because they had seen him embrace Alicia in the corridor. Although Hebrew Adam felt a little awkward, he kept a serious expression, trying not to let anyone notice his discomfort. He had just gone to meet his legitimate fiancée, not sneaking around in an affair. There was nothing to be ashamed of, Hebrew Adam told himself. Seeing Hebrew Adam's stern face, looking entirely businesslike and clearly not wanting attention on his personal matters, everyone else also straightened up, adopting a more formal and serious demeanor. Although Hebrew Adam was young, he was an imperial prince and a high-level warrior. Coupled with his decisive methods over the past months in the 7th Army, his presence was formidable, and there was no one in the 7th Army who didn't respect him. Thus, when he put on a cold expression and showed any displeasure, everyone else quickly fell into line, showing proper respect. Seeing Hebrew Adam's expression, Su-43 and Abulatia Samu immediately stopped looking at him with those meaningful glances. Although Alicia was reluctant to part with Hebrew Adam, the brief meeting left her feeling sweet inside. She followed his instructions and went to bed to sleep. They were both rational individuals who wouldn't let their emotions interfere with their duties. Therefore, after their brief encounter, Alicia quickly let go of the matter and fell into a deep sleep. When Alicia woke up, she received the news that the Third Army had completely eliminated the super beasts, and she let out a huge sigh of relief. Although this incident had come unexpectedly, the swift arrival of reinforcements meant that the 7th Army's Starry Sky Assault Regiment did not need to intercept the super beasts in a more desperate manner, so the losses were minimal. This was the advantage of having connections in the right places. Before issuing the order to Hebrew Adam, the Crown Prince, anticipating that the 7th Army might not be able to hold up, had already commanded the 3rd Army to rush to provide assistance. Had it followed the normal procedure, the 7th Army's Starry Sky Assault Regiment would have had to engage the super beasts directly, and based on the situation, they would only be able to request reinforcements if they couldn't hold their ground. In that case, reinforcements would not have arrived for at least half a day, and by then, the 7th Army would have either suffered heavy casualties while intercepting the super beasts, or the super beasts would have already reached Topaz Star, causing massive losses. After waking up, Alicia didn't expect Hebrew Adam to find time to meet her again. She simply returned to her companion's side. Then the 7th Army's Starry Sky Assault Regiment arrived near Topaz Star, and the mecha combatants from the Topaz Star Starry Sky Assault Battalion began to regroup. Everyone then parted ways and returned to their respective planets. Alicia and Hebrew Adam had only this brief, rushed meeting, which was made possible because Alicia had deliberately boarded the flagship of the 7th Army's Starry Sky Assault Regiment. In this Starry Sky mission, Topaz Star lost 6 6th-level mecha combatants. If it hadn't been for Alicia's earlier efforts to control the situation, they might have lost more than a dozen. The Topaz Star Starry Sky Assault Battalion returned to its original starting point, where Lin Chengfeng praised everyone for their efforts before sending them back to their respective units. However, Lin Chengfeng kept Alicia behind, clearly indicating that there was something important to discuss. From the message sent by Deputy Officer Tong, Alicia learned that after most of the 6th-level mecha combatants were withdrawn from Topaz Star, a small wave of locust beasts had erupted again. Since the strongest forces had been taken away, the second wave of the locust beasts was much smaller in scale, but the losses were even heavier than in the first wave, with casualties 3 times greater than the first. The stationed 1st Regiment had also lost 4 5th-level mecha combatants, and they had the fewest casualties. Other regiments suffered even heavier losses. Since you led the team out, what is the situation with our Topaz Star mecha combatants? Lin Chengfeng asked. Commander, the flaws of our Topaz Star Starry Sky combatants are very obvious. When it comes to space combat, not only can they not unleash their full combat abilities, but their reaction times are also poor. We should consider changing the way we train. Even if their cultivation levels are high, if they are not experienced in space combat, their combat effectiveness will drop significantly. Alicia summarized the experience of this Starry Sky mission with Lin Chengfeng. Because Alicia had been using her mental powers to control the battlefield, she had been watching the performance of most of the mecha combatants in space in her mind. Lin Chengfeng naturally understood this situation, which was why he asked her about the combat performance of Topaz Star's mecha combatants in space. What do you think should be done? Do you have any feasible plans? Lin Chengfeng asked seriously. Since Lin Chengfeng became the commander of Topaz Star, he had focused on improving the cultivation levels of the top-tier soldiers. In just over 3 years, the number of 5th and 6th level mecha combatants in Topaz Star had at least tripled, and the overall strength of the army had increased several-fold. Lin Chengfeng had been somewhat proud, thinking he had done quite well, but this recent locust beast wave and the cosmic creature invasion made him realize that he hadn't done enough and that Topaz Star was still very weak. Alicia's performance over the past year had made Lin Chengfeng realize that he had underestimated her. He now recognized her abilities and naturally trusted her words. Topaz Star had never had the conditions for space warfare training due to its lack of resources in the past. Although Lin Chengfeng knew the shortcomings were obvious and the materials at his disposal were sufficient, Topaz Star's mecha combatants could only conduct conservative training that consumed vast amounts of resources. However, he still couldn't form a dedicated space combat team. The most important reason for this was that he lacked the necessary talents for it. Most of Topaz Star's talents were trained by Lin Chengfeng himself, and he simply didn't have anyone capable of training space combatants. Those who could take on this responsibility would need to be at least at the late stage of level 6 cultivation. Even Lin Chengfeng himself was not very skilled in space combat, so he had very few training methods. Even if he personally took charge, it would require an enormous amount of energy to establish a space combat unit. But Lin Chengfeng was the commander of a planet with too many responsibilities to focus all his efforts on this. Lin Chengfeng had once shamelessly asked the Crown Prince for help, but people with such skills wouldn't come to a poor place like Topaz Star. Even the Crown Prince couldn't simply order them to do so. When Alicia decided to return to Topaz Star's military after graduating from the military academy, Lin Chengfeng hoped she would quickly grow and gain the ability to lead space combatants. Now that he realized Alicia already had this ability, he was eager to support her. How could he not? We should organize a space combat regiment as soon as possible and start training in space. Otherwise, they won't have the ability to protect Topaz Star. If the space creatures had one wave, there's likely to be another. Until we decisively deal with the young Kai Star people, Topaz Star will remain in danger. We can't always rely on others to rescue us, Alicia said. Chapter 278. Alicia shared her thoughts with Lin Chengfeng, which aligned with his own. So the two of them began to discuss in detail what the best course of action would be. As a result, Alicia stayed at the Topaz Star Military District headquarters for half a day, and after discussing a rough plan with Lin Chengfeng, she returned to the 1st Brigade. According to Lin Chengfeng, the official transfer orders would come through in about 10 days, and then Alicia would leave the 1st Brigade. Time was indeed urgent, and the sooner it could be done, the better. She naturally had no objections. Upon returning to the 1st Brigade, Alicia received some good news. Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila had both advanced to the next level, one after the other. A few days ago, before the locust beast tide had been completely suppressed, Alicia had led most of the top experts of Topaz Star to intercept the super beasts. As a result, during the second locust beast tide, Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila took on the heavy responsibility. During the battle, they fought fiercely and were both seriously injured, with their mesh sustaining significant damage. However, having survived such a disaster, they were rewarded. Both of them advanced to level 6 warriors. Alicia was, of course, very pleased. Although she had two capable assistants, deputy officers Ma and Tong, both of them were borrowed from the Crown Prince and the head of the Huada family. Once she could become independent, they would be returned to their original owners. Thus, Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila were the two capable assistants that Alicia was planning to cultivate herself. With both of them advancing to level 6 warriors, she now had two significant supporters. Although Marcus Wright and Pan Xiaolu were also being cultivated by Alicia, their abilities were relatively weaker and not as useful. However, this relative comparison was made with Tamaki, Kezia and Sheila in mind. If compared with other people of the same age, these two were still exceptional. A 20-year-old mid-level 5th-tier warrior was a rare talent even 10 years ago. These four people had always been Alicia's followers, and wherever she went, she would definitely take them along. The Crown Prince had once told Alicia that as long as she had 6-level warriors she had trained by her side, Officer Ma would return to the Crown Prince's side. After all, in comparison, there was more potential for Officer Ma beside the Crown Prince. Officer Ma could not be content remaining as a deputy beside Alicia. Alicia planned that once she had everything sorted out with the Topaz Stars Combat Brigade, she would let Officer Ma return to the Crown Prince. Officer Tong had other ideas. The day after Alicia returned, he approached her and expressed his desire to stay by her side permanently. Officer Tong was originally a talent cultivated by the Huada family. Although he had been lent to Alicia, now he wanted to pledge his loyalty to the Huada family's legitimate young lady, which wasn't considered betrayal. When Officer Tong said he wished to stay by her side and assist her, Alicia was, of course, very pleased. While Officer Ma had high cultivation, the current Alicia was already a mid-level 7th-tier telekinetic master. Having Officer Ma by her side for protection no longer held much significance. But Officer Tong was different. His combat abilities weren't very high, but he was exceptionally good at handling various tasks and often provided Alicia with useful advice, something no one else around her could match. Alicia had originally planned to find a way to keep Officer Tong around, but when he voluntarily offered his allegiance, she was overjoyed. Alicia first inquired with Huadu, who told her that Officer Tong had originally been assigned to her by the family as an assistant. The family had feared that she might not like having someone assigned to her, so they hadn't made it clear and had left it up to her to be honest. Hearing Huadu say that, Alicia's initial excitement about keeping a talented person around was greatly diminished. People generally don't like others scheming behind their backs, even if it's done with good intentions. Had she known from the start about Officer Tong's true purpose, Alicia couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't have some resistance. However, after more than a year of working together, Officer Tong's character and abilities had earned her approval, and now she wouldn't be rejecting him. However, having a family with deep roots, wealth, and power is truly advantageous. Whenever Alicia lacks any resources, all she has to do is give the order, and the teams under her command will quickly bring it to her. Whatever she wants to do becomes much easier. The next night, Alicia and Hebrew Adam arranged to meet in the war world. After a major battle, the Star Combat Brigade that participated in the fight needed a few days to rest. Although Hebrew Adam was still very busy, he could always enter the war world at night to meet. When the young couple met, it was inevitable that they would embrace and kiss. They now had experience with physical affection in the real world, so they felt something was missing when it came to the intimacy in the virtual world. While Alicia was fine, Hebrew Adam always felt a sense of lingering desire. Since Alicia became an adult, their physical affection had become more comfortable, though they couldn't go any further unless they were legally married. However, being able to embrace and talk to each other was far better than just watching each other through a video screen. I want to transfer you to Morning Star. The staff of the 7th Army believe that staying on Topaz Star is really holding you back, Hebrew Adam said, looking at Alicia with hope in his eyes. When Alicia graduated, Hebrew Adam wanted to keep her by his side as his partner. However, Alicia was very firm in her decision to return to Topaz Star. Out of respect for her and because their relationship was not yet official, he did not try to stop her. Morning Star was the closest planet to Topaz Star, and if Alicia were transferred there, she could still keep an eye on Topaz Star. Though people like them would not let romantic feelings interfere with their work, Hebrew Adam was still a young man full of vitality. He longed for his loved one to be by his side, so they could meet up during their free time. Alicia understood Hebrew Adam's thoughts. She knew that if she went to the 7th Army, she would easily be given a higher-ranking position. However, her original intention after being reborn was not to rise to power, get rich, or marry a rich and handsome man to reach the pinnacle of life. The author does not dismiss this dream, though. After the war with the Yunkai Star people ends, I will no longer insist on my opinion, but as you can see, the military situation on Topaz Star right now, I really can't leave, Alicia said firmly. All right, you have my word, Hebrew Adam said helplessly, hugging her tightly and burying his head in her neck. Although he really wanted her to be by his side, she had her own ideals and persistence. Besides supporting her, what else could he do? Alicia told Hebrew Adam about her next steps with Lin Chengfeng, and Hebrew Adam approved. The Star Combat Mecha Warriors on Topaz Star have obvious shortcomings in this area. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have mentioned it to you. Whatever material support you need, just report it to me directly, Hebrew Adam said to her. The Topaz Star military is part of the 7th Army's organization. In the past, due to the need to resist the corrupt forces of the Beery family, the Topaz Star military had been able to operate outside the 7th Army with the support of the Crown Prince. Now that Hebrew Adam had become the commander of the 7th Army, Topaz Star had already returned to its previous organizational structure. Alicia naturally nodded. With someone above her, she could obtain more resources. Why should she be polite and refuse? Chapter 279. The Star Combat Corps. Lin Chengfeng was a man of decisive action. On the 12th day after Alicia returned from outer space, he issued her a transfer order, appointing her as the commander of the Topaz Star Combat Corps. Over the past few days, Alicia had deliberated on personnel decisions. She proposed that Lin Chengfeng appoint Yu Paul as the new commander of the 1st Base Regiment, with Du Zijun promoted to deputy commander. These two positions required formal appointments from the Topaz General Command, so Alicia left the matter in their hands and let Yu Paul handle the rest. Yu Paul, though keen to follow Alicia, had no choice but to comply with the military orders. As a strong candidate for the commander role, his appointment was logical, so he stayed behind to fulfill his duty. Aside from her 6 core followers, Alicia also took Gong Jiefeng, Cao Zhixian, Zhao Lixiu, and Chen Gengyue from the 1st Base Regiment. The soldiers in the 1st Base Regiment were reluctant to see Alicia leave. When she had first arrived as a parachuted leader, they harbored various doubts and opinions. Now, however, they shared one sentiment: they wanted her to stay. But just as her arrival had been sudden, so too was her departure. Their attempts to retain her were futile. The Topaz Star Combat Corps base was located not far from the Topaz military headquarters, just over 400 kilometers from Bailey City. When Alicia arrived at the base, she was surprised to see that in just over 10 days, a camp capable of accommodating thousands of personnel had been fully constructed. Thanks to Deputy Commander Tong, who had been transferred to oversee logistics and infrastructure, the base was well prepared. Aware of Alicia's strong connections with higher-ups, he had secured significant training resources from the 7th Army, even ensuring that the training grounds were fully equipped. The Topaz Star Combat Corps consisted of 1,200 personnel, including over 410 6th-level warriors and more than 700 mid to late 5-level warriors, all carefully selected from various base regiments across Topaz Star. Among the 6th-level warriors were many who had previously been base commanders. Now, under the command of a newly adult young woman, Tong was concerned that some might resist her authority, potentially leading to internal conflicts. Alicia wasn't concerned at all. Standing on stage, she glanced at the officers and soldiers below, most of whom were older than her, and didn't bother with formalities. We don't have much time, so I hope everyone can cooperate with me as much as possible. During our recent participation in the Star Combat Corps, I noticed a glaring weakness among Topaz Star's mecha fighters. Our capabilities in space combat are severely lacking. Therefore, Commander Lin has specially established this Star Combat Corps to focus on improving your skills in space warfare, Alicia stated succinctly. To ensure the success of this new corps, Alicia had sought assistance from both the Huada family and the First Prince, who each sent 2 expert instructors specializing in space combat. Seeing how capable their new commander was at securing high-level support, none of the soldiers or officers in the Topaz Star Combat Corps dared to voice opposition or challenge her. With the instructor's guidance, Alicia began leading the corps in intensive training almost daily. The Star Combat Corps base often looked deserted, as most of the soldiers spent their time floating in space with no pressing issues arising and training routines becoming repetitive. Alicia and Hebrew Adam resumed their habit of meeting in the battle network every few days. Before they knew it, 6 months had passed. My brother's plan is likely to come to fruition soon, Hebrew Adam suddenly remarked. Are you referring to the establishment of the Gamma Starfield Alliance Army? Alicia immediately caught on and sat up straight, eager for him to elaborate. Through Hebrew Adam, Alicia had learned that the First Prince had been working tirelessly to form an alliance army for the Gamma Starfield. She had been following this development closely. However, the proposal had been stalled in negotiations for over 2 years, with no tangible progress. Alicia had always been slightly worried that the alliance might never materialize. After all, it was a concept absent from the original novel. Now, with only about a year left until the Yunkai invasion, any further delays could spell disaster. This is largely thanks to the influence of the Great Beasts, Hebrew Adam said with a sardonic smile. Those people have always assumed that Argus Empire will take the brunt of any attacks. If anyone's going to die, it'll be us first. That's why they've been stalling on the formation of the Gamma Starfield Alliance Army. Not only that, but they're trying to profit from it, demanding that Argus Empire supply them with free medication. Alicia was well aware of the situation. It was actually the work of the Vera Federation, which had been secretly instigating others to disrupt things in order to prevent the First Prince from becoming the commander of the Gamma Starfield Alliance Army. However, 6 months ago, the Gus Empire was attacked by Great Beasts. The 7th and 3rd armies of the Empire joined forces to intercept the threat, successfully annihilating all the Ultra Beasts heading toward Gus territory. Unexpectedly, hundreds of Great Beasts bypassed the vast starfields of the Gus Empire. After flying for over 2 months, they headed straight for 2 border planets of the Vera Federation. Unlike the Gus Empire, which was highly vigilant, the Vera Federation's slower response led to catastrophic consequences. The first border planet hit by the attack became an ice ball, with all life forms shattered into fragments. The second planet was slightly luckier. It was only half frozen before reinforcements arrived. Even so, it took tremendous effort and significant casualties among their star mecha fighters before the Vera Federation finally eliminated the hundreds of Ultra Beasts. This incident caused a great uproar, with the Vera Federation publicly blaming the Gus Empire for some time. But these were cosmic creatures, not pets bred by the Gus Empire. Gus officials ignored the accusations, while smaller nations remained silent. Gradually, the Vera Federation's complaints died down. This event served as a harsh wake-up call for the nations of the Gamma Starfield. While the Yunkai invasion was expected to come from the direction of the Gus Empire, there was no guarantee. With its formidable military, the Gus Empire could potentially deter Yunkai forces, causing them to take a detour, much like the Great Beasts did, and strike other nations directly. And unlike the Gus Empire, these other nations lacked a powerful star mecha force. If they were besieged without reinforcements, it would mean certain annihilation. So, when the first prince invoked this incident last month to call for unity in forming the Gamma Starfield Alliance army, the Vera Federation's underhanded tactics significantly decreased. The smaller nations, having remained silent before, suddenly became enthusiastic in voting their support. It was obvious they had ulterior motives. What are their conditions now? Alicia asked curiously. My brother agreed to provide medication on a paid basis to fund the formation of the Gamma Starfield Alliance army, Hebrew Adam replied. Did they agree to let cousin Xiahai become the supreme commander? Alicia pressed, focusing on the most crucial issue. They agreed, Hebrew Adam said with disdain, but the deputy commander will be a level 8 early-stage warrior from the Vera Federation. The Vera Federation always refused to be overshadowed, yet they failed to recognize the reality. The gap between their capabilities and those of the Gus Empire was widening. This news was an enormous relief for Alicia. Initially, she had thought that after years of effort, with Topaz Star producing a significant number of level 6 mecha warriors, they might stand a chance against the Yunkai forces. However, the Great Beast attack was a harsh wake-up call. It made her realize that the time they had was simply too short. Their efforts were not enough, and the Topaz Star's Starspace core was still far too weak. Chapter 280, The Number 1 Male Idol. Not long after Alicia and Hebrew Adam discussed the matter, the various nations of the Gamma Star region jointly issued a statement announcing the official establishment of the Gamma Star region Allied Forces, effective immediately. This was followed by extensive preparations. Half a month later, during the inaugural ceremony of the Allied Forces, it was officially announced that the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces would be the Grand Prince of the Gus Empire, Xiahai Adam. As part of the agreement, the Gus Empire and the Vera Federation, being the two superpowers in the region, each committed to stationing 5,000 star mecha warriors as permanent members of the Allied Forces. Other smaller nations contributed between 1,000 and 3,000 warriors, depending on their population and military capabilities. The Vera Federation, though often unwilling to concede superiority to the Gus Empire, was left speechless when they witnessed the caliber of the 5,000 star mecha warriors dispatched by Gus. Of these, 3,000 were level 7 mecha warriors, and their 5-unit commanders were all level 8 star mecha masters. In stark contrast, the Vera Federation's own contribution of 5,000 warriors included only one level 8 star mecha master, the same individual appointed as the Allied Forces deputy commander. Gus, however, fielded 5 such masters in one stroke, creating an undeniable gap. Even more embarrassingly, Vera had only 1,000 level 7 mecha warriors among their contribution, highlighting a stark disparity between the two powers. Initially, the Vera Federation had hoped to hold back some of their elite forces for their own use, but they hadn't anticipated that Gus would send such a formidable contingent, leaving them looking inferior and humiliated across the entire Gamma Star region. Over recent years, the perception among the people of the Gamma Star region was that the Gus Empire had been gradually surpassing the Vera Federation in overall strength. However, this event made it clear that the Gus Empire was no longer merely overtaking Vera gradually, it was doing so at an alarming pace. Judging by the deployment of Allied Forces personnel, it was evident that the Gus Empire's military power had far outstripped that of the Vera Federation. Even if Vera launched a desperate bid to catch up, it seemed unlikely they could ever close the gap. The shock was palpable among Vera's populace. Faced with undeniable evidence of the vast disparity between their nation and the Gus Empire, many struggled to accept the reality. Discontent and complaints flooded the network, with citizens venting their frustrations endlessly. Some claimed that the establishment of the Gamma Star region Allied Forces inherently benefited the Gus Empire. They argued that Gus was merely using the alliance to have other nations fight on the front lines for them, which is why they were willing to dispatch so many level 7 mecha warriors. This, they insisted, was what Gus was supposed to do. In contrast, they justified Vera Federation's smaller contribution to the Allied forces as a humanitarian gesture, suggesting that it was not unusual for Vera to send fewer troops. They argued it was unfair to evaluate a nation's overall strength based on such a deployment. The problem, however, was that anyone with eyes and reasoning could see the reality. It was clear that Gus wouldn't have deployed all of its elite forces to the Allied forces. If Gus could send 3,000 level 7 mecha warriors as permanent members of the Allied forces, it indicated that the number of level 7 warriors within Gus itself far exceeded this figure. While the general populace of Vera Federation might not fully grasp this, its officials understood all too well. Vera Federation had a total of no more than 3,000 level 7 mecha warriors, making it impossible to compete with Gus's scale of strength. Thus, no matter how much the citizens of Vera raged online, protesting why the commander of the Gamera allied forces wasn't from Vera or questioning why Gus should lead the alliance, the Vera government remained silent. Their officials were deeply conflicted but had no way to counter the evident disparity. Meanwhile, the smaller nations were thrilled. It was widely known that Gus's number of level 8 warriors was already enviably high, but the revelation of their level 7 warrior count stunned everyone. In comparison, Vera Federation was relatively better off, but the smaller nations were pitifully weak. For many of these smaller countries, having even a few dozen level 7 warriors was an achievement, and their level 6 warriors barely reached a few hundred. Consequently, the troops these smaller nations contributed to the Allied forces were significantly weaker. In contrast, Gus had dispatched 3,000 level 7 mecha warriors as their contribution, more than the total level 7 warriors from all the smaller nations combined, excluding Vera. Importantly, this figure represented only those deployed to the Allied forces, not Gus's total number of level 7 warriors. Given this disparity, it became clear that future interstellar wars would likely be dominated by level 6 and level 7 star mecha warriors. During wartime, the Gamera Star region Allied forces would have the authority to mobilize military forces from any nation in the region. This meant that the stronger the Gamera Star region Allied forces became, the greater the likelihood of receiving powerful reinforcements during times of crisis. With this in mind, aside from the Vera Federation, a nation that seemed perpetually misguided, the other smaller countries in the Gamera Star region submitted to Gus Empire's leadership. They stopped engaging in petty schemes with the Vera Federation, no longer prioritizing trivial gains over their collective survival. As the Yonkais, the extraterrestrial invaders, were expected to arrive in the Gamera Star region in just about a year, a sense of unease had gripped everyone. Even if they didn't openly express it, given the technological level of the Gamera Star region, undertaking a large-scale interstellar migration was barely feasible. Only Gus Empire and Vera Federation had the resources to attempt it, and even they would require over 100 years to travel to the Yunkai system using their fastest spacecraft. Meanwhile, the Yonkais had managed to traverse the same distance in just 10 years, highlighting the stark technological disparity between the two civilizations. This realization left the citizens of the Gamera Star region deeply unsettled. Although it was assumed that the Yonkais would first strike Gus Empire, turning it into the initial battleground, other nations considered themselves fortunate to not face the immediate brunt of the invasion. However, they knew that if Gus failed to hold its ground, no other power in the Gamera Star region could withstand the Yonkai's onslaught. The fall of Gus would eventually spell doom for the smaller nations as well. Unlike the Vera Federation, with its layered emotions and political maneuvering, the smaller countries had simpler concerns. Their only wish now was for the Gus Empire to grow as powerful as possible. Watching the live-streamed inauguration of Crown Prince Sire Hyadam of Gus Empire as the Commander-in-Chief of the Gamera Star region Allied forces, people were captivated. The prince, exuding charisma and authority, delivered his speech with poise and confidence. Under the live stream video on the Skynet platform, the comments section erupted into a flurry of ecstatic messages. I can't believe I never realized before how stunningly handsome the Gus Crown Prince is. My god, such a young level 8 warrior. What have I been missing all this time? I really want to marry him. I really want to marry him. Dream on, even in your dreams, you're not worthy. This is absolutely the #1 heartthrob of the Gamera Star region. Who could possibly compare to him? The Crown Prince of the Gus Empire, the most eligible bachelor with the highest status. Even Alicia's eyes sparkled as she watched. Truly, he was the idol she'd admired in both her past and present lives. In 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered anyone who could match the prince's charisma, although Hebrew Adam was exceptional in his own right. Unless he too had some miraculous rebirth, there was no way he could compare to his older brother. I've always believed the Crown Prince is the most handsome man in the entire Gamera Star region, whispered Sheila, her eyes twinkling like stars as she leaned closer to share her admiration with Alicia. Chapter 281, Stirring Things Up. For years, Alicia had known Sheila, but it wasn't until now that she realized Sheila was also a Fang Earl of the Crown Prince. After blurting out her praise for the Crown Prince, Sheila felt a bit guilty. She glanced back to ensure Tamaki Kezia, who was engrossed in documents, wasn't paying attention. Lowering her voice further, she whispered to Alicia, "You have no idea how many women on Imperial Star are obsessed with the Crown Prince, trying all kinds of tricks to get close to him. Unfortunately for them, his security team is unbeatable, and he treats all those women with nothing but icy indifference. Over the years, not a single one has succeeded. Did you know there's even a betting pool on this?" Recalling the past, Sheila sighed deeply. So many people have bet on whether there would ever be a girl who could thaw his icy demeanor. Most people wagered that such a girl didn't exist, and then, out of nowhere, you showed up. You can't imagine how many people resent you after seeing him smile warmly when talking to you. Alicia was taken aback. She couldn't wrap her head around their logic. But I'm his first cousin. What's there to envy? Is it because I made them lose money? It's not just that, Sheila said, leaning in conspiratorially. It's because you're able to get close to him, talk to him so casually, and he's so gentle with you. What's worse, in their eyes, is that you're not only the Crown Prince's cousin but also the second prince's fiancé. Since he got into Xuangu First Military Academy, the second prince has been ranked right behind the Crown Prince as the most eligible bachelor on Imperial Star. Before anyone else could even make a move, you swooped in and claimed him. Both princes are closely tied to you. Of course people hate you for it. And another thing, Sheila added with dramatic flair, most people don't know the inside story of what happened with the 7th Army on Imperial Star. The rumor is that Brittany Beery of the Beery family tried to compete with you for the second prince and resorted to dirty tricks to harm you. In retaliation, the Crown Prince and second prince joined forces and took down the entire Beery family for your sake. For the past 2 years, you've been the infamous troublemaker everyone talks about. You seem remarkably well informed, Alicia remarked with a sidelong glance at Sheila, whose eyes sparkled when gossiping. Well, I may have fallen out with my family, but I still keep in touch with a couple of my close cousins, especially now that the family's decline is even more severe, and they're barely holding on to their status as nobility. They've been reaching out to me more often, which conveniently helps me stay updated on everything happening, Sheila said with a faint smirk. This is a good idea. If your 2 close cousins can provide you with useful information, it wouldn't hurt to give them a little incentive. That way, if your stepmother tries to cause trouble again, you won't be caught off guard, Alicia suggested. For the past 6 months, most of their time had been spent in monotonous and grueling training in space. Sheila had likely been feeling stifled, so Alicia let her indulge in some light-hearted gossip. The establishment of the Gumra Starfield Alliance Army had significantly eased the pressure on the 7th Army. For the citizens of Topaz Star, it was practically a lifeline. In their minds, having the Crown Prince of the Gus Empire as the supreme commander of the Alliance Army meant that the Alliance Army would undoubtedly favor the Gus Empire. The Gus Empire is truly blessed to have the Crown Prince, Lin Chengfeng remarked to Alicia, his tone filled with relief. He felt fortunate to have allied himself with such a powerful force early on, otherwise, he'd be overwhelmed with worry by now. Where will the Gumra Starfield Alliance Army be stationed? Has it been decided? The Vera Federation has been stirring things up again. Has it caused major trouble? Alicia asked, her concern evident. With the young Kai people almost upon them, she found it exasperating that even such a critical matter was subject to endless squabbling. The Vera Federation truly seemed to enjoy creating chaos. The Crown Prince is no ordinary person. He earned that position through his own merit. How could the Vera Federation possibly stop him? Lin Chengfeng's tone brimmed with confidence in the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince had already decided on the location early on. The Vera Federation can argue all they want, but they still have to follow his lead. Which country still listens to the Vera Federation these days? Lin Chengfeng added disdainfully. Whenever people from the Gus Empire mentioned the Vera Federation, it was always with this air of scorn. Similarly, the Vera Federation harbored the same disdain toward the Gus Empire. The long-standing animosity between the two superpowers ran deep. If not for the looming catastrophe, peaceful collaboration between them would have been utterly impossible. Alicia was not a native of this era, so she didn't harbor the innate disdain for the Vera Federation that many others did. However, she couldn't bring herself to like it either. She found its current leadership lacking a proper strategic vision. Despite being significantly weaker than the Gus Empire, the Vera Federation stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Their constant posturing and troublemaking only made them look worse. Lin Chengfeng provided Alicia with a location point. She checked it on the interstellar network and discovered it was within the Gus Empire's outer star region. The location was slightly beyond the area where they had previously intercepted the super beasts. There were 2 lifeless barren planets there, which would indeed be convenient to convert into a military base unless the young Kai people took a large detour, adding an extra 3 to 4 months to their journey. It would be impossible for them to attack the Gumra Starfield without encountering the Alliance Army's defenses. This position protects all of the Gus Empire's border stars. I'm surprised the Vera Federation agreed to it so easily. I would have thought they'd demand a location closer to the Gus Vera Federation border, Alicia remarked. That's exactly what they initially proposed, Lin Chengfeng said with a smirk, but our Gus Empire countered by demanding they contribute an equal amount of resources. That shut them up pretty quickly. Alicia reviewed the overall strength of the Gumra Starfield Alliance Army. It boasted 7 level 8 mesh masters and over 5,000 level 7 mesh warriors. Level 6 mesh warriors made up the majority, numbering 15,000, while level 5 mesh warriors were only about 5,000. The strength of the Alliance Army surpassed the combined might of the Gus Empire's 3rd, 5th, and 7th armies. These 3 armies were the forces that the Crown Prince planned to deploy around the Topaz Star system in a year. With this, Alicia felt a slight sense of relief. With the Alliance Army standing at the forefront and 3 major armies as backup, Topaz Star's fate would no longer follow the tragic trajectory described in the novel. On the Imperial Capital Star, Crown Prince Xiaoyadam met with Huadeki in a secret chamber. "I will officially assume my position the day after tomorrow. I'm entrusting that matter to you. How is the progress with Dr. Paul's research?" Xiaoyadam asked, his expression serious. "There are some issues. The third test subject only survived for half a month before dying." Huadeki replied heavily, "It must be extended to at least a month. Otherwise, the outcomes could become unpredictable." The Crown Prince said calmly. Despite the gravity of the situation, Xiaoyadam showed no signs of frustration. It was as if they were discussing a trivial matter rather than a crisis that concerned the survival of all humanity in the Gumra starfield. Chapter 282, Special Mission. After Crown Prince Xiaoyadam successfully became the Supreme Commander of the Gumra Star Domain Alliance Army, the sense of crisis about Topaz Star that had weighed heavily on Alicia's heart was reduced by more than half. Since learning this news, Alicia could plan the upcoming year with a relatively lighter mindset, focusing on how to advance her cultivation to level 8 while also helping her companions level up as quickly as possible. However, just 7 days after Crown Prince Xiaohai's inauguration as Supreme Commander of the Gumra Star Domain Alliance Army, Alicia suddenly received an order from Lin Qingfeng, instructing her to bring Sheila and Tamaki Kazuya to the Topaz Star Space Station to meet with someone. The three of them were to carry out an urgent mission. "Make sure to bring all the resources you can gather," Lin Qingfeng added at the end. Alicia hurriedly asked what the mission was, but Lin Qingfeng only said he didn't know. The urgent order came from the Crown Prince himself, and this specific instruction was also from him. Lin Qingfeng mentioned that the mission would last at least 6 months to a year. Since the young Kai Star people would be arriving in a year, the timing of her being sent on this urgent mission had to be related to that. Since Lin Qingfeng said he didn't know, Alicia didn't ask further. However, knowing she would be away for such a long time, Alicia couldn't just abandon the Starry Sky combat team's training. She raised the issue of the team's arrangements with Lin Qingfeng. Lin Qingfeng informed her that the Crown Prince had already appointed Vice Officer Ma as the acting team leader, and that temporary replacements had also been assigned for Tamaki Kazuya and Sheila's positions. Since everything had been arranged, Alicia didn't ask further. She took Tamaki Kazuya and Sheila, both somewhat confused, and boarded the flying car toward the nearest space station. Because Alicia had a serious expression on her face, Sheila asked once where they were going, but Alicia only replied that they would know when they got there. Sheila didn't dare to ask any more questions. Alicia never expected that as soon as she arrived at the military channel in the space station, she would unexpectedly meet a young man with black hair. His tall figure made her recognize him from afar. It was Huadeli. Noticing her arrival, Huadeli looked over and smiled. It had been more than a year since they last met, and Huadeli had not only grown taller but also more solidly built. What remained unchanged was the way he looked at her. After all, they were siblings, and no matter if it had been 1, 2, or even 20 years, their feelings for each other would not have changed much. "Brother, why are you suddenly here? Why didn't you let me know in advance?" Alicia asked, incredibly surprised. A few days ago, when she had communicated with Huadeli, he hadn't mentioned anything about coming to Topaz Star. Huadeli lowered his voice and said, "Let's talk in the spacecraft." This implied that there was some confidential information that couldn't be disclosed. Alicia looked around, noticing the guards at the space station watching them. She stopped talking, following Huadeli with Sheila and Tamaki Kazuya behind him as they entered the small spacecraft. Once again, Alicia was surprised. Inside the spacecraft, not only was Hebrew Adam present, but there were others as well. After she, Tamaki Kazuya, and Sheila entered, all 12 members of the elite class had gathered here. Hebrew Adam had been waiting by the cabin door, and once Alicia entered, he did not hesitate to take her hand. The expression he gave her was one of tenderness that the elite class have never seen before. Although the elite class knew that the two of them were a couple now, they had never seen them be so openly intimate, and they couldn't help but give the two teasing glances. Alicia playfully scolded Hebrew Adam. "What exactly are you planning? All this secrecy, and you didn't even tell me. We still don't know what's going on, alright?" Dean Atchison interjected, unable to hold back. "We were just training as usual, and then out of nowhere, we were notified to take part in a special mission, and then we were packed off to here. We've been stuck in the spacecraft for days, and only now did Hebrew come and say he knows what's happening. But he refuses to tell us the full story." "Hebrew, there are only 12 of us in this ship. Can't you just tell us everything now?" Heaven knows that Huadeli and the others also didn't know the details. They had been holding it in for 5 or 6 days. This morning, when they met Hebrew Adam, he admitted he knew, but he insisted on keeping them in suspense, saying he would only explain everything after seeing Alicia and the others. "What exactly are we going to do in this mission?" Hwadeli asked Ibrahim, clearly eager to know the task details. We'll sit down in the hall and talk about it slowly. It'll take us a day to reach the destination, so there's no rush, Ibrahim said, leading Alicia inside. Alicia felt a little embarrassed and tried to pull her hand away, but Ibrahim's grip was firm, clearly not wanting to let go. She followed him along. 10 days ago, my brother suddenly called me and said that he wanted to arrange for the 12 of us to explore a secret realm, Ibrahim said once everyone was seated. He didn't keep them in suspense anymore and got straight to the point. A secret realm? The Gumra star domain has something like that? Isn't that something only found in novels? Dean Acheson immediately asked, his eyes lighting up. Alicia looked at her cousin, who, after 2 years apart since graduation, was now a level 6 martial artist. He looked like a handsome young man on the outside, but his mischievous, thrill-seeking nature hadn't changed at all. There's one crucial thing we've been withholding from the public regarding the Yunkai people, Ibrahim said, his expression serious. We're afraid that if the citizens find out, they'll collapse from shock. The mention of the Yunkai people, along with such a terrifying description, immediately made the other 11 members tense up. Our entire military force in the Gumra star domain can't possibly defend against an attack from the Yunkai people, unless we have mecha combat masters at level 9 or higher, Ibrahim continued. This news was even worse than they had imagined, and the elite class members felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Currently, the highest level warriors in the Gumra star domain were level 8. Telekinetic masters only reached level 7 at most. Although there had been legends from thousands of years ago about level 9 practitioners and even level 10 ones, that was almost a myth now. For the past 1,000 years, there had been no practitioners above level 8 in the Gumra star domain. If there's no divine intervention, the destruction of the Gumra star domain is probably just a matter of time, Ibrahim sighed and said. For the past few years, my father and brother have been searching for a way out. Not long ago, my father and brother found a chance in the royal archives of the Gus Empire. According to the records, every 500 years, a mysterious black hole appears at the center of the wasteland forest. This black hole lasts for about a day before disappearing, and then reappears a year later. When it appears again, it's after 500 years. It's said that this black hole is a passage to another parallel world. 1,000 years ago, my ancestors accidentally fell into that mysterious black hole. The records say they went to another parallel world, where they lived for 50 years. The civilization in that world was very backward and unremarkable, but when my ancestors returned, they discovered that only 1 year had passed here. Chapter 283, Traversing the Black Hole. Ibrahim shared the story of his ancestors' experiences with his companions. He told them that the prince had passed through the mysterious black hole, lived for 50 years in another parallel world, and returned. Meanwhile, only 1 year had passed here. The others in the elite class felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Ibrahim had previously told them that only a level 9 mecha warrior could withstand the attacks of the Yunkai star people, and this made the elite class feel a deep sense of despair. However, from this story, they saw a glimmer of hope. All of them were exceptionally gifted, and by the age of 20, they had all reached level 6 or above in their cultivation. If they were given more time, like 50 years, it wouldn't be a dream for them to reach level 9. Especially Ibrahim, Alicia, Hwadeli, Mina Oli, and Dean Acheson. It could be said that they only lacked the time to grow. If what was recorded in this secret manual was true, they might have enough time to train and then return to save the Gumra star domain. Are you sure that the manual describes real events and not just a legend? Alicia asked cautiously. Yes, this manual records our family's secret inheritance and documents real events. If it weren't true, my father wouldn't have shown it to us brothers, thinking it was a way out. Ibrahim answered confidently. His certainty made everyone believe him, because the Adam family had been a royal lineage for over 2,000 years, so having such a manual was natural. As they knew, some long-established families also had similar records. However, so much time has passed, and no one knows if the black hole that will appear tomorrow is the same one from back then. Whether the world we are sent to is the same world that my ancestor the prince went to, and whether the prince's experiences were an exception, and many other questions. In short, this journey is an adventure, and you can consider whether you want to join us, Ibrahim said. No one in the elite class hesitated or felt the slightest bit of doubt because of all these uncertainties. They knew that the star domain they lived in was facing the possibility of extinction, and the only hope likely rested on their shoulders. No one thought about retreating. No matter how dangerous it is, we're not afraid. What we fear is not achieving the expected goal, not returning on time, Hwadeli said seriously. That was their biggest concern. I share the same concern, but this is the only opportunity we have to change the current situation. Even if the future is uncertain, we have no choice but to try, Ibrahim said with determination. I'm willing, Alicia said. No matter the consequences, I'm willing to take the risk. I'm willing too, Hwadeli said, glancing at his sister as he spoke. I'm willing, Mina Oli immediately declared. I'm willing. Dean Acheson said, unwilling to fall behind. After everyone in the elite class expressed their willingness, Hebrew Adam shared the information left behind by the old prince regarding the parallel world. The old prince fell into the black hole during a battle. He disappeared suddenly and returned just as suddenly, so he didn't bring much relevant information back. He only left behind some writings about that world. Alicia opened the documents and immediately stared blankly. The surrounding sounds completely disappeared. The characters, these familiar yet unfamiliar characters, were so similar to the ancient traditional Chinese characters from Earth. Alicia, why are you in a daze? Is there something wrong with the writing, or did you discover something? Hebrew Adam asked. He called her several times before Alicia snapped back to her senses, showing just how deep in thought she had been. It's nothing, Alicia said, trying to calm herself. She struggled to keep her voice from trembling, and luckily, she succeeded. Hebrew Adam didn't notice anything unusual about her. Alicia carefully examined the characters again. They really did look similar, but the problem was, she couldn't be sure, as she wasn't proficient in ancient texts, and a parallel world. Which parallel world could it be? For the rest of the half-day, Alicia was somewhat distracted. Hebrew Adam, concerned, asked her what was wrong. She said it was nothing, and he couldn't figure out the reason, so he just let it go for the time being. Hebrew Adam had special privileges. The spacecraft they were traveling on didn't follow the usual route through the desolate star space station. Instead, it passed directly through the atmosphere and flew toward the center of the desolate forest. Years ago, the young Kai Star people had been experimenting with mutant beasts here, causing quite a stir. But eventually, the eldest prince sent people to wipe them out completely. Alicia remembered that on the day the mutant beast tide was nearing its end, while the elite class was fighting the mutant beasts at the edge of the desolate forest, a massive explosion suddenly came from the center of the forest. Now, 5 or 6 years later, from the spacecraft, the trees in the central area appeared much shorter than those around them, a clear sign of the destructive force of the explosion. The spacecraft couldn't enter the desolate forest, so for safety, everyone had boarded their meshes. Hebrew Adam led the way. When they reached a cliff, they saw a sudden fluctuation on the cliff face, which gradually formed a black hole about the height of a person. Hebrew Adam was the first to jump out of his mesh and stow it away. The others followed his example. The 12 of them walked up to the dark and mysterious black hole, feeling a faint pulling force coming from inside. This is it? Alicia asked. Hebrew Adam nodded. This is the right location, and about the right time. I'll go check it out first. After Hebrew Adam spoke, he started to move forward, but Alicia quickly grabbed his hand and said, "You can't leave me behind." Hebrew Adam was a little moved. He tightly held the girl's delicate hand, and together, they walked toward the black hole. The others in the elite class helped each other stay close behind them. Hwadeli and Mina Ollie, along with Tamaki Kezia and Sheila, 2 couples, were also holding hands. Alicia heard Dean Acheson complaining from behind. "You're all paired up now. Why keep torturing the single people? Do we bachelors have no rights?" Alicia wanted to laugh and retort, but just as she was about to, she and Hebrew Adam were only a meter or 2 away from the black hole when they were suddenly sucked in. Alicia felt herself involuntarily floating, her entire body suspended in midair. It felt like the gravity around her had disappeared, though there was still some faint gravity. However, she could sense that there was no real danger here. Still, in such a dark environment, it made her feel uneasy. Alicia distinctly felt Hebrew Adam's warm hand firmly gripping hers, but the speed was fast, so fast, it seemed. Before Alicia could think much, she realized that she had been forcefully thrown out. Her body plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Alicia and Hebrew Adam skillfully stabilized themselves and landed steadily. Then, they realized they had appeared in front of a cliff, and there was another black hole in front of the cliff. Soon, their companions started to be thrown out one by one from the black hole. Chapter 284. Whereas this, the elite class was sucked into the black hole in front of the cliff in the desolate forest, only to be thrown out from another black hole before the cliff. Once all 12 of them had been thrown out of the black hole, it immediately shrank and disappeared. The entire process didn't take more than a minute, and everyone looked at Hebrew Adam with some concern. Hebrew Adam calmly said, "It is said that the black hole will reopen at this time, 50 years from now." Hearing this, everyone felt slightly relieved and began to survey their surroundings. They had only briefly checked for any immediate danger before. After examining the area and discussing it, they were sure they were no longer in the desolate forest, and it was very likely they weren't even in the Gumra star domain anymore. The vegetation in front of the cliff was something they had never seen before. Alicia stared at the trees in front of the cliff, her heart pounding wildly. Then, her gaze became fixed on the ferns growing on the cliff. Hebrew Adam cautiously scanned the surroundings. Once he determined that there were no large creatures or immediate threats, he relaxed slightly. However, when he turned around, he saw Alicia, who had always remained calm even after suffering heavy injuries, standing there quietly with tears streaming down her face, an indescribable sorrow in her expression. Hebrew Adam's heart tightened with worry. He hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Alicia's shoulders, urgently asking, "Alicia, what's wrong? Why are you crying? What happened?" Looking at Hebrew Adam's handsome face, now blurred through her tears, Alicia suddenly realized her face was drenched with tears from the trees on the hillside and the vegetation on the cliff. She was now completely certain she had returned to the earth, the place she had longed for so much. She had thought this was something that could never happen again. After all, it had been 2 lifetimes, in 2 completely different time and space realms. Under normal circumstances, how could this be possible? But who would have thought she would have such a strange encounter? What seemed impossible had become possible, and she was, of course, extremely excited. But who could tell her for certain whether this earth was the same earth from her previous life, and whether this time and space was the one she had once lived in? Now, with such high hopes, only to fall into despair after gaining them, she was afraid she might go crazy. However, Hebrew Adam, Hwadeli, Dean Acheson, and the others gathered around her because of her unusual behavior. The dozen or so people were all startled by her tears, their faces full of concern as they waited for her to speak. But how could she respond? She couldn't exactly tell them about her soul's reincarnation. "I don't know," Alicia said. "This place feels so familiar, familiar enough that when I look at it, I just want to cry." She couldn't tell the truth, nor did she want to lie, so she phrased it delicately, because even if this was Earth and not the time and space she was familiar with, there were still things she would recognize better than these people. She feared she wouldn't be able to keep the truth hidden for long. She could only reveal a little bit of information for now and see how things developed later. Alicia knew she couldn't hide her troubled heart from Hebrew Adam and Hwadeli. What she had said would likely be seen as an excuse by them, but since she had made it clear she didn't want to talk, Hebrew Adam and Hwadeli, as she had guessed, didn't press her further. As her older brother, Hwadeli was able to accept that she had things she wasn't willing to share. As long as it didn't harm his sister, he could let it go without needing her to speak. But as her partner, Hebrew Adam couldn't easily accept it. His loved one clearly had something heavy on her mind, to the point of tears. But she still refused to confide in him. He couldn't let it go so easily. With a serious expression, he gently wiped her tears away. Seeing the expression on Hebrew Adam's face, Alicia's discomfort eased considerably. She smiled at him and said, "Can I tell you when I figured it out?" Seeing that her emotions had calmed down, and realizing this was not the right place to talk, Hebrew Adam decided to put the matter aside for now. "President, what should we do?" Sue 43 stepped forward to break the silence. They couldn't just stand here forever, could they? "Let's head down the mountain." "Everyone, be cautious," Hebrew Adam said. Alicia didn't say anything. If this was Earth, regardless of the era, no creature could directly inflict a fatal wound on them. The cliff they had come out of the black hole from was located on the upper part of the mountain. Since they were in a forested area, there was no need to search for a specific path. They could just head downhill. As Alicia walked, she observed the trees in the forest. When she saw the sparse grass growing in the forest, her suspicions were further confirmed. However, there was one thing that seemed off. Alicia looked at the temperatures displayed on her holographic computer, and it was around 17 or 18 degrees Celsius. No matter what latitude they were at, it should have been autumn on Earth by this time of year. But the trees in the forest were lush and green, and the grass was unusually vibrant, showing no signs of wilting or yellowing. Moreover, the forest was unnervingly quiet. There were no insects to be seen. Standing in a sparse area of the forest, looking down, all she could see were layers of green trees. Could this be a foreign country? Aside from forests, no other place in China would have such lush vegetation. Alicia felt uneasy, which caused her to slow down a step. It was only then that she realized a black mass was charging toward them. Hebrew Adam, who was ahead of them, reacted quickly, drawing his knife and slashing at it. The black mass was split into 2 pieces before it could even reach them, and when it hit the ground, everyone was horrified and instinctively took 2 steps back. The small creature had been sliced in half by Hebrew Adam, but it still didn't die. Its head, now the only remaining part, continued to stare at them with a fierce, almost desperate hunger in its eyes, as if it wanted to eat them. "What the hell is this thing? It doesn't follow the basic principles of biology," Dean Acheson said. Alicia stared at the creature, which resembled a black cat, but it was twice the size of an ordinary one. She also noticed that its body was already beginning to rot. When Hebrew Adam had cut it, dark red blood had splattered out, giving off a rancid, decaying smell. Alicia closed her eyes briefly, and a sinister thought crossed her mind. If it had been her in her past life, she would have never believed such a thing could happen. But after experiencing reincarnation, nothing seemed too strange anymore. Alicia broke a branch from a tree, walked up to the creature's head, and with swift movements, she pricked and flicked it. A small, white crystal, about the size of a fingertip, was extracted. As soon as the crystal was removed, the creature's head, still alive despite being separated from its body, immediately died. "Is this a crystal core?" Hebrew Adam frowned and asked. "It doesn't seem like the crystal cores from the mutated beasts in our world," Hwadeli said, examining it carefully. Alicia didn't say anything but used water from her spatial device to clean the crystal before putting it away. Then, she spoke to her companions. The creatures here might be very strange. Be extra cautious, and absolutely avoid being bitten, or you might get infected with something. Hebrew Adam and Huadeli exchanged a glance. Both of them thought Alicia's behavior was odd since coming to this world. She seemed to know something about these creatures, but the creature itself was indeed bizarre, and it was clear that they needed to be cautious. Chapter 285, The Corpse on the Highway. The mountain they were on wasn't very high. With the pace of Alicia and the others, they reached the foot of the mountain in half an hour. Looking at the long, familiar stretch of road and the faint yellow dividing line in the center of the highway, Alicia stood frozen. "Why are you crying again?" Hebrew Adam asked in a flustered tone, turning Alicia's face to him and gently wiping away her tears. Feeling pained as he asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing her like this made him anxious. "What's going on? If something's troubling you, tell me. We'll solve it together. I'm your fiancé. There's nothing you can't tell me." Hebrew Adam's words distracted her, and the sudden wave of sorrow that had overwhelmed her began to fade. Alicia wiped away her tears and tried to calm herself. No matter if things were as she had guessed, she realized she had let her emotions get the best of her, and that was not something she should have allowed. Once she regained her composure, Alicia said to Hebrew Adam, "I've discovered something, and I'm feeling very confused. I can't even explain why, but I'll tell you once I figure it out." She still didn't want to speak further. Hebrew Adam couldn't force her, so all he could do was agree. "Shall we go that way?" Hebrew Adam asked Alicia to prevent her from continuing to cry. Hebrew Adam decided to find something for her to do. "Doesn't matter," Alicia replied. It didn't matter which direction they went. She was unfamiliar with the place. "Everyone, take out your usual weapons. This world most likely doesn't have space devices or similar items. Try not to use any space devices in front of the people here." Alicia thought for a moment and then said. Everyone obediently took out their preferred cold weapons and strapped them to their backs. Then Hebrew Adam took the lead and walked quickly ahead. However, perhaps because of Alicia's unexplained tears twice, he was worried and tightly held her hand, keeping her by his side. Based on Alicia's estimation, the speed at which they were walking was not slower than a bicycle on Earth. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Alicia spotted a vehicle parked by the roadside from a distance. Alicia fixed her gaze on the car, trying to suppress her excitement. This was the type of vehicle commonly used in the era she lived in. Even the license plate had the familiar font she recognized. They had been transported by the black hole to China, and it was very likely to be the era she had lived in. This time, Alicia didn't trigger any sadness. Instead, she focused on approaching quickly to get a better look. As they drew closer, they saw that the car had crashed into a utility pole at the side of the road. The front of the car was completely caved in, pinning the driver in the seat. On the seat was a skeleton. Not entirely, though. It was more accurate to say it was half a skeleton because the lower half of the driver's body was still intact, and the head was also complete. It seemed that this person had died within the past 3 days. This driver had definitely died unnaturally, and even though the body had been there for a while, no one had come to claim it. This world, is it not a crime to kill someone? Dean Acheson asked in amazement. This person wasn't killed by a human. They were likely eaten by something, Hebrew Adam said. And it wasn't a small animal, but also not a large one. At least not something powerful enough to drag him away. Huadeli added, "I have a feeling that something's wrong with this world. The air seems to be filled with some kind of harmful particles." Mina Oli said, looking at Alicia. "Don't you feel the same?" Alicia couldn't deny that. She was more familiar with the air on Earth than anyone here, but she couldn't explain it. She only nodded. The group continued walking forward and found that there were more and more vehicles by the roadside that had encountered accidents, many of them similar to the first one they saw. Some cars were empty inside, while the ground outside was covered in skeletons. Judging by the bloodstains and bones on the ground, the humans who died in these accidents had been dead for varying lengths of time, with the oldest ones having been dead for several months. This road is probably home to some dangerous creatures. "Everyone, be careful," Hebrew Adam said. Without Hebrew Adam needing to say it, everyone could guess that the cause of so many deaths, with no one coming to claim the bodies, was likely due to some hidden danger. Although they knew there might be hidden dangers, they couldn't just retreat without a fight. They were here for training. As long as the danger wasn't absolutely certain, they would continue forward bravely. Alicia didn't speak, but Hebrew Adam could tell from her expression that she must have seen something in these signs. Though she seemed downcast, she didn't want to talk about it, and he didn't want to force her. If anything important came up that could threaten their safety, he believed she would definitely speak up. The group continued walking, and by the side of the road, they found a collapsed pillar with a dusty sign on top. The sign had some characters. "These should be words, right?" Dean Acheson said curiously, looking at it and even taking a photo with his light brain. After entering this world, their light brains had lost connection with the sky network of their original world. However, they had tested it and found that they could still communicate with each other using their light brains. Seeing Dean Acheson using his light brain, Alicia suddenly remembered something. She opened her light brain to take a closer look. But then, feeling disappointed, she put it down again and looked at the sign. Alicia, can you understand these characters? Hebrew Adam asked. Noticing something was off, Alicia hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Her companions were all greatly surprised. Cousin, you've been here before, haven't you? Dean Acheson blurted out. What are you talking about? If Alicia had been here before and then returned 50 years later, would she still be the same age? Sheila rolled her eyes. I once learned this language, Alicia said briefly. The group remembered that Alicia had grown up on Topaz Star, and since the Gus Empire already had passages to this world, it wasn't surprising that this world's culture existed here as well. Although they sensed that Alicia's words carried a lot of meaning, this explanation was not incorrect. She didn't want to speak more about it, and they didn't press her. They thought this was fine. As long as they could understand the characters of this world, they would be able to quickly adapt and integrate. After all, they would have to live here for nearly 50 years, and it was impossible to stay hidden in the deep mountains and forests forever. What does it say? Dean Acheson asked eagerly. It's saying 1 kilometer to Junyang City. Alicia pointed to a line of text. This means there's a city very close to us. Hebrew Adam grasped the key point. Alicia nodded. All right, let's go then, Hebrew Adam decisively said. He looked at the sky and the red, glowing star in its position. Hebrew Adam felt that the world would likely get dark soon, and it was best to find a place to settle. Soon, through the green trees, they vaguely saw a city. Although it was hard to make out the details, Alicia was certain it was a city with concrete and dirt buildings. Before she had time to get overly excited, they were startled by a group of people, about a dozen or so, who staggered toward them from the front. Chapter 286. Are they humans? These are humans, right? Aren't they? Dean Acheson was startled after clearly seeing the appearance of those beings. He hadn't found the human remains and bones earlier particularly scary, but these creatures, which seemed to be human-like, were giving off such a creepy vibe. I think they look like living corpses. Their clothes are filthy and torn. No human could tolerate this, right? Sheila also found it disgusting. They wear clothes, so they should be intelligent creatures, but the way they look at us, it's as if we're prey. There's something really wrong about them. Huadeli frowned and analyzed. Hebrew Adam glanced at Alicia and saw her frowning, staring at those creatures with a very grim expression. Her eyes were full of an indescribable melancholy. But she wasn't crying. He secretly sighed in relief. He had never seen Alicia cry, and he was always afraid of seeing her cry again. This world has writing and mechanical vehicles, so humans shouldn't be like this. These creatures don't seem to have reason, just the instinct to hunt. And they have crystal cores in their brains, which only mutated creatures have. Aside from their appearance, they're similar to the animal we killed in the mountains, Hebrew Adam analyzed, furrowing his brow. They move so slowly and still dare to attack us, Sheila said with a tone full of disdain. We're new here, so it's better to be cautious. These creatures' situation is unclear, so everyone should stay away from them. We absolutely can't let them catch or bite us, Alicia said. The group easily managed to shake off those 10 or so corpse-like humanoid creatures. But as they continued walking, they encountered more and more of these human-like beings. The elite group began to suspect, and Dean Acheson even said, could it be that the humans in this world are like this? Do you think these creatures could write? Could they make mechanical tools? Alicia said without looking back. Dean Acheson was stumped by his cousin's question. It was obvious to anyone that these human-like beings didn't even seem to have intelligence. How could they possibly create those things? We're new here and know nothing about this place. Why are you in such a hurry? At least Manny can read the writing of this world. We can take our time and figure things out. Huadeli gave his cousin a cold look. The weak and helpless cousin, in front of the strong cousin and cousin-in-law, had no choice but to comply and dared not speak up again. Just then, the elite group heard two different types of sounds coming from the direction of the city. One was a continuous noise, and the other was sharp and abrupt. Everyone be careful. Real humans may have come out, Alicia said seriously. Soon, the elite group saw 5 mechanical vehicles driving out from the direction of the city. The continuous noise was coming from these vehicles. The technology in this world is really backward. These mechanical vehicles make such a loud noise when they're moving. Dean Acheson couldn't help but complain. Alicia ignored him because she noticed that something was chasing the cars from behind. Using her telekinetic powers to look at the people inside the vehicles, Alicia focused on the last 2 vehicles and carefully observed them. Then, she looked at the wolf-like creatures, about the size of lions, closely pursuing the cars. They were getting closer and closer. Inside the city, due to obstacles, the wolf-like creatures couldn't catch up with the cars right away. But once they left the city and entered the open countryside, the cars accelerated. But it was obvious that the 5 wolves were faster. Soon, one of the wolves leapt onto the last car, causing the car's front end to tilt. However, the car remained sturdy and continued to drive forward. But with that slight delay, another wolf caught up and flipped the car over. The other cars ahead kept driving without looking back, while the remaining 3 wolves continued to chase them. We need to go help, Alicia said urgently as the last car flipped over, pulling out her sword and rushing forward. The elite group wasn't far from these people, at most about 1,000 meters away. With their speed, it would take them only about a minute to reach them. Alicia's speed when she ran was faster than the cars, and with her companions quickly reacting and following behind, they were right on her heels. Although they knew that the last car had been flipped over, the people in the lead car hesitated, wondering whether to go back and help. The driver of the car, seeing a group of exceptionally handsome young men and women running quickly in the opposite direction, almost drove the car into the roadside ditch. Wow, are these people even human? As the first car passed by them, Alicia heard an astonished exclamation from inside the car. The drivers of the second and third cars, seeing the elite group running at full speed, couldn't control themselves and ended up driving their cars into the ditch. The fourth car was in danger as the wolf-like creatures chasing them began to ram into the car's rear, causing them to lose balance and also end up in the ditch. However, this car was luckier. By this time, Alicia had already reached their side, and the wolf dogs naturally shifted their focus to her, leaving the car. Then the people inside the car saw the young and beautiful girl, her sword slashing through the air a few times. The wolf dog that had pounced on her fell to the ground and was cleaved into 3 pieces. The 20 or so people in the 5 cars couldn't even handle one wolf dog, yet this girl effortlessly cut it into 3 pieces. Not only was the girl powerful, but the blonde young man following her also made his move. Another wolf dog was swiftly hacked into several pieces. One more wolf dog, seeing the situation turning bad, cleverly turned around and jumped to the roadside to escape. Alicia and the others didn't pursue the fleeing wolf dog but instead rushed toward the overturned car. 2 wolf dogs were attacking the flipped car, clearly trying to dismantle it and drag the people inside out. They hadn't yet noticed that their companions had fallen into the hands of these people. One wolf dog, upon seeing Alicia charging toward them, immediately changed its target and pounced on her group. But its fate was the same. It was cleaved into several pieces. The other wolf dog, slightly slower to react, quickly turned and ran when it saw the situation was hopeless. Alicia didn't chase after the wolf dog, but instead walked over to the overturned car. She glanced back at Ibu Adam. Without needing to speak, Ibu Adam, with a perfect understanding, reached out his hand, and together they flipped the car back onto its wheels. Then, they stood to the side, watching the people inside the car. Soon, the people inside opened the deformed car doors and staggered out. The first to get out was a young man, the driver of the car. Although he had a bloody face from a head injury, the elite group could clearly see that this man was completely different from the strange people they had encountered earlier, not to mention anything else. Just the look in his eyes made it obvious that he was entirely different. "Thank you for saving us. We are deeply grateful," the young man said with sincere gratitude. However, due to the shock, his speech was somewhat stuttered. Chapter 287, Beauty Saves Beauty. The elite class members looked at this human who could drive mechanical vehicle and speak, confirming that he was indeed different. The strange humanoid creatures seemed unable to speak, only able to growl. This human's eyes showed gratitude, curiosity, wariness, and other complex emotions, whereas the strange humanoid creature's eyes only displayed naked hunger. At that moment, 4 more people got out of the car, 3 men and 1 woman, all relatively young. These individuals were clean and had clear faces, completely different from the strange humanoid creatures. Alicia glanced at the woman inside the car. The woman appeared to be unconscious, lying motionless in her seat. These young people were holding kitchen knives, fruit knives, and other such weapons. But only one young man had a handgun. However, it was likely that the gun had no bullets left. Otherwise, there would have been gunshots during the earlier danger. "Is the woman in the car named Wang Miao Miao?" Alicia asked. Do you know Wang Miao Miao?" the young man with the gun asked, slightly guarded. However, he noticed that when this black-haired girl spoke, the foreign people behind her looked horrified. The girl obviously looked like she was from China, so it wasn't surprising that she could speak the Chinese language. But why were these foreigners so surprised? "Is she seriously injured?" Alicia asked. "She was bitten by a zombie. Although she's a mutant, she was severely injured, and now she's running a fever," the young man with the gun said, visibly upset. "With Wang Miao Miao's current condition, there's almost certainly only one outcome. If you put her with us, once she turns into a zombie, we will be in danger," the oldest man among them said unhappily. The young man holding the gun gritted his teeth. "Who is responsible for Miao Miao's injury? Let me take a look," Alicia said, uninterested in their argument. She walked towards the back seat of the car. Ibu Adam silently followed behind her, ready to protect her if anything dangerous happened. Alicia not only knew the written language of this world but could also speak it fluently, as if she used it regularly. Did she learn this language on Topaz Star too? Wang Miao Miao, unconscious in the back of the car, was gently picked up by Alicia. The young man with the gun immediately moved to approach, but he was stopped by Tamaki Kezia. "What are you doing?" the young man asked anxiously. Alicia glanced at him. "Don't make a noise, just treat her." When the car flipped earlier, Alicia had seen that the young man with the gun had been tightly holding on to Wang Miao, which was why she hadn't suffered further injuries during the crash while still unconscious. But now, holding her in her arms, Alicia could feel how unnervingly hot her body was. Alicia looked at Sheila, and Sheila immediately understood. She walked over and used a device to scan Wang Miao's entire body. This woman has a fractured left leg, but the most serious injury is on her shoulder. It looks like she was bitten and a large chunk was torn off. The thing that bit her carried a virus, and the virus is now invading her body, causing her to run an abnormal fever. At this rate, in 1 minute, the virus will have completely invaded her body. Sheila, who had specialized in medical training, understood more than the others. Will it work if we give her the healing potion and the antidote? Alicia asked anxiously after hearing that there was only 1 minute left to save her. The physical fitness of humans in this world is probably much weaker than ours. We can't give her the regular dosage. Let's try giving her half of the antidote first. The injury isn't the most critical issue. It's the virus that is the biggest threat to her, Sheila suggested uncertainly. Sheila wasn't sure about the physical condition of humans in this world, but if they didn't act quickly, it might be too late to save her. There was no time for tests. They could only try. Hearing Sheila's words, Alicia immediately took out the antidote and gave Wang Miao half a dose. What did you give her? The young man holding the gun was very anxious when he saw Alicia feed Miao something without asking for his permission. However, Alicia didn't say anything, and since her companions weren't allowing him to approach, he couldn't move. Liu Yang, don't worry, these people saved us. They wouldn't be saving us just to harm us. Besides, from what that lady said, she knows Miao, so there's no way she would harm her for no reason, a woman's voice said gently. Liu Yang gave the woman who spoke a disgusted look. This time, he saw through these people, so he didn't bother responding to her and kept anxiously watching them. Less than 10 seconds after half of the potion was administered, pain began to show on Wang Miao's face. Her body started trembling, and slowly, her face and neck turned red. Her shaking intensified, and she groaned. But she still didn't wake up from her unconscious state. What did you do to Miao? Let go of me. Let me through. The young man named Liu Yang was extremely anxious. Alicia turned to look at Liu Yang, whose face showed genuine concern. She said to him, I gave her the antidote. The process of detoxification can be painful, but it's not life-threatening. At this moment, Wang Miao's body trembled even more violently, and she let out pained groans. However, the wound on her shoulder began to ooze dark red liquid. Alicia tilted Wang Miao's body slightly, letting the black blood drip onto the ground. Alicia deliberately positioned Wang Miao in such a way that Liu Yang could see the black blood seeping from her wound. Seeing this, Liu Yang stopped struggling and nervously stared at the wound on Wang Miao's shoulder. After about a minute, the dark liquid from the wound gradually decreased and turned into fresh red blood. At this point, Wang Miao's body stopped trembling, though still unconscious. Her face showed a look of comfort. Sheila used the medical scanner to check Wang Miao again, then looked at the data and said, her temperature has returned to normal. She can now take the healing potion. However, for the fractured thigh, a treatment device will be needed. Alicia nodded. She knew what to do next. Even without Sheila's suggestion, Alicia then gave Wang Miao half a bottle of healing potion. Sheila took out a spray and sprayed it on Wang Miao's shoulder wound. Liu Yang and his companions watched as the liquid sprayed onto Wang Miao's wound, quickly forming a thin white membrane that covered her shoulder. The bleeding stopped immediately. What is this? It's even better than a bandage, someone exclaimed. It's definitely not a medical product from our country. These people must be foreigners, someone else said. Seeing that Wang Miao's crisis was averted, but with her thigh still broken, they needed to find a place to apply a treatment device to her. At this moment, the people from the 4 cars that had fled ahead walked over. Thank you for saving us, but this is not a place to stay for long. A horde of zombies is coming. We need to leave quickly. The middle-aged man, who was clearly the leader, spoke up. Chapter 288, Reuniting with an Old Friend. Adam and the others saw those people chattering away, but they couldn't understand, so they looked to Alicia, who could. Alicia naturally understood her companion's meaning. Since carrying someone was inconvenient, she gestured for them to look toward the direction of the city. Actually, Alicia had noticed it earlier than them, but because Wang Miao's situation was urgent, she had focused on treating her first. Now that Wang Miao was no longer in danger after being detoxified, she was ready to leave. Following Alicia's indication, the elite group looked toward the city. Wow! Dean Acheson couldn't help but exclaim, and the others had looks of disbelief on their faces. Why are there 2 different kinds of humans in this world? Sheila asked, her eyes a bit pained. The zombie horde is coming. We should leave quickly, Liu Yang said nervously. Alicia looked at the dense group of strange humans approaching them from a distance. Fortunately, they were moving slowly. If they were any faster, it would be hard to escape if surrounded, and they would have to fight their way out. Alicia held Wang Miao in her arms and started heading back the way they came. She told her companions, "Let's go." The elite group didn't need further urging. As soon as she moved, they followed closely behind. Miss, let me carry Miao," Liu Yang said, seeing Alicia preparing to carry Wang Miao. He sounded anxious. But a girl was carrying someone so easily, walking effortlessly, while Liu Yang couldn't keep up with her. Even in the slightly chilly weather, he was sweating from his anxiety. "Let's get to a safe place first, then we'll talk. You geese take the car, and we'll walk." "My car is up ahead, don't worry. I won't just take her away like this," Alicia said calmly to Liu Yang and the others. Then, she quickly left, with the elite group following closely behind. "Are they still human? Even cars can't move that fast," Alicia heard someone behind her say in a tone full of disbelief. "These people are definitely top-tier experts in this world. To encounter such individuals who even helped us, and you're still complaining? Hurry up and catch up." Alicia, holding Wang Miao, quickly led her companions out of the sight range of the others. After running for another 5 or 6 minutes, Alicia estimated that even if those people were driving, it would take at least 10 more minutes for them to catch up, so she stopped. Once Alicia stopped, she took out her phantom vehicle and transformed it into a very ordinary-looking, large RV typical of Earth. Since they had a large group, she made it resemble a large bus on the outside, which would give more space inside. Hebrew Adam also had a similar vehicle, so he transformed his into an identical one. The 12 of them separated into 2 vehicles, 3 couples per vehicle, and the other 6 single people in another vehicle. The elite group had never ridden such a small flying vehicle before, but they knew they had to adapt to the local customs. The mechanical vehicles those people had were much smaller than theirs. "Tamaki, you and Sheila go to the cockpit and pretend to drive. Place your hands on the circular steering wheel. If you don't understand what to do, use telekinesis to observe how those people are driving," Alicia instructed. "Dean, the same goes for your vehicle. Arrange for 2 people to pretend to drive. This world's mechanical vehicles don't have autopilot." After giving her instructions, Alicia boarded the vehicle first, with Sheila and Mina Oli following her. The 3 girls quickly changed Wang Miao into clean clothes and used the treatment device to bind her broken leg. Once they were done, the 3 men boarded, and by that time, they could already hear the sound of cars coming from behind. Others might not be able to tell, but Liu Yang must have been anxiously catching up. Alicia thought to herself. The RV was divided into 2 small living rooms, so everyone wouldn't have to sit there awkwardly staring at each other. Alicia carried Wang Miao into the innermost living room and placed her on the long sofa. Meanwhile, Liu Yang and his group watched helplessly as the group of young expert teens ran at incredible speeds, quickly disappearing from sight. Wang Miao was in the hands of that black-haired girl. Liu Yang urgently urged everyone to hurry and drive to catch up. The zombie horde was not far away, so the others naturally didn't dare to delay, quickly getting into the vehicles and heading in the direction the teens had run. After about 10 minutes of driving, Liu Yang began to feel anxious. Just then, he spotted 2 large black RVs parked by the side of the road, seemingly waiting for them. "Wow, who are these people? These RVs must be worth at least a few million each in this world, to be so ostentatious and drive around like this. It's way too arrogant," Liu Yang heard one of his companions say with envy and jealousy. "Did you not see their skills? Have you ever seen anyone better than them? Not just 1 or 2, but 12 of them, all so strong. Who would dare to mess with them?" Someone else sneered at the jealous remark. A foreign teenager with dark brown hair and black eyes stood by the door of the RV and pointed at Liu Yang with his finger. In a strange accent, he said, "Liu Yang, come here." Liu Yang guessed that Wang Miao must be in that RV, so he immediately ran over and followed the foreign teenager inside. The inside of the RV was spacious, at least 30 square meters. It was divided into 2 activity areas, and despite the 6 people inside, it didn't feel cramped at all. Wang Miao was lying on the sofa, quietly asleep. Her clothes had already been changed, and she was covered with a blanket. Liu Yang, feeling a bit worried, walked over to her. Only when he saw that Wang Miao was in a peaceful sleep did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, Liu Yang still wasn't fully reassured. He reached out and touched her forehead, confirming that she no longer had a fever. Only then did the tight knot in his heart loosen. "Thank you for saving our lives," Liu Yang said to Alicia, who was sitting on the sofa across from him. Liu Yang was truly grateful. If it hadn't been for this girl's intervention today, both he and Miao would surely have met their end. Liu Yang could tell that if this girl hadn't taken the lead, this group might not have come to their aid, so he directly thanked her. As for the blonde boy sitting beside the girl, who seemed to exude a strong sense of possessiveness, Liu Yang quietly thought to himself that he was probably the girl's boyfriend. He suspected that among everyone in this group, the blonde boy was the strongest. Alicia leaned back against the sofa and replied indifferently, "I helped because she's Wang Miao, not because of you. Who are you to her?" "I'm her boyfriend. Do you know Miao?" Liu Yang asked. Liu Yang thought to himself that he and Miao had been together for so long, yet he had never heard of her having any friends or relatives abroad. "I know her through Alicia," Alicia said. Alicia. You know Alicia, how is she doing? Meow Meow hasn't been able to contact her for a year, Liu Yang said, surprised by how this girl knew Meow Meow. You know Alicia too? Alicia raised an eyebrow. Meow Meow was very close to Alicia during college. I was a senior to them. Back then, Alicia was often the third wheel when Meow Meow and I hung out, Liu Yang said. Chapter 289, Parallel Dimensions. Tell me what you know about Alicia's life after university. What happened to her a year ago? Alicia said lightly, in a calm tone. Liu Yang looked at the girl curiously. From her words, it seemed like she hadn't heard from or seen Alicia in a long time. Alicia and Meow Meow were always very close. After graduation, they kept in touch, but a year ago, Alicia suddenly got a terminal illness. It was said that she had less than a month to live. Meow Meow was really heartbroken at that time, Liu Yang said. Such an unfortunate event was not only tragic for close friends but also for anyone who knew Alicia. She was still so young, having only graduated from university 2 years ago. In the prime of her life, Alicia had been in the hospital for about a month. It was said that she was once in critical condition, almost lifeless, but fortunately, the doctors managed to resuscitate her after a few seconds of emergency treatment. The next day, Meow Meow went to see her, and when she came back, she said Alicia was destined for good fortune after surviving the worst. According to the doctor, she had passed the most dangerous phase and shouldn't face any immediate life-threatening risks. If things went well, she could at least live for another year. After that, Alicia's condition continued to improve, almost miraculously. The doctors said she was recovering, and her life expectancy was extended. By the time she was discharged, the doctors believed she could live for at least another 10 to 8 years. But after leaving the hospital, for some reason, she refused to contact any of her old friends. Meow Meow even went to B City to find her, but Alicia refused to meet her. Then, the world changed drastically, and we couldn't contact her anymore. Liu Yang smiled bitterly. Now, even if we wanted to contact her, we can't. I don't even know if she's still alive. According to Liu Yang, Alicia was still alive, at least beyond the month the doctors had predicted. As for her previous life, the moment she was diagnosed with a terminal illness, she was bedridden and passed away a month later. When was the last time you heard from her? Alicia asked, feeling deeply disappointed. About 6 months ago. Liu Yang thought for a moment and said. How was her condition at that time? Only Alicia understood the feeling behind the question she asked. According to her parents, she had already recovered mostly, and during the follow-up appointment, the doctor estimated that in about 6 months she would be completely cured, Liu Yang said with certainty. Alicia fell silent. Liu Yang noticed that the girl's expression seemed off, like she was deeply upset, but he didn't feel it was appropriate to ask a stranger about it. However, he heard a blonde young man speaking to the girl in a strange language Liu Yang had never heard before. The worry in the young man's eyes was obvious. The girl shook her head at the blonde young man and responded in the same foreign language that Liu Yang didn't understand. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just as Alicia was overjoyed to see Wang Meow Meow and Liu Yang, she was now deeply saddened. It turned out that this was not the same time and space where she had originally lived. This was merely a parallel universe of Earth. In this world, Alicia had not died from illness, in the time and space she had lived in. However, she had died from illness long ago. Although the Wang Meow Meow and Liu Yang she saw in front of her were similar to the ones in her memory, they knew the Alicia from this parallel universe. Hebrew Adam watched Alicia and sensed the sadness enveloping her. Similar to when she had been on the verge of tears earlier. Unable to resist, he took her hand. Alicia turned to look at Hebrew Adam, knowing she had made him worry again. But facing such a painful separation, she found it hard to control herself. Manny, what's wrong? Don't worry, it might never be like this again. Alicia smiled at Hebrew Adam. After confirming that this was not the time and space she had originally existed in, Alicia felt a deep sense of disappointment. However, she estimated that she wouldn't be greatly affected by it in the future. Alicia didn't know that, in Hebrew Adam's eyes, her smile was even harder to bear than her tears. She didn't give him the chance to ask any further questions, instead turning to Liu Yang and saying, "Tell me, what happened in the country over the past year? When did the zombies first appear?" Country? That one word made Liu Yang absolutely certain that this girl had returned from abroad. No wonder her companions were almost all foreigners, and it was clear they didn't understand Mandarin. However, this girl spoke Mandarin very fluently, so she probably hadn't grown up abroad. She was most likely a Chinese overseas. Liu Yang sensed that the girl meant them no harm, and the questions she asked seemed normal enough, so he briefly explained. Over 2 months ago, everyone learned from the news about a large meteor shower. Meow Meow, that night, eagerly dragged me to the mountain to watch it, Liu Yang said with a bitter smile. That meteor shower was really beautiful, but at the time, no one knew that it would mark the beginning of the apocalypse. What does that have to do with anything? Alicia asked thoughtfully. We're not sure, but everyone guessed that the apocalypse was likely triggered by the meteor shower. 3 days after it passed, a flu outbreak suddenly appeared. Alicia furrowed her brows. The story sounded so familiar, as though she had read a similar plot in a novel in her past life. And after some people recovered, they discovered they had special abilities, while others became zombies? Yes, that's right. What about the situation abroad? Liu Yang asked. I'm not sure. We were training on a small island at the time, and it was only a month ago when we came back that we realized the world had already changed, Alicia answered, coming up with a backstory for her group. Liu Yang was both surprised and unsurprised. These teenagers were definitely not ordinary people. They had clearly undergone special training. He wanted to ask them exactly who they were, but he was afraid it might be a secret he shouldn't know, so he held back. Go on, Alicia urged. At first, no one realized it was a zombie outbreak. So many people died, the number of zombies in the city grew, while the number of humans decreased, and society descended into chaos. But the most frightening thing was the heavy rain that appeared on the 10th day of the outbreak. Most people who got caught in the rain turned into zombies, and the zombies that got soaked in the rain became even stronger. Meow Meow and I barely escaped from the city, and during that time, I developed the ability of super speed. While Meow Meow gained strength-based abilities, Liu Yang said with a bitter smile. Liu Yang didn't mention how difficult and dangerous the process was, but Alicia could tell from his expression. Awakening abilities requires stimulation, and in such a chaotic time, both of them were likely pushed to the brink of life and death. After we escaped the city with some other survivors, we heard there was a survivor base nearby. We followed the directions we'd heard and eventually reached a military-established survivor base. At first, it was okay. The base provided a fixed amount of food every day. Although it wasn't enough to fill us, it was enough to keep us from starving. But the base, which only accepted survivors but didn't allow anyone to leave, couldn't hold on any longer. Half a month ago, the food ran out. So, we ability users organized a mercenary group to go out and search for supplies. Today was our 5th mission. With supplies running out, they had to venture deeper into the city. They never expected that even animals had mutated and become incredibly terrifying. If Alicia and her group hadn't come to their rescue, Liu Yang and the others in the car would surely have met a tragic end. Feeding the dogs. Chapter 290. Not the Holy Father. After listening to Liu Yang describe the apocalyptic disaster that struck China, Alicia remained silent for a long while. In her past life, she had read many apocalypse zombie novels. But who would have thought that in some parallel universe, it had really happened? The people of Earth in this timeline were truly unfortunate. After a long pause, Alicia finally spoke again, asking, is this the situation all over China now? How is the government holding up? Not just China, but the whole world is in this state. It's said that during the first month of the apocalypse, only about 10% of the human population survived. With the loss of so many people, the government has practically ceased to exist, and it's the leaders of the survivor bases who hold the real power. When Wang Miao and I entered the military base, it was still okay, with soldiers maintaining order and survival ethics somewhat intact. But in private bases, the base leaders are like local emperors, doing whatever they want. Liu Yang said, sighing as he spoke. The peaceful world they had once known had collapsed so suddenly. Even though months had passed, and he and Wang Miao had experienced many near-death situations, he still couldn't get used to this way of life. Sometimes, he even wondered what the point of struggling to survive was. Alicia fell silent again for a while before asking, what's the physical condition of the survivors now? What about the superhumans? What kinds of abilities do they have? How strong are they? Those who are still alive now are either strong or ruthless. Certainly not weaklings, Liu Yang replied, a cold smile appearing on his face, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Most people's bodies have been enhanced to some degree. Some have become incredibly strong, far beyond normal humans, so we call them superhumans. In the base where I stayed, most of the superhumans either have enhanced strength or speed. After Meow became a superhuman, she could easily lift 400 to 500 kilograms with just one hand. Liu Yang hesitated a bit here, looking somewhat conflicted, likely remembering how many times he had been saved by the beautiful Meow. Some superhumans have enhanced senses, like being able to see far distances or have incredibly good vision. I also heard that other bases have a very special type of superhuman with abilities like spatial manipulation, but beyond that, I'm not too sure, Liu Yang continued, sharing his observations. Although some people like to show off their abilities, many others prefer to hide their true strength, pretending to be weak and underestimating others. In the apocalypse, no one would easily reveal their full power. Due to the various rumors about superhumans, Liu Yang had always maintained a cautious attitude, not sharing too much with the girl to avoid misleading her. Alicia could somewhat sense Liu Yang's intentions. This Liu Yang was just as cautious as the one from her world, and his feelings for Wang Miao had not changed. In the past, Wang Miao had disliked Liu Yang somewhat, both his personality and appearance being somewhat effeminate, but now, with the aura of a hardened man about him, she probably wouldn't dislike him anymore, Alicia thought to herself as she looked at the sleeping Wang Miao. Despite her slender figure, Miao had turned into quite the strong woman. Alicia couldn't help but wonder what she, who had once cared so much about her appearance, would think of the changes. I'm going to B City to look for Alicia. Wang Miao should wake up in about half an hour. However, the bandages on her fractures can't be removed until tomorrow, so you can't leave tonight. Tomorrow, we'll take you to wherever you want to go. Wang Miao just needs to rest for the next 10 days for the injury on her thigh. Everything else is fine, Alicia said. Liu Yang looked at Alicia and then at the young, handsome, blonde man sitting next to her. It was clear that Alicia was the one in charge here. Liu Yang made up his mind and said, Miao and I aren't from this city. We're from near B City, but we don't have the ability to travel back to our hometown across 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers in this world. I want to go with you, but we don't have anything of value to offer in return. Alicia thought for a moment and then said to Liu Yang, I'll take you to find your family, but you'll need to follow us from now on and act as our representatives in this country. Liu Yang would have been a fool to refuse such a deal. These people were incredibly mysterious, but they were also experts of the highest caliber. The mutated dogs that chased them out of the city today would have been impossible for even a tier 3 superhuman to deal with. But this girl solved them easily with just a few sword strikes, not to mention the young, blonde man sitting beside her, who looked even stronger than she did. Moreover, these two people easily lifted up a 7-seat car that was full of passengers. In such chaotic times, who wouldn't want to latch onto such powerful figures? After all, they had nothing that others could use to manipulate them. They had no wealth. Their abilities were far inferior to theirs. And as for appearance, these 12 young people were all far more attractive than they were. Even if they threw themselves at them, they wouldn't be wanted, let alone manipulated. Do you have a phone? Alicia asked. Miao's backpack has one, but it's out of power. Liu Yang confessed. He saw that Miao's backpack was placed above her head, likely left there by this girl after helping Miao with her injuries and changing her clothes. Give it to me, Alicia said. Liu Yang stood up, gently took Miao's backpack and handed it to Alicia. Alicia looked at Miao's phone. It wasn't the matching pair of phones that Alicia and Miao had bought together more than a year ago. After all, a parallel world is still a parallel world, not the same world, so it's normal for some small differences to arise at certain turning points. For example, in this world, Alicia didn't die from that serious illness, and then the world erupted into an apocalyptic crisis. Alicia glanced at the phone and then handed it to Hebrew Adam, explaining the charging principles to him. Hebrew Adam then took the phone into the small compartment at the back of the RV. Liu Yang listened carefully to the language Alicia and her companions were using to communicate. He was sure he'd never heard anything like it before, and it definitely wasn't from the European or American regions. Except for this girl and another boy who appeared to be mixed with Chinese heritage, the other 10 people seemed to be of European or American descent. Liu Yang couldn't make sense of these people's origins. The more he observed, the more mysterious he felt their background was. It was clear that this girl and her companion were the leaders of this group. Do you need to stop and tell your companions? Alicia asked, after handing the phone to Hebrew Adam, and then turning her attention back to Liu Yang and Miao. No need, we only teamed up temporarily, each for our own reasons, although 2 of them went to the same university as us. If it weren't for those 2, Miao wouldn't have been hurt this badly, Liu Yang said with frustration. Miao had been injured trying to save them, and yet those people wanted him to abandon Miao because she might turn into a zombie. At that moment, he could barely hold back his rage. Seeing Liu Yang gritting his teeth, Alicia concluded that Liu Yang certainly didn't have a savior complex. Alicia wasn't interested in the strangers from this world. Since Liu Yang didn't want to waste time with those people, she decided to go along with his wishes. She tapped something on her holographic interface, and the RV's speed immediately increased, with the second RV quickly following suit. In just a few minutes, they disappeared from the view of the other vehicles. Chapter 291, Miao Awakens. After gathering the information she wanted from Liu Yang, Alicia felt a mix of emotions, and her mind was in turmoil. The series of unexpected events today had left her no time to properly organize her thoughts. The matter with charging her phone was a way to get Hebrew Adam to leave her alone for a while, so she could be by herself and think. Alicia turned her head to look at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, preparing to start thinking about the situation from the beginning. With all her confusion, Hebrew Adam, of course, didn't want to leave her side. He entrusted the task to Tamaki Kezia to handle, and returned to her. Taking her hand, Alicia turned back, meeting Hebrew Adam's dark expression as he looked at her with determination in his eyes, as if wanting to know the answer. Her companions weren't fools. From the moment she started talking to Liu Yang, each of them had likely sensed that there was more to this situation than it appeared. Alicia glanced over to the small living area, where Huadeli and Mina Oli were also watching her with concern, especially Huadeli, whose eyes were filled with deep worry. There's something very strange that happened to me. My memories and understanding of this world are all part of that strange event. Even I'm not sure how it happened. I want to follow the clues to find someone, If I can find her, many things will be clarified. At that time, I'll explain everything to you in detail, Alicia said, her voice tinged with frustration. If it were just Hebrew Adam with her, Alicia might have shared a bit more with him, but the relationship between Hwadeli and Dean Acheson was too complicated. Alicia hoped that the reality wasn't what she suspected, because if it was, that would be truly disastrous. All right. Hebrew Adam finally spoke after a long pause. Hebrew Adam was forced to say this. He desperately wanted to know what secrets Alicia was hiding. Since arriving in this world, Alicia's actions and expressions had become increasingly difficult to understand, as if she had become a completely different person. Hebrew Adam even had the illusion that Alicia actually belonged to this world, which only deepened his unease. The feeling that Alicia had a deep secret she wasn't willing to share with him was unbearable. However, when he asked again, she still refused to tell him. All he could do was wait for the right moment. Once the girl got the information she wanted, she stopped talking to him and began speaking softly with her boyfriend, who had returned to her side. Liu Yang obediently kept quiet, staying as silent as a quail, but as Liu Yang looked out of the window and saw the rapidly passing scenery, his eyes widened in surprise. After the apocalypse, this area had experienced 4 or 5 earthquakes. Although the earthquakes weren't very strong and didn't cause much damage to the base, the roads in this area had become somewhat uneven. Under normal circumstances, no matter how good the RV's performance was, traveling at such a fast speed, the passengers should have felt some bumps. But the RV was extremely stable inside, as smooth as if it were driving on flat ground. If it weren't for the reference points outside the window, Liu Yang would never have believed that the vehicle was moving so fast. The performance of this vehicle was beyond anything he had ever seen. There was no way that China could produce such high-performance cars. While in a daze, Liu Yang noticed that Wang Miao moved slightly and then saw her open her eyes. Wang Miao looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, her mind blank for 2 seconds. Only one thought crossed her mind: who am I? Where am I? Then Wang Miao heard Liu Yang call her name. Miao, you're awake. How do you feel now? Liu Yang's voice seemed to unlock something in her, and the memories from before she lost consciousness immediately flooded back into Wang Miao's mind. She remembered being bitten by a zombie on her shoulder. Their group didn't have an antidote, and she thought she would never wake up after passing out. But unexpectedly, she hadn't died. I didn't die? How did you save me? Where is this? Wang Miao tried to sit up, but the pain in her thigh made her lie back down again. Be careful, your thigh is fractured. Liu Yang carefully helped her sit up. Once Wang Miao was sitting up, she saw in front of her a young man and woman sitting across from her. They were both looking at her, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It was this lady who saved you and me. After you passed out, a mutated wolf dog flipped our car. If it weren't for this lady and her companions killing the mutated wolf dog, we probably would have ended up in its stomach, Liu Yang said, and his last sentence was not a joke. The toxins in your body were also cleared by this lady, and she brought us to her car so you could rest. She said she knew Alicia and that she was helping us because of her connection with you. After hearing Liu Yang, Wang Miao looked at Alicia and, feeling very grateful, said, "Thank you for saving us. We only helped a little," Alicia replied in a calm tone. But Liu Yang noticed that when the girl spoke to Miao, her expression was very gentle, and the way she looked at Miao was not like how one would look at a stranger. However, based on Miao's reaction, she seemed very unfamiliar with this girl, a girl so strikingly unique. Miao definitely wouldn't have forgotten her if they had met before. They're really amazing. They killed those mutated dogs with just 2 or 3 strikes, Liu Yang said, clearly in admiration. Wang Miao also looked at the beautiful and unique girl in front of her with admiration. She knew how terrifying the mutated dogs were, but this girl had easily slain them with a sword. Wang Miao could roughly gauge how high the girl's combat abilities must be. I can't thank you enough, Liu Yang, and I have nothing of value, and I really don't know how to repay you, Wang Miao said, genuinely at a loss for how to express her gratitude. Your boyfriend has already agreed on how to repay us, Alicia said. Liu Yang quietly relayed the terms they had discussed earlier to Wang Miao, and her eyes widened in surprise. Is this how you're repaying us? This is taking advantage of us. What can we do? They just need us to do this, so we have to go along with it, Liu Yang said with a helpless smile. Wang Miao immediately understood Liu Yang's meaning. These people were so powerful that he couldn't even think of a way to repay them. The only option was to do whatever they asked, and in this case, it was still to their advantage. Wang Miao didn't know how to respond. Thinking about Liu Yang saying that this girl had saved them because of Alicia, she curiously asked, I don't know what your relationship with Alicia is. Are you her cousin or something? Wang Miao thought the girl resembled Alicia a little, which led her to this guess. However, she had never heard about this girl from Alicia. My name is Alicia. As for my relationship with Alicia, to be honest, I still don't fully understand it myself. We'll figure it out when we find her, Alicia replied. At that moment, Tamaki Kazuya handed Alicia a phone. She took it and saw Wang Miao staring at the phone in disbelief, so she handed it over to Wang Miao, saying, unlock it. Chapter 292, Network System. After Alicia asked Wang Miaomiao to unlock the phone screen, Wang Miaomiao numbly took her phone and unlocked it. When she saw Alicia reaching out for it again, without hesitation, she handed the phone back to her. Wang Miaomiao continued to stare blankly as the young woman clicked on the watch on her wrist. A light screen immediately popped up, covering the phone. Then, she watched the young woman skillfully operate the phone, seemingly copying some data from the phone to the watch on her wrist. Wang Miaomiao didn't have any awareness that Alicia was stealing her phone's information. Instead, she asked Liu Yang in disbelief, "Do foreign countries already have such advanced watches? It feels like this watch is something out of a sci-fi movie, like a high-tech smart brain." Alicia naturally heard this. She glanced at Wang Miaomiao, thinking that in this world, she must also be a sci-fi fan. Liu Yang didn't respond to Wang Miaomiao's question because he didn't know how to answer. Wang Miaomiao had just woken up and didn't know how mysterious these people were. Liu Yang felt that with how mysterious this group was, the watch might not even be that impressive. There were likely to be many more things they had never seen before. In fact, Alicia wasn't trying to obtain the information on Wang Miaomiao's phone. She was copying the phone's system so that she could use her light brain to access network information. Although the great disaster had cut off power and the internet, it didn't mean that the higher-ups in the bases didn't still have it. As long as there was one place in this world with a network system, their light brains could connect to it and directly read all the information stored in the servers. After Alicia installed this world's network system on her light brain, with its help, she would soon be able to connect to satellite networks. Alicia immediately instructed her light brain to download all the information from Earth's network. For humans on Earth, such an enormous amount of data would require countless servers to store. However, for the small light brain on Alicia's wrist, this amount of data didn't even take up 1/1000th of its storage capacity. First, Alicia created a translation program between this world's language and the interstellar language. For her, it only took half an hour to complete. Then, Alicia shared the Earth network system and the translation program with her companions. She wanted them to explore more from it so she could gather hidden information about this world from the system. "This is the original version of Skynet, right?" Dean Acheson responded the fastest. Since they couldn't cultivate and had nothing else to do, the elite group was bored. When they suddenly got this new tool, they naturally started playing with it eagerly. Dean Acheson, being an expert in light brain technology, was slightly more skilled than the rest of the elite group. With Alicia's guidance, he quickly uncovered a lot of information and began playing with it enthusiastically. Even Alicia got absorbed in it. She wanted to find the information she was looking for, but the more she looked, the more confused she became. At that moment, Alicia received a post forwarded by Dean Acheson. She opened it and saw that the post was about strategies for surviving the apocalypse. After looking it over, she realized that the description of the zombies in the post was exactly the same as the ones she had encountered in reality today. The poster of this thread mentioned that they had been having the same strange dream for an entire month. In the dream, they saw that a great disaster would soon befall the Earth, leading to the apocalypse. Alicia looked at the posting time and found that it had been published just a few days before the great disaster struck. However, the post had very few clicks or comments. It was likely deleted quickly after it was posted, and now it had been found by Dean Acheson. The information from this world, roughly and crudely translated into interstellar language, had the consequence of Dean Acheson being able to read it but not understand much, as some word combinations seemed completely meaningless. However, he could roughly tell that the post seemed to be about the apocalypse, and it had been specially deleted. He thought there might be some useful information in it, so he forwarded it to Alicia. "Do you remember the date of the flu outbreak after the meteor shower?" After browsing through the general content of the post, Alicia looked up and asked Wang Miaomiao. "We heard the news on June 5th. We were planning to go out that day, but then the government suddenly issued an emergency alert, urging everyone to stay at home as much as possible. So I remember it very clearly," Wang Miaomiao said with certainty. Alicia glanced at Wang Miaomiao. She thought Wang Miaomiao was just trying to sound good, but she guessed the reason why she remembered so clearly was probably because that day was her birthday. The flu outbreak occurred on June 5th, and the post was published on June 1st. Many of the details were accurate. Alicia sent the top half of the post to Wang Miaomiao's phone and said, "Take a look and see if the content of this post matches what actually happened." Wang Miaomiao was no longer very surprised that she could receive Alicia's message on her phone without any signal. She could even surf the internet without a network, so receiving a message was no big deal. However, after Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang read the half post, they exclaimed, "Wow, the poster is amazing." They knew so many insider details and rules about the apocalypse so soon. "There are some things we still don't know." Since Alicia didn't send the post state along with the message, the two of them automatically assumed the post was published after the apocalypse, when the internet was still functioning. The first half of the post predicted the flu event, the human transformation into zombies, the series of earthquakes, and the establishment of survival bases. Alicia carefully asked Wang Miao and Liu Yang some questions, and both of them confirmed that these events had indeed occurred one by one. The second half of the post predicted a severe winter snowstorm event starting in November, a zombie evolution event after the snow melts next year, and a 2-year later event in which human bases would be surrounded by a zombie horde, bringing humanity to the brink of extinction. These events haven't occurred yet and are still just predictions, so they have time to observe whether or not they come true. Alicia also sent this information to her companions, and the elite class started discussing it eagerly. Eventually, they reached a conclusion that everyone agreed on. The poster is most likely an ability user who can predict the future. In their interstellar era, whenever a major disaster was about to happen, there were always people who had prophetic dreams about the disaster. Since this world had experienced a cataclysm capable of wiping out humanity, it wasn't surprising that someone had predicted it through a dream. However, Alicia didn't think so because of her past life, where she often read apocalypse novels. The plot seemed very familiar. She suspected that the poster was most likely a reincarnator, and probably a kind-hearted one at that. Moreover, and this was very important, the apocalyptic experiences described in the post were extremely familiar to her, as if they were events from one of the apocalypse novels she had read. Chapter 293, Future Plans. After reading the Apocalypse Strategy Guide, Alicia suddenly developed a suspicion. Could it be that after passing through the black hole, they hadn't entered a balanced world as expected, but instead crossed into another book's world? If her speculation was accurate, what connection might there be between the interstellar era and this apocalyptic world? Moreover, how exactly had her soul originally traversed into the book world? Alicia was certain she hadn't misremembered. The interstellar novel she crossed into was the author's only work in that universe, and it was an unfinished project abandoned halfway through. She tried hard to recall similar plots from novels she had read in her previous life. However, having devoured countless apocalyptic novels with nearly identical tropes, and with so much time having passed, she couldn't confirm if she and her companions had indeed been passively dragged into a book world. After pondering for a while without recalling any perfectly matching story, Alicia decided not to trouble her brain further. After all, with her and her companions' strength, they could thrive even in such a harsh world. Having verified that the first part of the post was accurate, Alicia carefully read through it again to better understand the trajectory of this world's apocalypse and gather as much common knowledge as possible. If the predictions in this post are true, humanity in this world might face another catastrophic blow within 2 years, potentially leading to complete extinction, analyzed Hebrew Adam. The members of the elite class fully agreed with this hypothesis because the final predictions in the post depicted humanity at an absolute disadvantage. Older cousin said she asked the 2 local humans, and the events predicted in the first half of the post actually happened. This proves the author's predictive ability is quite accurate. Dean Acheson enthusiastically commented, "We're going to live in this world for 50 years, we can't let humanity here go extinct." Adam Hebrew continued. Alicia strongly agreed with Hebrew Adam's opinion, as did the others. Although this wasn't their world, they shared the same species with these humans. If they could easily lend a hand to save them but chose to stand by and watch them perish, it would be far too cold-hearted. More importantly, if all the humans who could communicate with them went extinct, leaving the 12 of them isolated in this world, life would be unbearably lonely. Since they were inclined to help, everyone began studying the post more thoroughly. After exchanging a few ideas, the elite class had a clearer understanding of the situation. The reason humanity in this world was at risk of extinction was due to the ever-evolving zombies, a mutated form of humanity, becoming stronger over time. With the human population already much smaller than the zombies, factors like severe cold and food shortages further weakened their strength, leaving humanity unable to grow stronger and instead becoming increasingly vulnerable. As a result, during the zombie tides 2 years later, human survival bases were gradually overrun. Apart from a few skilled individuals who managed to escape, the rest were either devoured by zombies or turned into them. Throughout this process, humanity's overall strength continued to decline, while the power of the zombies only grew. But we should avoid getting too involved with the humans of this world. Too much interaction might cause a lot of trouble, Huadeli suggested. If we don't interact with them, how are we supposed to help? Su-43 asked, puzzled. Since humanity's extinction risk comes from too many zombies and too few strong humans, all we need to do is kill more zombies. According to this apocalypse guide post, some zombies already have crystal nuclei in their brains. 10 days from now, this planet will experience a global rainstorm, and after the rain, all zombies will undergo purification. By then, every zombie will have a crystal nucleus in its brain, Hebrew Adam explained. We'll focus on eliminating humanity's enemies. If they still can't survive after that, then there's nothing more we can do. He added, we should add another rule. If we see humans in danger, we'll step in to help. Alicia proposed. The elite class unanimously agreed with Hebrew Adam and Alicia's suggestions, deciding to act according to this plan for now and adjust if circumstances changed. The fact that zombies had crystal nuclei in their brains was particularly enticing to the elite class. Crystal nuclei, which were about to become a common currency in this world, were already a rare and valuable energy source in their interstellar era. The energy boxes powering their vehicles and mechas were created using crystal nuclei in their own world. Mutated beasts had become scarce, making crystal nuclei incredibly rare and precious. Now, with a vast number of zombies carrying crystal nuclei outside, waiting to be harvested with minimal risk, the elite class saw no reason not to act. Their next steps would involve killing as many zombies as possible. Not only would this save humans and allow them to collect crystal nuclei, but it would also help them hone their combat skills, a win-win-win scenario. With this plan in place, the elite class began learning the local language. While they didn't intend to fully integrate into human society, they knew they would need to interact with the locals, whether for trading or exchanging resources. Being able to communicate would make interactions smoother and help avoid arousing suspicion about their origins. After reading the information Alicia sent her, Wang Miao noticed that her phone seemed to be connected to the internet. She hesitantly clicked on it and, to her surprise, it worked. Excited, she tugged at Liu Yang, and the two of them huddled together to explore the phone. When they finally looked up from the screen and noticed the darkness outside, they realized night had already fallen. However, in the post-apocalypse, nightfall always came quickly. Wang Miao checked the time on her phone and saw it was only 5:30 p.m. That morning. Wang Miao and Liu Yang had only eaten a little before joining the group to search for supplies. After a full day of fighting, barely escaping with their lives, they were now utterly exhausted and starving. But Wang Miao knew their backpacks contained only 4 packets of biscuits and 2 bottles of water. With over a dozen people in the group, the biscuits wouldn't be nearly enough to share. What were they supposed to do? Whether they offered up the biscuits or kept them hidden, it was bound to be a problem. As she mulled over the dilemma, she glanced at Liu Yang, hoping he might have a solution. Liu Yang, oblivious to her internal struggle, looked back and asked, "What's wrong?" Alicia, though focused on her optical brain, had left part of her mental energy watching Wang Miao and Liu Yang. She noticed this exchange and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and sadness. These two were just as they had been before. Wang Miao loved to drop hints with her eyes, but Liu Yang, ever the oblivious one, never picked up on them, leaving Wang Miao frustrated. Time and again, she would grit her teeth and swear she'd break up with him. When Alicia saw Wang Miao touch her stomach, she suddenly remembered the two must be hungry. The elite class always carried nutrition supplements with them. Each person would drink a bottle whenever they felt hungry, never sparing much thought about whether others might be starving too. Alicia, caught up in her own routine, had forgotten that Wang Miao and Liu Yang might not have eaten. Chapter 294, Oblivious to Romance. Alicia noticed Wang Miao rubbing her stomach and realized that she and Liu Yang were likely starving. She took out 2 vials of nutrient solution and handed them to the pair. "Drink this. It's a nutrient supplement. It'll fill you up." Wang Miao hesitated at the sight of the unfamiliar vial, but when she saw Alicia's calm and encouraging gaze, she found herself accepting it instinctively. She drank it down in one go. As she drank, Wang Miao felt a strange sense of déjà vu. For a fleeting moment, Alicia's gaze reminded her of Alicia's. Their resemblance was uncanny. Seeing Wang Miao drink it so decisively, Liu Yang didn't hesitate either. He took the vial and downed it in one gulp. This girl had used a similar vial earlier to save Wang Miao's life. If she was willing to use such valuable resources to save someone, she was unlikely to harm them now. And even if she did mean harm, what could they do to resist? Liu Yang figured it was better to just go along with it. The nutrient solution didn't have the typical sweet, sour, or bitter flavors. Instead, it tasted slightly odd but wasn't unpleasant. Within seconds of drinking it, both Wang Miao and Liu Yang felt a soothing warmth spreading from their stomachs to the rest of their bodies. The hunger and fatigue disappeared, and they felt refreshed and energized. "This nutrient solution is amazing," Wang Miao exclaimed in astonishment. Alicia handed them 10 more vials each. "This can temporarily stave off hunger while providing nutrition and energy, but it's not suitable for long-term use. If you have the chance, you should eat regular food. Otherwise, it might harm your digestive system." Liu Yang smiled bitterly. "At this point, just having something to fill our stomachs is a blessing. Since the apocalypse began, we haven't had a proper meal in months. It's always feast or famine. Sometimes we go a whole day without eating, and we're ability users. Ordinary people must have it even worse." Wang Miao nodded with a sigh. It's been so long since the apocalypse started, and the food people had stockpiled is almost gone. "Today, we searched the city for half the day, but most places were already cleaned out. I really don't know how we're supposed to survive moving forward." Alicia paused for a moment, then said, "There's a saying, the universe always has a way of balancing things out. Who's to say what twists of fate are still in store? After all, you two met us, your saviors, didn't you?" "That's true. Humanity will always find a way to save itself. It's impossible for humans to go extinct, right?" Liu Yang agreed. "Isn't there a saying that heaven never seals all the exits? Just like their situation earlier, at the most critical moment, this girl suddenly appeared to save them, and an entire carload of people survived. When Liu Yang expressed his confidence that humanity wouldn't go extinct, Alicia's eyes flickered, but she chose not to dampen his optimism. After reading the Apocalypse Survival Guide, Alicia was eager to head to B City to investigate further. As a result, the RV drove well into the night before finally stopping to rest. Liu Yang and Wang Miao were stunned when, after the RV came to a halt, its walls began to slide outward and expand. Initially, the small lounge they were in, combined with another adjacent space, was about 20 square meters. However, after the walls extended, the total area increased to over 70 square meters. Panels that had been tucked away unfolded automatically, forming separate rooms. Within a minute, the space was divided into 4 small rooms, each about 10 square meters, furnished with a large bed, a table, and 2 chairs. "You two can stay in room 4, Alicia said to Liu Yang, adding, "But you'd better hit the bathroom and clean up before sleeping." Liu Yang's face turned beet red. He had long grown used to the grime of the apocalypse and had become desensitized to his own odor. He hadn't even noticed that everyone else in the RV, including Wang Miao, looked clean and tidy, while he alone was filthy and reeked. These people, with their refined manners and noble air, hadn't shown the slightest hint of disgust toward his disheveled state. Their tolerance and etiquette truly amazed him. They had endured his presence for the entire journey without a word of complaint. Feeling both grateful and embarrassed, Liu Yang headed to the bathroom to shower. As he washed, he couldn't help but marvel at the luxurious amenities of the RV. What a privilege to have such a vehicle in these apocalyptic times. After his shower, Liu Yang carried Wang Miao, who still couldn't walk on her own, back to their room. They whispered a few words to each other before Liu Yang returned to find Alicia. "How about I take the night watch tonight?" Liu Yang offered. "There's no need for that," Alicia replied. "This RV is equipped with an alarm system. If anything comes within a kilometer, it'll alert us immediately." Her flying car wasn't an ordinary vehicle. Not only could it withstand attacks from zombies or mutated creatures, but even the artillery of this world couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, Hebrew Adam and the others weren't pushovers. There was absolutely no need to take shifts for night watches. Huadeli glanced at Alicia as if wanting to say something, but then he hesitated and turned away awkwardly. Mina Oli tugged on his sleeve, and the two of them headed into room 3. Alicia was puzzled and asked Sheila, "What's with my brother? Why is he acting all awkward?" Sheila gave Hebrew Adam a sympathetic look. She knew all too well that Alicia was still clueless about matters of the heart. Despite being with the second prince for years, their relationship had never gone beyond the initial stage. Sheila often marveled at the prince's patience. "Why don't you ask the prince?" Sheila replied with a mischievous tone. Then grabbed Tamaki Kezia and headed into room 2. Alicia grew even more confused. But when she looked at Hebrew Adam with the intent to clarify, she noticed him staring at her with an intense gaze that made her heart race. His voice, slightly husky, said, "Let's go to sleep too." Her mind buzzed. Suddenly, she understood why Huadeli had seemed so conflicted and why Sheila had teased her earlier. Alicia felt awkward now. She didn't need to think about Liu Yang and Wang Miao. They had their room. Huadeli and Mina Oli were a couple, as were Tamaki Kezia and Sheila. They had been together for quite a while and were likely quite close by now. So, naturally, they paired off and shared rooms, leaving only her and Hebrew Adam. She had unknowingly set herself up for this situation when assigning rooms. How had she overlooked this possibility? If Dean Acheson had been on this vehicle, his habit of antagonizing Hebrew Adam might have made him insist on sharing a room with the prince, just to annoy him. Although Alicia and Hebrew Adam had been in a relationship for nearly 2 years, their most intimate moment so far had been a brief kiss aboard a warship during an operation to intercept a great beast. Hebrew Adam watched as the 3 couples entered their rooms to rest. When he turned his gaze to Alicia, it appeared calm on the surface, but it was a calmness that felt deeply restrained. This made Alicia even more flustered. Hebrew Adam quickly noticed her unease. Having known Alicia for so long, he understood her well. She was a very reserved and conservative girl. He knew exactly why she was panicking. He didn't want to push her or make her uncomfortable, but her flustered reaction also hinted at a subconscious resistance toward him. He couldn't allow her to maintain this kind of emotional distance. Resolving to address the situation, Hebrew Adam stood up and approached Alicia. As her eyes widened in panic, he leaned down, scooped her up in one swift motion, and carried her into their room. Chapter 295, Men. In the middle of the night, Alicia suddenly opened her eyes, and Hebrew Adam woke up as well, instinctively tightening his arms around the delicate figure in his embrace. When Hebrew Adam moved, Alicia realized she was lying in his arms. Her hand rested on his broad chest, and her face flushed red. Hebrew Adam, however, displayed a satisfied smile. Lowering his head to plant a light kiss on the girl's rosy cheek. In a gentle voice, he said, "I'll go check it out. You don't need to get up." In truth, with their mental abilities, they had already seen what was outside. For Hebrew Adam to handle it alone was a small task, making it unnecessary for everyone to head out. Alicia also saw that Hwadelli and Tamaki Kezia had already left the room, but Mina, Ollie and Sheila had stayed behind. Alicia responded softly, burying her face in the blanket, too embarrassed to meet the man's gaze. After all, just a few hours earlier, she had been coaxed by him into doing so many embarrassing things. As soon as Hebrew Adam stepped out, the door automatically closed behind him. Only then did Alicia pull the blanket down slightly and let out a small sigh. Her mind uncontrollably wandered back to the events before they fell asleep. The palm of her right hand seemed to remember that burning sensation, and her wrist still felt a bit sore and numb. Indeed, men are just men. No matter the world. When a man coaxes a woman into sleeping together, it's simply impossible to trust him. He had said he wouldn't force her or make her uncomfortable, but with his kisses and coaxing, she hazily allowed him to do everything except the final step. Especially pitiful was her right hand, which was tricked into hard labor for most of the night. This man truly lived up to the playboy image from the novel. Even though his fate in this lifetime differed from the original story, his physical prowess remained. Alicia hurriedly blocked out some improper memories, but thoughts are tricky things. Wanting not to think about something doesn't make it disappear. To keep her mind from straying further, Alicia quickly used her mental abilities to look outside and redirect her attention. A group of mutated animals had approached earlier. These creatures seemed to have developed some level of intelligence, sneaking over under the cover of darkness with surprising stealth. If this had been a group of human survivors from this world, they might have suffered greatly. However, these unlucky mutated animals had encountered their group instead. Since the creatures had approached from the rear, the single men in the back vehicle were already responding swiftly, rushing out to fight. Having spent the entire day bored, they were thrilled to finally have a chance to stretch their muscles. By the time Hebrew Adam, Hwadelli, and Tamaki Kezia got out of the vehicle, the group of single men had already dealt with 30 to 40 large mutated animals as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Alicia even heard Dean Acheson grumbling irritably, "These beasts were too few and too weak. We didn't even get properly warmed up before it was all over." Hebrew Adam and the others had no interest in bantering with the single men in the dead of night. Once the danger was resolved, they returned to the vehicle and each went back to their respective rooms. Alicia buried her face back in the blanket. When Hebrew Adam came in, he cheerfully took off his shoes, climbed into bed, and pulled the soft, fragrant beauty into his arms. Although he felt a bit regretful about not fully indulging himself, Hebrew Adam also understood Alicia's reasons for holding back, which left him slightly concerned. However, if it hadn't been for this mission, he might have waited 10 or even 20 years in the real world just to hold her in his arms, let alone share a bed. They would be spending 50 years together in this world, 50 years of living side by side. No matter what secrets Alicia might be hiding in her heart, he was confident he could resolve them over time. A pleased smile appeared on Hebrew Adam's lips. As for Liu Yang and Wang Miao, their combat skills were roughly equivalent to second-level warriors in the interstellar age compared to Alicia and her companions. The RV was soundproof and well insulated, so they hadn't heard any noises and, lacking mental perception abilities, were completely unaware of the mutated animal attack during the night. Perhaps subconsciously, they trusted the group who had saved them, knowing that each person was incredibly strong. Exhausted from the day's events, Liu Yang and Wang Miao slept soundly through the night. When they awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and they hurried to get up. Feeling embarrassed for having slept so late, Wang Miao momentarily forgot about her fractured leg. She got out of bed and took a few steps before suddenly realizing, but instead of pain, she felt nothing. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "My leg is healed. How is that possible? You had a fracture. It takes at least 10 days to a couple of weeks to heal," Liu Yang said, clearly skeptical as he hurried to help her sit back on the bed. "It really doesn't hurt anymore. I don't feel like I had a fracture at all." "Maybe you were mistaken. It might have just been a bone bruise," Wang Miao said as she touched her thigh, which was still wrapped in bandages. "But that girl said you had a fracture," Liu Yang replied, unwilling to believe she could have been wrong. He guessed instead that the medication they'd used might have pain-relieving properties. Wang Miao felt the same way and exchanged a glance with Liu Yang. She tried moving a bit and discovered that the fractured area had indeed healed. "That girl said you had a fracture. She wrapped some kind of device around your injury and mentioned that it would heal by today after being removed." Liu Yang recalled the girl's words. At that time, Wang Miao had been unconscious and hadn't heard the explanation. "If that's true, then the device wrapped around my thigh, which looked like a bandage, must be incredibly advanced," Wang Miao murmured in amazement. "What do you think their background is?" Liu Yang shook his head. "I have no idea, but it's reassuring to know there are such powerful people among humans." Feeling uncomfortable discussing their benefactors behind their backs, the two quickly ended the conversation and went outside. The sight outside startled them. During the night, a group of mutated creatures had attacked, only to be entirely wiped out and left discarded by the roadside. Wang Miao stared at the largest of the creatures, a mutated wolf hound the size of a bull, and marveled at how casually this group had dealt with the situation as if nothing had happened. Is this mutated wolfhound one of the 5 that attacked us in Junyang City? Liu Yang asked Alicia. Uncertain. Yes, Alicia confirmed. Yesterday, I noticed this mutated wolfhound lurking far behind us. I suspected it might try to retaliate, but I didn't expect it to gather other animals for an ambush. Liu Yang shuddered at the thought. I've heard people say that mutated animals are incredibly vengeful. If you fight them, you must eliminate them completely, or they'll come back for revenge. I didn't believe it before, but now I see it's true. You know how it is, Wang Miao Miao said. Since the apocalypse, animals have been getting smarter. Those domesticated pets that mutated, some still stay by their owners' sides, but they're becoming harder to control. It's like they've developed minds of their own. It seemed as if this world's fate was truly determined to doom humanity. As if the powerful threat of zombies wasn't enough, even stronger mutated animals had appeared. Humans simply couldn't rely on physical combat ability alone to contend with them. While Alicia pondered this, she asked Wang Miao Miao, are these mutated animals edible? They are, Wang Miao Miao replied, her eyes lighting up. Then, with a hint of regret, she added, but there's way too much here. We can't take it all with us. Chapter 296. The Spatial Ring. Alicia heard Wang Miao Miao lamenting to Liu Yang about how food for survivors was becoming increasingly scarce. Mutated animals, while valuable, could only be captured by those with significant combat abilities. Now, with so much mutated animal meat available, they could only take a small portion. She bitterly wished she had spatial abilities. After some thought, Alicia took out a spatial ring with a capacity of 20 cubic meters, erased her imprint on it, and handed it to Wang Miao Miao. Place it on your forehead and focus with your mind, she instructed. Wang Miao Miao was a bit puzzled but remembered their whispered conversation from the night before. Both she and Liu Yang had come to the same conclusion. If these people wanted to harm them, they could do so effortlessly. There was no need for tricks. Thus, whatever they were asked to do, it was best to comply. Although Wang Miao Miao didn't fully understand why the girl asked her to do this, she obediently pressed the ring against her forehead. Without revealing much, Alicia gently guided Wang Miao Miao's thoughts. Moments later, Wang Miao Miao's eyes shot open as if struck by lightning, and she stammered, This is a spatial ring, Alicia said calmly. Use it to store these mutated animals. When we reach the city today, we'll get some cooking supplies. You can turn the meat into jerky in the RV kitchen. From now on, you'll be in charge of managing ingredients, and this ring will be yours. In her original world, Wang Miao Miao's father was a chef, and she had inherited his talent. Her cooking skills were excellent, and this world's Wang Miao Miao was likely just as capable. Wang Miao Miao was so overwhelmed that she couldn't find the words to respond. Heaven above. She had heard tales of ancient artifacts being spatial storage devices. At the previous base they stayed at, there was a rumor about the base leader's daughter gifting her mother an antique bronze Buddha statue before the apocalypse, which turned out to be a spatial storage device. Last night, she and Liu Yang had seen this girl summon items out of thin air and suspected she was a spatial ability user, but now they realized she possessed spatial storage devices, and she was even giving one away. Even more astonishing, her companions were completely unfazed by the gesture. The only plausible explanation for their indifference was that every one of them also had spatial storage devices, likely far superior to the one given to her. Liu Yang stood by and watched. When he realized what Wang Miao Miao had just received, he felt his understanding of the world shatter yet again. These people were truly incredible. Even the legendary spatial storage devices were abundant among them. Once more, Liu Yang thought about how wise and decisive his choice was to follow this group. It had been the best decision he could have made. Alicia helped store the majority of the mutated animals, leaving only 5 for Wang Miao Miao to put away. Since they planned to enter the city shortly, they left some space for her to store supplies. Liu Yang took note of the RV's design. Its chassis was exceptionally high, and the wheels were wide and large. No wonder it drove so fast and so smoothly. For breakfast, everyone drank nutrient solutions. Both Wang Miao Miao and Liu Yang looked deeply satisfied. They hadn't experienced the feeling of being full in a long time. The vehicle moved quickly, and it wasn't long before they saw a city. Alicia had given auxiliary driving permissions to Tamaki Kezia and Sheila, partly to allow them to take over when needed. When they approached the city, Tamaki Kezia didn't hesitate and steered directly toward it. Seeing the city's name, Liu Yang became a little excited. We've already traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers since yesterday. At this pace, we should reach City A by the day after tomorrow. Alicia didn't respond to Liu Yang's comment. Today, she and her companions were sitting in the larger common area, while Liu Yang and Wang Miao Miao were tucked away in the smaller lounge at the back. Leaning lazily against the back of her chair, Alicia watched the holographic projection of the RV's surroundings, an immersive 3D street view. The city, abandoned due to the apocalypse, clearly showed signs of desolation. 3 months had passed since its abandonment, and it already looked eerily lifeless. Cracks in the pavement were overgrown with lush shrubs and grass. If not for the zombies wandering about, it would have resembled a ghost town. Within Alicia's sensory range, there were no living humans left in the buildings. After 2 or 3 months, those who could escape had already fled, and those who couldn't likely starved to death. Her gaze fell on the thriving wild grass and the flourishing trees they'd seen on their journey. Turning to Wang Miao, she asked, "Since the apocalypse began, have all plants been growing unusually well?" "Yes," Wang Miao replied, nodding. "Their growth rate is at least double what it used to be. No one knows why. Many people have noticed this phenomenon." Liu Yang added, "It's been a topic of conversation, but so far, no one has figured out the cause." Alicia furrowed her brow and asked, "Has there been any incidents where mutated plants attacked humans?" "I haven't heard of anything like that," Wang Miao replied, looking a bit worried, "but the vegetables we used to eat now contain mild toxins, and the wheat and millet don't even produce heads anymore." At this moment, the RV began entering the streets on the outskirts of the city. It moved almost silently, easily crushing any obstacles in its path. "This vehicle has excellent performance," Wang Miao remarked. "The engine makes almost no noise, and only zombies within about 10 meters are drawn to it." No sooner had Wang Miao finished speaking than the RV came to a stop. "What's going on?" Liu Yang stood up, sensing they had encountered trouble, otherwise they wouldn't have stopped. "Nothing much," Alicia replied casually. "There's just a vehicle blocking the way. That's common in the city," Liu Yang said. "Too many people ran into trouble while trying to escape, leaving vehicles blocking the streets, but there's bound to be a way around it." "Should I go out and check?" He was eager to use his abilities. He was a speed-type mutant, and scouting was his forte. "No need, but you can go down and help," Alicia said. Tamaki Kazia and Huadeli got out of the vehicle, followed by Sheila and Mina Oli. Ibuadam stayed still, so Alicia remained seated as well. Liu Yang glanced at Ibuadam, and the more he observed, the more certain he became that this blonde young man and the black-haired girl were the leaders of the group. Liu Yang and Wang Miao didn't feel comfortable just sitting there like the others, so they got out of the vehicle, hoping to help at least with fighting the zombies, which they were confident about. However, as soon as Liu Yang and Wang Miao got out of the car, they saw the 4 young people who had gone ahead. 2 of them worked together to lift the vehicle that was blocking the road and toss it aside. Soon after, 4 more teenagers emerged from the second vehicle. Just 2 of them were able to lift a 7-seater car, and when zombies tried to attack, they didn't even need to fight back. One kick was enough to send the zombies flying far away. Though the zombies were still moving when they hit the ground, they couldn't get back up. Liu Yang and Wang Miao stood there, stunned, their minds racing with only one thought. These people couldn't possibly be human, could they? How could humans have that much strength? Wang Miao and Liu Yang stood frozen, hesitant to approach. They felt they couldn't be of any help. If they insisted on trying, they would only make things worse. Chapter 297. Picking and choosing. The 8 young people worked together, and in less than 5 minutes, the more than 20 vehicles blocking the street were lifted to the side, clearing a path for the RV to pass through. One could say that even bulldozers couldn't do it as efficiently as they did. During this time, around 60 or 70 zombies that had attacked were kicked down by the young people, and they couldn't get back up. Liu Yang saw a silver-haired boy coming out of another RV, holding a sharp dagger. Among the fallen zombies, he carefully picked and killed them, extracting the crystal cores from their brains. Every time this boy made a move, he successfully extracted a crystal core. His actions were swift and smooth. He would insert the dagger, then quickly pull out the core, dropping it into a bag he held in his left hand. Many people say the crystal cores are valuable, but up until now, no one has explained what they are really used for. Do you think they know something about them, which is why they're specifically collecting them? Wang Miao whispered to Liu Yang. They must have a reason for doing this. If we get the chance, we should collect some too, Liu Yang replied. The RV continued driving towards the center of the city. This time, they didn't encounter any roadblock incidents. After about 30 minutes of driving, the RV finally came to a stop again. There's a large shopping mall here. Let's get off and collect some daily necessities. I heard that the harsh winter will arrive soon, Alicia said. This time, Alicia also got off the vehicle. She was the first to exit, and as soon as she stepped out, a zombie lunged at her. Wang Miao saw from the window that, like her companions, the young girl swiftly kicked the zombie away. Since it was a large shopping mall, it was likely that many survivors had come here to search for supplies. But unfortunately, there were also many zombies. After they parked the vehicle, several hundred zombies immediately surrounded the mall and the surrounding area. Wang Miao and Liu Yang's hearts skipped a beat. If it were their previous team, they definitely wouldn't have been able to handle so many zombies. However, this group of people remained calm as they drew their weapons and charged into the horde. 10 of them quickly wiped out over 200 zombies in less than 5 minutes. The silver-haired boy followed behind them, collecting crystal cores from the fallen zombies. Their movements were steady and calm. Zombies that continued to be attracted to the scene were also easily dispatched with a slash to the neck. Alicia looked back at Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang. "Come on in." Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang noticed that although the young girl had killed over 10 zombies, she was still completely clean, with not a drop of blood on her. The same was true for her companions. This made the two of them, who had only killed 2 zombies and already had some blood splattered on them, feel very inferior. For Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang, every trip into the city to search for supplies was a life-or-death battle, and many of their teammates had died each time. They had survived up until now because of their strong abilities, but even so, they had faced countless life-threatening situations. But for this team, it seemed like they were just carrying out a very easy task. Surrounded by hundreds of zombies, they dealt with them effortlessly without even getting a speck of dirt on them. Wang Miaomiao shamelessly followed behind Alicia. The zombies were no threat to her, and after Alicia collected the supplies, she intentionally left some for Wang Miaomiao. Wang Miaomiao, without hesitation, took them. This large shopping mall was probably located closer to the city's outskirts. The food on the first floor had already been taken by other survivors, leaving only scattered daily necessities. However, the bedding and clothing items on the upper floors were still neatly arranged. Perhaps it was because there were many zombies upstairs, and no one dared to risk their lives to go up and take these items. Since Wang Miaomiao was closely following Alicia, she noticed that the young girl gathered everything from the upper floors. When they reached the first floor, she left some winter clothes and blankets behind. Was this meant to make it easier for other survivors to collect? Wang Miaomiao hadn't expected this young girl to have such a considerate side. There were many large shopping malls in the big city. They walked for 2 hours towards the city center and looted 5 large malls in total. In all 5 malls, there was no food left. Wang Miaomiao only found some spices, while the rest were daily necessities and tools. As before, Alicia repeated the same process, leaving a third of the supplies she collected from the upper floors on the first floor. Along the way, Liu Yang roughly counted, their group had killed about 3,000 zombies and gathered 700 to 800 crystal cores. Liu Yang had only killed a few dozen zombies, but his arms felt sore, while the others still looked fresh and unfazed. Throughout their journey, they had not encountered any survivors. The 6th large shopping mall they reached was in the city center. It was particularly large, with 6 floors, and almost every kind of product could be found there. This mall had an unusually high number of zombies. On the first floor alone, they had killed almost 1,000. Seeing so many zombies, Liu Yang and Wang Miaomiao felt a sense of hope. With so many zombies, most mercenary teams wouldn't dare to come, so this mall likely still had a good amount of food left. As they continued looting, although they gathered a wealth of supplies, the amount of food they obtained was very scarce, not enough for the two of them to last for 10 days. They were desperately hoping to collect more food. Sure enough, they weren't disappointed. While the easily portable foods like biscuits and instant noodles were already gone, there was still plenty of canned and bottled food like luncheon meat and 8 treasure porridge. These items were heavy and took up space, so no one dared to take them unless the vehicle had enough room. It was likely that because they were in the city center, with so many zombies around, these supplies were left behind. If this had been in the past, Liu Yang and his group would have taken some of these items without hesitation. But now things were different. Wang Miaomiao had a storage ring, and the two of them carefully selected what food they could still use. However, with this, Wang Miaomiao's storage ring was full, so she no longer went upstairs. Alicia had been personally protecting Wang Miaomiao along the way. Since Wang Miaomiao wasn't going upstairs to the mall, Alicia also stayed downstairs and let the others go up to gather supplies. On the first floor, only Alicia and Hebrew Adam stayed behind as guards, while Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang continued to pick through the items. At that moment, Alicia suddenly furrowed her brows. Hebrew Adam almost simultaneously sensed something and looked toward the direction they had come from. "There's the sound of vehicles, and a lot of them," Hebrew Adam said. 10 vehicles, with 118 people inside. Alicia gave a more detailed report. What Alicia didn't say was that she had seen the people leading the group. Their aura of violence and menace was unmistakable, clearly marking them as troublemakers. If they also stayed at the mall, conflict was likely to arise. Sure enough, these people deliberately blocked the 2 RVs, and their eyes were full of greed as they eyed the vehicles. It was clear they intended to steal them. The supermarket door on the first floor had been opened by these people, who weren't afraid of the zombies, so it had remained open. Liu Yang and Wang Miaomiao also witnessed this scene. The two of them noticed that there were over 100 people coming, and more than a dozen of them were holding handguns. Realizing that their group only had 14 people, their hearts immediately sank. Chapter 298, The Prince's Wrath. The reason human survivors struggle so much in the apocalypse isn't just because of harsh weather, mutated creatures, and zombie attacks. They also have to face infighting and mutual slaughter among their own kind. Take this group, for example. When they saw two luxurious RVs parked outside the supermarket, they weren't happy to find fellow human survivors. Instead, greed overtook them. As they glanced toward the supermarket, their eyes glinted with murderous intent, clearly planning to kill and seize the treasure. Naturally, Alicia and Hebrew Adam saw this scene and knew the newcomers had ill intentions. However, the two of them remained unmoved. They were entirely unafraid. Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang, on the other hand, were worried. In the past, when they were out on missions with a mercenary team to collect supplies, their biggest fear was encountering other mercenary teams. If the power gap was too great, the weaker team would almost certainly be robbed. Their mercenary team had mid to high level strength and had been robbed a few times but had also robbed others in return. Luckily, the teams that robbed them weren't overly ruthless. As long as they didn't resist, those people would usually take most of the supplies and leave without killing anyone. Some mercenary teams were particularly ruthless, and falling into their hands often meant certain death. Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang dreaded encountering such teams. As the saying goes, you attract what you fear. Just as the two were worrying, they saw a group of people enter the supermarket. Leading them was a burly man flanked by a sleazy-looking middle-aged lackey. Wang Miaomiao's expression remained steady, but Liu Yang's face immediately changed when he recognized the burly man. "Hey, boss, there are two stunning beauties in here and a foreigner too." The middle-aged lackey leered, his tone dripping with mockery, but the man referred to as boss had already noticed Alicia the moment he stepped inside. Lust flashed in his eyes as his gaze lingered on her. Alicia was dressed in a tight-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her stunning figure. For the first time, she experienced the unbearable discomfort of being ogled so blatantly. Hebrew Adam didn't understand their words, but he could easily discern the lecherous intent in the men's eyes as they looked at Alicia. The moment he realized someone dared to look at his Alicia with such an expression, the prince was instantly furious. With a single hand, he grabbed a nearly one-ton shelving unit nearby and hurled it at the two men in front, smashing into them with tremendous force. The two men struck by the shelving unit didn't even have time to scream before falling silent, blood pooling around them. The suddenness of the incident left the rest of the mercenaries frozen in shock. It took them 2 or 3 seconds to recover. One of the other apparent leaders shouted, "They killed the boss." "Kill them." As he yelled, he fired at Hebrew Adam and Alicia. Standing further back, Liu Yang and Wang Miaomiao, still stunned by Hebrew Adam's earlier display, saw the mercenaries shooting at the pair. They opened their mouths to scream, but before their screams could escape, they realized something astonishing. Alicia and the blonde youth effortlessly dodged the bullets. While dodging, the blonde youth casually flicked his right hand, and the gunfire abruptly ceased. The 6 men firing at him all suddenly had small holes in their foreheads and fell backward, lifeless. The ability to dodge bullets alone was terrifying enough, but to kill 6 armed men with a single flick of his hand, the remaining mercenaries were overwhelmed with fear and fled in panic, abandoning their fallen comrades as they ran for their lives. Hebrew Adam, having dealt with those who needed to be dealt with, didn't bother chasing the rest. He let them go without a second glance. Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang were left utterly dumbfounded. They had sensed that this blonde youth exuded the strongest aura among the 12, assuming he was likely the most powerful. However, since Hebrew Adam had rarely taken action during their journey, they had no clear grasp of his combat abilities. Now, after witnessing this display, the pair felt nothing but awe and reverence. It was no wonder this blonde youth was the leader of such an extraordinary group. Not only had he casually lifted a nearly one-ton object to kill 2 people effortlessly, but he had also managed to dodge bullets from 6 guns and kill the shooters with precision in the blink of an eye. How terrifyingly strong must his combat abilities be? Alicia observed Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang's expressions and was satisfied to see that the pair were only shocked by Hebrew Adam's extraordinary combat abilities, without showing any aversion to his swift and lethal actions in killing 8 people in under a minute. If either of them had shown discomfort or rejection toward Hebrew Adam's actions, Alicia wouldn't have allowed them to stay with the group. Hebrew Adam wasn't a man who killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, none of the fleeing mercenaries would have escaped. If it hadn't been for their leader first attempting to seize their RVs and then blatantly showing lustful intentions toward Alicia, Hebrew Adam wouldn't have killed him so decisively. That group should be the Blue Wolf Mercenary Corps. Liu Yang said. "What? The Blue Wolf Mercenary Corps?" Wang Miaomiao exclaimed in shock, casting another glance of profound awe toward Hebrew Adam. "Who are they?" Alicia asked, intrigued. "The nearest base to ours is a private one, notorious for being established by former criminals. The mercenary groups there are ruthless and kill without hesitation. Although the Blue Wolf Mercenary Corps is only ranked 3rd in strength, every nearby base knows their victims are always tortured to death." Liu Yang explained with disgust. "You killed the strongest among their group today. This will save many survivors from death in the future, Wang Miao said with a hint of gratitude. It's said that the leader of the Blue Wolf Mercenary Corps is a Tier 3 ability user. Your captain is incredible, Liu Yang added, full of admiration for the cold but immensely powerful blonde youth. Alicia smiled but didn't comment. She knew that even she, with the lowest physical combat level in their group, could have hurled that heavy shelving unit with ease. The gunshots and screams had alerted the elite team members collecting supplies upstairs. They rushed down to find their president had clashed with other humans and killed 8 people. They weren't particularly surprised. They understood that anyone Hebrew Adam chose to kill had undoubtedly crossed his boundaries. We need to leave immediately, Liu Yang urged. The sound of the vehicles, gunfire, and the smell of blood will attract all the zombies in the area. Even though you're incredibly strong, this city could have tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of zombies. In just a short time, more than a dozen zombies had gathered outside the supermarket building. From his past experience, Liu Yang didn't even need to observe to know that the surrounding zombies were definitely converging on their location. Hearing Liu Yang's warning, Alicia scanned the surroundings. Liu Yang was indeed correct. Within her vision range, all the zombies that had heard the noise were now shuffling and staggering in their direction. The areas she observed covered a wide range, and at least 10,000 zombies were closing in. Although the elite team wasn't afraid of them, dealing with such a massive number would still be exhausting. Their top priority now was to reach the B-City base before the heavy rainy season arrived. Chapter 299, Energy from Beast Meat. Despite the zombies' slow pace, the elite team unanimously decided to leave the area. However, even with just a 2-minute delay, by the time they exited the supermarket, nearly 100 zombies had already gathered near the entrance. For an average mercenary team, this would have been a grueling battle. But for the elite squad, it was a simple task. With swift, clean movements, they easily fought their way to the vehicles and boarded one by one. After the skirmish with the human survivors, everyone was left in a subdued mood. Erring on the side of caution, Alicia decided to prevent any potential retaliation from the escaped members of the Blue Wolf mercenary group. She ordered the team to leave the city entirely, skipping any further stops to gather supplies. Since Alicia had declared she would serve as the team's chef in the future, Wang Miao had picked up a considerable number of kitchen utensils during their supplely runs. Although they hadn't found any gas for cooking, Alicia assured her that the RV had enough electrical power to support their needs. Wang Miao transformed the 3-square-meter kitchen area inside the RV into a highly modernized cooking space, equipping it with all electric appliances. With plenty of ingredients on hand, Wang Miao excitedly showcased her cooking skills. With Liu Yang assisting her, she quickly prepared a large pot of hot soup made with mutant animal meat and steamed 6 trays of fluffy buns, just in time for lunch. For the elite team members, apart from Alicia, it was their first time tasting food from this world. As they ate, subtle changes appeared on their faces, changes that Wang Miao and Liu Yang couldn't decipher but were evident to the team themselves. Dean Acheson asked Alicia in surprise, "Is this beast meat from the animals we hunted this morning?" Alicia nodded. With such mutated animals to eat, how is the physical condition of humans in this world still so weak? Dean Acheson was genuinely puzzled. The meat of these animals contained a trace of energy. While the amount wasn't significant, it clearly had the potential to strengthen the body and improve physical fitness. Even without cultivation techniques, consuming this meat daily would result in improved strength and resilience. These mutations only started a little over 3 months ago, Alicia explained. Given the current capabilities of humans in this world, very few can hunt these mutant animals. And with their fragile physical condition, they likely wouldn't dare eat the meat even if they managed to acquire it. In a certain doomsday prediction thread, it was mentioned that only those with special abilities could safely consume mutant meat. Ordinary people might not dare to try it because their bodies might be unable to handle the energy within. We should hunt more of these mutated animals whenever we have the chance, someone suggested. They're a perfect food source and a way to replenish our strength. Besides, we don't have access to this kind of beast meat back in our world. Now that the elite team members realized the benefits of mutant meat, they were eager to hunt. Despite the low energy content in the meat, it was delicious, and they would be in this world for 50 years. Eating it daily over such a long period could result in significant cumulative benefits. By diligently practicing, they believed they could reach level 8 cultivation much faster than anticipated. Achieving level 9 within 50 years would no longer seem like an unattainable dream. Alicia tasted one of the mutant animal jerky strips Wang Miao had prepared. She noticed it also contained faint traces of energy. Without hesitation, she handed one to Hebrew Adam to try. The effect is weaker, but it's still evident. Plus, it's convenient to carry and consume. Stored in a spatial ring, this kind of food can be preserved for hundreds of years, Hebrew Adam remarked. The elite team unanimously decided to hunt more mutated animals. That evening, they deliberately chose to camp in the world to facilitate their plan. Wang Miao and Liu Yang were dumbfounded as they watched the group set up a table and chairs on the rooftop platform of the RV. The team ate their meals under the bright lights that illuminated dozens of meters around them, enjoying the cool evening breeze. Their expressions were relaxed and carefree. This is basically turning themselves into a target, Wang Miao muttered. Skilled and fearless, Liu Yang finally managed to squeeze out a single phrase. After eating, you two should head inside the RV and rest. Don't worry, the vehicle is completely safe. These mutated animals won't even have a chance to get close, Alicia assured them confidently. Sitting inside the RV, Wang Miao and Liu Yang observed through the windows as numerous mutated animals charged toward the group. Yet, no matter how many came, they all met their end under the blades of these elite fighters. Often, only 2 or 3 people from the team needed to jump down from the RV to deal with them. After watching for over an hour, the initial tension and fear Wang Miao and Liu Yang felt turned into numb acceptance. What's there to worry about? No matter how many come, they're no match for this group, Wang Miao commented. Let's go to sleep, she added. After a day filled with fighting and kitchen work, exhaustion had set in. Knowing she'd likely spend most of tomorrow back in the kitchen, she decided to rest early. After all, safety wasn't their responsibility, it was the elite team's. I'd say the bases along our route won't have to worry about mutant animal attacks for a while, Liu Yang speculated. As long as we stick with them, we won't have to worry about running out of meat, Wang Miao joked, a hint of dry humor in her voice. Being able to eat her fill had been Wang Miao's greatest wish since the apocalypse began. However, the problem now was that these people were incredibly efficient. Just thinking about the sheer amount of mutated animal meat waiting for her to process left Wang Miao feeling both happy and overwhelmed. Alicia had her own plans in mind, so every time they encountered a city, she insisted the group entered to gather supplies. It wasn't just Wang Miao and Liu Yang who were puzzled. Even her own teammates couldn't understand why she was collecting so much. Apart from food and essentials, most of the items they gathered weren't things they could use. That said, each trip into a city yielded plenty of crystal cores for the elite team. This made the combat-heavy outings enjoyable for them. Even Wang Miao and Liu Yang received a generous share of crystal cores. The pair had now become the team's designated chefs in the eyes of the elite squad. Ever since joining the group, as long as they could find edible ingredients, they ensured everyone could enjoy delicious meals. The elite team was adept at cutting through hordes of zombies with ease. Even when entering cities, they typically needed no more than 2 hours to finish their sweep and return. After passing through 3 cities, as Liu Yang had predicted, the group reached City A on the 3rd day. They were only half a day behind schedule. City A was no different from other cities they had encountered. It had become a zombie haven, with no human survivors remaining. The city's supplies had already been thoroughly scavenged, and wild vegetation grew unchecked everywhere. For the supplies to be picked this clean, it's almost certain the military was involved. Before the apocalypse, there was a military base near City B, Liu Yang said, his mood low. As the convoy drove in the direction he indicated, Liu Yang's face lacked the joy one might expect from returning home. Instead, it was filled with apprehension, a deep sense of unease at being so close to familiar territory. The others didn't say anything, but Liu Yang understood in his heart. The apocalypse had lasted for so long, and his elderly parents, if they hadn't left the city with other survivors, couldn't possibly have survived by hiding at home all this time. He simply refused to give up hope and insisted on going back to check. To give himself some closure, Liu Yang's home was a small building, and from a distance, he could see that the gate to the courtyard was wide open. As they entered, 2 zombies emerged from the open doorway of the living room to greet them. Chapter 300, Luring the Beast. Liu Yang returned home in search of his parents, but as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, 2 zombies emerged from his small family house to confront him. Without needing anyone else to intervene, Liu Yang channeled his grief into rage and swiftly killed them. As expected, his elderly parents were no longer at home. However, what weighed heavily on Liu Yang's heart was the discovery of 2 human skeletons in his parents' room. Dad, Mum. Liu Yang's voice trembled, and his eyes turned red. Wang Miao also began to sob softly. Even though they had grown used to death in the apocalypse, when it came to one's own family, it was impossible to remain indifferent. These 2 skeletons are both male, and they're young men, Alicia suddenly said. Liu Yang turned sharply to look at Alicia, and a glimmer of hope lit up in his eyes. If the remains were of 2 young men, they couldn't be his parents. He then searched every corner of the house, upstairs and downstairs, but found no further clues. For the moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. After encountering those skeletons, Liu Yang had come to believe that no news was the best news. It meant there was still a chance his parents were alive. There must be a survival base nearby. Your parents have likely gone there. Let's head to the survival base to look for them, Wang Miao said with confidence. Echoing Alicia's assessment, she exhaled deeply, trying to comfort Liu Yang. When the apocalypse first struck, Liu Yang had accompanied Wang Miao back to her own home. Her family lived in the same city where they had worked. Unfortunately, Her parents had already turned into zombies by the time they arrived. Wang Miao still vividly remembered the pain of losing her parents and didn't want Liu Yang to go through the same suffering. On the way here, we saw several zombies in military uniforms. This area was likely swept by the military at some point, Alicia added. In the early days of the apocalypse, the internet was still operational, and Alicia had gathered a lot of information online. During that time, the military had been seen as the saviors of humanity. If there was a military base near a city, and the military hadn't suffered significant losses, survivors trapped in the city could often be rescued and relocated by the army. The presence of zombies wearing military uniforms indicated that the military had likely been there. Unfortunately, some soldiers might have been infected and turned into zombies while trying to save others. Alicia's words reignited Liu Yang's hope. He stood up, energized. Before the apocalypse, there was a military base in B City. My parents are very likely there. Alicia's family also lived in the military district of B City. She must be at the B City military base. We can look for them together. With this conclusion, there was no hesitation. The group left A City and headed straight toward B City. B City was only a little over 100 kilometers from A City. This area seemed to have been hit harder by earthquakes, and the roads were rough and bumpy. Fortunately, there were no major fault lines or collapses along the way. Otherwise, it would have been a much greater hassle. To prevent her RV from straying too far from stability, Alicia deliberately reduced her speed. However, Liu Yang, preoccupied with thoughts of his parents, didn't notice how smoothly the RV handled the rough terrain. By the time they reached the outskirts of B City, it was completely dark. We'll need to camp outside tonight and head to the B City base tomorrow. For safety reasons, bases usually lock their gates after sunset. Even if there are survivors looking to enter, they'll only open at dawn, Liu Yang explained. Ordinarily, others would plan to reach the city's outskirts at least an hour before sunset and find a sturdy building to shelter in for the night. Being outside after dark was considered extremely dangerous, especially since the wilderness became a haven for mutated creatures at night. Unless part of a group numbering in the thousands, few would dare spend the night outdoors. But Liu Yang and Wang Miao had grown used to the abnormal bravery of this group. To them, staying outside wasn't a big deal. In fact, the only thing this group seemed to fear was the absence of mutated creatures to fight. The team parked their vehicles on the outskirts of B City while the others prepared to settle down. Wang Miao and Liu Yang had already whipped up a delicious dinner in the RV's kitchen. The 14 of them sat together on the rooftop terrace of the RV, eating and drinking under the open sky. Although the temperature had dropped to around 11 or 12 degrees Celsius, none of them felt cold. The warmth of the hot soup combined with the crisp coolness of the night breeze created a unique and refreshing atmosphere. Under the night sky in the countryside, with bright lights, the aroma of food, and the sound of chatter, the scene was a magnet for mutated creatures. Barely had they started eating when they sensed a number of mutated animals approaching. Two young men immediately vaulted over the terrace railing and descended to face the incoming threats, while the rest of the group calmly continued eating and drinking. After a short while, the two young men climbed back over the railing and sat down to continue eating. Their clothes were still spotless, and no one bothered to ask if all the mutated animals had been dealt with. Wang Miao and Liu Yang ate their food with detached expressions, pretending not to notice what had just happened. They no longer panicked when mutated animals approached, nor did they feel any surprise at how effortlessly these people handled the creatures. This scene had played out countless times before. Sometimes, they couldn't help but wonder if a passerby saw this, would they be scared to death, thinking they were witnessing ghosts or monsters? By now, the two of them understood the group's strategy of dining high up. It wasn't just for comfort, it was bait. Sitting up there, they didn't need to search for mutated animals. The creatures came to them. Ever since the group discovered how delicious mutated animal meat was, they had embarked on a non-stop cycle of hunting and feasting. For the past few days, Wang Miao and Liu Yang had been confined to the kitchen, unable to keep up with processing all the mutated animal meat they received. Fortunately, the meat jerky they made was always divided into 14 portions. By now, Wang Miao's storage ring contained enough jerky for the two of them to eat for an entire year. At this rate, they figured they wouldn't have to worry about food for several years. This thought made them more than content to work hard in the kitchen. Mutated animal meat was rich in energy, far beyond what ordinary people could safely consume. Even for those with powers, it could only be eaten sparingly. Wang Miao and Liu Yang had learned the hard way not to overindulge, as doing so caused their meridians to ache from being overstrained, and in severe cases, could lead to their bodies rupturing. However, ever since Alicia gave them some mysterious substance, everything changed. Both of them experienced a significant increase in physical strength and stamina. Now, they could eat even low-tier mutated animal meat to their heart's content without suffering any adverse effects. The 12 teenagers, however, could eat freely without any concerns. Their appetite was 3 times that of Liu Yang's. Yet they showed no signs of physical strain from absorbing too much energy. Although the group ate a lot, they were quick about it. Just as they were finishing their meal, More mutated animals approached. This time, 2 other teenagers vaulted over the railing of the rooftop terrace to deal with the creatures. As soon as those 2 resolved the situation and climbed back onto the terrace, Alicia suddenly turned her gaze toward the rear of the vehicle. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the pitch-black night, and Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang sensed she had spotted something unusual. The elite group also became alert at Alicia's reaction. If something could make her show such an expression, it meant a troublous threat was approaching. By now, Wang Miaomiao and Liu Yang had learned to interpret the group's actions. Danger was likely near, but they felt no fear. Instead, they calmly turned to look toward the rear of the vehicle. Before long, they saw lights in the distance on the highway. Soon after, the sounds of vehicles driving and intermittent gunfire reached their ears. Clearly, a convoy was approaching, and it seemed they were in serious trouble. Chapter 301, Taking Action to Save. Song Qinglong had a dark expression on his handsome face as he stood behind the large truck, watching the mutated animals chasing from the darkness. Every now and then, he raised his hand and fired a shot. Song Qinglong's marksmanship was very precise. Each shot he fired would always bring down the shadow in front, but unfortunately, the one he most wanted to kill still tightly followed behind the truck. The bullets hitting it left no trace at all. There were originally over 200 mutated animals, but after they had been shooting at them, only a little more than 100 remained. However, they had already fought a hard battle earlier, and their ammunition was running low. The biggest threat had still not been dealt with. Li Zongping, take the 11 vehicles in front and accelerate immediately. We will cover the rear, Song Qinglong ordered decisively. Captain. Li Zongping's voice trembled, full of struggle and reluctance. At times like this, covering the rear meant sacrificing themselves. How could they calmly accept it? Follow orders and move quickly. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices, Song Qinglong shouted. If they didn't leave now, the mutated animals, with no suppression from gunfire, would catch up, and none of them would be able to escape. In such a critical moment, this was no time for weakness. Weakness meant even greater sacrifices. However, their lives were not just their own. The base desperately needed these supplies. Li Zongping gritted his teeth and commanded the others to speed up, while the truck that Song Qinglong was on slowed down. Everyone, fire at will, Song Qinglong ordered. At this point, the other 3 people in the truck also stopped conserving ammunition. They kept firing, no longer bothering to aim or waste shots. After a burst of wild shooting, they finally managed to suppress the swarm of mutated animals that had surged forward when Song Qinglong had momentarily relaxed his fire to use the walkie-talkie. Li Zongping, jostling in the vehicle, watched as the distance between them and the vehicle behind grew larger, his heart filled with sorrow. From somewhere in the convoy, the faint sound of crying came through the walkie-talkie. Every time they went on a mission, they would lose many brothers. But this time, it was their captain's turn. At that moment, the communications soldier in the front of the vehicle suddenly screamed into the walkie-talkie, "Deputy Captain, there are people ahead." Li Zongping immediately stood up, crawled out of the vehicle's sunroof, and used binoculars to look ahead. He instantly wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. It wasn't surprising that his seasoned soldiers would react with such alarm. In this world, for someone to be driving with lights on and cooking outdoors in the wild, wasn't that clearly courting death? Their convoy of over 300 people had only been delayed due to the lack of a safe place to stop. They had been unlucky enough to encounter a vicious group of mutated animals, with the leader being a level 4 mutated snake. Even their level 3 ability captain couldn't defeat it and had been forced to flee. In the end, their captain had to sever his own tail to escape. Li Zongping suppressed his sorrow, wanting to ignore these reckless young people. But they were soldiers after all. Even though human nature had changed greatly after the apocalypse, he still couldn't remain completely indifferent. Warn them to leave quickly. Before Li Zongping could finish speaking, he saw 4 figures swiftly approaching them, and in the blink of an eye, they passed by the vehicle he was in. Li Zongping thought he was seeing things. The communications soldier in the leading vehicle stammered. "Re-report, Deputy Captain. There are 4 young people running toward you." Li Zongping stood frozen, realizing that he wasn't seeing things. It was true. There were people running toward them, but how could that be? No one could run that fast. Were those 4 really humans? As they approached the reckless young people, Li Zongping signaled the driver to slow down, leaned out of the window, and shouted, "Mutated animals are chasing from behind. You need to leave quickly." Looking at these righteous soldiers, Alicia calmly said, "Our people have already killed that snake for your captain." Although her voice was soft, every soldier in the 11 military vehicles heard it. While they were somewhat skeptical, they all hoped that what she said was true. Just then, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with Song Qinglong's voice, sounding oddly calm. "Zongping, everyone stop and wait. The snake has been killed, and the mutated animals have been wiped out." Upon hearing their captain's words, the soldiers who had been forced to retreat immediately cheered with joy. It had been shortly after Song Qinglong had ordered his comrades to leave first. When they ran out of ammunition, he pulled out his military knife and waited for the mutated animals to close in. As long as he could severely injure the level 4 mutated snake, his comrades would be safe. The other mutated animals were only level 1 or 2, and they wouldn't be able to catch up with the convoy that had already gone far. Although the mutated snake was of a high level, it was still a snake, and its speed was slower than that of a level 3 wolf dog. If it were faster, they wouldn't have had the chance to escape so far. Just as Song Qinglong was about to jump out of the vehicle and fight the mutated snake to the death, suddenly, 4 young people charged toward them, heading straight for the massive level 4 mutated snake. Song Qinglong anxiously shouted, "That's a level 4, get out of the way." No sooner had he finished speaking than the boy at the front leapt high into the air, at least 2 to 3 meters off the ground, and swung a broadsword down forcefully at the mutated snake's head. The boy's speed was incredibly fast, and with it being night, Song Qinglong could only catch a rough glimpse. After the boy landed, the mutated snake's head, which had been raised high, slammed heavily into the ground. The boy immediately rushed forward, raised his knife, and struck again. The other 3 boys charged into the mutated animal swarm, swords in hand. Song Qinglong and his 3 comrades quickly jumped out of the vehicle to assist, but they were surprised to find that the mutated snake's head had already been severed by the boy. The 3 boys who had charged into the mutated animals' midst had already knocked many of them down, and the remaining mutated animals, seeing the situation turning against them, fled in panic. In less than 5 minutes after the 4 boys appeared, the mutated animals that had been chasing them for over 2 hours were either killed or scattered in retreat. The threat was completely resolved. Song Qinglong, Li Zongping, and their more than 300 soldiers were all in a daze. How could such a group of boys and girls exist in this world, with such abilities? How had they trained to reach this level? No wonder they dared to camp out at night. I thought they were crazy, but it turns out they were fearless. These foreign boys and girls must have some background. It seems that the Chinese girl is their leader. With such experts, it would be great if they could stay at our base, Li Zongping said, his eyes bright. Song Qinglong had the same thought. We should go thank them. Song Qinglong and Li Zongping walked over, and Alicia quietly said to Hebrew Adam, "These 2 should be powerful figures in the military at the B City base. When the rainy season and winter come, it would be beneficial to make friends with a key figure from a base and find a place to settle within." These 2 are impressive. Hebrew Adam nodded in approval. Chapter 302, Neighbor Brother. The members of the elite team were all soldiers. Even though they were from different worlds, they all shared the same profession, which created an innate sense of camaraderie, especially the selfless spirit that Song Qinglong displayed. Though the elite team members might not be able to do the same, the more they saw it, the more they respected him. Therefore, after Song Qinglong and Li Zongping stepped onto the RV's rooftop terrace and Song Qinglong introduced himself, Hebrew Adam stepped forward to shake their hands and said in stiff Chinese, "Hello, I'm Hebrew Adam." "Thank you, Mr. Adam, for coming to our rescue," Song Qinglong said with genuine gratitude. The reason Song Qinglong had been brave enough to sacrifice himself for the greater good was because the situation had left him with no choice. It didn't mean he was willing to sacrifice himself. He naturally felt grateful to those who had saved him. Song Qinglong, always serious, expressed his gratitude with his eyes, but his expression was still a bit stiff, and his smile looked somewhat unnatural. "No need to thank us. We acted because we saw that you all were doing the right thing. We respected you as real men, so we stepped in," Hebrew Adam said, his face equally stern. As a prince, Hebrew Adam had his own sense of authority, and after these years, he had become accustomed to maintaining a serious demeanor. However, from an onlooker's perspective, each of them thought their leader was very gentle. Liu Yang tried hard to hide his surprise. 3 days ago, when he first saw these people, only Miss Manny could speak Chinese. The next day, the foreign group began picking up a few words, and by the 3rd day, they could awkwardly converse with him. Young Master Adam rarely spoke, and Liu Yang had thought he hadn't learned Chinese. However, he was surprised to find that Hebrew Adam spoke so fluently. "Captain Song, are you the big brother from the neighborhood that Kexen talks about?" Wang Miao, ignoring Liu Yang's jealousy and forgetting that she was afraid of young Master Hebrew Adam, stared at Song Qinglong for a while. Once their conversation paused, she couldn't help but ask. Song Qinglong's attention was entirely focused on Hebrew Adam. His way of observing people was different from Liu Yang's. When Song Qinglong first saw this group, he noticed that Hebrew Adam had the highest combat ability and came from the best background. After talking with him, Song Qinglong had a rough idea of Adam's background and concluded that he must be from a noble family. Most of Song Qinglong's attention was on Hebrew Adam, and a small part of it was on Alicia. Naturally, he didn't have time to notice anyone else. Now, hearing Wang Miao's question, Song Qinglong took a closer look at her and recognized her. "You're Kexen's college classmate?" "Yes, big brother Song." "Hello." Wang Miao was very excited. Meeting an old friend in the apocalypse could be either a good or a bad thing. But for Song Qinglong, a soldier who could allow his comrades to go ahead and sacrifice himself to protect them, seeing Wang Miao was a joyful moment. "Big brother Song, do you know anything about Kexen?" Wang Miao asked eagerly. "Kexen is at the B City base," Song Qinglong said steadily. Finally confirming that Alicia was safe and sound, Wang Miao was overjoyed. while Alicia felt a deep sense of melancholy. This was truly not the same world as her past life. Though she felt melancholic, Alicia still noticed that when Song Qinglong mentioned Kexin, there was a somewhat ambiguous look in Li Zongping's eyes. Song Qinglong's father and Alicia's father were originally comrades who had shared life and death situations together. The two families had always lived in the military compound. So to Alicia, Song Qinglong was like an older brother. The ambiguous expression on the face of Song Qinglong's deputy seemed to suggest that there was some unusual relationship between Song Qinglong and Alicia. Your team is very impressive. How did you form this group? Mr. Adam and his companions are so strong, Song Qinglong said. We were saved by them from mutated wolf dogs. Miss Manny came to look for Kexin, and we took the opportunity to stick with them, because Liu Yang is from A City and he wanted to return to find his parents, Wang Miao said, feeling a little embarrassed. Survivors from A City. Shortly after the apocalypse began, they were already relocated to the B City survivor base, Song Qinglong replied. This was the official confirmation that, as long as their parents hadn't turned into zombies due to the disease, they had already been rescued and moved to the B City base. Liu Yang was overjoyed. The fact that B City's survivor base had someone like Song Qinglong, a soldier who still maintained his sense of justice, meant that at least this base wouldn't be morally bankrupt. Even if his parents were ordinary people, as long as they survived the usual hardships of the apocalypse, such as hunger and poor living conditions, they wouldn't face inhumane treatment. Thank you. When the apocalypse started, we were thousands of miles away and couldn't get back. The thing I worried about the most was my parents. Thank you for saving them, Liu Yang said gratefully. In times like these, humanity has no path forward without unity. Song Qinglong sighed. Mr. Song is absolutely right. Alicia agreed, hoping to start a conversation with this world's neighbor brother to gather some information. Miss Manny, why are you looking for Kexin? What is your relationship with her? I noticed you two look quite alike, Song Qinglong asked. It was partly because of this similarity that Song Qinglong somewhat believed that Miss Manny was truly here for Kexin. The young woman and Hebrew Adam seemed like a couple, and their noble-like demeanor made them appear extremely well-matched. We should be cousins, but I'll only be sure when I meet the Lin family, Alicia said. Song Qinglong was likely a soldier at the B City survivor base and a person of authority. So Alicia answered seriously. Where did you come from? It's not that I want to interrogate you, but if you wish to enter the B City survivor base, these are routine procedures. Especially since your companions are all foreigners, they will check even more thoroughly, Song Qinglong asked solemnly. I'm not entirely clear about our own identities. We are orphans, adopted by a group and trained as mercenaries. However, since all 12 of us are barely adults, we've never appeared in public and have no official identity. This time, we were in isolated training on an island, but then we lost contact with the group and no one continued to supply us. That's when we left the island ourselves. There was one woman in the group who took special care of me. She would be considered my foster mother. Last year, she showed me a video, which featured Alicia and Wang Miao walking around their university. That's how I recognized Wang Miao, and I came to her rescue. Alicia told the story smoothly. My companions and I lost contact with the group and don't know how to find them. We have no family, no country, and we don't know where to go. I remember that my foster mother said that I might be cousins with Alicia, and since Alicia is Chinese, I decided to look for her first. After that, we'll figure out where to go next. Alicia, inspired by Liu Yang's speculation about their background, had woven a story about their origins. In times of peace, such a story would easily be seen through. But in the apocalypse, even if Song Qinglong and the others didn't believe her, there would be no way to verify it. Chapter 303, Discovering Something Strange. Song Qinglong could naturally see that Miss Alicia's words concealed a lot and blurred many key details. She hadn't revealed anything concrete about where these people came from or their exact origins. Their backstory was also too fantastical, like a plot straight out of a TV show or movie, making it hard to believe. If not for the apocalyptic circumstances, neither Song Qinglong nor Li Zongping would believe a single word of it. The problem, however, was that these 12 teenagers were barely adults but already possessed such incredible combat abilities. This clearly indicated that they were far from ordinary. Song Qinglong could accept the claim that they were specially selected and trained from a young age to achieve such skills. Since the apocalypse began, many ordinary people had awakened special abilities, suddenly making them much stronger than regular humans. However, these ability users were previously untrained civilians. Without learning martial arts or combat techniques, they rarely managed to fully utilize their powers and relied mostly on brute force to fight. But these teenagers were different. Not only were they exceptionally skilled, but they also displayed advanced combat techniques. Furthermore, their weapons were extraordinarily sharp, making them deadly. Even a deer-mutated snake was easily slain by them in seconds. Song Qinglong, who had trained in the military for years and was already a strong combatant, had also become a strength-type ability user. If he had weapons as sharp as theirs, he could likely defeat a deer-mutated snake too, but definitely not in just a few moves like they did. Clearly, These teenagers were far superior to him in combat. Based on these observations, Song Qinglong and Li Zongping concluded that, despite sounding dubious, Miss Alicia's story might actually be true. Nevertheless, the combination of their extraordinary skills and mysterious origins was unsettling. Song Qinglong speculated that perhaps only Lin Ruhai from B City's survivor base could rival one of them in strength. However, Song Qinglong reminded himself that these people had saved his life. Looking more closely at them, he noticed that these 12 recently adult youths exuded a mix of aloofness and nobility. There was no hint of darkness or danger about them. Earlier, when they saw someone in peril, they acted immediately without hesitation. Their calm demeanor now showed they had acted out of goodwill rather than for personal gain. This suggested that these young people, despite their exceptional skills, were neither arrogant nor reckless. They were not the type to resort to unnecessary violence or harm the innocent. With such a temperament, there was little to fear about them causing trouble in China. Given the current state of affairs, where neither home nor country remained intact, it mattered less whether they were Chinese or not. If they could abide by the basic rules of the B-City survivor base, having them stay would be a blessing. After all, with their immense strength, if they chose to establish their own survivor base, they would undoubtedly attract many followers. Every survivor wants to rely on the strongest base, and with the power these 12 demonstrated, they would face little competition within China. Both Song Qinglong and Li Zongping fervently hoped that Miss Alicia truly had a familial connection to the Lin family. If what she said was true, it would mean that her group was a band of rootless wanderers with no specific ties to any one place. In such a case, if Alicia were connected to the Lin family, it might create a sense of connection to China, prompting them to settle here. In this chaotic world, any country or survivor base would be eager to host individuals of such remarkable skill, as long as they desired a peaceful life. What do Mr. Adam and Miss Alicia plan to do in the future? Song Qinglong asked directly. I want to meet the Lin family first, and then decide on our next steps, Alicia replied. It was evident that Miss Alicia was one of the leaders of the group, as none of her companions showed any sign of disagreement with her words. The gates of the B-City survivor base are already closed. The earliest we can enter is tomorrow at dawn, Song Qinglong said. Then tonight, why don't you also stay here with us? Don't worry, Miss Alicia and her team enjoy eating mutated animal meat, so they've been using this method to lure them along the way, Wang Miao enthusiastically suggested. By traveling with them into the B-City base tomorrow, they wouldn't need to waste time asking around for information. Liu Yang gently tugged at his girlfriend's sleeve, signaling her to stop speaking so freely. It wasn't their place to extend such an invitation. Alicia, however, graciously acknowledged Wang Miao's enthusiasm and nodded. Don't worry. No matter how many come, we can handle them. Song Qinglong and Li Zongping couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and embarrassment at her confidence. While they barely survived encounters with mutated beasts, these people fearlessly used lights to lure them in, as if it were all part of a game. Indeed, comparing themselves to Alicia's group was humbling. However, she was right. In the middle of the night, in such pitch-black darkness, there wasn't a safer place to rest than here. That works well. Tomorrow, we can guide you into the base, which will make your entry smoother. The current base leader is Alicia's brother, Lin Ruhai, Li Zongping offered politely. That sounds good, Alicia replied. Song Qinglong and Li Zongping, not wanting to overstay their welcome, said their goodbyes and descended from the RV terrace. Watching their retreating figures, Alicia pondered their words. So, in this world, my brother has become the leader of a survivor base. That must mean his combat skills are quite extraordinary, probably even better than Song Qinglong's. She felt relief knowing that Lin father, Lin mother, and Alicia had the protection of their neighbor, Big Brother Lin. It meant they likely hadn't suffered much during the apocalypse. Even though this world's Lin father and Lin mother weren't her biological parents, she still couldn't bear the thought of them enduring hardship. Hebrew Adam, who had recently learned more Chinese, now not only spoke in a somewhat clumsy manner but also understood most of what was being said. Though his sentences sounded awkward, he had clearly improved in comprehension. These people believed there was some connection between Alicia and Alicia because of their resemblance. Alicia, seizing the opportunity, crafted a plausible backstory for her group as travelers from another world. However, Hebrew Adam felt something was off. While the other members of their elite team might not have noticed, he sensed a strange familiarity between Alicia and these people. When Alicia saw the soldier named Song Qinglong, her eyes revealed a fleeting mix of nostalgia and melancholy. Hebrew Adam recalled Alicia's player name in the battle simulation world. It was Alicia. This prompted him to suspect a potential connection between her and the Alicia everyone kept mentioning. Alicia's subtle micro-expressions when meeting Wang Miao and Song Qinglong were identical, as if they weren't strangers to her. Hebrew Adam found this peculiar. Both of them were closely connected to Alicia, one as her classmate and the other as her neighbor. He also remembered Alicia's initial reaction upon arriving in this world. her emotional breakdown in tears. Moreover, she not only could read the language of this world but could also speak it fluently. A seemingly absurd and unbelievable thought began to take root in Hebrew Adam's mind. Perhaps there was an extraordinary connection between Alicia and Alicia. At the very least, it was clear to him that Alicia had prior knowledge of Alicia's existence as a person from another world. Chapter 304, Fully in Control. As Hebrew Adam had observed, since Alicia arrived in this parallel dimension, she had revealed one inexplicable problem after another. Alicia also noticed that Hebrew Adam's doubts about her were growing deeper. That night, when they returned to their small room, Alicia took the initiative to snuggle into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. She hoped he could sense her complex and conflicted emotions without pressing her for answers. Whether she explained or not, it would be difficult for her either way. Hebrew Adam seemed to understand Alicia's intentions. He sighed quietly, pushing down the myriad questions stirring in his heart once again. Since she wanted him to give her some time, he would wait. Hebrew Adam believed that Alicia wasn't intentionally trying to hide things from him. She clearly had secrets she couldn't share, but her actions showed she wasn't purposely deceitful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left so many clues unconcealed, nor would she have taught them the language of this world, allowing him to understand her conversations with these people and uncover more about her. It was also why Hebrew Adam couldn't help but notice that Alicia seemed to harbor a particularly unusual sentiment toward the man named Song Qinglong. He couldn't explain why, but it bothered him. Perhaps the elite team had killed too many mutant creatures, and those with a bit of intelligence had started to flee and warn their kind. Since Song Qinglong and his group were rescued, despite so many people camping overnight in the wild, no mutant creatures attacked them. As a result, everyone passed the night in peace until dawn. At dawn, the guards at the gate of the city base anxiously scanned the area beyond the perimeter. Captain Song and his team didn't return yesterday. Could something have happened? Guard expressed concern. In the current circumstances, very few dared to spend the night outside the base. Zombies, though terrifying, were relatively quieter at night. As long as there were no noises to disturb them, they wouldn't swarm toward people based on scent like they did during the day. However, nights brought an even greater threat. Mutant animals. Unlike zombies, mutant animals had stronger attack capabilities and could work together in coordinated group assaults. Once they caught a scent, it was almost impossible for anyone to escape. Given this, any team camping outside the base overnight needed substantial numbers, sufficient weaponry, and overwhelming combat strength. Without these, they were almost guaranteed to be wiped out by mutant animals. There's nothing to worry about. Captain Song is the second best fighter in our base, and they had a large contingent of soldiers with them, Guard B said reassuringly. Still, they were supposed to be back yesterday afternoon. Something must have gone wrong, Guard C said, his worry evident. Although the base leader was the strongest fighter in the military, Captain Song Qinglong and Vice Captain Li Zongping were pillars of stability for the base. The majority of the base's survivors, along with half of its supplies, had been secured by missions led by these two men and their soldiers. I've heard the mutant animals are getting stronger. Two of the independent mercenary groups from our base didn't return just a few days ago. Each of those groups had at least 1 to 200 people, and they were wiped out without a sound. Guard D added, his tone grave. If something happened to Captain Song's team, it would spell serious trouble. The hard-earned stability of the survivor base would surely be disrupted, especially with the independent mercenary groups constantly plotting to seize power. The leader of B City's largest mercenary group, the Tiger Mercenary Corps, Gao Zhenrong, and his wife, Dianping, were closely monitoring the situation. When their scouts returned and confirmed that the first company of the base's military had gone on a mission and still hadn't returned, the couple's faces lit up with excitement. So, Song Qinglong really didn't make it back yesterday. Your prophetic dream was spot on, my dear, Gao Zhenrong said with delight. With Song Qinglong missing, Lin Ruhai won't be able to sit still. He'll definitely lead a large group out this afternoon to search for him, and then they won't have a chance to return either, Dianping said with a confident smile. You don't need to lift a finger, my dear. The position of base leader is as good as yours. Gao Zhenrong was the third strongest fighter in B City's base, and the Tiger Mercenary Corps was the most powerful group outside of the military itself. In their previous life, the Tiger Mercenary Corps had been half as strong in both manpower and ability, yet Gao Zhenrong had still managed to become the leader of B City's base. This time, it seemed even more assured. Although she was fully aware of what was about to happen, Dianping felt a slight twinge of guilt watching Song Qinglong and Lin Ruhai walk straight into a deadly trap. The two men were honorable soldiers with outstanding abilities. Under their leadership, B City's survivor base had been well constructed, and the survivors had been given the best possible care. However, the reality was harsh. If it wasn't for sacrificing the two of them to eliminate the mutant snake, the creature would only grow stronger, and eventually, no one in the base would be safe from it. Self-preservation comes first, and though Dianping felt a pang of regret, she chose to remain silent, letting fate play out as it should. Gao Zhenrong, satisfied, wrapped his arm around his wife's slender waist. This woman truly was his lucky charm. Ever since he met her, Her prophetic dreams had provided him with countless advantages. Have our people set out yet? We must locate the vehicles Song Qinglong's group left behind before the base's military does. Song Qinglong is highly capable, so I'm sure they've brought back a significant haul of supplies, Dianping asked anxiously. Don't worry, they left as soon as the base gates opened this morning. I've assigned Zhang Yangxing to handle this, Gao Zhenrong replied confidently. Zhang Yangxing, the vice leader of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, had become one of Gao Zhenrong's most trusted allies after the couple saved his wife and children following one of Dianping's prophetic dreams. With strength and skill rivaling Gao Zhenrong's, Zhang Yangxing had previously been a formidable competitor, but this time around, thanks to Dianping's scheming, he joined the Tiger Mercenary Corps as vice leader instead of forming his own group. Dianping held great trust in Zhang Yangxing's capabilities, so in her mind, the supplies Song Qinglong's team had secured were as good as theirs. She was already silently planning how to allocate them. It was crucial to stockpile sufficient resources as the rainy season was only 5 or 6 days away. After 2 weeks of relentless rain, a prolonged snow season lasting more than half a year would follow. Only with adequate supplies could they ensure the survival of more people. In the previous timeline, Gao Zhenrong had taken over leadership in a rush and failed to anticipate the next major catastrophe humanity would face. As a result, B City's survivor base, unprepared, lost nearly half its population. This manpower shortage had catastrophic consequences when a zombie horde struck, leading to the base's eventual downfall. Once Zhang Yangxing returns, we can move forward with the second phase of our plan, Dianping said with satisfaction. This time around, Dianping had built the Tiger Mercenary Corps into a formidable force. Combined with the vast resources she had collected using her spatial bracelet, she was confident they could support a large number of survivors. She was determined that B City's base would withstand next year's zombie wave.